Hello everyone, welcome to What If Bell Cranel Lived in a Cruel DanMachi World movie. Before we start, please go support VicMarVaz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Bell is a male. What would happen if Bell Cranel were found to pose a danger, a boy who lost everything and fell? Do you know what he's referring to? If so, help him. Prologue, despair, everything is a fall. I feel like I'm falling. Well, that's what it looks like. I think I'm falling, you know what I mean. It seems I worry too much when I'm alone. They said I worry too much when I'm alone, when there's no one home for me. But hey, where is my house? Where is my home? If I come back, will you be there? Do you know what I mean? It's not like I've tried to distance myself. Sometimes it seems like I'm in their way. Well, that's what it looks like. It's like always, I worry too much when I'm alone. So please come back. I don't want to keep falling. XXX. Labyrinth City, Erario, surface 10:00 a.m. Chimney Mansion, home of the Hestia family. Recently, a major riot had occurred in the city known as Monsters on the Surface. The Hestia Familia was a straw in the eye of the storm, with its captain Bell Cranel having defended a vouiver in front of the public eye. The resulting destruction caused great damage to the reputation of the family, focusing on Bell Cranel. The oncephamous rising adventurer, who was hailed as a potential hero, was brought down from his pedestal. Criticism, insults, indiscriminate attacks. Everything had turned against the kind, white-haired boy. In the end, after so many confrontations with the Loki Familia and a 1v1 duel between Bell and the Minotaur named Asterius, everything seemed to return to normal. Bell Cranel, as wounded as he could be after facing Kenki, had stood up to that fearsome and ferocious beast that no one dared to stop. A level 7 monster born from humanity's deepest fears had been stopped by a level 3 boy. That was enough. The public discourse changed in an instant, leaving the harassment focused on the Hestia Familia and Bell Cranel. His reputation and prestige had been restored. Mortals can be so selfish and cruel, don't you think so, Hestia? The amused voice of Hermes, sitting on the sofa, reached the little goddess in front of him. Don't talk to me so casually, you pervert. Have you already forgotten what you did? Hestia, who was glaring at her god friend, was not so kind in her reply. She still resented the behind-the-scenes actions Hermes had taken in the Xenos incident. I've already apologized 1,000 times and received 1,000 kicks from you. Hermes exclaimed comically. He had 2 foot-chip marks on his face. Don't add too much, idiot. With pouts on her cheeks, Hestia continued to answer reluctantly. Isfi, who was acting as Hermes' bodyguard, remained silent as she listened sadly. Bell Cranel, she had collaborated with Hermes in his schemes, so she was as sad as she could be. Putting those minor things aside, how is Bell? I haven't seen anyone else. Did they go to the dungeon? He downplayed their actions and asked about Bell and the others. They're in the dungeon, earning money and getting stronger, especially Belcon. That was normal. After losing to Asterius, Bell had reached LV4 and gained a new ambition, become stronger. I understand, it never ceases to amaze me, Hermes commented with a gentle smile. As Bell's #1 fan, he was always willing to listen to or recount the young man's heroic adventures. The two gods continued talking to each other, with Hestia now calmer and Isfi still silent. Actually, it was Hermes who was speaking, ranting about any stupid thing he could think of to make Hestia laugh, although it didn't work. Time passed and Hermes' departure had come, bidding farewell to Hestia. Well, I hope you don't miss me too much. I'll come back another time to talk to Bell. See you. Just get out of here, you idiot, and don't come back, Hestia replied. Hermes obeyed and began to leave the mansion, followed by Isfi, who had bowed goodbye. Once alone, Hestia sighed wearily. She let her small body sink into the comfort of the large sofa, giving a pleased expression. Ha, Belcon, I hope you come back soon, he muttered through gritted teeth. Today was his day off from Juggernaut's stall and Hephaestus's shop, so he did nothing but laze around. Still lying down, she reached out to the coffee table to take a Juggernaut from a brown bag. He reached it successfully, but before he could eat it, the mansion's doorbell rang. Ugh, that idiot must have forgotten something, Hestia commented with no humor whatsoever. She seriously considered ignoring him, but in the end her good heart won out. Amidst murmurs where she cursed Hermes, she got up and went to the entrance, opening the door and shouting angrily. What did you forget, idiot? Hello, goodbye forever, XXX. It's like always, I get worried when I'm alone. Do you know what I mean? If so, please return it to me. XXX. The sound of metal slicing through flesh reverberated in the entrance of the fireplace mansion. Hestia's eyes widened, her pupils contracted, and her face distorted. Belcon. Divine blood was scattered throughout the place. XXX. A pillar of gold pierced the skies. The hustle and bustle of the streets vanished in an instant. Children running, people asking for a discount at the stalls, adventurers heading to the dungeon, and workers in their offices. People inside their homes came out. A chilling atmosphere settled over the place, the air felt heavy. The city fell silent. Surprised, terrified, perplexed, worried expressions. The city's residents had witnessed the rise of a god, but who was it? All mortals wondered. They didn't know, there was no way. In a certain pharmacy, the god Myach stopped serving his customer and left the place, observing the golden pillar. I have a bad feeling. From the highest tower of the Twilight Mansion, a goddess of slender build stared intently at the line with her gaze fixed on the heavens. He said nothing, he just kept watching. But one thing was certain, things were going to get complicated. From the entrance of a well-known tavern, the Lady of Abundance, a pretty gray-haired waitress stopped swinging her broom, taking her gaze up at the skies, that line that carried a god. What happened? The city girl stopped her chores. The dwarf Mia Grand did not question her. And finally, city streets near the Chimney Mansion, her always cheerful and fun smile disappeared. A golden pillar had risen from the sky, and it had risen from the direction he was coming from. What? Hermes looked puzzled. His traveler's hat was blown off by a strong blizzard. Hestia, he didn't think much of it. He took a difficult step, advancing only a few centimeters in that direction. Isfi beside her was equally stunned. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing. Did a god ascend from the Chimney Mansion? His mortal mind went blank at the unexpected sight. No, 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 no. Hermes' rasping voice snapped her out of her stupor, and she saw her god had begun to run. He was heading back to the place they had come from. Damn it, no, no, no. Isfi stood on the cobblestones, not knowing what to do. I was in a trance. He just watched his god running desperately towards that place, to the place where a hero's goddess resided. XXX. I feel like I'm falling. Well, that's what it looks like. I think I'm falling, you know what I mean, dark, very dark, I can't see anything. Do you know what I mean? If so, answer me. Why did you take everything from me? XXX. He ran as he had never run since his stay on the mortal plane. His face was covered in sweat, his cheeks were distorted by the worried grimaces he was making. He kept running. Hestia, please, she shouted her friend's name, the goddess of his friend's grandson, that cheerful and kind little goddess. Hestia, his steps were irregular, he seemed to be jumping as he ran desperately. So pathetic, so powerless, so regrettable, don't mess with me, legs. Ignoring that his arcanum was sealed, Hermes continued running, advancing, shouting, despairing, until finally, after so much running and shouting, he arrived. He passed by without bothering to warn anyone at the gate that closed off the property of the Hestia family. He ran through the garden and reached the main entrance. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees on the pavement. Her pupils contracted until they were the point of a pinprick. His chest rose and fell, his breathing was erratic. Cold, unpleasant sweat flooded every part of his skin. Hestia. There was nothing at the main entrance. Please, this must be a bad joke. There was no body, no hair, no weapon. There was nothing. You must be joking, Hestia. There was only divine blood scattered on the ground. Hermes' throat cracked from the high pitch of his scream. Suddenly her heart ached. There in the dungeon, earning money and getting stronger, especially Bellcranel. The goddess's joyful words echoed through his mind, like the buzzing of an annoying bee. It tormented him. No. Her voice was so broken it could barely produce any audible sound. No, he got up. He went inside the mansion and began searching like crazy. No, under the table, no, under the sofas, no, in the rooms, no, on the shelves, in the furniture, in the wardrobes, in the bathrooms, in the cellar, on the shelf. There was nothing, and no. He started running again. His throat was burning and stinging. All that shouting had irritated her. No, 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 but Hermes kept shouting. She ran through the mansion's hallways until she reached the main entrance. Just seeing the divine blood made me scream again. He ran out of the Chimney Mansion. He needed to send a rescue team to the dungeon. Otherwise, the hero would die. During his run, he was thrown to the ground. His chest hit the cold floor, or was it his chest that was cold? With his right cheek pressed to the ground, he looked at the one who was holding him against his will. God Hermes, you will have to explain the situation to us. Shakti Varma, the Ganesha family had arrived at the place. You're kidding me? In complete rage, the god screamed. His teeth squealed from the force of being squeezed. Let me go. Now, she shouted for her release. Please calm down, I will be forced to knock you out if you don't. Shakti's cold words made him even angrier. Idiot, I need to send a rescue team, let me go. He continued to struggle, shouting and demanding his release. The world will lose its last hero if you don't let me go. He continued shouting words that made no sense to Shakti, and seeing him react in that way, she hit him. Bell, what? His consciousness faded away. Bell, I'm sorry, Hermes lamented with his last remaining willpower. The desperate god stopped shouting. 2 tears fell silently down her cheeks. Captain Shakti, was it right to hit a god? A member of the Ganesha family spoke to the woman who was holding the now unconscious Hermes. There was no choice, he is the prime suspect in the murder of the goddess Hestia. He responded without tact or emotion. They had arrived not long ago, seeing Hermes running and moving away suspiciously from the Chimney Mansion, the place where a god had ascended. They couldn't let him go. Hermes was placed under arrest as the prime suspect in the murder of Hestia. XXX. Inside the dungeon, floor 25, progress was going well. After a serious and analytical discussion with Lily and the rest, it had been decided that they would go down to the 25th floor of the dungeon. Now they found themselves in the caverns of the same floor, making use of excellent teamwork to eliminate the monsters. The backpacks that both supporters, Lily and Haruheim, were carrying were almost full. They had started early and they wanted to leave early. Belle wanted to spend Hestia's day off in her company just like everyone else. Fighting against the hordes of monsters that prevented them from advancing, they began to retreat little by little. But thanks to Belle and Mikoto's splendid teamwork, they managed to gradually diminish the horde. So, the forces left their bodies. Mikoto, who was jumping, lost her balance and fell rolling on the ground. Belle, who was about to kick the merman leader, had his foot fractured by the impact. Surprise and pain adorned her face. Then with a slash at a speed he couldn't perceive, his right arm was severed. Bellsama, Welf, Lily and Haruheim watched in terror from the rear. They too had felt their strength leaving them. With faces distorted by confusion, they saw the powerless Belle standing before the merman leader. Her eyes filled with terror when that monster raised his weapon and then brought it down forcefully to end the boy's life. Their hearts stopped. So, Beldono, a young Asian woman with black hair tied in a ponytail, pushed him aside and took his place. Due to their position, both legs were severed. Arga Mikoto screamed in pain. Mikitasen, Belle, who had been pushed, stared in terror at his legless friend. The blood soon began to gush out like an open hose. He ignored the pain in his cut arm and got up to go to her aid. Run, but Mikoto was already surrounded. The monsters called merman already had their legs cut off and were lifting their bodies together. Take Beldono away. The young woman who was being lifted up screamed, pleading with her other companions. She knew Belle wouldn't let her, so she stared at a redhead. Please take him away. The merman pulled hard on their arms, head, and torso in different directions. Survive, Mikoto's body was destroyed. The life of the foreign warrior was put at risk. Mikotosan. Belle's heart-wrenching scream was followed by his steps to help his friend, but he was pulled away. She frantically turned her gaze, seeing Welf crying. Haruheim, Lily, they were with him and in the same way, but they picked him up and started running. No, leave me alone, I must help Mikotosan. Her screams overlapped with Haruheim's heart-wrenching cries. She was running with all her might. But the roars of the monsters were getting closer and closer. They ran as they crossed corners of the cavern on the 25th floor, but they were caught. Bellsama, please live. In an instant, Belle was carried by Welf alone. The redhead clenched his teeth without saying anything and continued running with Belle on his shoulder. You saved me from that hell, it's my turn to save you. Haruheim offered herself as bait. Please don't forget me. The horde of monsters soon devoured her. Her cries of pain didn't last even a second. Haruhemius. His body wasn't responding, he had lost a lot of blood. And even now, with each passing second, his wound dripped more and more. Her skin turned pale, and without any compassion, the fox was briefly torn apart before his eyes. Lily ran beside Welf, crying and screaming. He wasn't carrying any of his cargo. He had left everything behind so he could run faster. But again, without the grace of their goddess, they could do nothing. They kept running, with Welf carrying Belle, who kept shouting to be left alone, that he needed to help his friends. Stop thinking about others for a moment. Welf screamed internally. He knew it while carrying him. Belle's body was getting colder and colder. His limbs, still attached to his body, no longer moved. He had lost too much blood. Tadpole. I know, please make sure Bellsama survives. They didn't need to make a plan, they didn't need to agree, no order was needed. Since Belle's arm had been cut off without any explanation, everyone knew. Something had happened on the surface, something had happened to their goddess Hestia. It was the same as in the nightmare on the 27th floor in the Dark Age. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, this is something Lily understands very well. If any of us deserves to live, it's undoubtedly Belle. They had all come to the same conclusion. Even if they knew Belle would regret it, they would carry that sin from beyond the grave. It was an honor to be your partner, you know. Please don't get sentimental, Welf-sama. Lily doesn't want a sad goodbye. Belle wasn't listening, in fact, he couldn't hear. Welf's body was stained with his blood. Then see you soon, yes, see you soon. Nothing more was said and Lily stopped running. Little Palom stood still as she watched Welf's back disappear into the distance. No, I wasn't looking at her back. I was looking at that pale, tear-filled face. I was looking at Belle. The boy couldn't hear, but his vision, as blurry as it could be, managed to focus on his friend, and he read her lips. Bellsama, please don't forget Lily. Saying that, Lily turned around and ran towards the mob of monsters. Lily, no. Belle's weak voice came from his throat. And again he watched the squirrel blossom into a flower of flesh. Eli. She extended her only arm but could barely raise it in the direction of her now dead friend. Welf didn't speak, he just kept running and clenching his teeth. With the countless cries of the sacrificed, a path of blood was formed. Finally, after so much running, they reached the river that flowed into the great waterfall, 50 meters high. Welf lowered his friend's body and looked him in the eyes, those eyes without light and life. Why did they continue sacrificing themselves? The young man in poor condition could barely murmur. Welf looked at him knowingly, then smiled. You have to live. The roars of the monsters began to sound. There's no time, we part ways here. No, please, no. Through tears, Belle begged for all of this to stop. I'm sorry, buddy, let me be selfish until the end. Welf grabbed him by the shoulders, staining his left hand with blood from Bell's wound on his right side. It was an honor to have fought alongside you. Stop. It was an honor to have been your personal blacksmith. Please don't go on. It was an honor to have been your friend, Bell. They were on the banks of the outlet or the mouth that expelled the large quantities of water through the waterfall. The monsters were approaching. That's enough, don't continue. Seeing that his dying friends had ceased to exist, Welf clenched his teeth tightly then. He slapped her with all his normal strength, unable to make use of his now non-existent power level. Listen, Bell, for once, just once, worry about your own life. He looked at him and screamed ferociously. Mikoto, Haruheim, Lily, they all gave their lives without hesitation so that you could live. I know it's unfair of us, but let us be selfish. Our wish is that you continue to live. With his vocal cords aching, Welf screamed at the top of his lungs. Of all of us, you're the only one lucky enough to get out of this place alive. A burning smile spread across Welf's face, so hold on to your will to live, do it for us and for yourself. He lifted his weak body and pushed it closer to the waterfall. May your heart continue to burn, Bell, saying that he pushed him. Until we meet again, brother. Welf did not do the same because the merman would follow them, so he stayed behind so that they would lose track of their friend. Bell's body fell 50 meters. His weak eyes caught sight of the toothy grin his friend Welf was giving him. Then he was shot with a gun, but her smile didn't fade. Before their increasingly distant eyes, the hammer broke. WELF. The white-haired man's last scream could be heard from his fall to the end of the waterfall. His body plunged into the water upon impact, his bones were turned to dust, his consciousness was extinguished. XXX. I feel like I'm falling. Well, that's what it looks like. I think I'm falling, you know what I mean. If so, please give her back to me, give her back to my family. Nobody answered me, nobody said anything to me, so I came to my own conclusion. This world is cruel, and the shadows of this cruel world ended up consuming me. Yes, I definitely fell for it. I ended up falling to the very bottom of the abyss. XXX. The footsteps of a person echoed through the 27th floor. But could she be considered one? Short hair of a deep red color like blood and green eyes with pupils like those of a reptile. Revis, a creature considered LV, 7 in power, this is. The woman's expression remained unchanged as she stared at a lump of flesh on the shore of the lake formed by the great waterfall. He was missing an arm, he didn't have both his legs. Her hair had traces of being a beautiful pure white, but it was stained with mud and blood. Although her chest rose and fell. Interesting that he was still breathing in that terrible state was incredible. He approached slowly, then knelt down and took the gaunt cheek of the boy who barely moved. Feeling touch on his face, Bell opened his eyes. Those ruby orbs continued to burn with an unyielding will. I like you, those eyes are beautiful. Revis smiled amusedly and took the almost dead Bell into his arms. Let's see if you can withstand Neo's grace. The red-haired woman disappeared into the shadows of the dungeon. Chapter 1, A Silent City. If you were ever a Team Sir fan, leave your star. 3 days had passed since what would be categorized as the saddest day in history. The atrocious and horrific murder of the goddess Hestia, patron deity of the rising family with a hero candidate as captain. The Hestia Familia had been eliminated, bringing back horrible memories of the formerly similar Astrea Familia. The city was in mourning. XXX. Recoil 5:00 p.m. 7 hours after the murder of the goddess Hestia. Hermes walked lifelessly in his eyes as slowly as he could, so slowly that even his feet scraped against the cold cobblestones of the city. His characteristic traveler's hat was not there, nor had he bothered to look for it. The news that the rescue team had only found the remaining limbs of the Hestia Familia was like a stake through his heart. Hermes-sama, what will you do? Esfi's dejected voice called to him. The hunched figure that was now Hermes did not respond. He seemed like an empty shell. Although he stopped his slow walk, he then looked at his assistant over his drooping shoulder. What am I going to do, you ask? He asked, his tone mocking and sarcastic. You're wrong, the correct question is. Her cracked voice sent a shiver down Esfi's vertical spine. Hermes turned around, facing her. What will the world do? That question was a kind of sentence and a curse. The world and the people in it are lost. His ominous smile only made his words seem like a prophecy that would condemn life on planet Earth. She said nothing. When Hermes saw that Esfi was sweating profusely and his pupils were throbbing fiercely, he laughed maniacally and turned away. The god continued walking. Pack your things, we're leaving the city, a somber voice said. With that errand, the decayed silhouette of the god disappeared into the streets. Esfi, as bewildered and fearful as she was, assumed that she was heading to some bar to take her mind off things. She went directly to the Traveler's Inn to make preparations. XXX. As he got lost in the streets, a certain memory came to mind. I suppose I have to break the news. Hermes's distressed face remained unchanged, making one wonder if the amused smile from before had been a mere illusion. The passersby who recognized him had an idea of why his attitude was so deplorable. Hermes was a good friend of Hestia. With nothing in particular occupying his blank mind, he arrived at his destination without even noticing. He looked at the temporarily closed sign. A kind of respect. He wondered. He knew about the money complex that the owner of this bar suffered from, so he found it very strange and drew his own conclusions. Although Hestia's rise to power is known, no information has been revealed about her dependents, he thought drily. She looked down at the bag in her right hand. Damn it, her eyes burned uncomfortably. Without thinking twice, he entered without even knocking, finding himself face to face with all the waitresses sitting at a large table. All but two, Hermesama Naya. He didn't smile at Anya's bewilderment as he usually did, he just raised his free hand in greeting. Is Mia there? He asked without emotion. Do you have something to tell me, Hermes? Anya didn't have time to answer because the woman she was looking for had already left the kitchen, walking slowly towards Hermes. Report on Hestia, he explained, sounding less enthusiastic. Mentioning the name of her fallen friend, even though she knew she was okay, left a bad taste in her mouth and a pain in her stomach. Mia remained silent upon hearing this then. I understand, he simply said. She turned around and went into the kitchen without saying a word to him or the waitresses there. Everyone looked at her in surprise. So that boy, her sorrowful voice echoed through the bar. I was speaking from inside the kitchen. Yes, they all died. Hermes's ominous voice made the waitresses open their eyes in shock. Anya, Lunwar, and Chloe approached, although their attempt was thwarted when they lost strength in their legs and fell to the cold wooden floor. White-haired Naya, /adventurer, cute but why were they so affected? Bell had been a great friend of theirs, so radiant, kind, gentle, compassionate. Just seeing him run through the streets in front of the bar and receive lunch from Sir while blushing brought such genuine smiles to their faces. Yes, simply knowing that they would no longer see him had caused that. Was that why her gaunt eyes shed silent tears? The answer was definitely yes. After that, the sound of something breaking came from the kitchen. Hermes was surprised, but then he understood. Mia Grand was also a great friend of that boy. So that's why you closed for today? He asked, confirming his earlier suspicions. Obviously, I'm not so greedy as to not honor the ascension of a good god in this case. I must say I was surprised. Even if he was trying to joke, it wasn't the same if the jokes were delivered so languidly. Yes, you know me well, she said, not offended. But it's normal, there wouldn't be many sales after all, the city is in mourning. That made sense. Unlike the goddess Ishtar who was sent to heaven by Freya, Hestia had been cruelly murdered without even deserving it. Hermes remained silent for a few seconds, his eyes turned to the waitresses who kept their heads down and were shedding tears, and Ryu with Sir. It was strange that he didn't use the Chan suffixes. But that made me understand that the pleasant Hermes had gone on sabbatical. Ryu is upstairs, she hasn't come down since the news broke and Sir she left. I understand. Hermes turned around and looked at the stairs to the second floor. Freya must be desperate, it's a bad idea to visit her, he thought quickly without using the sama suffix. And as for Ryu, can you call her? He asked. Anya. Mia didn't say yes or no, she had only mentioned the name of her cat waitress to make the call. But Tusk, I'll go, he muttered under his breath after a snap of his fingers. Anya was still mourning the still unbelievable death of her friend. Hermes lowered his gaze as he waited. The quiet moans and cries of the waitresses entered his ears, making him think of that boy again. Zeus, old friend, what can we do now? He remained lost in thought for a while, but the sound of slow footsteps on the wood brought him back to reality. He looked up to the left and there it was. By all the gods. Her hair was disheveled, her dark circles were reddened, leaving traces of crying. Her cheeks were taut with tears and those sky-blue eyes, a sky so empty. Did you call me Hermesama? Ryu wasn't so naive as to ignore the fact that Bell was in the dungeon when the Hestia incident had occurred. It was normal that it meant the death of that kind young man, even so Hermes saw something. There is hope in that sky, he grimaced at that. Ryu's eyes, as empty as they appeared, gave off a faint light that radiated hope, hoping that all of this was a dream. With an appearance so hopeless yet so hopeful, Hermes hesitated for the first time to say what he wanted to say. Cranelson. Her haggard voice made his chest ache. Cranelson is fine, right? He's coming back, isn't he? A stoic and upright elf who never showed any emotion in front of others was so broken, hoping that the news of he's alive would rebuild her. Ryuchin, this time she used the suffix. Hermes had grown accustomed to tragic scenes, but delivering the news that a young man who brought joy to everyone's lives would never return was hard, too hard. She's coming back, right? The question, raised in a loud tone, surprised everyone. Hermes' right hand holding a bag trembled. He said he'd always come back, so he's coming back. Tell me he's coming back. She drew closer to the god, now with tears streaming again from her sad eyes and running down her tense cheeks. Her gaunt expression of lament caused Hermes to unconsciously take a step back. Please take me out of this nightmare, he said, so distressed, his voice so sad. Tell me that Cranelson will come in the morning to pick up his lunch and say good morning to me like he always does. So regrettable and disheartening. He'll give me that pure smile and head for the dungeon. Painful, it was very painful. Hermes felt his divine heart being suppressed by a strong grip. He'll come for lunch after a long day and I'll serve him. Unfortunate or regrettable, perhaps a combination of both such disheartened states. Please, I want to see it. His trembling legs could not withstand it and gave way to his weakened state. Falling upon them, her sky-blue eyes, now cloudy, fell to the wooden floor. Why did everything feel so sad and worthless at this moment? As he thought about that, Hermes stopped holding the bag in his right hand, causing it to fall an arm's length away from Ryu. A rough but light sound was heard. Ryu's gaze moved towards that bag, not knowing what it meant. And although he knew nothing, his heart was about to burst out of his chest. Before Ryu could ask him anything, Hermes turned around and walked towards the exit. The sad elf reached out her arm towards the mysterious bag. He didn't stop even though his instincts told him he would regret it, that he would be sorry. His curiosity and knowledge overcame those warnings that his soul sent him. I'm sorry, he heard the god's subdued apology. She didn't look at him, her gaze was fixed on the bag, but she knew from the sound of the door that he had already left the place. Then, under the tearful gaze of her companions and the sorrowful gaze of Mia, Ryu reached the end of that bag. She pulled it towards her and placed it on top of her drooping legs, then with all the fear, pain, and curiosity in the world, she opened it. A severed arm invaded his empty, cloudy sky. Her pupils contracted until they resembled the tips of pins. His heart stopped beating. Her body felt so light and so heavy at the same time. His limbs lost all vigor. Then his throat burned. Note, press play and keep reading without stopping. I hope you experienced the same feeling I had while writing and imagining it. Turn the volume up all the way. XXX. The sound of the door closing was barely audible, with Hermes making his way towards the traveler's inn. I needed to get out of town and visit an acquaintance. Then a scream stopped his slow walk, so loud that it echoed through the streets closest to the bar. So annoying, so painful, so dejected, afflicted, languid, subdued. So sad. I'm sorry, Ryuchin, you mustn't forget that this world is cruel. With those words spoken, Hermes raised his hand to hide his eyes with the tip of his hat. But I have to go look for it. I had forgotten that I didn't have it with me. Even with the painful scream echoing in the silent city streets, Hermes continued walking, leaving behind a woman who cursed this cruel world, the one that had taken away that boy who had accepted her even with her sins in the forest on the 18th floor. XXX. At the same time, at the Twilight Mansion, the highest levels of the Loki Familia were gathered in the office of Captain Finn Damney, a wolf that remained silent, a dwarf that maintained a complicated expression, a high elf that showed a single jade-colored eye open, and an Amazon in a trance. They'll be here soon, Loki's strangely serious voice warned everyone. They were waiting for two of their colleagues in particular, one human and one Amazon. No one answered. As if the silence were an answer of okay, it was the only thing that remained stable in the atmosphere. Finally, the double door burst open, causing a slight gust of wind in the area due to the force used. We've arrived. Tiona's cheerful announcement echoed loudly. Behind her, a golden-haired girl followed without making a special greeting. Hey, is something wrong? Was the atmosphere so heavy and quiet that even a fool like Tiona could notice it? Maybe. Another clue that greatly helped the energetic girl with copper skin and small breasts were everyone's darkened expressions. Tiona, eyes Loki named there is something that needs to be discussed, it's serious. Was it so serious that he hadn't used the suffix tan with eyes? These were not good omens for the newcomers. Tiona became nervous at the atmosphere. We'll sit down then, she exclaimed, though she finished with a burst of emotion. I simply nodded as she always did, although even though she was as ignorant of the environment as she was, she could tell that something was wrong. In addition to the recent conversation he had with that boy after having had different thoughts about the Xenos accident. I want to talk again, she had promised to train with him again. So she would use that to get to know him a little better and even apologize this time for one or two things she had done before. Well, what I'm about to say won't be easy to digest, but please try to take it in the best way possible. Loki's voice pulled her from her earrings. Both young women paid close attention to what they were told. And as if yielding the floor, Loki stepped aside and sat down, revealing Finn sitting behind his desk. He, like everyone else, maintained a complicated expression. This morning, a deity was murdered. The news, delivered without any tact, surprised them to the point of making their eyes widen in shock. Both remained silent, absorbing what had just been said and paying full attention. Moreover, it wasn't just any deity. The patron goddess of the Hestia Familia, Hestia-sama, was murdered at the entrance to her home. Did they hear correctly? Fool Tiona might think this was a very bad joke. But the thought stopped when he learned that Finn was not someone who liked to joke around, especially not on such delicate matters as the rise of a god. Eyes had sunk into confusion. Seeing that both of them remained silent, Finn continued, no one saw the killer. The god Hermes was arrested as the prime suspect but was released in less than an hour after proving his innocence. A murderer. As for his dependents, they are all dead. It was unfair that he dropped so much information about the girls who couldn't keep up with what was happening. That. Instead of exclamations that refused to accept reality, their reactions were soft murmurs that died seconds after being uttered. It was like immersing oneself in an illusion built from memories. At the time Hestia-sama was killed, all of her attendants were engaged in their daily routine of exploring the cove. You're lying. Under the complicated gazes of their other classmates, Eyes and Tiona interrupted Finn's words without hesitation. Girls, Reveria sounded particularly sad. Argonaut-kun is strong. Tiona stood up and shouted at the hobbit. Hey, are you contradicting the captain? Shut up, what you're saying is stupid. Argonaut-kun dying in the dungeon. Heroes don't die, you fool. Faced with her older sister's incomplete complaint, Tiona silenced her. It was strange, very strange. She very rarely showed herself to be upset or angry. Today we saw Argonaut-kun heading towards the dungeon. She reported, her eyes blazing. The reason they were the last to arrive was simply because they had gone out to explore a bit. Of course, they had run into that boy. Before anyone could ask her for detailed information, Tiona turned around and ran towards the exit. They're fools if they think someone as strong as him can die, fools. He left his insult as a farewell and disappeared. That girl, Loki sweated profusely. Something like this was expected, and I could guess exactly where Tiona was headed. Eyes Reveria's voice mentioned the only one who hadn't escaped. But Tione, Gareth, Finn, and Loki watched her. She remained silent, having said nothing more than the previous "you're lying." He was also standing, not looking at anything in particular. Bell couldn't die. Without speaking to anyone in particular, she released her weak words into the stifling wind of the room. Bell is strong. It was ridiculous to even say that the boy Bell Cranel, who had demonstrated his strength, had died. He is very strong. True to her reputation as an expressionless girl, her stoic face remained unchanged. It was a way of assuring that he believed what he was saying, that it was impossible for Bell Cranel to die. I know, I won't deny that Bell Cranel was strong, but he's super strong. Again, to everyone's surprise this time, Eyes had interrupted while exclaiming to Finn, but they took away the source of his power, that's why he died. A silence followed those words. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source, seeing the silent Bete who had remained quiet all this time. The rabbit was strong, he admitted with difficulty. But that same strength attracted envy. This was the result. He sounded annoyed, angry, and even furious. The news that the boy he had recognized as strong had died affected him more than anyone would have thought. This is stupid, Bete said, standing up. Are you leaving? Don't get confused, Finn, I'll go investigate something. Without giving further explanation, Bete left the place. There were 6 people left at the scene, with 5 of them seeing the last person affected. Eyes, there will be a funeral in honor of the Hestia Familia in 3 days, in case you want to come. I don't believe you. Given the quick response from the golden-haired girl, the others opened their eyes in slight surprise. Bell isn't dead, so I don't believe you. It was hard to believe that he was talking more than usual. Eyes, the more you refuse to accept. I don't believe you, Eyes, Reveria exclaimed in reprimand this time. I don't believe them. The young woman backed away weakly towards the door, her back to it, her stoic face showing anguish and suffering. It was strange, just like Tiona. She shook her head weakly from left to right, her golden locks dancing in sync. Even that golden dance seemed sad. You are liars. Ignoring any warnings, he didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. Her chest hurt too much. It wasn't from a wound or attack, he wasn't even bleeding. But it hurts too much. Already in the hallways, without stopping her run to her room, she murmured those hurt words. Her disheartened golden eyes became glassy from the moisture caused by the emerging tears. Small crystalline drops were torn from her cheeks by the wind of her rapid walk. She could hear Reveria's worried cry behind her, but she ignored it and locked herself in her room. XXX. Tower of Babel, top floor, absolute silence. The spacious and elegant room was free from any sound. Find it. Freya's emotionless voice reverberated. I want him in front of me as soon as possible. His angry and irritated tone sent chills down the spines of his listeners. Understood. Your wish is my command, Freya-sama. The executives of the Freya family obeyed their goddess's orders, exclaiming firmly and disappearing to search for their target. To Hestia's killer. Freya wished to make him suffer the worst hell on earth before taking his life then. Just wait for me, Belle, I'll be with you soon. With no trace of her former fury, she intoned her words with great love and sadness. I will find you no matter what, and we will be together for all eternity. Affection, love, desire, longing. His silver eyes gazed at the now dark sky, growing impatient from so much waiting. His intentions were clear, to ascend and seek that radiant soul, but not before punishing the one who had taken everything from him. He smiled joyfully. I would be lying if I said I wasn't sad, because there were traces of dried tears on my cheeks. Even so, even if he lost everything, it was not a time for regrets. Not when there was a way for him to get back everything, his desire. XXX. Guild, office of the guild chief. What do you want? I'm too busy to pay attention to someone like you. An elf, if one could call him that, spoke tactlessly to the worker in front of him. The unexpected visitor hadn't even bothered to sit down. She remained standing a few feet from the desk. I resign. Ina said nothing more and turned away, leaving Royman with his mouth open and his eyes wide with disbelief. Iaspe. Before he could even call her, Ina had already slammed the door shut, leaving the fat elf alone. Walking hurriedly through the corridors, the gleam of her glasses hid the jade-green orbs that were crying. Of Bell's acquaintances, Ina had been one of the most affected, especially since she had so much trust, affection, and love for that boy, especially when I loved him so much, you promised. It was foolish to blame him. The reason for their deaths was perfectly clear, but even so, you promised you'd always come back, Belkan. With her beautiful but sad, lifeless eyes shedding tears that silently ran down her cheeks, Ina Tool left the guild. She ignored her friend Misha's worried calls. Honestly, she was already tired. I was fed up. I don't want to feel it again. This was killing her inside, the pain of losing someone extremely valuable. Ina ignored everything around her and walked through the cold city streets under a cloudy and darkened sky. The stars were not visible. Perhaps it would rain on this sad night. Slowly but surely he arrived at the apartment provided by the guild. She would spend the night here and prepare to leave the city after the funeral. I wanted to remember him, but all I could think about was his pure white hair, his beautiful eyes like ruby jewels, and that innocent smile. It hurt him. I don't want to. Live, it would be silly to mention it. It would be selfish to say so. It would be an insult to that boy. She had to live, but what for? I want to keep remembering him. Taking one's own life might be the easy way out. And although it was easy, not just anyone could take it. Not just anyone had the courage to take their own life, so I will remember him. His smile, his voice, his words, and most importantly, Ina was a coward. I want to remember this love for him, but she thanked all the gods for being a coward. That was what prevented him from making a decision that he would later regret, of course, if he could come to regret it. Still with tears streaming down her face and showing no signs of stopping, she made it to her apartment and snuggled into her sheets. Please visit me. I want to see you one more time. She left her hopes to her subconscious, imploring it to let her see that boy in the world of dreams. Great regret and desire. It was strange that he didn't scream. Perhaps he was suppressing it. I want you to speak to me one more time, Belkan. To be able to say that I love you, even if it's just a cruel and fleeting dream. Ina, who soon fell asleep, said goodbye to this day with great sorrow and sadness, something that would remain with her for the rest of her life. Chapter 2, From the Abyss. Freya in a bunny suit. 3 days had passed since what would be categorized as the saddest day in history. The atrocious and horrific murder of the goddess Hestia, patron deity of the rising family, with a hero candidate as captain. The Hestia Familia had been eliminated, bringing back horrible memories of the formerly similar Astrea Familia. The city was in mourning. XXX. Current events: day of the funeral, the city was in mourning. Schedules were established so that the large number of people intending to pay their respects and offer their condolences could do so. In the morning, at midday, at sunset, the fireplace mansion was filled with flowers, especially some blue ones that meant forget-me-not. Even a certain Wolfshoulder went to pay his respects separately from his family who had done so together. Mainly Hestia's friends Myach, Take, Hermes, etc., adventurers known to Bell and the others. Amazons, humans, beastmen, elves, dwarves, all sorts of breeds that in one way or another were grateful to that little family showed up at the place. The entire chimney mansion was transformed into an immense tombstone, and when the schedules ended and the place was empty, many young women met by chance. Ryu, Ina, Eyes, Lefia, Reveria, Aisha, Sir Anya, Chloe, Tiona, and Cassandra on Bell's side, Hephaestus and Subaki on Welf's side. They all had their own personal reasons for saying a few words to the boys who were coming to visit. They ignored the fact that Bell had too many and prayed for their loved one, rival, or friend. XXX. Depths of the dungeon, location unknown. In an instant, her eyelids detached. As if waking from a nightmare, her elliptical pupils were throbbing with the unpleasant sensation that coursed through her body. Strangely, he felt movement in all his limbs when he shouldn't have. As confused as he was, he lifted his top and noticed he was in an unfamiliar room. There was no decoration. It simply looked like a concrete square with nothing but a stone base on which it lay. He hardly came to the conclusion that it served as a bed. Is it dark? Too much to process and too little to ask about. His mind was a mess and clouded. The fact that he was in a space with no lighting and could see perfectly frightened him. What happened? I didn't know this place. You finally woke up. An unfamiliar voice entered his ears. It was 3 days. I was already thinking of getting rid of you if you didn't wake up. She was icy, frigid, emotionless. Who are you? What is this place? Where am I? Who am I? To his surprise, when he stood up, he was looking a little higher than he felt he was looking before. Even so, he focused on the source of the voice and spoke repeatedly. He approached the woman with short, blood-red hair who was sitting leaning against the wall. She had beautiful green eyes with black elliptical pupils. Don't you remember who you are? That's normal. You've just been reborn as anything but human. Although he had replied to her, he had not answered any of her questions. He walked towards her. I felt fear, curiosity, anguish, but he couldn't help but walk towards her in slow steps. Who are you? He finally asked. He was about a meter away, looking down from his elevated position at the seated woman. My name is Ravage. To his surprise, this time he did receive a response. Ravage, he wasn't sure if that name sounded familiar, but once it was presented, she began to analyze it completely from head to toe. It was then that he noticed the great attributes that the woman named Ravage possessed. They're enormous. Yes, his rubbered eyes focused on that pair of mountains above the woman's chest, taking in a great mental image due to her somewhat revealing outfit. Ravage watched him silently as he narrowed his eyes at what had been said, making Bell realize that he hadn't thought of it. Sorry, I didn't mean that. He quickly backed away. Her cheeks were burning. But Ravage didn't say anything. She continued with that emotionless gaze and that expressionless face. Do you want to touch them? I have no problem with that. What? And no, I couldn't do it. Despite everything that had happened, Bell was still Bell, even though he didn't remember it right now. His face turned red and he backed away to where he had been lying without taking his eyes off Ravage. Okay, she said, neither fazed nor offended. A couple of minutes passed and she didn't get up from her place without saying a word and simply observing him. So Bell wanted to know what was going on. Do you know my name or who I am? The boy's instincts warned him that she was dangerous, so he was as respectful and as irritating as possible. Aside from the fact that she really wanted to know what was going on, for some reason she didn't understand, her body felt different. He remained silent while waiting for a response from that extremely hexy woman. You still don't remember? Well, that's normal. Finally, he had spoken. I went through the same thing when I awoke. Neo says it's because I returned to life or because I clung to it. Everything will change when you hear your name, but that doesn't guarantee you'll remember everything. He seemed to be explaining something complicated. Small fragments of your past life will return, but it will be even more confusing than it is now. But if you really want to know, I have no problem telling you. Her cold, reptilian gaze focused on him. Bell kept wondering how he could have a perfectly clear view in this enclosed, unlit space. He swallowed and strained his ears. According to Thanatos, you were a level 4 second-class adventurer, Bell Cranel, alias Rabbit Feet, and former captain of the Loki Familia. It was just as the woman with large breasts had said. She seemed to have been born in the era when breasts were plentiful because they really were very large, and even the surfaces that could be seen denoted their softness. Bell Cranel, but it was just as she had said. Ephemeral settings and familiar faces navigated through their memories. A particularly short woman with large breasts, a young redhead who is always smiling, a girl or a kind of race, who always accompanied him, a beautiful fairy with short hair and another with brown hair. Many women in waitress outfits. A girl with golden hair, ears, and a tail of the same color, a young woman with oriental features. A minotaur, a beauty with golden hair and eyes, a kind of white gorilla on the surface, lap pillows, another stronger minotaur, a giant black monster, a large-scale conflict with the sun, a bunch of brown women chasing him, a bonfire in a distant village, an encounter with someone different, protecting that someone different, and finally a third minotaur. What? His legs gave way and he fell, making a dull thud. He grabbed his head with both hands because of the pain he was experiencing, staring at the concrete floor. He could feel the woman's gaze on him, but he didn't care and continued to endure the memories that filled his mind. A nasty cold sweat covered his body, his breathing became erratic, and his chest wasn't throbbing. What happened? Why am I here? Many questions, few answers. Answer me, so she turned to whoever might have them. What happened? I was confused, I was scared. I didn't know what was happening or how it had happened. I don't know, I found you half dead and saved you, that's all. He seemed to be telling the truth, but not completely. Bell only became more confused and panicked. I told you, you won't be able to remember all. My family was murdered, that. Before she could convince him to stop remembering, Bell interrupted her with that, leaving her in a trance and surprised. Neo was supposed to prevent her from remembering more, just like he did to her. Do you remember everything? For the first time there was some emotion in her voice. Surprise, Welf Lily. Bell ignored hers. He murmured the names of two people whose identities gradually became clear to him. He felt that something was trying to stop him, but he forced his will upon that unknown entity and banished it from his thoughts. He had unknowingly rejected Neo's control over him. Soon, a scream of despair in its full glory erupted from his parched throat. XXX. He had left that place by force. He didn't know why, but his body felt extremely strengthened. He wasn't stopped by Ravage. In fact, she had given him coordinates for when he returned, as if she knew that Bell no longer had a place to go where he was headed, to the surface. It ran and ran, leaving small craters formed by its enormous takeoff. While doing so, his memories were flooded back to his friend Mikoto being dismembered by several monsters. Take Beldono away. Please take him away. Survive. His heart, if he had one, screamed in pain. Once again, his head was invaded by a cute Renard being consumed by a wave of monsters. Belsama, please live. You saved me from that hell, it's my turn to save you. Please don't forget me. Her beautiful jade-green eyes, filled with affection and sadness, made him scream even more. It looked like a wounded beast running towards a place where it could rest. Once again, a small brown-skinned woman being torn apart by sharp teeth and claws was etched into his retinas. Belsama, please don't forget Lily. So much sadness and longing in that final farewell. Finally, his friend, his soul brother. It was an honor to have fought alongside you. It was an honor to have been your blacksmiths. It was an honor to have been your friend, Bell. Each memory was more and more painful, until we meet again, brother. That trusted companion had been pierced after those words. I'm dreaming, I'm dreaming, I'm dreaming. He could not and did not want to believe what his memories showed him. There was no way it could be real. And amidst screams and tears, the dim darkness of the dungeon had vanished, her tearful sight being assaulted by a vast, cloudy night. There was nobody there, possibly because of how late it was. Everything was so silent. Her cheeks were wet, her eyes filled with despair. He could do nothing but start walking towards that place. The one he calls home, please. He didn't believe everything his memories showed him. Take care, guys. He stopped his slow walk and took off swiftly towards a family gravestone. Upon arriving, he saw something that made him fall to his knees on the hard, cold concrete. What is this? Countless flowers adorned the entire chimney mansion, so many that it made the place seem like a garden. Then his gaze focused on a large silver metal plate that was fixed to the gate's bars. An area of 60 x 30 cm with letters engraved by a fine chisel. In honor of the late Hestia family. May the gods guide them back to the right paths. There was more information, but the first piece of data was enough to make Bell lower his gaze and fall suddenly to the ground. His arms lost strength and fell languidly to his sides. Did I lose everything? Her epileptic rubies were emptied of any hope and filled with pure despair. It was like, tell me about your suffering yourself. The answer, a scream, no words, just a voice crying out in despair. The young white-haired man roared and his shout pierced the heavens. The clouds released their rain and a bluish ray struck the mansion, burning it down. XXX. Several pairs of eyelids opened in surprise. A scream pierced walls and echoed through the streets of the entire city. The sound of falling water and the crash of lightning followed. See Cranelson. Ryu woke up from his room. She left the place and as expected her friends also ran towards that place. From the department area, Belkun. Ina woke up from what might have been her third dream. From the top of a tower, from inside a mansion, from the picture in a pharmacy. More and more people recognized or became familiar with that roar. They all headed to that place, not caring about the rain that soaked their bodies. Their faces held traces of hope. But when they arrived, they only found the chimney mansion burning in flames. Its structure had been destroyed and apparently its interior was burning while cold drops of water descended and bathed it. They paid no attention to each other. The hopes in their expressions were forever dashed when they didn't see who they expected to see. Not even the smallest trace of white hair. They all fell to their knees as the rain covered their tears. A certain girl in particular had seen the faint glimmer of that beautiful soul, but she remained in that brief moment and never saw it again. He came to the conclusion that it had been his imagination. In the future, will those rainy days end up greeting you with a beautiful clear sky? Forget it, they never arrived. XXX. He didn't need any more proof. What he had seen and what he remembered was enough. There were questions that demanded an answer, but I would leave that for later. The woman named Ravage had told him that if he wanted to vent, he should go to her because she liked him and would help him. Right now, that was what I wanted most. He didn't know how and he didn't really care. He just wanted to be free of the torment that trapped him. Taking slow steps, Bell arrived at the location that the beautiful woman had told him about. There was a type of fake background that pretended to be a wall but was actually delicately glued on vines. All it took was pushing with the palm of his hand to get in. The place was different from the previous one where he had woken up. It wasn't decorated, but it did have a base with a mattress on top. And the space was small, just like a lair or secret base. Then his gaze focused on the one that was on the sheets of the mattress. I suppose you've come to vent. That woman called Reverse was completely naked, her body covered by the sheet as she gave him the same look. Shame. Bell didn't care, he just wanted to get rid of the pain that was assailing his chest. Go ahead, it's been a while since I've had fun. With slow steps, he walked towards the woman who was waiting for him, ready for anything. He needed to be healed, and what better than the curvaceous body of that woman? XXX. 1 week was the time that had passed since that fateful day. The wheels of the cart being pulled by horses stopped abruptly, being parked a few meters from a humble cabin. It could be assumed that inside there were a maximum of 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and the kitchen. The living room could very well be the exterior corridor, supported by small wooden pillars. Along the same main corridor or hallway, a chair was rocking at a slow pace. On top of it, an old man with a white beard and electric blue eyes enjoyed the constant and peaceful rocking. It's been a while since we last saw each other, Hermes. The old man with an imposing but gentle voice addressed the unexpected visitor. Yes, it's been a while since we last saw each other, Usama. With great respect in his tone, Hermes removed his no-present traveler's hat and brought it to his chest while bowing. Asfi was by his side, also bowing while hiding the surprise in his eyes. Then they went down to the wooden level and exchanged greetings, taking seats in chairs that Zeus had brought out. The god Zeus, what is he doing in a place like this? And why did Hermes-sama come to see him? She would keep her questions to herself, but she couldn't help but become extremely nervous in the face of the god's imposing presence. It's about Bell, something happened. Asfi wasn't the only one nervous. Hermes next to her was exhibiting an uncomfortable cold sweat all over his face and was also afraid. Oh, my grandson, what has become of your story? Did you get the harem? A smile accompanied Zeus's words as he observed Hermes with his electric blue eyes. And grandson, Asfi had gone into a trance. WL about that sadness, anger, despair, fear. Her voice was imbued with all of those emotions. Noticing Hermes' strange behavior, Zeus raised an eyebrow in confusion. Did something happen that I should know about? He subtly demanded that they stop beating around the bush. Bell died in the dungeon. Hestia was attacked while he and his Familia members were exploring the dungeon. Without any characteristic emotion, Hermes announced as if he were a living dead man, like a simple puppet waiting for its strings to be cut. Tell me every detail, Hermes, now. The tone that had been serious but friendly turned into a tactless and sharp one, revealing the annoyance he was feeling. As if responding to their emotions, the clear sky was obscured by clouds, caressed by the small electrical rumblings. The weather was reacting to the god of lightning, right away. In a fearful, ashamed, sorrowful, and sad tone, he recounted what had happened to an enraged Zeus. His furious gaze never left Hermes' silhouette for a second, listening intently to the story of Hestia's murder and the lack of success in rescuing Bell and his group. Hermes, the angry old man intoned, find the culprit. I want him before me, no matter how long it takes, do it. There are a few things to say before I leave. Leave? Do you mean return to Olympus? Hermes panicked. Your question is silly. You know as well as I do that without my grandson the world is lost. I will return to Olympus and claim his soul to make him a god, that's all. He was furious, but his explanation was calm, as if he were resigned to the fact that nothing good would come of his now absent grandson. Will you comply with the request? Cutting off all discussion or debate, Zeus demanded an answer. Yes, I will. Hermes accepted without hesitation. Chapter 3, Abyss of Passion. Suddenly a gentleman approached me and said, I beg you, companion, not to speak of ladies in my presence. When a flower dies, it never blooms again. People, birds, insects, even the brightly shining stars. Life only happens once, that's why it's so beautiful and precious. So following that rule, Ravage was wrong to bring Bell back from the dead. She was wrong to do such a thing. She had a problem. The boy he had saved did not submit to Neo's will, which unleashed the wrath of the same entity. He kept nagging her to do something, saying it would be dangerous to let a creature roam free in the dungeon. And even more dangerous if that same creature rebelled against Neo and set out to destroy everything. Damn. Ravage was upset. He didn't like hearing the complaints of that damned thing echoing in his head. And although she was upset, she understood that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Bell could destroy everything. Dungeon, Gnosis, and even the surface. Rabbit feet and irregular LV. 4 that broke all records by a wide margin when leveling up. 1 5 months to reach LV. 2 1 month to reach LV. 3 2 months to reach LV. 4 someone like that is dangerous if they are not put on a collar. Ravage even now agreed with Neo that Bell would jeopardize their plans if he went crazy. That's why he was ordered to eliminate it, however. There is another way. He resisted and insisted on not killing him. Somehow those eyes she had seen when she found him in a dying state, eyes that did not lose their will to live, had caught her attention. I will use my body. Bell had gone up to the surface. Ravage didn't know why, but he made sure to give him the coordinates for when he returned. After all, Bell Cranel was left alone. There was no room on the surface. Her green eyes glowed and her elliptical black pupils sharpened. Without saying a word, she headed towards the place where she would enchant that peculiar boy who had caught her interest. XXX. As Ravage had planned, Bell passed through the false backdrop formed by thin vines and entered the room. The boy looked around the small place, then his gaze fixed on her, who was completely naked. Her naked body was covered by the white sheets. I suppose you've come to vent. She broke the silence, giving a somewhat mischievous look to the boy standing in the door. Seeing that Bell said nothing but took a step towards her, she smiled slightly. Come on in, it's been a while since I've had fun, she intoned seductively. Ravage couldn't really remember the last time he had used his body to obtain information, all because so much time had passed. The most recent encounter had been with the adventurer Hashana Dorlia, but he had killed him long before it even began. The boy took the second step, then a third and a fourth towards her. Her seductive body with well-formed curves acted as a magnet for the young man who had lost everything. In a few seconds, Bell was already on the bed. Ravage smiled and uncovered her body, giving a full view of her white and smooth skin. Her large breasts, her long and slender legs, her well-formed buttocks that gave the image of a well-worked curve. It was enchanting for everyone. Don't hold back, I will heal that broken heart of yours with my body. Ravage reached out and took Bell's arm, gently pulling him up until he was on top of her. XXX. Lemon skipped. For clarification, they had hex for 4 days straight. 1 hour later. The wounds in Ravage caused by Bell had already healed thanks to his magical regeneration. They didn't know the date or the time, they were simply lying on the mattress where they had been doing it non-stop. Bell was being hugged by the sensual redhead. Hey Bell, were you able to get rid of that sadness and despair that tormented you? She was also being hugged by the boy, feeling his body heat on her. Why yes, Bell confirmed, acknowledging that his mind was a little clearer. I'm glad to hear it, Ravage said. She had already made sure that Bell didn't get out of control, but she was also slightly relieved even though she didn't know why. Besides, she had thoroughly enjoyed hex with Bell. I have to thank you somehow, Ravison. Okay, then give me a kiss. Huh, isn't this okay? Come on, kiss me. She raised her gaze and aligned it with his, slowly bringing her lips closer until they met in a heated kiss. They intertwined their tongues and enjoyed the sensation until they separated. Then they both agreed that they should rest, and without bothering to put on clothes, they closed their eyes. Ravage rested her head on Bell's arm, smiling unconsciously and falling asleep. Thank you, Bell thanked him and went back to sleep. Chapter 4, A Burning Memory. I wanted to put a spoiler here, but I held back XD. The world has lost everything, there are colors that are fading away. Life is suffering, it's difficult, and the world is cursed. But there are still enough reasons to live. Even though they may have a hard and painful life, people should appreciate what it means to be alive. For Bell, life slipped through his fingers like water, leaving dampness as evidence of his existence. So after receiving a strange treatment from Ravage to alleviate his pain, the young man who lost everything no longer made any effort at anything. I didn't have a reason. He was still asleep. Ravage had even gotten dressed and was now watching him, analyzing the sleeping boy's calm expression. Her fingers couldn't resist caressing Bell's white hair, waiting for her to wake up. XXX. I was alone. My body felt as light as a feather, my skin was caressed by a soft, non-existent wind. Then amidst my solitude in this white and empty space, I let out a sigh. My weariness, my sorrows, my despair and torments, I released everything. There was no need to continue on the path I chose myself if now I have to walk it alone without my friends. Now that I feel exhausted, I will not resist. That's why I'm glad I thanked Ravison. I think I would have done something crazy in my altered state if it weren't for her and her way of helping me. Yes, that. I somehow feel that my grandfather would be proud, although he might wonder. After all, I hope to see him. I didn't quite understand the part about being a creature, but it was enough for me to know that I am no longer human. If my humanity has been eliminated, there is no reason for me to continue clinging to life. So I will crush that cold core of energy that replaced my heart, similar to a magic stone that kept me alive. It was an interesting life. I raised my gaze, searching for something other than the infinite white of the endless room. An interesting and cruel life. With nothing else to hold on to, I buried my fist in the area where that core was, detaching it and pulling it out. Now it was right in front of me in the palm of my hand. A magical stone of an intense ruby red color. Goodbye, cruel world. I exerted force in my fist, causing cracks in the magic stone, and even the infinitely white place where I found myself was slowly being torn apart. Purity was invaded by a burning red color like flames consuming a rotten soul. I exerted even more force and the cracks increased, causing the effect of breaking glass. Then the temperature of the place rose. Everything started to burn, even the pores of my skin screamed for me to get out of this place. However, I didn't move and I clenched my fist tighter, ready to destroy this ring that chained me to this cruel world. Hey, you damn idiot. Huh, a familiar voice halted all action. Then a pillar of flame emerged before me, taking the form of a blazing, incandescent hurricane that incinerated everything within its reach. That same pillar of flames took the form of a silhouette, then the right fist of that flaming silhouette struck me. My world turned upside down after that. The heat pierced not only my skin but my soul and incinerated it to the point of turning it to ashes. But it continued to burn, shaping those ashes with the heat and giving them a concrete form. I wasn't understanding anything. XXX. The hot atmosphere and burning flames cleared, leaving the space a burnt black color. Then little by little it regenerated. The surrounding ashes were purified and formed the same blank space where Bell once stood. Was that blow enough, or do you want another one? The pillar of flames that had taken on a human silhouette now revealed its true identity. W-Elf, fiery red hair. A toothy grin that exuded ferocity and joy. The intense navy blue gleam of her eyes as they watched him. Bell had no doubt the one standing in front of him, clenching his fists and looking down at him, was Welf. Your friend, good heavens, do I have to act as your babysitter even after I'm dead? Give me a break, Bell. It was his voice, his smile, his face. It was genuinely Welf Krazo, the blacksmith who accompanied and supported him in his adventures. What's going on? And no what the hell did I take? The blazing sound stopped, leaving a silence accompanied by the trapped breeze, the same breeze that rippled her hair. Bell, don't be an idiot, you're not hallucinating. Welf sat with both legs crossed, leveling his gaze with that of the white-haired man who remained in a trance and unable to believe what he was seeing. Both were seated only 2 meters apart. Don't get me wrong, I'm still dead. I'm simply a remnant of your memories, he explained, observing his friend's dismayed and hurt face. And please stop crying, he implored Bell. I don't want to get sentimental, haha. It's just Welf, why did they leave me alone? Her voice broke at the memory of her friend who was dead. Why didn't you let me die with you? Why did you sacrifice yourselves to let me live, just why? Bell knew that right now she was crying, that her eyes were shedding tears that formed rivers down her cheeks. And seeing the silhouette of his best friend, he exploded. Because at her scream, Welf remained silent, observing and listening to him. Why leave me alone in this cruel world? Tell MEWLF, that feeling of falling and not stopping. A broken heart was all that remained as she sank deeper and deeper into this dark abyss. I was able to fix these cracks and lost a couple of pieces, but the pain of losing them is still there. It continues to slowly consume my soul, if I even have one. He didn't know if his soul was still with him after he had clung to life. It was strange, unfamiliar. I'm scared of what I am now, a creature, a being fueled by magical energy. I feel like I'm in an unknown land. The noisy silence in my head never stops. The young man was tormented. And thanks to that torment that returned through the memory of his deceased friend, he whispered, with words as low as a sigh, "Please take me." He begged his red-haired friend, "Take me." The tears increased and the sound escaped him like the air from his lungs. The rope that was tightening around his neck and making it difficult for him to breathe properly was torn apart. Then he screamed, "Please take me home." Regaining strength in his voice, he asked his companion. Bell knew that it was all simply a waste of time. As he himself had said, he had no reason. Giving up didn't take him long. "Please take me out of this nightmare. I had seen the ending before it even began. I don't want to live anymore. I want to reunite with you, with Kamisama, Haruheimsen, Mikitasen, Lily, and you. Welf, I don't want to be alone in this cruel world anymore." Welf, faced with his best friend's depressing tantrum, slapped him. "You don't want to live anymore, you say? What a stupid thing to say. If that's true, why am I here?" Huh? The slap had been like the first blow, piercing and burning her skin until it reached her soul and incinerated it. Then it would form again. "I ask you, why am I here? I don't believe that my will overcame the barrier of death. If I'm here, it's only for one reason." With a dramatic pause, Welf inhaled and finished. "For you, idiot." The redhead smiled, but his gaze was stern enough to deliver a severe reprimand. "Your will and desire to live shaped me based on your memories, so the reason I'm sitting across from you is because of you. Your will to live brought me to this place, so don't lie and say you want to die." In some ways, Welf was right. In short, I am an imposter called your desire disguised as Welf Krazo. The guilt that tormented the white-haired boy had cornered him to the point of creating a memorial projection about his friend, to vent their sorrows, to apologize, to complain. And to find a reason that would give him enough will to go on living. That's why I've come to lend you a hand, Bell. It will be my last gift before I disappear forever. Only your memories will keep us alive. Alive. Of course, remember that a man dies when he forgets. The tears had stopped. Her cheek still stung from the recent slap, but she wasn't paying any attention to it. He was only interested in one thing. Is there really anything I have to live for, even though I've lost everything? If his friend in front of him was telling the truth, then it was because he had that answer or reason. That's why with a sad, pleading, and hopeful voice, she asked him, Ha, my friend, I can make you a list of those. Do you want me to mention a few?" Like a lost child looking for an indication of a certain location, Bell nodded. His heart, which shouldn't have been there, began to beat, or perhaps it was the magic stone in his hand. "Well, prepare yourself then. I will enlighten your ignorant self, or rather the self that refuses to see the truth before it." Welf smiled and showed his right hand with all 5 fingers extended as if displaying a fan. Then he lowered the thumb of his right hand. "What about the promise you made to Ween?" He followed with his right index finger. "What about the rematch you swore with that black minotaur, your rival?" He lowered his middle finger. "What about Hestia-sama's killer?" He lowered his ring finger. "What about your desire to be a hero?" Welf kept giving very easy reasons why Bell could continue to cling to life. And the boy in question was overwhelmed by the reminders he had set aside. It was true, Welf was right, there were many promises he still had to keep. And the last finger, having accepted the previous words as valid, he now asked for the last reason that Welf had not given, his little finger. You see, a burning smile formed on Welf's face. "I had planned to mention one of them, but you'll certainly have to take responsibility for something else." Ryu, the Lady of Abundance, eyes Wallenstein, the many people and gods who esteemed Bell. Welf declined to mention them. Then he lowered his little finger. "Why not stay with that hot and hexy redhead? I mean, it seems like you enjoyed those 5 days and 17 hours, Jiwahaha. WW Welf, how do you know about that? Didn't I tell you I'm a projection of your memories?" All seriousness vanished instantly. The seated Bell blushed intensely, causing more laughter from Welf. I wasn't in my right mind and I got carried away, so I don't know whether to stay with her or go back to the surface." His tone dropped several decibels, resembling a murmur. Hey, don't give me that. That girl is dynamite, baby. You know what I mean, right? Just look at her. Exclaiming dramatically and extending his arms in the shape of arcs, Welf snapped his fingers. What happened was that the exact figure of Ravage was formed between them. So is it extremely hot or not? He asked directly. His frankness slightly embarrassed Bell, but he looked at Ravage's figure and nodded. Yes, I can't deny that she's beautiful, he replied. Stop it, you romantic idiot. Just look at those curves. She has an aura of ferocity and beauty combined. An erotic and sensual body giving off a seductive atmosphere around her. Welf went off on a tangent and dropped a very strange description of Ravage's body, causing Bell to roll his eyes at him, not convinced. Well, let's take his clothes off then. Wahhhhhhd, don't do it. Bell stopped the runaway train that Welf had become. You're nothing like the Welf Kraz. I know Ignis the Everburning only had eyes for Hephaestus. He didn't hesitate to shout his complaints at you, which, although they were true, he internally admitted that he didn't like Welf looking at Ravage like that. Don't be an idiot. How many times do I have to tell you that I'm a product of your memories? Simply put, what I just said is what you truly think about this fiery revision. By the way, before you blush, I want to ask you a favor. Of course, it's just a guess, but I'm sure the original would have said it. By the original, he was referring to the real Welf Kraz. What is it? Bell asked. When you return to the surface, tell Hephaestus that when she tires of the underworld, I'll be waiting for her in the celestial realm. I'll show her why they call me always fiery. The redhead winked his right eye, raising his thumb and smiling cheerfully. There was a bit of silence after that statement. Even the Ravage projection had disappeared. Welf smiled and kept smiling, but Bell certainly looked at him with blank eyes again. I don't know if I'll be able to tell her to her face that you practically slept with her, but I'll try. If I can't, I'll write a letter. Thanks, I can always count on you. You're welcome, Welf. They shared comments, and little by little the smile on Welf's face had spread to Bell. Then a slight tremor shook them. You are about to wake up, Welf said, explaining the reason for the shaking. For Bell it meant it was time to say goodbye, so he gave a complicated and sad expression. He didn't want to stop talking to his best friend, even if it was just a reflection formed by simple memories. Although simple, they were valuable to him. Welf noticed that, then he spoke to him. Hey, the white-haired man looked up at the call. I want to say something before I go, so please listen to me. The navy blue orbs focused on Bell's complicated face. Live with pride and your head held high. As if the atmosphere were adjusting to their feelings, the white began to fade. Bell's ruby eyes sparkled with tears that were forming. Don't let your fears and weaknesses keep you from your goals. Keep your heart burning. Welf's fiery smile was etched into the white-haired man's retinas, his face reflected in his eyes. No matter what happens, keep moving forward. Don't give up even if you've fallen. Remember that time waits for no one. Welf slid his seated body down and eliminated 1 meter of the 2 that separated him from the weeping Bell. He will not keep you company nor share your sorrows. The old blacksmith raised his right arm, made a fist, and lightly tapped Bell's left elbow. Fight for your dreams and for ours if you wish. Remember that only losers believe dreams are impossible, and for you, fulfilling your dream should never be impossible. The smile that once exuded ferocity was now that of an older brother guiding his lost little brother. When you believe in a dream and fight for it, it comes true. But for that, you need courage, Bell. Welf. Remember that in our lives we are not the readers but the writers. Do you promise me? Seriousness flooded Welf's face, indicating that this was no joke. In essence, it was his desire speaking to him. I promise, Welf, I won't do anything to shame the sacrifice you made for me. Perfect, I'm relieved then. Welf withdrew his fist from Bell's left elbow and leveled it in front of him, signaling for a farewell in the form of a fist bump. The white-haired man smiled, drying his dead tears and bumping his fist with Welf's. Until we meet again, brother. Until we meet again, brother. The blank space shattered just as Welf's figure turned into flames and scattered all over the place. Her fiery smile was the last thing to fade. XXX. I don't know how many times I used the word burning here XD, I couldn't help it. And when he talked about her with Bell, I imagined it like that. Welf, hey Bell, do you see that bitch over there? Bell, yes. Welf, she's a lady. Something like that XD. When he woke up, he found Ravage stroking his hair, which embarrassed him a little. But after the redhead said, we've had Hex, now you're embarrassed just by stroking your hair. The embarrassment vanished. After that, and after she got dressed, Bell asked for information about what she was now and how exactly her body worked. I don't know much, but just keep in mind that if you want to become strong, you will have to consume a lot of magic stones. One of the things that surprised the white-haired man was that he would have to kill monsters and eat their cores. Although he did compare it to eating the flesh of a monster, it certainly wasn't that bad. Regarding the state, that thing is unnecessary for beings like us. The dungeon grants us our blessing. If you wish, you can obtain a weapon at any time. The demonstration that Ravage gave was simple. She jammed her fist into the floor of the small hidden room, and a second later pulled it out along with a white sword that looked eerie. Bell swore he saw an eye in that sword. Note those are the swords, although please excuse the 4K HD quality. It was the only one I could find XD. If you consume enough magic stones, your strength will increase dramatically, your speed, power, and even your regeneration. You will be able to heal deep wounds and even reattach a severed limb. She formed a dagger with her outstretched hand and fingers together, then cut off her left arm and reattached it as if nothing had happened. Bell shuddered and nearly fainted at the nonchalance with which Ravage cut his arm. He hadn't even blinked or complained of the pain, so I'm immortal. What a twist of fate. Ravage snorted ironically at that, taking a seat on the floor and leaning his back against the wall. Note, please share Ravage's illustrations. I haven't lived long enough to confirm that, but as long as you consume magic stones, you will continue to live. She had thrown the terrifying-looking white sword, implying that she didn't care. I understand, then I must become strong. Bell got up from the mattress where he was sitting and walked over to Ravage, then sat down next to her, leaning his back against the wall just like she did. Ravage. What is it? Do you know who was behind the murder of my goddess? I now understood everything about being a creature, and it certainly wasn't as bad as I had expected. At least he retained all his memories if he chose to recall them, and he could even block out any he wanted. So the important thing was to know the identity of who was behind the incident with his family. Are you seeking revenge, perhaps? Ravage answered the question with another. I would like to settle some scores, that's all. He wouldn't deny that if he saw his goddess's killer right now he would skin him alive, but Bell wasn't really consumed by a thirst for revenge. He simply wanted, as he said, to settle scores. Before I answer you, let me ask you something, Ravage continued, changing the subject. But Bell wasn't desperate for an immediate answer, so he agreed to the request. Will you stay with me or return to the surface? Recalling the main objective for which she used her body with Bell, she asked. I definitely didn't want to eliminate him, so I was waiting for Bell to say, I'll stay with you. Since when did I become so capricious? She thought bitterly. He found it strange that she so vehemently refused to simply kill him, but he understood that she certainly harbored an interest in Bell. Bell pulled her from her thoughts. I decided to stay with you, Ravage. Why had she breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the answer she had been waiting for? She didn't know. Of course, as long as it's okay with you, I wouldn't want to cause you any trouble. I don't mind, I don't mind you staying with me. In fact, it's a relief. I can repeat what we did for days when my stress levels rise. What don't you want to? Bell found it difficult to deal with the frankness with which Ravage spoke. It even made him somewhat nervous. Well, if it's to help you with your stress, then certainly I wouldn't mind, he replied. Her cheeks turned a light pink, showing an embarrassed expression. Perfect. Ravage nodded once, then narrowed his eyes. So from now on you belong to me, Bell Cranel. Do you have any problem with that? Again, that frankness was dangerous. It would take him a while to get used to it, which made him sigh a little wearily. No, I have no problem, Ravage. He had a feeling that if he refused, things would go very badly for him. Just Ravage, there's no need for the sand thing. Now, since you're mine, I'll have to give you something of equal value. Bell agreed to the request to call her without a suffix, but was confused by the idea of an equivalent exchange. His head tilted to one side, observing her with curiosity. I mean that now I belong to you too. You can do whatever you want with me just as I can with you. I understand. If Bell had an extroverted personality like Hermes, he might well have responded, damn, what a great offer. Or something like that. But instead, he resigned himself to the imposing mandate that Ravage had proclaimed. Seeing that he didn't refuse, Ravage nodded and then blurted out the answer. Regarding your question, I will give you the answer when you are strong enough to defeat me. The one you seek is not weak. I will not send something that belongs to me to die. Do you understand? Reality hit the white-haired man, causing a grimace to appear on his face. In a way, he was offended that he was treated as someone weak, something very unusual for him. I understand, then let's fight now. He couldn't even finish when he felt his legs and arms being ripped off. The world spun before his eyes, and before he knew it, he had been slammed to the ground a couple of times and then thrown against the stone ceiling, creating cracks all over the place. Gaha! Bell's eyes opened in shock. His vision was turning blood red, and even his severed limbs were still levitating in the air, suggesting that everything was happening in a matter of seconds. His body detached from the ceiling where it was embedded and fell as inert as it could be. Ahak. He wanted to breathe, but blood filled his throat. His airway had been equally destroyed. Do you understand now? His head was crushed by Ravage's foot, who at some point had gotten up and done all this. Bell's blood splattered across the room, staining the walls with red lines and bits of flesh. When you can defeat me, I'll tell you the name of the one who murdered your goddess. In the meantime, don't bite off more than you can chew, Bell. Blood gushed from his open shoulders and severed legs. Answer me. Ravage increased the pressure he exerted on the sole of his foot, further crushing his head. Gah. Bell inevitably screamed from the indescribable pain. Yes, Roman 2 understand. Upon confirming his understanding, all pressure on his skull disappeared, giving him a second of relief. However, the wounds remained, perfect. It will take you a couple of hours to fully regenerate. For now, eat this." She disappeared from his blurry vision and reappeared with a sack full of magic stones. "Eat them." He sat down beside her mutilated and bloodied body, then extended a magic stone towards his lips. She looked like a wife feeding her husband, of course, if you ignored the fact that Bell was lying on the floor without arms and legs, bleeding out. The white-haired man slowly opened his lips because of the pain he felt throughout his body and ate the outstretched stone. "Good, keep it up." Ravage continued feeding him until the last stone. XXX. "Damn, that lady really turns me on." Bell type, "That's how I like them, big so they can hit me XD." About 3 hours passed and Bell was in one piece again. Her limbs had been reattached with Ravage's help, and her internal bleeding and broken bones had completely healed. "Are you going out?" Bell turned to Ravage, nodding in confirmation. "I see." The white-haired man in front of her was getting dressed in some clothes he had brought from Knossos. It was the same with the footwear and underwear. After all, the previous ones had been torn off and were bloody. "I'll be back in a few days, Ravage," Bell announced. He took slow steps towards the false bottom that served as the entrance to the place, ready to embark on an adventure in the deep floors. "Bell, yeah." The young man stopped, then turned back to look at her over his shoulder. "You will love yourself above all others. You will pay me as I pay you. You will love and hate with the same intensity." "Huh, those are the rules. Follow them if you want to come back alive. Never forget them." Seriousness in his tone, the usual one, left Bell with no way to respond. She was giving me a look that said, "Don't die, idiot," but not as a request, but as a command. It was an order he could not disobey. "Why are you telling me this?" Bell wondered if this was her way of showing concern for him, since that "you'll pay as you're paid" thing certainly sounded like "love me as I love you," albeit in a more serious way. In response to his question, Ravage smiled ironically and answered, "Why, you ask?" Hesh, remember that this world is cruel. It was one of the few times he let out a soft laugh or sneer, followed by words that weighed heavily on the boy. "I'm leaving," he said simply. He put on a black mask with red lines, a gift from Ravage, and went out. "Good luck," Ravage said goodbye. XXX. When he emerged from the false bottom and examined his surroundings, he immediately knew he was on the lower floors, more precisely the 20th floor. He walked around the place, exploring and observing. The great labyrinth tree. The cool atmosphere provided by the countless trees, grasses, and more brought a nostalgic smile to his face. However, the calm was short-lived. His presence had been noticed by the entities guarding the dungeon. "Let's begin." The roars reached the ears of the white-haired man, appearing in the form of lizardman, mad beltel, mammoth fool, gun libellula, troll, etc. He did the same thing Ravage demonstrated in the room to draw a sword, embedding his fist in the ground. He concentrated and, feeling a mango between his fingers, he took it out. Wow, it actually works. He looked at the blood-red sword with eerie decorations in his right hand, then turned his gaze to the horde of monsters rushing to devour him. "It will be difficult." He knew immediately that he would not emerge unscathed from the number of enemies, but he launched himself without a second thought against the beasts. When he swung his red sword, he understood. What the hell? 3 lizardmen had been sliced like butter with a hot knife, and even the wind caused by his sword had cut through nearby monsters. This is. He slashed again, this time diagonally downwards, cutting a mammoth fool from shoulder to waist. It was the same. He had eliminated that monster, which was between 6 and 7 meters tall, as if it were a simple goblin from the first floor. The monster with dark red fur and long fangs turned to ash, dropping one of its stones. "Have I become so strong?" He was impressed. Even as he was slashing and killing monsters, he couldn't completely shake off his awe. If I'm that strong, then Ravage. How monstrously strong was she to treat him like a mere surface goblin? That thought sent a shiver down Bell's spine, and before he knew it, it was over. The once numerous horde of monsters was gone, leaving only their magic stones. How long will it take me to beat him? He wondered. He began to collect and eat the stones, not leaving a single one, and continued on his way. 2 days later, he lost count of the number of monsters he killed, but he had no doubt that it was in the thousands. He sailed from the 20th floor to the 25th, exploring them completely and eliminating every monster that crossed his path. He could certainly notice that he gained a small amount of strength after consuming countless magic stones. Should I try the amphispina? I was even thinking about fighting the Rex monster on the 27th floor, the 2-headed white dragon. Yes, I suppose I will. Without saying anything more, he threw down his dented sword and, plunging his fist into the ground, pulled out another one, this time jet black in color. Wielding his sword with agility, he made his way through the dungeon corridors until he reached the caverns on the 25th floor. He made sure to kill any monsters that crossed his path and also to avoid any potential adventurers. It wasn't very common to see groups of them, but whenever he came across them, he would hide and come out when they left the place. That was the pattern it followed for hours. Exploring, killing, hiding, and exploring again. Everything changed when he saw it. A peculiar scene unfolded before him at a distance of 20 meters. It was a monster slowly stalking a dying elf like a hunter playing with his prey. He is, from a distance, Bell recognized him. He was the elf who once, along with a dwarf, had harassed Ina Tool night after night. It had been 2 months ago when he had acted as a bodyguard for her kind advisor, so if he remembered correctly. Aluvasen. He was almost certain it was his name, and Bell, from a distance of 20 meters, watched the elf's swaying body. He looked like a zombie walking aimlessly. His face was etched with despair, his body was covered in blood, and his right arm was missing from the elbow down. Then the elf collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut onto the cold dungeon floor. And taking its place behind him, the monster that tortured him as a hunt appeared from the shadows. The word green was the best description Bell could think of, literally. It was a human silhouette, 2 meters tall, every part covered in moss. Tree roots formed a kind of shield over the moss. It's a moss huge, there was no doubt. Thanks to the endless and hellish lessons with Ina, Bell knew the appearance of the monster that was about to kill the fallen elf. In his right hand he held a blue crystal rod, a dungeon weapon, and in his left he held the severed arm of the elf. What'd I do? 20 meters away, Bell wondered. But the monster didn't give him time, raising the crystal mace in his hand and dropping it on the almost dead elf. His moment of doubt had been fatal. Chapter 5, Calamity. Okay, let's play. With overwhelming speed for the dying elf, the giant moss slammed his crystal mace against his back, shattering it and scattering blood around. Bell's eyes behind his mask widened slightly as he noticed the spasms in Luvis's legs and remaining arm, as well as the white foam trickling down the corner of his pale lips. Without thinking, he removed his mask, revealing his trembling pupils. It was strange, this gloomy and calming feeling, it was strange to him. His ears caught the jeers coming from the mouth of that monster made of dark green moss, clearly amused by the elf's agony. It was those same unpleasant, mocking squeals that brought him back to reality. Then, with his monstrous speed, he erased the 20-meter distance in an instant. His body became an overwhelming beam that stopped the blue crystal rod, descending again towards the elf's skull. Then, spinning around, he connected with a kick to the monster's mossy abdomen and sent it flying until it crashed into a wall. The thunderous noise of the collision between the moss and the wall echoed, causing cobweb-like cracks from its position. "Why you?" A faint voice called to him. When he looked down at the half-dead elf, he met its eyes. A slight, ironic, and amused smile formed on his lips. He seemed surprised, then pleased. Bell Cranel. When his name was mentioned, Bell remembered that he had taken off his mask just a few seconds ago. She didn't hesitate to put it on again. "B-bastard, I can't believe you're still alive." Her words were fleeting and as faint as a whisper, but Bell managed to hear them. As he knelt down to check the elf's wounds, a trembling, weakened hand clutched the sleeve of his clothes. It was the arm still attached to Luvis, the left one. "Ina is suffering because of you." Bell was startled by the mention of her advisor. "She's crying over your death." The trembling fingers that had been clutching her clothes stopped exerting pressure, falling languidly to the cold floor of the cavern. "Go back to her and make her happy." The brightness in her eyes gradually faded, releasing small, silent tears from the corners of her eyes. But that weakened glow flickered back on for a second, as if it remembered the purpose for which it was being followed by that monster. "Take." Using that willpower, he slid his one hand into one of his pockets and pulled out a card. "What is this?" For the first time, Bell spoke. His voice sounded distant. When she received the crumpled and damaged paper, she turned her gaze towards Luvis, waiting for a response. However, it was too late. The life in the elf's eyes had faded away. XXX. He was furious. What was this? What had just happened? It should have been the perfect hunt. After finishing off the pointy-eared man and eating the magic stones he had, he would return for the rest. There was also the group of dwarves that he had already marked with his seeds, but why is that human alive? He recognized it. "I thought you fell over the waterfall." Not long ago, that white-haired human had been pushed by a redhead. Why didn't you die? A few weeks ago, while wandering around this same floor, I had witnessed the death of a group of those beings called adventurers. That white-haired human was among them. Why? This was the first time anything like this had happened, that his hunt had been ruined. There was no way I could allow something like this. It was unacceptable that there was a human who did not live up to his expectations as a hunter. They were just prey, just food, nothing more. Fury and hatred rose like smoke from his body. He peeled himself away from the wall where he had been forcibly embedded and turned his yellow eyes toward that invader. He saw it. Then he was trembling. What was this? What was that? What could that be? I didn't know that. I'd never seen anything like it. No, in fact, I knew it. Many times in the past he had seen those beings in the distance. Humans beyond his reach, like that woman with golden hair and eyes and her companions. It was the same overwhelming presence that engulfed him before he could do anything. He was completely petrified, so petrified that his will to kill and his hatred had evaporated. Run. I needed to run and escape from this person. She turned around and walked away from the boy who was looking at her through that black mask with red lines. He left behind his anger, pride, and humiliation. He was about to reach the river that overflowed and flowed through the cavern. Where are you going? But before he could reach his escape route, a calm voice sounded behind him. XXX. He grabbed one of the monster's limbs and with great brute force threw it to the opposite side and away from the river. Did you think I'd let you escape alive? The message in the letter he received from Luvis was clear. Report the sighting of the enhanced species to the guild so they could send an elimination team. There was also a request to help their companions located in a safe area and the group of dwarves who were in another direction. I'm sorry, but I'm going to kill you right here, right now. Do you understand? There was something that bothered Bell, something that made him immensely furious and made his blood boil. That something was not the pain of the death of an acquaintance, it was quite the opposite. There was no pain or emotion. Why? Did my heart also turn into that of a monster? It was, in fact, reasonable. Her heart was now a rubbered magic stone, and like her body, it no longer retained her former humanity. And even thinking about that, it was rude to consider himself a monster, since even they, the Xenos, held those feelings. So, what was Bell Cranel? All of this was becoming very confusing for him, and he was in danger of a mental breakdown mixed with his burning anger. It's over. He directed all that anger towards that monster that trembled from its distant position. XXX. Its mossy body writhed on the ground as it rolled, then stopped and slowly got up. Being thrown as if he were a small stone had confirmed his deepest fears. That man knew that thing would kill him. He held his breath and turned his eyes toward it. That thing with white hair was walking slowly towards him. Terror flooded his entire being for the second time. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. The destruction that would consume it, the being that would kill him, the white rabbit that hid its peaceful face behind that grim mask. It's over, the being announced, raising his jet black sword. The walk turned into a jog and then into a fast run. I was running towards him as fast as lightning. Yo! The deadly sword was moving towards him. Her white hair, which was not covered by the mask, left a trail as she flew forward. He roared in terror and swung his weapons that destroyed everything. But the being destroyed them with ease and advanced with a speed that shattered their strength. The jet-black blade that would act as a guillotine and cut off his neck and head was approaching. It was 1 centimeter away. The world stopped for the monster. Just before it happened, when the jet-black glow and white hair filled her world, something occurred to her. If I'm born again, I will never go near a white rabbit. That was his final thought before his consciousness exploded into a million pieces. XXX. It was a crushing victory. When his eyes behind the mask observed the floating head of his enemy, his muscles relaxed and he let out a slight exhalation. Under other circumstances, Bell thought about it calmly and rationally. He knew his victory was largely due to the element of surprise. Thanks to the fact that the monster hadn't factored him into its calculations, he had to fight hard to overwhelm and kill him. Luvison's friends. He shifted his focus from the recent battle and thought about the last wish of the elf he used to know, the request to save his friends and report the enhanced species. All that's left is to help others, he said. There was no need to report the monster that was already dead, so one of their priorities was crossed off. He took a couple of steps and bent down to pick up the stone buried under the ashes of the giant moss, noticing its peculiar brilliance. This will make me stronger, he thought. That monster could easily eliminate second-class adventurers, so Bell's strength would increase by consuming his magic stone. He didn't think twice and threw the stone towards his mouth, beginning to crush it between his teeth. The energy that filled his entire body was greater than the stones of common monsters. Once he had finished his meal, he went to the elf's corpse, picked it up, and carried it like a sack of potatoes. He began walking along the paths of the 25th floor cavern, following the location indicated on the crumpled piece of paper. XXX. He walked for a while. He wandered through the cavern's crossroads in an attempt to find the safe zone. Oh, here it is. It was then, when he thought he was lost, that he found the false glass bottom indicated on the piece of paper. He lifted his right leg and, as if opening a door, shattered the glass bottom into 1,000 pieces, revealing the interior. Did he find us? Please no more. Immediately 3 terrified voices assaulted his ears, belonging to the elves who were companions of the dead Luvis on his shoulder. I am not your enemy, I have come to your aid. Thanks to his mask, he didn't worry about revealing his identity, then he spoke to them in a calm and peaceful voice. The elves, 2 men and a woman, looked at him with surprise that then turned into relief. His eyes were filled with tears and he was seriously injured, though not mortally wounded. Who are you? The elf woman, who was more stable, asked. There was clear distrust in her voice as she observed the masked man in front of her. That doesn't matter, get up, I'll guide you to the 18th floor. He gave no reasons or identification, and he didn't have to worry about further questions or interrogations when the elves noticed Luvis's body. Is that? The elf woman pointed with her trembling finger towards the inert body on Bell's shoulders. It's Luvison, that monster killed him. Now that he felt better, Bell was getting irritated by all the questions he was being asked. What's happening to me? He wondering if he had caught Ravis's personality. The elves' tearful wails pulled him from his thoughts. They were wiping away their tears with the bloodied and dirty palms of their hands. "Come on, there's still another group to rescue," Bell announced. Did you kill that thing? Again." The sensation of irritation spread throughout Bell's body, as if something unrelated to his body was urging him to react violently. But he calmed that strange feeling and nodded towards the elf. They all gave expressions of relief upon receiving the confirmation, but sadness remained within them. "That explains why the vines have disappeared," said another of the elves. His two companions nodded, turning their gaze to their arms and legs that were previously wrapped in the vines that consumed their life force. Then, when they were filled again with the resolve that had died along with their hopes, they rose and followed Bell. Suddenly, he stopped and walked over to one of the male elves. "Here, I'll protect you, but I need you to carry your partner." The elf did not hesitate and nodded, taking his friend and comrade into his weak arms. Once he had carried him like a sack of potatoes to avoid extreme fatigue, he followed his savior along with the others. XXX. Finding the group of dwarves who were doing the mission together with the elves was not easy. Bell even thought he would never find them and considered giving up the search. That cold thought greatly disturbed him, refusing to act on it and continuing his search. Luckily, the dwarves were not hidden in a safe zone, but like him and the elves, they were wandering around the dungeon towards the entrance of the 24th floor to reach Riviera. Bell was surprised when he recognized one of them, Dormal, who had also bullied Ina alongside Luvis. The dwarf did not recognize him because of the mask that hid his face, and even the cloth he used to cover his hair helped him not to be identified. From there, the trip to the 18th floor Riviera was uneventful. "Thank you very much, we elves. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your help." When they reached the entrance of the great tree that connected the 18th floor with the 19th, the elf woman spoke on behalf of her companions who were carrying Luvis's lifeless body. "No, you're welcome." Still not satisfied with his strange mental state, Bell just shook his hand in the negative and said a few short words. The dwarves did the same, thanking and waving their burly arms in farewell as they disappeared into the distance. With the responsibility left by his now-deceased acquaintance, he let out a slight sigh and prepared to return to the depths of the dungeon, go back to her and make her happy. The elf's last words echoed in his mind, causing him to purse his lips and raise his eyebrows beneath his mask. "I won't do that," he declared. "I missed her, of course I did." He missed her beautiful smile, her scolding when he did crazy things, and her unconditional support when they met. She was truly one of the most important people to Bell who were still alive. The memories might have been clear in his mind, but they remained blurry and confused as time went on, as if a virus were slowly consuming him. Perhaps one day she would forget them all. Ravage had said that she remembered nothing of her past except for some vague details. That's why Bell was afraid. "If I return and forget her, it will be as if I had died twice." It would only bring more pain to his companions on the surface. To the girls in that bar, to the gods he knew, to Ina, now the woman he once longed for. Yes, Bell Cranel died in the dungeon. If that were the case, he would also live in the dungeon. As one of his feet headed towards the entrance leading to the 19th floor, a heart-wrenching scream caught his attention. XXX. "You will return, Tempest." LL Lion, a desperate voice, his name steeped in fear. The men shuddered when they looked at her. Time stretched out, and when the moment finally arrived, the monster in the elf's heart broke its chains. Lion. He heard them call his name again. She shook off the voices of her dead comrades and of that kind and gentle young man, then unleashed her anger and gave herself over to her furious emotions. While the men ran away in a panic, she chased after them. Wherever they ran, whatever tangled corner of the labyrinth they tried to hide in, her desire would never stop screaming inside her until it pounced. The flames of the black embers were spreading and all too easily transformed into the flames of hell. Ryu Lion pursued the remnants of Evelis, wanting to quench the thirst for revenge that consumed her. At the same time, she wanted to eliminate the sadness that was slowly destroying her life since her departure, since the departure of that white light, from that kind boy, of that kind being. Of the one she loved but who was no longer there, XXX. If it had been in the past where he was with his family, Bell Cranel would have rushed towards that terrified scream. Now, however, he was on the 27th floor waiting for the amphispina to appear. Will it take long? I was sitting on a crystal rock near the only tree on the ground. The whole place was mostly water, a beautiful turquoise lake. He wondered about the appearance of his next enemy, thinking that perhaps it would take a few weeks to appear. He closed his eyes and tried to remember, attempting to recall the expedition of that fateful day. Lily, his loyal companion and support, always made sure to stay informed about everything concerning the dungeon. The same was true when the floor bosses reappeared. 2 weeks? I don't know if I should wait that long. Ravage will get angry. He let out a sigh as he recalled the information and subtracted the time that had passed, obtaining the days remaining until his enemy would appear. He also thought about his red-haired companion or perhaps partner. He didn't know exactly what their relationship was like, but it was enough to understand that she was now his property. At least this place is quiet. He stopped thinking about it and observed the landscape that stretched out before him. The great waterfall was incredible, captivating one might even say. The end of its descent against the water's surface created a light white mist that lent it an enchanting touch. Could I invite Ravis out on a date here sometime? No, I'm sure she would reject me, he thought. Ravis's personality was difficult to deal with even for him, and although he suspected that he was actually a shy person, he didn't want to take any chances. He turned his gaze to the landscape once more. The surface of the lake that extended across the entire floor and the bluish-white petals that fell from the tree near it were also pleasant. It was reassuring. Her lips beneath the mask formed a slight smile, and a second later. Boom, the place shook. He was confused and bewildered to see the surface of the entire lake tremble and create spherical waves that expanded more and more. Then fragments of glass fell into the lake, creating small explosions of water that sent fluids into the air. What the hell is going on? Those crystals had fallen from very high up, possibly the 25th floor. It seemed that there was an explosion on the upper floors, followed by more explosions that sounded closer. The 25th floor was screaming. I could hear it even from down here, and irregular. They were clear clues to the birth of an irregular monster, but something was wrong, something didn't add up. The explosions. Then a moment later, as if to confirm their suspicion, a massive explosion rocked the dungeon. The vibrations reached the 27th floor, as did the explosions, even on this floor. Bell wasn't understanding anything. Stop. Her eyes opened in surprise. He heard a voice filled with fear and despair. It had reached her ears as a soft whisper, and she had recognized that voice. Ryu-san. When he thought of the name of that beautiful fairy, countless memories flooded his brain, as if her name were the key that unlocked the padlock that kept them closed. He quickly got up from his seat, took off his mask, and desperately searched for the source of that voice. There were many paths to choose from. That's when a large amount of debris fell to the 27th floor. The waterfall ejected pieces of glass and monster corpses. Is the 25th floor collapsing? So many things were happening one after another that it only increased his confusion. The scream from the dungeon was endless. XXX. The explosions continued. Bell ran through the cavern corridors on the 27th floor, searching for the source of that voice. His right hand gripped a new sword, this one white. He had taken it from the dungeon, just like the previous ones. Then another jolt knocked his feet off balance. The biggest explosion yet rocked the place like some kind of grand apocalyptic finale. And then the dungeon lamented, ah-h-h-h-h-ha. His legs gave out and he fell to his knees, dropped his white sword to the ground and put both hands to his ears. The lament tormented him. The creature's instincts warned Bell that something calamitous was approaching. It was not the creaking sound that the dungeon made when a monster was born. It was not the tremor that occurred before an irregular event. It was literally a lament, a violent, inorganic, and sharp lament. Like the sound a knife made when being carved into a silver string, piercing their eardrums. This violent and unmistakable wail put all his instincts on alert. He regulated his breathing and took his sword once more, then stood up and ran again. XXX. Her sheets shook violently and her heavy breathing filled the room. Her chest rose and fell, sweat ran all over her skin, and her pupils were red and dilated. Cassandra, having awakened from a long sleep, murmured, "A great calamity is approaching." He had been dreaming about this for several days, and the only thing he was sure of was that a massacre would happen. Only a blurry silhouette walked alive along the path of death, the sole survivor. XXX. Fun fact. Since the death of the Hestia Familia, Cassandra has fallen into a state of total depression and curses her precognitive ability for not warning her about the murder of Hestia and the death of the only one who believed in her. XXX. Crack. A fissure extended through the cavern on the 27th floor. It was a long, wide, and deep fissure running vertically in front of the great waterfall, the place where Bell had been just minutes before. The first thing that emerged from the crack was a liquid. The purple serum was expelled like blood, steam rising from it. The turquoise water darkened as if it were being contaminated by sewer sludge. The crack widened, scattering pieces of glass as if the dungeon were opening its womb. Finally, a scarlet eye shone from the depths of the fissure. Despair let out its first cry, XXX. A strange sound reverberated through the caverns of the dungeon. Bam 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 bam. It sounded like something was jumping up and down. The adventurers stopped to look over their shoulders. The noise was getting closer fast. A shadow flickered in the depths of the corridor. Something old. Pop, there was a cracking sound, and then the adventurers' heads exploded so they couldn't finish their sentence. Even when the final moment arrived, they didn't know what had happened. They became silent lumps of flesh with fountains of blood gushing from them as their knees sank into the ground. They were annihilated. He ignored the fresh blood dripping from his claws and trampled the adventurers' corpses. As its enormous shadow fell over the labyrinth, the monster changed course. It was after his next prey, XXX. The hunt did not stop. A cry echoed through the dungeon. It was the lament of a lancer. His small group had been eliminated. An elven mage had been killed first. Her body was ripped in half from the waist down, her entrails spilled out and blood dripped from her eyes. Another man who wanted to avenge his partner was beheaded long before he could even begin to move. His body fell next to that of the elf who was shedding tears of blood. "What is that thing?" A half-elf, the last survivor, shouted towards the monster and drew his magic sword. There was an explosion of flames when he swung it. When the smoke cleared, it was gone, leaving the burned corpse of the fifth adventurer lying on the floor. XXX. The shadow ran and danced and then did the same with the next one and the next. A deadly dance covered in blood, cries of lament and entrails. The dungeon was filled with screams. Cries of agony mingled with fountains of blood. Very fast, so fast it was incredible, the corpses multiplied. Its razor-sharp claws tore through anyone within reach, its piercing fangs chewed through flesh and armor, its swishing tail squeezed blood from the mouths of adventurers. There was nothing the 50-odd adventurers on the 27th floor could do. They were simply eliminated. Woo. Everyone who saw him screamed. "What is that enormous co?" Everyone who saw him trembled. LLLL, the teeth are. All who saw him were destroyed and devoured. Her screams echoed. Their weapons were destroyed. They tried to run, but they couldn't. Boris, save us, save Aya. The banquet was endless. XXX. Ryu's legs lost strength and his knees sank into the ground. His body fell inert and without strength. A desperate trembling took hold of his entire being, even his soul. His throat produced a scream choked by the air that refused to leave his lungs. His heart was beating irregularly, pumping a huge amount of blood that overheated his entire body, causing cold sweat to trickle down his skin. He laid down his wooden sword and brought both hands to his long, pointed ears, wanting to eliminate the sound of the ending. That nightmare, that lament, that massacre. It's going to happen again. Her pupils contracted. I couldn't stand it anymore. His trauma of possessing her, leaving her as powerless as a small fry. Her memory traveled back to the past, with the screams of agony and terror like a melody, and she remembered her companions. Those who had lost their lives so that she could live. Bell. She intoned the name of that young man, with a voice as loud as a faint sigh. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes and silently slid down her cheeks. "Save me, Bell." She begged that boy towards that kind being who had left her alone in this cruel world. XXX. The blue canals had now become rivers of blood. There were many lamentations. The red path of flesh was created within the crystal labyrinth. As the adventurers' corpses multiplied one by one, the monsters rejoiced. They drank the blood of the humans that stained the rivers as if it were fresh dew, and they greedily devoured the bodies that the water brought them as if they were the best meat. Some adventurers blossomed into flowers of flesh. Some were torn apart briefly. Some were destroyed. The dignity of some people was played with. The water capital had been transformed into the scene of a massacre. XXX. The chaotic roars of the monsters. This is, the sound of something shaking the dungeon, and mixed in with it all distant but clearly human cries. The screams were intertwined with a strange and unsettling melody. What are those sounds? What are those screams? Bell threw off his mask to regulate his ragged breathing. The sloshing of the mask against the pools of blood flowing all around it sounded and sent a chill down his spine. Even so, she didn't stop her swift run through the glass corridors. Her destination was near, the source of that tormented voice. Then, as she turned a corner and entered a large room, she saw him. A catman being decapitated by something his eyes could barely follow. A group of Beastman brothers and Amazon and Boris, an acquaintance of Bell's from the past, were also massacred. Her reddish eyes had met Boris's for a second. Her expression was full of fear and despair, but she had given a surprised smile. The room turned an intense blood red with meat decorations scattered throughout the place. I arrived late, he thought. The pools of blood had merged and transformed into a small lake that extended across the entire floor of the place. Then the sound of bone creaking came, which caught his attention. That thing was preparing to kill once again. Their goal. Ryusen, he murmured, a gaunt, trembling fairy, a victim of despair and terror. She was lying on the floor, her body covered in blood and her sky-blue eyes trembling uncontrollably. She seemed to be immersed in a cruel and horrifying nightmare. And then the sound of something breaking through the air happened. Bell's body acted without his consent and did the same thing as that thing. For the first time, the pure feeling of saving someone had returned to him. Two creatures, two beings not described by others, two monsters clashed their weapons. One wanting to claim a life, the other wanting to protect that precious life. XXX. This was the banquet of calamity. The dungeon said nothing. It simply accepted the blood that flew over its walls as if that were the natural course of events. The crystals that once shone blue were now stained with blood, transforming the fantastic scene that captivated Bell into an image of hell. The dungeon knew how his journey would end. No one would come back alive. XXX. You will return, Tempest. You will return to the depths of hell. Chapter 6, Hope. I'm Team Ryu. Isn't it lovely to be completely alone? XXX. Ryu's throat went dry. Her eyes, as beautiful a blue as the sky, widened completely. Her lips began to tremble uncontrollably and tears formed in the corners of her eyes. Bell. She even wondered if she was going crazy or hallucinating. He stood in front of her, standing against the calamity that would take her life as it did her companions 5 years ago. He had come, he had answered her call, he came to save her. How? It was impossible for him to confuse him. He seemed a little taller, however, his beautiful white hair and captivating rubbered eyes confirmed it. It was him. The white flame that had accepted her months ago on the 18th floor despite knowing the terrifying acts of her past. How are you alive, Bell? She shouted his name, but no one heard her. Ryu was certain that her death had been confirmed by the guild. Hermes had taken his arm. It was impossible that he was still alive. He had abandoned her and wasn't supposed to return. She was alone, abandoned in this cruel world. She would die in this place. It would be her tomb so she could be reunited with that boy in the afterlife. Bell. But the boy was here, and he was fighting for her, risking his life to save her. As the lake of blood spread across the floor of the place, Ryu let his tears fall, looking at the boy's back, staring intently at the expression he gave as he faced the calamity that once took everything from him. The Juggernaut seemed to want to kill her first, but every time he got close enough to cut her in two, Bell intervened. Being a level 4, the strongest in her class, Ryu could barely keep up with the battle. I have to get up, I need to help him. She dried her tears even though they continued to flow. His heart was beating too fast, quite confused by the various emotions that were overwhelming him. Hope, fear, sadness, love. A frenzy erupted throughout his body, giving him the energy needed to exert force in his legs. Move, but Bell's demanding roar stopped her. He was repelling with his sword the monster that was moving at speeds too fast. Your wound is in your abdomen. If you move, the bleeding will accelerate. Please wait there until I'm finished with this thing. It was his voice, as beautiful and gentle as I remembered her. Now it maintained a stronger, more manly pitch, but it was undoubtedly the voice of the white-haired boy. Tears welled up in Ryu's eyes again, wetting his cheeks. The crystalline drops ran down his skin and trickled down his chin. Wound. When she thought about what Bell said, she lowered her teary eyes to her abdomen. He became alarmed when he saw a bloodstain spreading across his shirt. When? He wondered if it had been that beast of bones. Worried about that and deciding to listen to Bell, he relaxed his whole body. He kept his guard up for any mishap and watched the battle. Seeing Bell fighting with relative ease, her lips formed a slight smile. I was very confused but purely happy to see him again. I just hoped this dream wouldn't end and turn into a nightmare. XXX. What the hell is this thing? Bell couldn't believe what he was seeing. A monster made entirely of bones. It was a graphic representation of a skeletal dragon. However, quite apart from his appearance, what surprised Bell was, it's fast. It was abnormally fast. Even with his enhanced creature vision, he was barely adjusting to its speed. The fight had only recently begun, and since then Bell concluded that he would need to buy time to increase his reaction speed. The monster was out of control. Regardless of whether he wanted to attack Bell or not, he seemed to want to eliminate the injured elf first. That's why when Bell repelled it with a slash of his sword, the monster changed direction and pointed towards Ryu. No, you won't. However, it was obstructed. Accelerating faster and faster, Bell raced behind him, then overtook him and blocked him. The din caused by the sharp claws and sword filled the space around them. It wasn't dangerous if it relied on strength, but speed was a problem, and that had to be added to those sharp claws. It seemed that his sword was about to break from the repeated clashes, which made it very clear what quality of cutting the monster possessed. Even so, with all those advantages that the monster possessed, he's not the only one who possesses great speed. Bell's hybrid body finished adapting. Clank. A louder crash producing sparks and scattering trails of air echoed through the room. The monster's pair of claws were repelled backward by the powerful slash that Bell launched, however his sword shattered. As sparks flew through the air, Bell released the hilt of what remained of his sword and lunged at the Juggernaut. His fingers clenched into a fist, producing a cracking sound from the intense pressure. He was about to strike him with all his brute strength. Glancing sideways at the empty sockets that acted as the eyes of that beast, unconsciously, Bell unleashed his murderous intent. The air was pierced as the cracking of his knuckles echoed. For a moment, a tenth of a second, he seemed to see the silhouette of an old man wearing long black robes out of the corner of his eyes. To the next tenth. Bomb! The skeletal monster was sent flying through the air until it crashed into one of the rocky walls of the room. Debris flew and dust rose. There was a rumble in the floor for a span of 1 second. His defense is surprisingly fragile, he murmured, still with his fist extended. He lowered his guard and headed towards the cloud of dust and the sea of debris, slamming his fist into the ground and drawing another sword. A beautiful, bright white edge with eerie reptile eyes as decorations. He walked slowly, feeling Ryu's gaze fixed on him from afar at all times, and then he stopped. I was a meter, if not two, away from the beast. His cadaverous armor was dangerously cracked, resembling a long spiderweb on each of his white bones. The dome or shell that it had on its back lay in pieces and scattered on the floor. It had apparently slightly cushioned the impact. Even so, between life and death, the gleam in the creature's eyes remained undiminished. It seemed to matter little whether it perished in this place. After all, it had already done its job. Only he and Ryu remained as survivors of this deep hell. But you're surprisingly foolish. Bell was not the target of the Juggernaut's fierce and bestial gaze. Where the crimson eyes that inspired terror and despair were looking was the place where a wounded elf was waiting for the battle to end. As I had thought, the last target for the monster to eliminate was Ryu. You know I won't allow it. No one else is going to die. This is over. He took another step, getting closer and closer to delivering the final blow. However, the monster, as wounded and dying as it was, managed to stand on all fours, and once again a rattling sound was heard. It was harmonically exasperating, the last song of death. A countdown that would mark the death of the weakest, and one that had already claimed countless lives. The Juggernaut looked at the obstacle that stood between him and his target to kill, and Bell looked at the threat to the life of his acquaintance. The beast didn't even roar or groan, it remained silent just like Bell. Then their eyes met directly with each other, each one with a different feeling. The murderous intent, the desire to protect, desperation versus determination. The trapped wind and the whispers of its breeze marked the beginning. Right at that moment, the world froze. The action was like a lightning strike, a silent flash followed by a thunderous roar, slash, bomb. The edge of the white sword pierced the edge of the bloodied claws, continuing its path and splitting the Juggernaut in two. I won't lose anyone else. The murmur that came from her lips at the same time as the monster turned to ash was as loud as a sigh. The vertical separation of the skeleton occurred in the air, so only its ashes fell to the ground. Ashes with no trace of the magic stone. XXX. A sigh escaped her lips. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she felt a faint tremor in her fingertips. When he understood the reason for that, he felt a great relief at having consumed immense quantities of magic stones in the past few days. He suspected that if that were not the case and he had faced this beast without having gone out to explore the dungeon to strengthen himself, he would have lost at least an arm. More importantly, he twirled his sword a couple of times and sheathed it, remembering the young elf who was waiting for him. He could still feel her gaze upon him. That wound is deep. If I don't bring it to the surface or stop the bleeding, she could die. He placed his priority above all else. He could also have Ryu use his own healing magic, but he didn't know if he was at his mental limit. Having a zero mind in his weakened state was just as dangerous as leaving his wound untreated. That's why he straightened up and turned on his feet, directing his gaze towards the young woman who lay on the floor in a corner of the room. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of moving debris caught his attention. And his eyes opened wide, incredulous at the sight of a colossal serpent emerging from a mountain of rubble right behind Ryu. She gazed at him with great emotion in her sky-blue eyes, but the moment she noticed the presence behind her, her lips formed a dry smile. The beautiful blue sky turned into despair. The murmur traveled until it entered his ears, then the snake's jaw opened wide. He felt a pang in his chest as his pupils dilated into points, then he lunged towards her. I needed to reach her. He would not allow anyone important to him to die again. The boy of yesteryear, the one who longed to be a hero, rose from the ashes to proclaim his desire to protect the fairy. With his hand outstretched, closing the great distance between them, Bell clenched his teeth tightly. Then he shouted her name. Ryu, everything was happening in slow motion. The descent of the jaws that slowly swallowed Ryu's body and the fragile smile on the pale lips of the young elf. The last thing she saw were the streams of crystal tears silently running down the surface of her cheeks. The blue sky clouded over. Save me, Bell. Like a curse, the world mocked him. Ryu was swallowed and taken to the depths of hell, leaving her last imploring words full of hope. A cruel hope. XXX. Her heart ached when she saw the desperate eyes of the boy who was desperately trying to get closer to her. She couldn't hold back the urge to cry, so she let the tears run down her cheeks. It's not fair. She had met with him, with the boy for whom her heart held a special place. After losing it once in that incident, she didn't see the world with the same eyes as before, but now it was different. He had found what he thought he had lost, what he thought he would never have again. The kind and friendly smile he gave her every morning on his trips to the dungeon, the embarrassed eyes and flushed cheeks when he got nervous, the warmth his hands offered when he offered his help. He was very cruel, very unfair, very sad. Having found something you thought was lost, only to have it snatched away from you seconds later, right before your eyes, the most desperate form of fate. A beautiful, cruel world. The profound beauty of life and death that bound every living being gave Ryu a slap of reality. Bell, save me. She might have been selfishly unfair to him, but Ryu was willing to be if it allowed her to stay by that boy's side. To be able to build a life with him, to return to the surface together. That's why she formed a fragile smile as she begged for salvation. It was a call to their hero. Then she was swallowed and taken to the deepest part of hell. XXX. His body fell to the ground, passing by the hole. Curse. Bell's outstretched arm struck the ground as he flew past and missed the giant snake, creating cobweb-like cracks from the impact. It was too late. Everything had happened in the span of a second, but it was as if an infinity had been enclosed in that same second. However, he stood up. She had asked to be saved, and that's exactly what she would do. Even if she didn't ask me, I would go to hell for her. His anger, as well as his determination and desire to save her, blended perfectly. Just as they were about to jump into the hole, new problems appeared. Bomb, 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 tremors, blows, and footsteps that caused the ground to rumble. Bell lost his balance for a moment. BAM, the wall was pierced and a shadow emerged through the dust. So. You must be joking, it was white, two heads raised. The enormous and beautiful body brought to mind the phrase dragon of dreams, but in reality it was the embodiment of violence and destruction. The Amphispina appeared. You must be joking, dungeon. He shouted furiously, claiming that he didn't have time to waste on things like this. Intending to avoid this battle, Bell jumped into the deep hole with a bottom as black as the abyss. But one of the dragon's heads opened its jaw decorated with sharp teeth and caught him before he could get down. His body was gripped between two rows of teeth that tore through his skin and pierced his bones. GH. Then he was thrown towards the opposite wall of the room. The roar of the impact was the loudest of the moment, cracking the entire place and causing tremors that shook the dungeon floor. Its immense roar resounded not only on the 25th floor but on all 3 levels of the water capital. XXX. The sound of the bedrock breaking could be heard. The enormous form descended amidst a shower of rock and stone. The terrible sound of that thing tearing through the air was caused by it crashing into the ground. The whole floor was shaking. Beyond the veil of smoke, a long bluish-white body writhed in the newly formed depression. It was the lambton, that enormous snake monster that had completely swallowed Ryu. A dying roar came from the monster. He was about to die, suffering the terrible pain of his crushed eyes and his jaw gushing blood in large quantities. Its long snake-like body writhed on the ground as the sound of skin being torn rang out. Something was emerging from his stomach. That bluish-white surface was slowly becoming stained with a dark red liquid from within. Then, finally, the edge of a dagger emerged, like a flower in the dry desert. Having bloomed, it did not stop and tore downwards. A vertical line separating the meat from the meat was formed. Yua, a young woman with greenish hair stained with blood appeared. With his eyes squinting and steam rising from his body, Ryu screamed. He staggered a few steps from the lambton's prison body, then fell face-first into the pool of red liquid. His entire body was melting. Her exposed skin and some of her adventurer's clothing seemed to have dissolved, and her hair was steaming. She had been burned by the potent poisonous acid in the stomach of the lambton that had swallowed her. When the fresh air bathed her skin now that she had finally escaped, a burning pain enveloped her entire body. And since she was lying face down in a pool of blood mixed with stomach acid, her skin was being burned again. Despite the pain, he planted his hands on the ground and pushed his frail body upwards, then stood up unsteadily. I needed to survive. Her adventurous instincts made her move even if every muscle fiber in her writhed in agony. I have to. Yes, someone was coming for her. That boy, her hero, would come this time to get her out of here. Until I arrive, I must stay alive. She had already asked him to save her, so she couldn't die before that happened. It would be unfairly cruel, and Ryu didn't want to imagine what Bell might do if he were to die. They were mere assumptions, but since he was alive, it was impossible for him not to mourn the death of his family companions. I had no idea why he didn't return to the surface, but that's why I needed to survive until he did, so that he himself, with his beautiful voice, could tell me everything. I'll be waiting for you, Bell. She hadn't realized until now that she was calling him by his name. Please, come back to me. Burning the flames of his heart, Ryu gripped his weapon, then analyzed the place where he was. What floor am I on? She was trapped in a vast darkness. The only source of light was the luminescence at regular intervals along the walls. The floor, the walls, and the floor itself were a murky white. A frigid draft blew past Ryu, assaulting her neck as if to whisper, "Welcome back to the depths of hell." The gloomy darkness that fell upon his shoulders began to laugh in his long elf ears. His heart was beating strongly. It isn't true. He felt like it would pierce through his ribs and fly out of his body. It took him several seconds to realize that the harsh, continuous sound, as if someone were blowing a broken whistle, was actually his own ragged breathing. Absolutely not, absolutely not, absolutely not. His instincts screamed at him, but his rational side wanted to deny the truth. The knowledge stored in her memory during her time as an adventurer of the Astrea family told her that her current surroundings were exactly the ones she had often explored. An unpleasant feeling of nostalgia gnawed at her. Bell. A gigantic structure, the scale was so different that it made him want to cry. This was not the scale of the upper floors, nor of the middle floors, and certainly not of the lower floors. Despair gripped Ryu's heart when he came to the answer to his own question. The cruel identity of its current location was the 37th floor. Her trembling lips formed a whisper, the deep floors. A chill accompanied by a frightening shudder ran through every part of his body. Bell, please hurry. In its current state, it wouldn't last long. Right now, all he could do was wait for his hero to arrive on time. However, cruel world or not, time was not given away. XXX. He didn't even hesitate. His mind was simply working towards a single goal, saving Ryu. With that mental and emotional boost, Bell freed himself from the wall in which he had been embedded. The force of that blow had been considerable, but not as painful as the fangs that had pierced his bones and flesh. However, his creature body began to heal. The wounds, both deep and shallow, steamed for a few seconds before healing completely. In some ways, this body is very practical. He knew perfectly well that if it had been the previous human body he possessed, he wouldn't even be able to move at this moment. Because of that, he was grateful for the first time to possess the body of a creature. Now, he put such unimportant things aside and turned his gaze 30 meters ahead. The two-headed dragon monster, the Amphispina, was fully entering the room through the hole it had opened in the wall. I will kill you. He was not exhausted at all. In fact, it seemed as if his body was overflowing with energy. He didn't know the reason, but his inner heroic Bell cried out for him to stop messing around and kill that underdeveloped giant lizard. Heeded that inner murmur. He took his sword, then drew another from the ground, this one red, as he thrust his left fist into it. With both swords, I would cut off both heads. The Amphispina looked directly at him, displaying an imposing figure thanks to its great size and majestic bestial appearance. Then he roared, "Oh, oh, oh." The battle began after that. One of the heads roared upwards towards the ceiling, making the entire floor tremble. It sounded like a raging earthquake that threatened to bring everything down. The remaining head focused on Bell, opening its jaws and producing a faint blue spark. Fire, huh? It was only thanks to, right now his mind was blurry, but the silhouette of a woman in a black uniform and glasses came to him as a vague memory. I didn't know what was happening, but I was sure it was thanks to that young woman who knew all the information about this Rex monster. A second later, a blue flare resembling a burning tidal wave erupted directly at him. It was going to shock him, and as they say, those blue flames were capable of consuming everything. Even knowing this, Bell pressed on. He moved quickly without stopping or hesitating. He wouldn't back down from a mere flame, not while his friend Ryu waited to be rescued. Wielding both swords of grim appearance, he was consumed by the wave of fire. The effect was like trying to destroy something that couldn't be destroyed. Spinning both edges of his swords at high speed to the point of forming two bright circles, one white and one red, Bell continued advancing. He used his swords as shields, deflecting the scorching fire to the sides. His body seemed to be melting from the intense heat, but trails of smoke healed his wounds. He was using up a lot of magical energy, but as long as he defeated the monster in front of him, he didn't care. He was daring, but when he managed to get out of the sea of blue fire, all that remained of his swords were their hilts. He had to throw them, forming powerful points with his fingers. His knuckles began to crack from the force exerted. 5 meters from the Amphispina, he exerted force on both legs and took a great leap towards the head that roared towards the ceiling. Skin was torn and bones were shattered. Both his muscle fibers and bones emerged through the surface of his skin on his right arm, with which he struck the monster's lower jaw, but it didn't matter, he was already healing. On the other hand, the Amphispina. That's what I was talking about a moment ago. It was sent flying through the air, further destroying the wall through which it had entered. Debris rained down around him, dust trails settled faster than usual, but most importantly. So he really did climb 3 floors. The body of the Amphispina falling at the mercy of gravity. I was on the 25th floor, so I suspected that the monster Rex climbed the floors from the 27th. After all, the two-headed dragon that was now crashing into the surface of the lake on the 27th floor at the edge where the great waterfall flowed in was the only Rex monster that could move between floors in the water capital. The sound of the impact even reached the height where he was standing. I'm not finished yet. Deciding to end it, she took a step forward and let her body be propelled by gravity. Falling, fast, accelerating, faster, quicker. His body became a bullet of pure power, breaking through the air barrier with his outstretched right leg. He pointed towards the second head, which was still dripping trails of blue fire. The blue eyes in the left head focused on his falling body, but it was too late for him to act or defend himself. The impact occurred in just 2 seconds. That red mist emerged from the throat of the right head. It was an immense amount, coming out with so much pressure that it covered the dragon's gigantic body. The vision had been blocked, and therefore the objective was no longer clear. Like a whip, the left head swung and emerged from the crimson smoke cloud, striking Bell directly. Once again, he was sent sailing through the air. His body twisted, and honestly, he felt like every bone in his body was being crushed to dust. It was painful, something his creaturely body couldn't relieve. Bomb. This time it passed through the wall of water that formed the waterfall and crashed against the rocky wall behind the bluish curtain. Trails of magical energy flowed from his wounds once more, beginning to heal him completely. Demons. It was taking too long, and time wasn't something he had completely at his disposal right now. Ryusen. She murmured the name of her friend, that beautiful elf who had asked for her help seconds before being taken to hell. Please wait, I'll be there soon. He used both hands to free himself from the wall where he was embedded. He fixed his gaze straight ahead, only to see. Oh. The dragon's two heads emerged from the curtain of water formed by the waterfall. Its jaws opened like fleshy pits adorned with sharp fangs ready to devour it. Bum. The tremors kept coming, but this time the boy had been chewed up and swallowed. XXX. It was in a damp, pulpy space, too sticky and with an abundance of stench that made you want to vomit. He didn't know which head had swallowed him, but one thing was certain, his two legs were in the other. It had been split in two and eaten from different directions, however. This makes things easier. Bell had the regeneration of a creature. Large and severe wounds meant slower healing, but if he focused all his energy on regeneration, the recovery time would be shortened. 5 minutes. If he used his energy all at once and concentrated the regeneration on the part to be regenerated first, that was how long it would take him. Then it all began. It didn't wait or stay in one place. Using both hands still intact, it grabbed the pulpy meat and began to crawl. I was descending through the wet, sticky gorge of the amphispina, all with one goal in mind, to reach its core, the heart of the monster, the magic stone. It was hot, so hot that his saliva-covered body began to sweat profusely. Even so, he continued using his hands to crawl. After a couple of minutes, he reached the end of the long neck. It was very dark, but thanks to his creature vision, which allowed him to see clearly in the dark, he had no problem at all. In the final stretch of the throat, he visualized a violet light attached to ligaments of pinkished flesh. It looked like the representation of a heart. I found you. It was time to put an end to all this, and before he knew it, his two legs were with him once again. The magical energy he had spent had left him exhausted, but soon he wouldn't have to worry about such things. Using his new legs like springs, he propelled himself off the fleshy base at the end of his neck and leaped toward the gigantic magic stone attached by ligaments of nerves and muscles. 1 second before impact, he retracted his left arm and with his fingers shaped it like a blade. 1 second later, crack, his hand pierced the gigantic magic stone. Cracks formed everywhere, seeking outlets for the internal pressure that the blow had caused. At that moment, a roar, agonizing and strangely mixed with the bestial and imposing. Being inside the amphispina only served to make Bell a front-row victim of the thunderous roar. Blood began to overflow from his ears like miniature waterfalls that ended at his chin. His bones vibrated and the fibers of his skin twisted as a side effect of the extremely high sound vibration. But he didn't let that stop him. He clenched his teeth until they crunched, then put more force into his arm, sinking it deeper into the magic stone. From largest to smallest, the agony depicted in a final roar ceased after a second. Then the fleshy, bulbous space turned to ash. Large amounts of grayish dust, resembling a cloud under the storm, fell onto the lake on the 27th floor. Among all those remains, the magic stone and Bell sank into the lake. Splash! There was no time to lose, so Bell flapped his limbs and emerged from the surface. However, the fingers of his left hand were stuck on the surface of the magic stone of the amphispina. I needed to recharge my batteries. XXX. The roar of another monster sounded. He had already lost count of the number of monsters he had killed, but Ryu did not dwell on such trivialities. Currently, he was in the same place where he had fallen. It was right below the huge hole opened in the wall of the 37th floor, a great many meters high. Bell. But their energy levels were very low. In addition, the dungeon was slowly but surely repairing the line of holes that connected to the upper floors. If it took longer, the holes would be sealed. Then, Ryu would die. Without seeing him, without speaking to him, without being able to tell him everything that happened when he found out about his death. No, Ryu would not accept that loneliness. Even if it took days, weeks, months, or years, she would survive until her hero came to her rescue. He firmly held his worn weapons, waiting for the next attackers who would come to claim his life. Just one more time, I wanted to see him again. That was his most sincere wish. The wish of a beautiful fairy being consumed by hell. In this cruel world, desires, dreams, or nightmares, everything was possible, possibly hopeless. Charming solitude, charming hopelessness, charming despair. A cruel world that's too charming. Chapter 7, Ephemeral Happiness. Genjutsu, you're going to die. Nothing is so terrible, you're going to die. There is no other certainty than that, you are going to die, and there are no guarantees you are going to die. So fall down, get up, fall in love, fall out of love, laugh, cry, sing, and dance right now before you can't anymore. Now, are you afraid of death? To fear death is to fall into ignorance, for we do not know whether death is a good or an evil. To fear death is to believe you know what you don't know. Therefore, death can be two things: an absolute annihilation, that is, total nothingness, or a passage of the soul from one place to another. In the first scenario, death would be like a peaceful sleep on a calm night without any disturbance. Therefore, death would be a good thing, being a tranquility. Or in the second scenario, death is a possibility of reuniting or meeting those who have already died, so you could talk to friends from your past and cry with them, having the opportunity to continue living together, which would be a happiness. So, either the one who is dead is nothing and has no feeling of anything, or as is said, death is precisely a transformation, a change of dwelling for the soul from this place to another place. Now are you still afraid of death? XXX. I sighed. My body was soaked with the internal fluids of the amphispina. Not even immersing myself in the lake managed to clean me completely. Using one hand, I swept my hair back, squeezing out the water. Once my vision cleared and my wounds had fully healed, I moved. The resistance of the water was like a breeze for my legs, which easily walked until they reached dry land. My right hand was still holding the magic stone of the amphispina. Its weight was considerably cumbersome. I needed to save Ryu no matter what, but first I need to replenish my energy. I looked at the magic stone. No matter how I saw it, I couldn't leave without first regaining my strength. At the slightest mistake, even I could be devoured by the monsters. This tastes awful. How could Ravage have swallowed this like it was nothing? I bit down and swallowed as quickly as possible, making banal comments in order to calm my nerves. I couldn't hide it. Every fiber of my being seemed to tear apart with every second that passed without Ryu. Desperation could consume me, something I couldn't afford to let happen right now. I calmed my thoughts, listening to my inner voice that yearned to go to Ryu. She and only she couldn't let her die. I didn't fully understand it, but the moment my eyes met the beautiful sky blue of her eyes again, I felt saved. For a moment my hopes had returned. I couldn't lose her, not her. I must at any cost save her. The last of the magic stone was crushed by my teeth and swallowed down my throat. My body vibrated from the abnormal energy. I sighed. Now he had enough strength to go to hell and back. What? I felt a different kind of energy coursing through my body, just like the blazing flames that almost incinerated me. I didn't pay it any mind and instead propelled myself across the rocky ground. My body picked up enough speed to become a blur. I passed through the entrance of the 27th floor into the labyrinth of caverns, searching for the hole through which that snake had made its way floor by floor. It didn't take me too long, despite being 2 levels from where the monster had originally descended. I just had to locate the most damaged area. One step away from the dark hole, I swallowed hard. The darkness seemed to be staring at me just as I was staring at it. My pupils trembled. It was no use having perfect night vision. Everything remained a maddening black. Wait for me, Ryu. Without hesitation, I jumped. My body, succumbing to gravity and being hit by the rising air currents, descended for several seconds. I didn't know which floor this inevitable path would lead to, but whatever it was, there was only one thing I needed to do. Kill. Despite all obstacles, he would keep killing until he reached her. With my friend, an old man once told me a long time ago that beyond good and evil, he who fights with monsters should take care not to become a monster himself. When you gaze long into an abyss, it also gazes into you. That was fine with me. If that was the price, I would pay it as many times as necessary. Please hold on, don't die, Ryu. At that moment, the soles of my boots struck the solid dungeon floor. Cracks spread like cobwebs and a rumbling sound echoed through the air. He had reached the deepest floors. It was my first time, so I had no way of knowing. However, the shivering on my skin told me that it was. I arrived in hell. XXX. Not yet, don't give up yet, keep fighting. The same phrase repeated itself in my head so many times I lost count. My body was damp and stained with the dark red of my blood. Too many wounds were etched into my skin, and yet I kept fighting. There came a point when the weapon I had broke. From then on, I had been using my fists. I clung to life like never before. Despite the countless deep cuts in my skin or the large amount of blood lost, I did not let my body freeze and continued attacking. The monsters were arriving faster and faster. There were so many of them that I had to constantly move from my original location. It was a burden since it would take Bell longer to find me, but it was the only way to stay alive until now. Not yet. I bit my lower lip to suppress the pain of a barbarian's claws piercing my skin. I took a few steps back, disarmed a Venezuelan, and with abrupt movements slit the monster's throat. Thud. Without realizing it, that was my limit. My knees buckled from exhaustion. I even had the faint sensation that my body was slowly freezing. My lips were probably blue. Whoosh. The sound of a gun swinging against the wind whistled through the air. Bomb, and the solid structure of the weapon itself slammed into my face. My body was thrown about. I felt like the world was spinning. My mouth filled with the taste of rust. I don't know how many meters it was, but after landing and rolling on the cold dungeon floor, I spat out a large amount of blood. My lips were split and my cheek was torn. Ha. Inevitably, I made fun of him. What was he doing? Struggling so that to be saved by whom? For him, my light. Do I deserve it? I shook my head. The pain, the dizziness, and the conflicts unleashed in my thoughts vanished momentarily. The adrenaline coursing through my body eliminated the pain and kept me conscious. If it were to run out, it would be the end for me. I wouldn't be able to see it. No, I stopped thinking about it. My thoughts and feelings clashed, throwing my mental state off balance. I wasn't well. If I continued like this, I would die. Tab, 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 tab. The sound of slow, heavy footsteps reached my ears. A monster was approaching to end my life. Lifting my face slightly, I observed him. A large crystal mace was in his arm. I slid my hand in subtly enough to go unnoticed. I also released the tension in my body. As light as a feather on the cold ground, I faked my death. This was a bet. I couldn't even stand up or put my weight on my feet. My strength was completely gone. It was absurd to even think about fighting the monster face to face. That's why I left everything to chance. The great misfortune that always lurked around me now received my pleas to support me for once, just once. Please. I felt my lips tremble. I was scared. I want to see him at least one last time. While I was praying to the heavens, I realized how naturally my soul desired the light, in this case for Bell. Deep in my broken heart there was that longing, for him to come take me in his arms and carry me. My imagination recreated her smile, so pure and calming, just remembering her brought calm to my restless self. Tap, tap. The footsteps stopped. I felt the monster's ferocious gaze pierce my back, searching for any remaining signs of life. I stopped breathing. My throat was blocked by a knot of air. My eyelids tightened to the point that the dark surface of my eyes began to burn. Then something cold, rough, and calloused wrapped around the back of my neck. My body was lifted into the air just like any dirty rag. The monster's hand had grabbed me. I understood a second later. Even the strong grip and the sharpness of the claws piercing my skin did not force my breathing to restart. My eyes were closed, so I had to wait for the exact moment to act. One mistake and my life was doomed. Huff, huff. The monster's snorts echoed through the silence, and my corpse. Even though I was holding my breath, the putrid smell made me nauseous. I wanted to vomit and get away as fast as possible, but then I would die. It frustrated me to know that the slightest mistake I made would end my life. Then, shivers. Something wet slid down the left side of my face. The monster lizard's long tongue made a scraping sound like ice. My body trembled. I felt so much repulsion that I could vomit my insides. Every pore of my skin screamed with despair, anguish, and the helplessness of not being able to do anything. No, that was wrong. My eyes widened. I felt such hostility toward the miserable monster that was holding me by the neck. For a moment I thought the veins in my eyes would burst and release blood. My intense thirst for blood caused the monster to become alert and react. The free arm holding his weapon drew back to gather momentum, then swung it at my head, but it was too late. Slash. A stalactite. As fast as I could move my arm, I made the solidified and reinforced piece of rock cut through the air until it reached the monster's neck. The sound of gurgling filled my ears. The blood, a dark red, gushed out and stained part of my face. However, I did not close my eyes. Keeping them cool, I watched from beginning to end the death of the one who dared to defile my body. Die in the ashes, you disgusting thing. I made cruel comments, and even as the monster faded into ashes, I didn't stop insulting him. My chest burned with anger. My hand let the stalactite slip through my fingers and it fell to the floor with a crumpled sound. Immediately, I used the palm of my hand to wipe the remaining saliva from the left side of my face. It was disgusting. The only man who had ever touched my body and had the right to do so was him, my light. If it were him, the complaints wouldn't even exist. What am I thinking? I shook my head from side to side. My heart was beating so hard I could hear the pounding sound. I felt a burning sensation spreading through my cheeks. Overlapping with the red color of the blood spread on my face, a blush appeared. Thinking about Bell felt so good to the point that my body and mind relaxed. But I couldn't allow these impure thoughts to continue. For now, I must get away from here. It wasn't certain he would stay in this place. The sounds of the previous battle certainly hadn't escaped the monsters nearby. The most obvious thing to do was to find a place to hide, no matter how long, until Bell found me. Advance. And as if everything were starting up again, time flowed by. I couldn't even lift my foot before my body was already succumbing to gravity and heading for the ground. It was logical. My body was covered in wounds. I had lost more blood than I could afford to lose, and my physical and mental exhaustion was at its limit. My face would slam against the hard floor and I couldn't even move my hands to try to cover myself. I closed my eyelids tightly, hoping the pain would pass through. Wait. The headwind caressed my withered skin as the seconds ticked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. Thud. My body was caught mid-fall. A great warmth emanated from both arms, one holding part of my abdomen and the other resting on my sword and clinging to my right shoulder. That same warmth was transferred to my body. My lips, like my eyelids, opened. I wanted to form words and say something, but my voice refused to come out. The corners of my lips trembled slightly. The corners of my eyes burned and formed small, crystalline tears. My gaze was fixed on the ground where my face was supposed to hit. I wanted to look to the side, but I couldn't. A pair of boots were fixed to the floor, then 2 legs covered by black pants followed. I found you. I didn't have to lift my face. His voice was enough. It was him. Bell had arrived. Inevitably, a sea of tears flowed from my eyes, dripping and dampening the ground. A cry completely unbecoming of an elf escaped my throat. Bell, my body was pulled. One of his warm, soft hands slid through my hair, pulling my face toward his chest. Everything is all right now, Ryu. My sobbing intensified. I completely forgot about the possibility of attracting monsters and cried like a heartbroken child who, after so many hours, was finally found by her dad. In this case, Bell, my hero, found me. The despair that the hell of the deep floors caused in my heart vanished like ashes in a blizzard. I kept crying. I was very scared. My body, before it was embraced and comforted by his, trembled in terror. There wasn't a second since I came out of the snake monster's stomach that I was calm. Yes, I just cried. My arms, previously weak, defied all logic and encircled his back. Naturally, I clung to him. I didn't want to separate myself by even an inch. The scent emanating from her body filled my nostrils, sending a shiver through me. She smelled wonderful. This was a scent I could enjoy every morning. My senses focused on his hands caressing my body. His right hand brushed my hair with great delicacy, granting me the greatest tranquility. The left one, on the other hand, clung to my back and side of my waist, pulling her body closer to mine. It didn't bother me, not even the slightest displeasure arose within me. The fact that he held me so firmly gave me the certainty that he would never let go. It was yearning in a way. My lips were pursed from crying that even now did not stop, but despite not forming a smile, I was genuinely happy. I rubbed my face against his chest, seeking refuge for my tears. The crystalline drops dampened his shirt, but he didn't seem to mind. He just continued stroking my hair and holding me. I didn't need anything more than this. His warmth, his touch, his company. His love, the memories of the days when I thought I had lost him have faded from my mind. The nights without heat, when I cried uncontrollably and suffered from insomnia, all of that is gone. Bell. Now, even in the face of the unexpected, she was sure. Yes, Ryu, I would never leave him. I missed you. You have no idea how much I missed you. Your face, your smile, your voice. My voice probably sounded pathetically bad, mixed with crying and sobbing, but I didn't care. I just wanted to convey what my heart demanded I tell him. Please don't ever leave my side again, a wish, the desire of my soul. I waited for his reply. It wasn't something I was obligated to do, but even so, I would persist. I would let selfishness consume me if it meant never losing him again. The swinging of his fingers through my hair stopped, the strong grip on my waist loosened. At that moment, my whole being trembled with fear. Ryu, I shuddered at the tone of his voice. He slid his hand from my hair past my ear down to my cheek. Using his index finger and thumb, he took my chin and lifted my face from his chest. Our eyes met. Swipe, swipe. I couldn't help it. I shed tears again on my cheeks. The captivating ruby red of her eyes left me speechless. I immersed myself in her gaze. Her irises were different than before, but they were still beautiful. Her white hair, her beautiful face, and her pink lips. Everything was exactly the same as the Bell of my memories. His finger touched my lips. He smiled in the only way he knew how. Badum, badum. My heart screamed and jumped for joy. I hadn't planned to do that. You can rest assured I'll stay by your side. Was there a limit to the number of tears an elf could shed? I didn't know, but I certainly broke the record. This time, with my lips slightly chapped and pale from blood loss, I smiled. My arms, clinging to his back, gathered strength once more and slid down to the back of his neck. I gently stroked her neck with my fingers all the way down to her cheeks. He looked puzzled, but that didn't stop me. Using all the strength I could muster, I brought his face closer to mine with my hands and pushed my face towards his at the same time. Inevitably, without him refusing, I kissed him. Our lips met. Mine stole the warmth that his lips had in abundance, and his tasted the cold that flooded mine. As the seconds passed, the cold and the warmth mixed, creating the perfect temperature. At that moment, the sensation of his lips colliding with mine was indescribable. My heart beat stronger than ever. I love you, Bell. My feelings revealed the truth of my soul. XXX. A loud snort echoed through the room. With footsteps that made the ground rumble, he withdrew. XXX. The sound of water sliding over my skin echoed through the quiet room. Currently, I was as red as a tomato. The reason? Bell was washing my body, naked. There wasn't a single garment covering my bare skin. Naturally, I froze. I was so static it seemed unnatural. She was genuinely embarrassed. This was nothing like the kiss I stole from her a few minutes ago. No, this was beyond what I could do without fainting from embarrassment as a result. On the other hand, there was him. I glanced at him surreptitiously, though he could feel my gaze, and we looked at each other for a brief second. I quickly looked away. My ears were burning, and I swore they were smoking from the tips. Foolishly, I formed a pout on my cheeks. He was acting so calm and collected as he ran his fingers over every part of my body. Sure, he was washing the blood from my wounds and closing them to prevent me from bleeding to death. But I glanced at him surreptitiously one more time. You might act a little nervous. Perhaps my body didn't cause that feeling in him. That made my chest clench with pain. I closed my eyes, trying to pretend I wasn't being bathed by the boy I love. Then I started thinking. He, with his height, the irises in his eyes, and this mature personality, he had definitely changed. My curiosity about what he had been doing all this time consumed me, but when we managed to escape from that black minotaur to this place, an undiscovered safe zone, he immediately made me undress to treat my wounds. Of course, my reaction had been to punch her in the cheek. It was my mistake, but shame had gotten the better of me. No man, not even another woman, had ever seen my naked body. It was completely natural for me to slap him. I covered my lips with both hands, which had let out a slight gasp. I'm sorry, Ryu, I'll be more careful. I couldn't go on with this. One of his hands had passed over my butt. How could that be possible? I didn't think there were any wounds there. It was impossible. Oh, okay, don't worry. Even so, the silly, love-struck me, red-faced to the tips of my ears, murmured that shyly. This was wrong, it was improper. But even so, I couldn't help feeling slightly happy. I had just been rescued by the man I thought I would never see again. In those days when the mornings were cloudy, the phrase, "you don't know what you have until it's gone," echoed in my head a lot. However, for me it was different. You know what you have, you just thought you'd never lose it. My feelings for Bell were never, to a certain extent, those of mere friendship. After all, he was the man who touched my hand and wasn't rejected by my elven reflexes. I understood perfectly the day I was notified of her death. Pathetically, I lamented day and night for not having confessed my feelings. But I had been granted a miracle. He was alive, I didn't know how, but he was definitely real. Because of that, I would tell him without a shadow of a doubt. Bell, I love you. For the 1000th time, my thoughts cried out to my feelings. All that was left was to bring them to life with my own words. Okay, I'm finished. How do you feel? Just as I stopped thinking, Bell's soft, gentle voice reached my ears. I turned to look at him. Unlike me, he was half-naked. In the tiny fraction of a second that my eyes drifted to her abdomen, my face began to burn. Thanks, Bell. I looked away, hoping I hadn't been caught red-handed. I'd die of embarrassment if I had. It's nothing, on the contrary, I should apologize for touching your body. If it's you, I don't care. Nothing. I had to be able to control my feelings. I couldn't let them do whatever they wanted whenever they wanted. Taking a breath to calm myself and receiving Bell's shirt to cover my body, I waited a few seconds before asking, Bell, what's wrong, Ryu? I might be touching on a difficult subject for him, but I definitely wanted to know everything. From that fateful day until today, our reunion, I cautiously moved my lips. What happened all this time? I didn't get an immediate response. I expected that. It was natural for Bell to take his time deciding whether to answer or not. If he refused, she would simply persist. I couldn't suppress the curiosity that consumed me, not knowing what had happened to the person I love. It's a long story, he said. Her lips formed a slight smile. Her eyes, as beautiful as rubies, looked directly at me. We have plenty of time. Please, I want to know. Without breaking eye contact, I answered firmly. My body was already regaining some warmth thanks to his shirt, but continuing to shiver was inevitable. Losing so much blood and sustaining so much damage wasn't something that easy to heal, even using my magic Noah heal. Under my gaze, he sighed. I suppose I can't refuse if you're the one asking. He smiled in a peculiar way, somewhere between friendly and funny. I hadn't seen that smile before, but it was radiantly beautiful. Thank you. I couldn't tell if I stuttered from the cold or from embarrassment. In any case, nothing I did could make me look ridiculous in front of Bell. He had even seen me naked. Are you cold? A little, yes. They seem like symptoms of excessive bleeding. I understand. Let me help you. I didn't have time to react. He stood up from where he was sitting, right in front of me, who was leaning against the wall. He took a few steps forward and sat down next to me. Bell. I opened my eyes in surprise. I was sure they were sparkling because of how close he was to me. His lips looked so tempting. Shake, shake. I shook my head several times, my face completely red like a tomato. Just as I was about to speak to him again, he moved. No, it was more accurate to say that he moved my body a little further forward and sat right behind me as if we were in a straight line. By the time my brain understood, it was too late. Be Bell, that way you won't suffer from the cold at all. The soft whisper of his words, so close to my ears that his breath caressed me like the breeze in the mornings, thrilled me. His arms encircled my abdomen from behind, pressing my back against his toned, exposed chest and abdomen. Another electric shock coursed through my body. How are you? His words, ignoring my embarrassment, filled me with peace. He rested his chin on my left shoulder and let his cheek fall against mine. Badum, my heart leaped with joy. My body was filled with the warmth emanating from his body, and his arms around my abdomen gave me the feeling of being completely safe. It was lovely. I felt genuinely amazed that the pleased smile on my lips was impossible to hide. It's perfect, I replied. It was so warm. I stepped back a little, bringing my back closer to him. Boldly and purely by mistake, my bottom ended up slightly above his crotch. Thank you, the cold is gone. That makes me happy. What was this warmth? The love that my body gave off in reaction to Bell's body moved me deeply. After a couple of minutes where I snuggled up like a spoiled child and he accepted me, I listened to his story. It was terrifyingly awful. From beginning to end, he had suffered all this time in complete solitude. Of course, that ended to... Exact. I lost track of time. I don't know if it was minutes or hours. I was so immersed in his words that time itself became secondary. Happiness filled every part of my being. You could have come back to the surface with me, why didn't you? Even so, as our bodies snuggled together, I couldn't help but reveal the sorrow woven into my words. I was completely dry, as was my clothing, but I had no intention of telling Bell that. I simply let my words flow as his warmth enveloped me. I lost sight of my path, I suppose, she said it softly and calmly. Somehow that bothered me, to think that I wasn't enough to give her the push she needed to come back to me. It was frustrating, I understand, sorry for my question, however I understood it perfectly. It was somewhat different but with the same results, we both lost our families. Knowing about the pain that was tormenting him made my heart clench. I wanted to keep asking, keep talking, and keep supporting her. I wanted to see for myself if there was no longer any torment in her heart. Ryu, can I ask you something? However, he won me over. It was like a whisper, but the extreme proximity of his lips to my ears allowed me to hear it perfectly. What's happening? I tilted my head back, looking directly into his rubbered eyes. He, with a slight blush on his cheeks, asked, "Why did you kiss me?" I felt like time stood still. Blush, blush. Now that I thought about it, we hadn't talked about the kiss I'd stolen from her. My eyes widened and I moved my lips to speak, but the words wouldn't form. I was sure that the color red, as intense as that of her eyes, was raining in every part of my skin. I didn't know what to answer. The fact that she was looking at me so seriously and that her cheeks were turning a lovely pink didn't help me at all. In fact, my heart was racing faster with every passing second. It was too soon to tell him about my feelings. No, I wasn't even mentally prepared to do it. First of all, why was he suddenly showing his shame now? He looked cute, very cute, but that was supposed to be when he washed my naked body. That didn't matter. I just needed to respond with something that would serve as a cover for the time being. Anything. I just needed to buy some time to organize my thoughts. It was an accident. Idiot. My lips had moved and formed that pathetic and terrible excuse automatically. I immediately insulted myself in the worst possible ways. I could see the perplexed look on Bell's face. He definitely hadn't expected what I'd said. First of all, that kiss couldn't possibly be dismissed as an accident. How inexperienced was she in romantic situations like these? I see, haha, yes, that makes sense. Don't believe everything I say so easily, you fool. Don't smile like that while you take one of your hands off my stomach and scratch your hair. Besides, I never said you could take it off. I'm sorry, I apologized. Why are you apologizing? I had to force my feelings to calm down. I couldn't lose my composure, not at a moment as important as this. I thought about it for a bit, and if I recapped what had happened before, now was the perfect moment to tell him how I felt. The news of his death passed, the days I suffered hell for believing I had lost him, my brief reunion in the battle against Calamity, the brief separation where I was brought to the deep floors, and finally our definitive reunion. He had come to save me, and now my naked body was being embraced by his. The situation was perfect. Ryu. His call pulled me from my thoughts. I sighed. My heart was still racing. My body temperature was so high I felt I could be burning Bell. However, my mind was calm. My determination as well as my feelings for Bell reached their highest point. I lied, it wasn't an accident. I could feel her lips gasp in surprise. I looked away and lowered my head. I did it intentionally because I wanted to, not because I desired to do it. Bell, from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to give you that kiss. I blurted out each word with the force of a soft sigh. I could feel the grip on my abdomen tighten slightly. My lips formed a smile. Do you want to know why? I asked. I moved my arms, holding Bell's hands that were hugging my abdomen and making him pull me closer to him. Yes, I want to know. My smile widened. I could feel the explosion of emotions erupting inside me. The feeling was beautiful, one I had never experienced before. Without wanting to waste any time, I removed Bell's arms from around my abdomen. There was some resistance from him, which made me very happy, but after a couple of seconds he stopped wrapping his arms around my abdomen. What paw? I didn't even give him a chance to finish, moving my body and turning to face him. I was embarrassed, of course, so much so that the tips of my ears were exuding trails of steam. My breasts were uncovered, so I made sure to press them against his so he couldn't see my nipples. This was so much more than I ever thought I could achieve. If it weren't for the feeling of having already lost him once, I would have barely even taken his hand as a sign of affection. But now I knew that life and time were not eternal, or at least not the time I could have him by my side. I couldn't hold back, I didn't have that luxury. That's because I brought my face close to his, close enough to feel his breath against my nose. The blush on her cheeks increased dramatically, causing a longing gleam to reflect on the surface of my eyes. I love you, Bell. For the second time I kissed him. I pressed my lips to hers, tasting the warmth that enveloped them for the second time. The soft, warm sensation was one I would never tire of. I could detect a slight resistance in Bell, but a second later, just like the first time, he returned my kiss. We continued like that for seconds, even a couple of minutes. Honestly, I didn't want our lips to part. I was very inexperienced, so I was a little quick. However, Bell used her lips to encourage the movement of mine. I let him guide me, resulting in a constant and even exchange in our kiss. It was, in short, beautiful. Finally, we broke off the kiss. My face was red, and to my delight, Bell's was a deep red just like his eyes. I foolishly forced a smile. This proves that what I said is true. If that's not enough for you, we can repeat it. My daring reached new heights. I stuttered a couple of times, but my message was delivered. In response, Bell said, I think it wasn't enough. Oh, really? Yes, seriously. So can I prove it one more time, please? I didn't think twice and brought my lips close to his. Bell's arms wrapped around my back, holding me tightly and pulling me close. I did the same and wrapped my arms around the back of his neck, making sure that our lips never separated. Without realizing it, the ambient temperature had risen considerably. The kiss intensified in an instant, and neither my mind nor my body considered stopping. For the first time, I was experiencing the feeling called love. I would go wherever I had to go if it was this moment, and with Bell, I certainly didn't care. Panting. It was momentary, but there was some discomfort when we parted our lips due to lack of air. However, I took the opportunity to ask, Bell, isn't my body good enough to ignite something in you? Why are you asking that? Her reaction was sweet, showing a hint of embarrassment. She looked at me with loving eyes, and the fact that her cheeks were still a light pink flush made me feel good. I slightly averted my gaze, forming a pout with my cheeks. When you washed my body, you didn't react at all, and now that we're like this kissing and with my naked body so close to you despite that, you haven't tried anything. I wouldn't feign ignorance. It was thanks to Kaguya that I was aware of the sexual attraction men saw in women. What I wondered was whether Bell saw that sexual attraction in me. I aligned my eyes with his once more, asking in a low tone of voice, a certain sadness lingering, am I not hexy? In your eyes, isn't my body attractive? I had a feeling that the flame warming my soul would die out if I received a negative answer to my questions. That's why I was somewhat afraid to ask them. Ryu. His mentioning my name stirred up a whirlwind of emotions within me. I remained silent, awaiting his response while looking directly at him. I'm sorry. He said nothing more. I could have walked away, I could have slapped him, or I could have simply lamented. But I wasn't allowed to. Something gentle, no. 2 hands slid down my back until they reached my lower spine and firmly but gently grasped my buttocks. My body shuddered as an electric current coursed through it. Bell. Naturally, I looked with embarrassed eyes at the boy I was standing over. He still had a blush on his cheeks, but with enough confidence he declared, You're definitely hexy, Ryu. Also, believe me, your body is incredibly attractive to me. I was speechless. I could feel the softness of Bell's fingers caressing my bottom, and I didn't mind. In fact, I found it strangely stimulating. I didn't know when, but I realized that small, excited gasps were escaping from between my lips. That makes me happy. I'm glad my body is attractive and hexy to you, Bell. I don't know how, but I smiled. Saying such things while smiling felt strange, but it didn't feel bad. Truly, this was love. I loved Bell. And I was sure that he loved me. His lips and touch confirmed it. If that was the case, then Bell. There were things I wanted to do before moving on to something so important, but the order didn't matter right now. What's wrong? I want to give you something. Would you accept it? The declaration of love in the elven forest under the moonlight could wait. What couldn't wait was me and my desire to be one with Bell. Of course, if it's from you, I'd accept anything. Voice softened, and once again she flashed that smile framed by the seriousness in her eyes. What she was about to say made me blush. You already agreed. I won't let you back out, understood? I would never do that, you know that very well. Well, I took a deep breath and gathered my courage, still leaning against his chest. I had to close my eyes and clear my head for a few seconds. When I finally calmed down, I slowly lifted my upper body. I left my chest, abdomen, and crotch in full view of Bell. Ryu, what are you doing? I can see everything. Her eyes widened in surprise, but I didn't let her back down. In fact, it was incredible that she was standing with her back against the wall. Looking at him, I murmured, T-fool, don't look away. But, okay, this is my gift, what? I'm telling you that I am your gift. My body, more specifically. I couldn't stand his hesitation. I could tell without him saying it that he had great respect for me and didn't want to defile my body. But he was him. I didn't mind letting him trace every curve of my body with his fingers, as long as it was him. Come on, you can touch them. I guided his hands with mine to my breasts, making him press them lightly. When I felt his touch on my skin, I couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Slowly and gently, he began to caress my breasts. I did my best to avoid moaning. I didn't want to reveal such an indecent side of myself, so I slowly guided my lips to Bell's once more. As we kissed, my hands slid over her chest. The firmness and softness of her skin was enchanting. It was a turning point. My hands roamed over her body and hers over mine. Time became relative as we lost ourselves in each other. Things reached a point where they could not be stopped, and between her heat and my heat, we made love. We rubbed our skin together as much as we could and overlapped each other's skin as widely as possible. We even suppressed our sounds as much as we could. When their screams occasionally escaped, the sound reached as high as the ceiling. I gave myself to him body and soul, and he accepted me. XXX. Hey, isn't it lovely to be completely alone? Chapter 8, Enchanting Solitude. You are born, you live, and you die. The reason why people find it so difficult to be happy is because they always remember the past as better than it was, see the present as worse than it is, and think the future is more complicated than it will be. Happiness is an emotion that is always found within ourselves, and to find it we must delve deeper into our emotions. It is difficult to find happiness within oneself, but it is impossible to find it anywhere else. However, what if that happiness were found with the help of another person? What would happen if that person left you? What if instead of finding you, you get lost? Welcome to Enchanting Solitude, XXX. My knees buckled and hit the cold dungeon floor. There were large quantities of blood and magic stones scattered everywhere. The blood-red watery surface was adorned with the bright purple stones shimmering faintly in the darkness. In the middle of the scene, a body lay sprawled. It was lying on its side, one cheek pressed against the reddish liquid. I slowly dragged my body down onto my knees. My body trembled uncontrollably. My voice, as broken as my non-existent heart, trembled. Ryu. The 2-meter distance vanished. His body was directly under my nose. From my vantage point, my pupils trembled as I fell to my knees, because I detected something odd about the whole scene before me. Going against the grain of blood and the cold atmosphere, Why are you smiling? She seemed so happy. Her face was adorned with a calm as vast as the surface of an enclosed lake. No disturbance existed in that wasteland of white and pale skin. Her lips formed the most beautiful smile I had ever seen. As fleeting and precious as shooting stars slicing through the dark, starry night, Hey Ryu, my limbs continued to tremble. That didn't stop me from slowly bringing my right hand to his cheek. A second before he touched her, her eyes opened. The peaceful blue sky of her eyes sent thousands of stakes piercing my chest. She truly seemed so happy. Her eyes wandered weakly around until they met mine. When our gazes connected, she let silent tears fall. You came. They were not filled with lament, hatred, resentment, or any other kind of negative emotion. Genuine happiness was evident in the flow of her tears. You came. He repeated the words again. Her lips were pale, but they retained that gloomy moisture. They were cracked and looked as if they had bled too much. Thank you for coming. The surface of her eyes sparkled with a faint, fleeting feeling of love. It seemed as if my face was the only thing in her world right now. Thank you for not abandoning me. My words caught in my throat. My eyes wandered over his body. He had countless wounds. The sharpness of the weapons, the hardness of the clubs, and the piercing indentations of sharp claws. There were so many wounds that I couldn't count them. I had a dream. I turned my gaze back to her. Directly through the windows of her soul, I sensed her happiness. It was a dream, a very beautiful one. However, at the same time, there were large amounts of regret. You and I together. An electric shock struck my body. Everything slowed down and stopped. I know it was an illusion, but it was a beautiful illusion. Large amounts of tears mingled with the red surface of blood scattered on the ground. She began to sob, showing pain even in her crying. Looking into her eyes, mine trembled. The longing and love she gave me with a single glance killed my soul. Ryu, my body reacted, and I quickly took her in my arms. The strength in my legs returned with the force of a cascading waterfall. With her in my arms, I ran. I crossed the room in the blink of an eye. I was late. I'd searched for her for hours all over the 37th floor, but it had all ended like this. Her body grew colder with each passing second in my arms. Her warmth slowly faded away. Warm, she began to murmur as I focused on ascending floors. If I made it in time and reached the 27th floor, I could hunt a mermaid and use its blood to save Ryu. Your arms are so warm, just like in my dream. Stop, don't talk, save your energy. You'll be fine soon. You'll soon be able to feel the warmth more easily. My voice sounded broken. I only realized it now, or perhaps I had been ignoring it, but tears were welling up in my eyes. How long has it been since I last cried? Don't talk, save your energy. Panic flooded my entire body. I didn't know what else to say to her except to save her energy. I was truly terrified. I didn't want to stop and think about what was about to happen. I refused to accept the cruel reality. My deepest instincts told me to abandon that false hope. Once again, his voice called to me. The tone was as weak as a sigh that even the lightest breeze would break it. Before I could tell her the same thing, don't speak, save your energy. Her right hand gripped the fabric of my clothes. Even in his weakness, his strength retained a desperate and pleading essence. Please stop. That I am about to die. There's nothing you can do, so please put me down. Her face contorted with every word she uttered, yet she ignored the pain and continued until the end. I won't do it, Bell. I won't stop. I won't let you down, trust me, I'll save you even if I have to destroy this damned world. So please hold on. The wind whipped my hair and hers around. Without thinking twice, I increased my speed. I was still on the 37th floor, which frustrated me greatly. From the bottom of my heart, I hated the fact that the deep floors were as big as the city. Bell. Are you still going on about that? I already told you I won't stop, even if you end up regretting it. Chains seemed to emerge from the ground and bound my body. I stopped abruptly. I made 2 furrows in the stony ground. They stretched for about 4 meters before I was able to stop. With fear in my eyes, I asked, what do you mean by that? What I got in response was a beautiful smile and the same word, put me down. As if her words were controlling me, I unconsciously obeyed. The tone of her voice was so kind and loving that it sent me into a long trance. I walked slowly until I was leaning against a wall and let her body rest on my legs and between my arms. Even if she asked me to, I wouldn't stop hugging her. I want you to hear my last words. At that moment, I broke down. It was happening again. The world was taking something precious away from me. And no. Don't worry, everything will be all right. I wanted to refuse, but her voice and the touch of her cold hand on my cheek silenced me. I looked at her pleadingly. A unique connection was established between our eyes. I'm going to die. The cruel truth that came from her lips killed the false hopes that I could not. Weakly, I let the tears fall. Don't leave me, don't abandon me, I don't want to be alone again. The drops rolled down my cheeks to my chin, falling onto Ryu's face. She smiled at that moment. He seemed to enjoy the feeling. But I assure you, Belle, the sun will rise again for you. I don't need the comfort of any lie. I've seen all this before and know there won't be a sunrise after. Her lips formed a smile. Don't be so negative, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. My voice sobbed as I tried to apologize. I sounded like a child begging for forgiveness for breaking something that wasn't his. I'm so sorry I'm late, Ryu. As I cried and apologized, his other hand rested on my remaining cheek. She turned my gaze towards her and slowly moved her lips. Hold me tight, Belle, like there's no tomorrow. Even if I disappear from your sight, I'll always be in your heart. From the depths of my soul, I screamed. I wished I hadn't understood his words, which indirectly told me that we would never see each other again. And I. My body moved of its own accord and wrapped around his in a tight embrace. A sigh of relief escaped Ryu's lips. What happiness. I wasn't understanding her words. Even as her life slipped away, she kept claiming she was very happy. I hated that. I didn't want her to leave my side. I wanted her to stay with me. I'm sorry. All I could do was apologize. I said it over and over, so many times I lost count. At that moment, with her face between my right shoulder and face, she whispered in my ear. Fool, stop apologizing if you're so sorry. Grant me one last wish. A wish. Her heartbeat was slowing. He was sure that simply breathing was extremely painful for her, but he kept talking. Right to the end, he spent every second of his time with me. Could you kiss me? At his request, my throat went dry. Her face moved away from my shoulder, close enough to face me. We were so close our noses were touching. What? I expressed my disbelief. The lovely pink tint on her cheeks, ears, and the tip of her nose was beautiful. Even though her skin was turning pale from lack of blood, she was still so beautiful. I said that. Her voice, as weak as a sigh, murmured with slight embarrassment. If you could kiss me, it can't be done. When I remained silent, she looked away, seeming even more embarrassed than before. I stood there frozen for a few seconds, but then I made up my mind. Are you sure that's not a gift for me? Heh, maybe you could see it as a last memory of me. I understand. I forced my voice to calm down and my crying to stop. I didn't want to appear dishonorable in Ryu's eyes. Then here I go. Be gentle. The sky blue of her eyes was obscured by her eyelids. She had closed her eyes to maximize her other senses. I did the same and slowly directed my lips to hers, which awaited me with great longing. After a second, a kiss before death was formed. I transmitted to her the warmth that her lips lacked, and her lips transmitted to me the cold that filled them. We lasted a couple of minutes. The kiss broke, came back together, broke again, and came back together once more. Her hands on my cheeks clung desperately, not wanting me to move away from her. After a few more minutes where each of us enjoyed this first and last kiss as much as we could, we separated. With our faces slightly apart, we smiled. Her lips formed such a beautiful smile, adorned by the lines of tears sliding down her cheeks. Looking at me with the beautiful sky blue of her eyes, she spoke. I love you, Belle. The mixture of feelings reflected in her face and eyes was desperately charming. Love, longing, regret, and fear. Forgive me for dying before you. My non-existent heart broke into 1,000 pieces again. Please don't forget me. The blush on her cheeks was fleetingly captivating, for after a few seconds it disappeared. The smile was the only thing that remained as she continued to look at me with eyes full of love. It wasn't because the situation demanded it, it was simply my most sincere feeling. I love you too, Ryu. When I finished speaking, she cried. She wept uncontrollably, burying her face in my chest. I simply hugged her and gave her as much warmth as I could. It's not fair. She began to murmur, it's not fair. Sobbing and murmuring, her time was slowly coming to an end. I don't want to die. Finally, he revealed the reason for his regret. I want to be with you, I want to live with you, I want to die with you, that's why it's not fair, I hate this cruel world. Just as I once did, he cursed the world. His remorse hit me so hard that it made me cry once again. My body heat was no longer enough to keep her at a comfortable temperature, and it was as if time flowed endlessly. I want to live. Her breathing stopped, the cold flooded every part of his body. At that moment her life faded away, however despite showing her fear of death her lips still formed a smile. Once again he was alone. XXX. Barita devilish smile. XXX. Do you know what the worst joke life will play on you is? Meeting the right person at the wrong time. As a result, loneliness took hold. Oh, isn't it lovely to be completely alone? A voice continued whispering the same question in the back of his mind. Anyone who cannot manage their solitude in their ignorance will always think that any company is good. That's why, oh, isn't this eternal solitude enchanting? You will be born alone, you will live alone, and you will die alone. XXX. Here I am in this room, every corner is tinged with cold darkness. Even if I try to escape and get closer to others, I won't find answers from them. I know I'm the one to blame, it's a reflection of reality. There's nothing more to say, it's simply another day coming to an end, just as one day my life will. I want to know why I can't see how easy it could be to erase the distance from my non-existent heart. I want to know why, no matter how much I search for kindness, I won't find its warmth. I'm still here in this cold room, desperate and alone I am. Why did I think this could end by just pretending everything is the same? It would be better to quit for fear that nothing will change. I long to see what lies beyond this cold glass, a world that shines unconditionally. I long to know if I could reach it with my own hands, defy reality. I want to know if there is still goodness inside me. I don't feel it. Here I am in this room, pretending not to see the key to my heart. Now that I look again and see around me, nothing changes, everything is the same. It was confusing, however, I knew perfectly well what was wrong. My whole body, physically and mentally, let me know. I felt weak with fatalistic thoughts, with a feeling that everything was lost, that nothing would ever be the same again. I began to torture myself by recalling random past experiences from my life. Back then, it didn't even seem like a good time, but compared to how I felt now, I could even say that I was happy without knowing it. My shoulders shook violently. I was still holding Ryu's body in my arms, completely cold and lifeless. Ha 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 ha. I always lose what I don't want to lose. Everything worth wanting is what I always lose the moment I get it. I was fed up. Ha 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 ha. My emotions, as unexpressed as they were, refused to die. They simply remained buried alive, waiting for the perfect moment to erupt in the worst possible way. It was true. If he wanted to reach heaven, he first had to experience hell. Ha 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 ha. My reason vanished. Ryu was the only light I had left. After losing her, my view of the world changed. Despite my eyes with elliptical pupils, I couldn't see anything. Darkness consumed my vision. My voice roared with extreme desperation. Nothing. I held Ryu's body tightly in my arms. I pulled her as close to me as I could. I screamed, cried, and tears streamed down my face. I didn't change anything. Scenes of my friends being massacred by monsters long ago flooded my mind. Just like back then, right now I hadn't done anything. I can't do anything. My goddess, my friends, and now Ryu. This world was determined to take away everything I loved. Nothing. My throat felt like it was being torn apart, and the roar of my voice echoed through the walls of the dungeon. It caused a rumble. I was fed up. I got tired. I could no longer go on. The scream was stuck, only to end up coming out with even more ferocity. I could hear the footsteps of monsters approaching me. Grandfather. What do I want? I couldn't. Honestly, what did my past self want before all this happened? I still can't do anything. A hero, what a joke. Tap, 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 tap. The sounds of approaching footsteps intensified. Looking up, I saw a great horde of monsters. Their intentions were clear. Ignoring them, I lowered my gaze and observed Ryu's face. The faintest hint of a beautiful smile still lingered on his lips. Don't bother us. I stood up. There was a place I had to visit. Out, carrying his body with me, I massacred each and every monster that crossed my path. XXX. He stood watching with the eyes of a dead fish, the colossal body of Udius, the boss of floor 37, falling to the ground. His arms, made of bone, fell limply from side to side. The entire floor shook for several seconds. There wasn't even a final cry of agony. Simply smashed on the hard surface of the glass, he perished. Everything turned to ashes, and in the middle of that mountain of black dust, the only things that remained were the enormous magic stone and the jet black sword. A bright purple color. Walking, I murmured out of sheer habit. In my arms I carried Ryu's body, as cold as the cruelest winter. Even knowing the risks of fighting the Rex monster on the 37th floor with her body in my arms, I didn't let go of her for a second. Taking slow steps, I stopped until I reached the center of the Black Sea. I plunged my fist into the magic stone and shattered it into pieces. Bending down and picking up one piece at a time, I ate it all. Energy flowed through my body, and I soon gained control of it. Now I am stronger. I had a goal. I had learned the hard way that if I was weak, the people important to me would die. Even knowing that I had nothing left that mattered, I longed to gain more strength. To get revenge. I hadn't forgotten. I hadn't forgotten the fact that all of this was happening because of a third party I didn't even know. My feelings, only the negative ones, were directed toward that person. Without a doubt, I would kill her. Ravage said he belonged to a group called Epilogue, and that this group was made up of a large number of killers and psychopaths who possessed extremely powerful monsters. That's okay, to everyone without a doubt, I will kill them. I had no intention of letting a single one survive. Even the smallest species, human or monster, connected to the one responsible for all this will die. And after that, Ryu. I lowered my gaze, observing the peaceful face of the elf in my arms. Looking at her with great love, I whispered, "I'll go with you. If there is a heaven, I'll escape from hell and kiss you on a cloud in honor of our memory." Strands of her hair lightly covered her eyes, and despite knowing she wouldn't answer me, I smiled slightly. "Just wait for me a little longer." I slowly continued my journey towards the entrance of the 36th floor. There were only 18 more floors to go before I reached my destination. A place echoes in my mind, one where I had first heard about Ryu's past from her own words, the grave where her former companions rested. I concluded that this was the best place to bury her. "Thank you for not getting in my way, Asterius." If I hurried, I'd arrive in 24 hours. My trot turned into a brisk run. XXX. There was a snort, rival. Asterius observed the back of his sworn rival, noticing the soullessness he carried. He understood perfectly that the boy was broken. A feeling of anger was born in the reborn Minotaur, whose sole purpose was to have the heated battle he once experienced in the past with the white-haired youth. Get well soon, rival. He would not forgive the sworn rival he so longed for to end up falling apart on his own. Somehow, noticing the lifeless body of the elf his rival was carrying, he understood that she was in mourning. With another huff, he turned and walked away. Taking the opposite path to his rival, Asterius descended to the depths of the dungeon. I didn't have a secure base, but I had a feeling that the white-haired boy would grow strong on a completely different level. Then there was only one thing left for him to do: become stronger. "I'll see you in the place where the screams are silent, rival." The enormous and colossal figure disappeared into the corridors of the dungeon. XXX. I don't know how long it took me. To put it simply, the importance I once had for time vanished like ashes in a storm. But I had arrived. I found myself walking deep in the forest on the 18th floor of the dungeon, a safe zone. I was a few meters away from reaching the place where Ryu's companions rested, or at least the graves represented with their weapons. "We're almost there, Ryu." I often wondered if my reasoning was intact, since I had the strange feeling of being dead. Even knowing that once my life was over, it felt as if the second one was really the first. I died twice, both times so similar and so different at the same time. One exception in the second death was that only my soul descended and burned in hell. Slowly, upon reaching the designated place, I gently lowered Ryu's body and placed her on the verdant grass of the forest. The way her body blended seamlessly with nature left me speechless. Truly, she was unmistakably beautiful. Now, looking away from Ryu, I observed what was presented before my eyes. Nearly 10 guns were stuck in the ground, piercing the thin line of grass and sinking into the rough earth. These weapons were the tombs of the Astrea family, the family that Ryu once served. I closed my eyes and bowed my head. Paying my respects to the fallen was something I would never stop doing, even after dying twice. After a few seconds, my eyelids opened and I straightened up. I took a couple of steps forward and then walked sideways in front of the stuck weapons. From left to right, I stopped at the last weapon. That's when my eyes opened. This is. I couldn't be wrong. The black edge and the divine scribbles carved into the blade undoubtedly belonged to my old weapon. The Hestia dagger. Countless memories were triggered after mentioning her name, the childlike smile of my goddess. The first monster I killed with the dagger, the adventures with my friends. Shake, shake. I blocked the memories. I stopped them just as you could stop a trickle of water by placing a rock in its path. So you granted me a burial alongside your precious companions, Ryu. What an honor, so much so that I don't feel worthy of it. I looked over my shoulder for a few seconds. Ryu's body was still lying on the forest grass, but if it was your decision, then I'll gladly accept it. I turned my gaze back to my gravestone, seeing a bouquet of blue flowers next to the edge of the Hestia dagger stuck in it. The flowers were a beautiful light blue. "Don't forget me." Of course, I recognized the name of the flowers. They were very famous among lovers on the surface. Ryu. I murmured his name. The urge to cry overwhelmed me again, but I managed to hold it back. Taking a breath, I continued. I took the dagger hilt, the bouquet of flowers, and after carefully placing them on the grass, I began to dig. I had concluded that the spot she had chosen to honor my memory would be perfect for her. After a few minutes, my eyes opened again. An arm. I hesitated for a second, however, considering that it was the Hestia dagger that acted as a tombstone for me, Bell Cranel. That arm could only be mine. Now that I remembered, one of my arms had been cut off by a monster before Mikitasen sacrificed herself to save me. I sighed. A trembling sigh escaped from my lips. Stop thinking about trivial things. You came here to bury Ryu, don't get sidetracked, you idiot. I hit myself repeatedly. My fists slammed into my face with all their force. Skin was torn and blood trickled over the surface of muscles and tendons. Ha, better. A second later, regeneration began. The torn skin slowly intertwined and joined together, forming what it originally was. My face was unharmed. There were no wounds, scars, or pain. Should I pull my arm out or leave it? With my mind cleared, I began to think about what to do with the remains that Ryu had buried of me here. I was certainly undecided for a while. The clarity of the 18th floor gradually faded. That'll be it then. Finally, when I made up my mind, I walked over to Ryu's body. Even in this dim lighting, his face still blended perfectly into the surroundings. Carefully, I took her in my arms, carrying her like a princess to the hole I had dug. Without hesitation, I took another step forward, falling into the 1-meter-deep crevice. Slowly, I placed Ryu's body next to my severed arm, though they were nothing more than bones inside the sleeve of my old shirt. From my vantage point, I observed with eyes free of light. Just now, another regret and sorrow was added to my list of sins. Until we meet again, Ryu. I leaned back on one knee. I lowered my face as far as I could, and taking his cold cheek in the palm of my hand, I brought my lips to his. A kiss that didn't even last half a second. I swear to you, I will finish them all off. Not a single one will be left standing. They won't have the honor of knowing they are dying when they are nothing more than mere corpses turning to dust. I felt like he was listening to me. I was probably going crazy, but the wind caressing the leaves of the trees and forming the sound of a soft whistling kept me from thinking that I was completely insane. For the last time I looked into her eyes. Her eyelids remained closed, but I was certain that the color of her eyes was still a beautiful sky blue. I swear, after that I climbed out of the hole and filled it with the dirt I had dug myself. I used the palms of my hands to flatten the surface as best I could. Foolishly, I tore some grass from the forest and placed it on top of the flattened earth. The next second, I plunged the Hestia dagger into the ground and left the forget-me-not bouquet beside it. I will remember my love for you. Please don't forget yours for me. After that, and after bowing as a sign of respect, I disappeared into the darkness that lurked on the 18th floor. Enchanting solitude surprised me once more. This time, without a doubt, I will kill you. XXX. Time kept ticking. Not yet. How much longer are you going to take, Bell? I was sitting on the floor, leaning my back against the wall of the same room where he had said goodbye some time ago. Many things happened in that strangely long period of time. Initially, during his journey to become stronger, I dedicated myself to caring for the demispirits resting in Knossos. 3 days later, the adventurers from Arario invaded the artificial labyrinth. Both members of Evolus and surface dwellers died. It was utter carnage. After such a siege, everything became momentarily calm. Even so, having waited for days to finally get some carnal pleasure, Belle still hadn't appeared. I wanted her to take me as a consolation for having failed to kill Arya once again, who, like the previous times, was saved by her stupid companions. Oh, I'll really hit you if you don't get here before the day is over. I might even admit that I was slightly desperate. The addiction I had developed to his body distorted my thoughts. What made me feel so good after so many years acted like a poison that manifested itself in all my hormones. Tab. Just as I was thinking about the way it broke me inside a few weeks ago, the sounds of approaching footsteps echoed through the room. I slowly looked up toward the entrance. The wall that served as a false backdrop to keep out unwanted guests was pierced by an arm. That same arm, which pierced the false background as a sword would pierce a human body, slid horizontally to the right. The finely woven and glued vines swayed to the right, making way for the owner of the arm. Welcome, Belle, I'm back. The corners of my lips twisted into a playful smile, however. That same smile vanished a second later. We stared at each other. He stood right in the entrance, not moving an inch. His black suit swayed slightly. From where I stood, I watched him. I felt my insides heating up to dangerously high temperatures. I could even feel the burning in my cheeks and the wetness in my vagina. Did something happen that I should know about? Nothing important. Of course, I didn't believe him. Her eyes had become a bottomless, dark, emotionless well with no end. The jet-black irises of her elliptical pupils acted as a doorway onto the bloody sea of ruby red in her eyes. It was beautiful. Belle was dead. That was not the face of someone who was alive, nor were there eyes that showed vitality. A silent despair and hopelessness perfectly blended in her pretty, expressionless face. Oh, really? I stood up. Then you're well enough to take care of me, right? I approached him. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed my breasts against his. Conveying my intentions through the touch of my needy body, I whispered in his ear. Do you want me to heal those wounds of yours again, Belle? I acted like a mischievous little devil, playfully suggesting that I would give him my body once more. To my words, he responded coldly and harshly. I won't be so nice this time. That really turned me on. Panting softly in his ear, I restrained my urge to take him right there and gave my answer. Phew, I bit her earlobe and whispered once more, when did I ask you to be nice? Be aggressive, I love it. He remained silent. For a brief moment, I thought he would refuse, but the moment his arms encircled my waist and pulled me close, I smiled lustfully. I pulled my lips away from his side and faced him directly. Our faces were so close that each other's breath touched our skin like a breeze. Bringing my lips closer, I sang. Ever since the last time we did it, I've been wanting to be whipped and pant like a bitch for you. Well, don't you want to try it again? Like I said, I won't be nice. And with that, it was all over. Oh, desperate boy, ride my hips and dance until you're satisfied. Whip me, tear me apart, break me. I'll be your hex toy for as long as you want. Lemon skipped. I was unaware of what had happened on his short journey in search of strength, but it was certainly something whose outcome I wouldn't complain about. His eyes still burned with a fierce determination to survive. But unlike the day I found him without his arms and legs, the burning gaze that represented his soul now demanded revenge. You've grown up very fast. I stroked her hair with my fingers. Her silky hair was calming to me. You exceeded my expectations. Now I understood the feeling of denial I experienced when Enyo ordered me to kill him simply for blocking his mind control. It was the same feeling as finding a lump of coal in the street only to discover days later that it was a diamond. That's what Bell was to me, a diamond. All it took was cleaning the grime off his body that covered him the day I found him, then just like now, he would shine beautifully. And now that you've fallen even after hitting rock bottom, I like desperate people with broken minds and broken destinies. They were full of surprises and explosions. Bell was the first to perfectly match my preferences. I felt good with him, a desperate person with a broken mind and a broken destiny, because I was the same. The corners of my lips twisted into a slight, satisfied smile. You seem happy, and it was at that moment that Bell woke up. We were both in bed, our naked bodies pressed together and covered by the sheet. His face was buried in my breasts. That's because I'm happy. It's been years since I felt like this. I see. He gave that answer indifferently, burying his face again, which he had raised to speak to me in my breasts. Ara, I thought I'd get a good morning kiss, I joked. My usually cold demeanor vanished when I shared a bed with him. We were creatures of the opposite hex who engaged in a sexual relationship to satisfy each other's carnal desires. At my words, a silence fell. Her faint breathing tickled my chest. If you want it, I'll give it to you. And she lifted her face from the pair of pillows where she was resting. She brought her lips to mine and a passionate and intense kiss began. Actually, it couldn't be considered a kiss, but more accurately a sucking on my part. Receiving her lips with open arms, I acted. I grasped her head with both hands and slipped my tongue into her mouth. It was then that the sucking turned into a deep kiss. I took her breath and made the inside of her mouth feel empty. Having done that, her tongue went limp. That was the signal to wrap my tongue around hers and start sucking on it. We both pulled away. A line of our mingled saliva hung like a bridge, connecting our lips for a second. You like me. I felt like you were going to steal all my air. Fufu, that was my intention. I stopped holding his head, and as if he knew that was the place to lay it down, he just buried his face between my breasts once more. You really are a degenerate pervert, I commented with amusement. I didn't get a response as I expected. However, the fact that he frequently sucked on the surface of my breasts gave me the answer I needed. Partially, when time flowed enough, I finally asked, "Do you want me to listen to you?" Personally, I had no interest in giving him new hope. No, doing that would only condemn him further in a world where people are already born doomed. He wasn't that cruel, or at least that's what I hoped. Instead of listening to me, could you answer me? Forward. I did not object to his request. As I ran my hands through his hair and stroked it, he asked in an emotionless tone, "What do you think of humans?" Even though his face was buried between my breasts, which to him were like a pair of large mountains, I could feel that his gaze remained transparent and devoid of emotion. Knowing that and that I myself had agreed to answer, I closed my eyes. I focused on the softness of her hair against my fingers as I thought about my response. After a couple of minutes, I spoke. I'll tell you what I think. Humans are creatures who always hurt themselves and then regret it when they make a very important decision. I vaguely recalled the few scenes from my past life that were revealed to me. If anything remained in my childhood memory, it was regret. I didn't know what had caused it, but I knew that I once died with great amounts of regret. People always say you should decide without regrets, right? I continued after a brief pause. No matter how terrible the pain of the past, you'll always regret it later. That's human nature. It seemed to be becoming a habit, since his responses were becoming less frequent. That didn't bother me. It was enough that he was noisy while we were having sex. To demand something when he was already giving me that would be greedy. Are you happy with the answer? A little, yes. That's exactly what it looked like. It was completely broken. It looked like a doll with its strings cut. Review. What is it? For the second time, he pulled his face away from my breasts and looked directly into my eyes. The opaque windows of her already dead soul watched me. I wonder if a memory is something we have or something we have lost. I was speechless and unable to respond immediately. His eyes seemed to be pleading with me to wake him from this nightmare called life. However, he wasn't kind enough to do that. Why not just throw those memories away? I suggested, throw them away. Yes. Block out what hurts you, forget it, bury it underground. If you don't remember, you won't suffer. That's the path many take, pretending to know nothing about the past so they can remain sane in the present. I understand throwing away my memories, huh? He seemed to be thinking about it seriously, or perhaps it was just his face that gave me that impression. It's possible he wasn't thinking about anything at all and his mind was just a blank space. Settling down beside me and still staring at me with his dead eyes, he asked, "Do you remember anything from your past?" You said they were lazy. Does being lazy lessen the pain? Yes, that's what I said. The only thing I vaguely remember is a group of women. They had no faces, no voices, no physical bodies. All they had were smiles on their lips, nothing more. And is that why you don't suffer? Possibly, yes. He kept watching me, as if trying to figure out if I was lying or telling the truth. After a few seconds, he let his body fall onto the mattress. Her eyes moved to the ceiling and a hand rested on her forehead. At that moment, it would be good to forget everything then. Don't you mind import what? I realized I was about to do something stupid, but I didn't stop. I settled back on the mattress and wrapped my arms around him. Side by side, I murmured, there are still people who care about you on the surface. Yeah, so you're not going to look for them. There was no immediate response. Regardless of his future actions, Bell belonged to me. If he decided to leave, he would leave after paying me with his life. That was the kind of relationship we had, just as I belonged to him. He just wanted to confirm whether or not he would betray me. Finally, with a blank stare and an emotionless expression, he declared, they're in the past and I'm not interested in the past. I don't think I'm interested in the future either. A perfect answer. I had no objections to the point that I was smiling slightly. However, there was something I wanted to know. So what interests you, Bell? Revenge, the revenge of this ancient human. In this cruel world, it's all I have left. In revenge, everything happens at once. Everything that came before doesn't matter, and neither does what happens after. My smile widened. He continued, speaking with clear hatred and resentment in his voice. Yes, I want revenge. I want them to be aware that death is coming for them. And that nothing can change that. I want them to feel my pain and know that it's the last thing they'll ever feel in their lives. I shuddered noticeably. Emotion filled every part of my body. Yes, Bell was in his most perfect mental state. Bringing my hand once more to his hair, I stroked it. Then I remembered that humans or any other living being are pure chance. Flaws are easily revealed, but good ones take time to appear. That's why, for me, spending so much time with another person was annoying. Many times I ripped out the windpipes of my subordinates simply for not keeping quiet. But I glanced sideways at Bell's expressionless face. He was still staring at the ceiling of the room. The time I found him, the time I healed him, the time I guided him, and now once again I healed him. At no point did he cause me any kind of trouble. I don't care, I murmured as I looked at him. You are not a failure. She tilted her head to the side, showing her confusion. However, it was not my intention to explain my words to her. If I understood them well, great. If not, that was fine too. On a whim, I pulled his face close and buried it in my breasts. I entwined my legs with his and we snuggled together in each other's warmth. Review. He named me from the pair of mountains of flesh where he was sunk. Yeah, did you fall in love with me? Do you want me to kill you? He remained silent. The fact that she asked me that question without any emotion in her voice irritated me. It vaguely reminded me of the same question I asked her the first time we had Hex. Then, feeling comfortable from the temperature of our naked bodies, we rested for a couple of hours. I was exhausted even if I didn't show it. I needed to recover from the intense bucking I'd received from Bell. XXX. I fell asleep again. How careless of me. Even if my mental stability was a mess, that wasn't an excuse for falling asleep twice. When my eyelids opened, what my eyes caught was Ravis's face right in front of me. His lips were brushing against mine. That's how non-existent our distance was. You're finally awake. I'm sorry, don't worry. I lay on the mattress for a few minutes. Ravis had even gotten up first and put his clothes on. I did the same shortly after. Just as she was about to leave the room, I stopped her. Ravis, what's wrong? Sad that I'm leaving. It's not that. The amused smile on his lips faded when he looked at my face. I wasn't sure, but I was probably being too serious. What is it? He asked. I thought about it for a couple of seconds, then I walked towards her and stopped just 1 meter away. The killer, please tell me who it is. Quite some time had passed, or at least that's how it felt to me. I was stronger now, so I couldn't help but ask. She looked at me with a dangerous glint in her eyes. The green orbs adorned with reptilian pupils sharpened. I don't know if seconds or minutes passed, but I never once looked away from her. She slowly approached me and closed the distance. Then unexpectedly, he took the back of my neck in the palm of his right hand. Applying pressure, he brought my lips to his. I was forcibly kissed. Actually, it wasn't a kiss, it was sucking. There was no other way it could have been sucking. I, who had asked a rather important question, was now twisting my neck in order to avoid the kiss. By doing that, for some reason, Ravis got angry. Oh, damn it, stay still. Ravis grabbed my head with both hands. Finally, she was able to slip her tongue into my mouth. This was the moment when the sucking had turned into a deep kiss. For someone who looks like an antisocial woman, her kissing skills were extraordinarily unmatched. First, she took my breath and made the inside of my mouth feel empty. Having been oppressed, I lost the strength of my tongue. Then Ravis wrapped her tongue around mine and began to suck it. Our lips strayed for a moment. I was experiencing an unmistakable déjà vu. At that moment, I inhaled sharply as I let out a "yub-ah." That was for a moment. Shortly after, Ravis took control of my mouth once more, and this time he pressed the center of my tongue with his and stimulated it. The strength was drained from my joints. Ravis lightly grabbed and supported my body, which was about to collapse as my knees had twisted. He's going to grape me. Those words crossed my mind. He's really going to grape me today. I honestly thought I was going to be grod like that. Ravis, who was pressing the center of my tongue with his own, then wrapped his tongue around both sides of mine. Letting out a "yub," I groaned. Did I just moan? Did I really? Was I going to come just from a simple tongue? No matter how much I thrashed my arms to try and get the other person off me, it was all useless. Since I was unable to exert any force in my arms, my struggle subsided. Ravage smiled with her eyes. Oh, how sweet. I could feel it in her eyes. As if telling me to stop worrying, she lightly grasped my crotch with her left hand. Oh gods, my vision went blank. My last line of resistance had vanished without a trace. There was no way I could resist there. My knees trembled with fear at the technique of this perverted creature who had lived for so many years. Ravage then mixed techniques of pushing his tongue in like a drill and trapping mine with his like a rope and wrapping it around my mouth. It felt like a tornado was hitting my brain. Ah. Finally, Ravage parted his lips. A thin line of saliva hung vaguely like a suspension bridge between Ravage's tongue and mine. While panting heavily, I glared fiercely at Ravage. You. It was to prepare you with the answer. Did you like it? For a moment I thought you would suck my soul out. Fufu, do we even have souls? I didn't object to that. Honestly, I didn't see the point in starting a discussion about whether or not we had souls. Besides, I didn't care whether I did or not. On the other hand, and more importantly, I asked, will you tell me the identity of the killer? She was acting clueless on purpose. I could see that easily. That's why I didn't press the issue and waited silently for a yes or no answer. Noticing that, she sighed, how boring. Then he smiled maliciously. Her eyes overflowed with a mysterious emotion that confused me. The corners of her lips twisted noticeably. I'm warning you, I'll break your heart. Apparently that was a yes, that's why she gave that final warning. I stared into her eyes, which were overflowing with emotion. It's already broken, I said simply. Ravage began to laugh softly. Her giggles were like soft, stifled sighs. After laughing for a few seconds, she answered, I am the murderer. I felt like I was running out of air, that. Before this ignorant self who did not know that even broken pieces could be pulverized, the world mocked. Ravage and I locked eyes for a long time. Chapter 9, Between the Lines. You're as beautiful as the day I lost you. Until you feel comfortable being alone, you'll never know if you're choosing someone out of love or loneliness. However, you must pay attention. Loneliness is dangerous. It's addictive, and once you realize how much peace there is in it, you won't want to deal with people. XXX. Silence settled in the small room located somewhere in the vast dungeon. Bell's eyes focused on Ravage's, and Ravage's eyes focused on Bell's. She kept a playful smile on her lips as she watched Bell's reaction after revealing the assassin of the Loki Familia. In this case, herself. Bell, on the other hand, remained completely silent as he stared at her. His emotionless face was occasionally twitched by a slight twitch in his eyebrows. The red depths of her eyes exuded a suppressed fury. It isn't true. He murmured in a voice devoid of any emotion. Tell me it's not true. He remained skeptical, however. The slight tremor that invaded his lips showed how strongly the information had affected him. Ravage's smile widened, then he asked, why should I tell you that? I told the truth, it's what you wanted. Bell did not respond, but the fury in his gaze increased noticeably. Ravage could discern the sound of something turning gray, possibly coming from Bell's teeth. He was furious. It was because of that same fury that Ravage smiled once more and asked another question. What will you do? You have the killer of your family right in front of you, so what will you do, Bell? Ravage waited expectantly for Bell's reaction. I didn't think he would fall any further into despair. You only needed to look into his emotionless eyes to know that he had hit rock bottom in pure despair. That's why he found her reaction intriguing. To that intriguing expectation of Ravage, Bell in a dead voice replied, I will kill you. Suddenly, the anger that had been contained in his eyes overflowed and turned into an immense thirst for blood. The intimidation of his murderous intent made Ravage's body shudder. The smile on his lips widened and turned malicious. Haha, excellent answer, Bell. There was no opportunity to exchange more words. Bell had launched his attack without even thinking or considering it. They were less than a meter apart, so he aimed a blow from below. His fingers formed a blade intended to pierce Ravage's chest. Burst. There was a burst of air that lifted dust from the ground and formed a small whirlpool that trapped them both. Neither of them said anything. Ravage had stopped Bell's attack with one hand, grabbing Bell's wrist and preventing his fingers from piercing her. The blade came within 1 cm of piercing Ravage's chest. You were really going to kill me, huh? She said indifferently while smiling. Bell did not respond. Instead, he exerted more force in his arm to pierce Ravage's chest. At this, she smiled and exerted more force on Bell's wrist. They were locked in a struggle, trying to outmaneuver each other. Ravage noticed the significant increase in Bell's strength since their last encounter. It was clear that the boy had consumed an unimaginable amount of magic stones. At that moment, another blast of air. Bell had formed another blade with his remaining hand and attacked Ravage directly in the face, but was stopped just like the previous one. Ravage's lips widened into a half-moon as she was fascinated by the purely furious expression Bell was giving. She remained expressionless, but the bloodlust that emanated from her eyes did not allow her to ignore the palpable fury that she exuded. Why did you do it? My family. Bell finally uttered words. Hatred, resentment, and anger were prominent in his tone of voice. He was on the verge of exploding in a frenzy of uncontrollable emotions. Why did they have to suffer like that? Why Ravage? What began as an almost inaudible murmur ended in a thunderous roar. His eyes flashed with anger. It was then that Ravage stopped smiling. His face returned to its usual stoic and emotionless state. Her eyes turned cold. I'm asking you this. Why not, Bell? That anger increased. Bell's eyes turned as cold as ice. The difference with Ravage's was that they were filled with hatred mixed with murderous indifference. Bell, you are unique, special, I would dare say. The only problem was the light and gentleness that surrounded you. It was like watching a work of art being ruined by children's stupid, dirty hands. What the hell are you saying? Ravage smiled maliciously. He tightened his grip on Bell's wrists to prevent them from piercing his chest or face. She said, don't you know, when a person faces great suffering, their heart becomes colder. Hafufu Bell, I understand that you were an anomaly in Neo's plans. That's why everything was taken from you and you were drawn into darkness. Bell was left in a brief daze, her eyes focused on the amused smile that Ravage was now forming. She seemed to enjoy every one of his reactions, knowing that made him even angrier. I will definitely kill you, you and everyone else. I'm eager to see it. Bell stopped pushing his arms and pulled them back. He broke free from Ravage's grip and spun his body around in the air. A spinning kick straight to Ravage's face, slow, but Ravage took a step back and dodged her. Naive. And Bell wasn't even surprised. At the same instant that his body rotated in the air and launched the spinning kick towards Ravage's face, his right fist had slammed into the ground and pulled out a jet-black sword with decorative eyes. Slash. His feet touched solid ground and the edge of his sword sailed through the air with a downward diagonal cut. From her left shoulder to her right waist, Ravage had been cut. Blood gushed out as her serious face was adorned with surprise. A faint how clever. Ravage jumped back a couple of meters. His abdomen was bathed in blood that trickled from the wound, but a few seconds later, the wound began to heal. Bell probed the sword in the air, splattering the blood clinging to the jet-black edge. They both looked at each other from the distance that separated them, Bell with his sword in hand and Ravage without any weapon. She simply smiled as she took a little of the blood with her fingers and licked it. The wound had already completely healed. You look incredibly hexy, he blurted out in a mischievous and seductive tone. Bell did not respond, simply remaining on guard while ignoring Ravage's words. He took one step forward, then another. The steps turned into a sprint. Without a doubt, he launched another slash towards Ravage's neck. His intention was to decapitate her and then pierce her magic stone. However, Ravage took another step forward, moving beyond the cutting range. His neck, once in the sights of the sword's edge, was now encircled by Bell's forearm. The scene was almost comical. Bell, pick me up. Ravage moved close enough to whisper directly into Bell's ear in a seductive and erotic tone. Bell's reaction was pure disbelief. Ravage used his shoulder, which was positioned beneath Bell's arm, and pushed upward. The shoulder touched a nerve in Bell's arm, causing him to drop the sword. Having disarmed him, Ravage circled Bell's back and pulled him toward her. Once again, she murmured, "Are you deaf? I want you to buck me, hard like last time." An erotic and heated tone, she seemed extremely aroused after seeing Bell's angry side. At his request, Bell shouted, "I don't want to buck you, I want to kill you, you idiot." He tried to throw a punch from below, but Ravage tightened his grip and completely immobilized him. Completely at his mercy, Ravage spoke again. "You can kill me by ramming me. That would be more fun than just cutting off my head, don't you think? Absolutely not. Stop playing around and fight seriously. You're boring. First of all, why do you want to kill me?" Bell's face showed disbelief at Ravage's question. Her blank eyes seemed to ask, "Are you serious?" Clearly annoyed and angry, he replied, "Isn't it obvious? You killed my family. Oh, that, it was a lie, it wasn't me." Once again, Bell's expression changed. He was completely pressed against Ravage's body, so their faces were too close. With a little surprise, he asked that. Ravage smiled as if he was enjoying all of this. "It wasn't me, you idiot. I just wanted to see what you'd do and how you'd react." "You didn't disappoint me, by the way." "Are you kidding me? Not at all." Bell looked directly into Ravage's eyes. She didn't seem to be lying or trying to deceive him. She smiled. "First of all, why would I kill your family? I know I'm under Neo's control, but I've never been to the surface. I have enemies there. If they saw me, they would attack me immediately. Also, how do you explain my presence on the 27th floor? The timings don't add up, Bell. Even if I'm fast, I couldn't travel 27 floors in minutes." Bell remained silent as he thought about and analyzed this new data. If he went back in time, it was true that the scenarios didn't fit together. Hestia was killed on the surface, and all of her friends died within minutes. It was impossible for Ravage to travel from both sides in less than 3 or 5 minutes. In a low voice, he murmured, "That means." "Yes, I lied to you, I'm not the murderer." Ravage didn't deny it as he smiled with amusement. She stopped pressing on Bell's back and brought one of her hands to the boy's chin. She drew him to her lips and kissed him. It was short but long enough to become intense. "Now you're interested in sleeping with me?" he asked. Bell thought about it but ended up denying it slightly. "I want you to tell me the identity of the killer. The real one, Ravage, I'm sure, but only after you buck me, I promise." "Don't know? Come on, it'll only be a couple of rounds. You can't leave me like this. I got too worked up seeing you so furious." The hostile atmosphere and the thirst for blood had vanished. Now Ravage exuded a seductive aura while giving hook-me looks, and Bell gave a complicated expression. After a few seconds of silence, Bell sighed. "All right, Fufu, let's go back to bed then." He agreed, and Ravage let out a pleased giggle as she pulled him towards the bed. Once again, they found themselves entangled in each other's skin as their gasps overlapped. XXX. A few hours later, the sheets rubbed against each other, causing a soft sliding sound. The same sheet covered the naked bodies of Bell and Ravage. The first one sighed while the second one gave her last gasp of exhaustion. She had been intensely attended to. "Speak plainly this time." With the coldness of an iceberg, Bell demanded the information he would receive in exchange for what he had recently given, his services. Ravage let out an amused snort. "Her name is Philvis. She's a creature, but she maintains a role as an adventurer on the surface." Yes, she's a woman. What's wrong with you? Does it make you doubt that she's a woman?" Bell was silent for a few seconds. Ravage's gaze was fixed on him as if he were meticulously analyzing him. The seconds ticked by. Bell didn't seem fazed even when in contact with Ravage's bare skin covered in erotic sweat. "No, it doesn't matter if it's a woman or a man, a child or an old person, I'll kill him." "Fufufu, you've become quite the villain, huh? It suits you, it makes you look hexy." "That's not my intention." Even when Ravage tried to provoke him sexually, Bell remained unfazed. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling of the room. His cold, ruthless mind began to develop the scenarios for his imminent revenge. What I would say to him, what I would do to him, how would I do it? His head transformed into nothing more than a steel trap eager to ensnare its prey. He himself would dismember her piece by piece. I would gouge out her eyes, skin her, burn her, listen to her cries of agony, and just before she died I would heal her. Then the process would be repeated, eternally, until she repented and begged him to kill her, until she pleaded for mercy, until he took pity on her and granted her death. "Are you sure about this?" His thoughts were interrupted by himself. Looking away from the ceiling, he tilted his head and stared directly at Ravage. She seemed fascinated as she gazed into his eyes. Her face gave the expression of someone looking at gems. "Sure about what?" she asked. "Philvis, I'll kill her. Isn't she your colleague?" "Ah, that." Ravage's lips curved into a crescent smile. The icy gleam in his reptilian eyes dimmed coldly. "I don't care, do what you want. I may be being controlled, but there's no sense of camaraderie between them and me. Do you understand?" "What?" "I suppose so." Bell returned his gaze to the ceiling. He displayed a slightly thoughtful expression before speaking again. In a soft, emotionless tone, he declared, "I'll also eliminate all of Evelis. If that Philvis killed my family, I'm sure it was on someone else's orders. Am I wrong?" "What?" "No, that's quite right, in fact." Ravage didn't deny it or try to change the subject. He simply shrugged and nodded, confirming Bell's suspicions. He sighed. "I see." He became lost in his thoughts once more. It was then that Ravage took the opportunity to rest his face on Bell's shoulder. He slid his index finger over the well-formed pectoral and began tracing small circles. Her cold, soft voice sounded, "What about me?" Her tone held a certain excitement. She was eager to know the intentions of the boy who belonged to her. "About you." Bell didn't overreact. He took the question calmly as if he'd been expecting it, and after a slight exhalation, he answered, "You saved my life. What does that have to do with anything?" "Everything. It's thanks to you that I can get my revenge. Simply put, my life belongs to you, Ravage." "That's very romantic. Do you want to make me fall in love with you?" "I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention." Nonsensical jokes crept into the conversation. Ravage let out a soft, almost imperceptible, amused laugh. She liked Bell's cold, indifferent reactions. The fact that he didn't pay attention to her and treated her so roughly excited her greatly. His masochism came to light, but he hid it for the time being. Her eyes focused on Bell's profile, who was simply staring indifferently at the ceiling of the place. He detected no deception or anything suspicious in his voice or facial expressions. However, "I don't know why, but I don't believe you." He blurted it out. "Oh, really?" Even when I told him that, he didn't seem bothered. He just mumbled the question, devoid of interest or emotion. Ravage didn't pay any attention to it and carried on. "It feels very lazy. That's a half-truth, I suppose." Certainly." Ravage showed his canines at Bell's affirmative response and, making circles with his index finger on the boy's chest, asked, "Will you tell me the other half?" Insinuating and manipulative. His voice was laced with both intentions, and he made no effort to hide them. The response was silence for several seconds, but she remained patient. She intertwined her legs with Bell's and rubbed her crotch against his thigh. The direct skin-to-skin contact excited her. As if in reaction, Bell murmured, "That would be my intention to return the favor," he simply said. He sounded truthful and sincere, even with the dry tone of his voice. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Ravage, who was having fun rubbing his private parts against Bell's leg. "You saved me, so I'll save you. It's that simple." Ravage's provocation stopped instantly, giving Bell a very peculiar, incredulous look. "Save me? Have you gone mad? Maybe is there anything wrong with that?" His question was answered with another, making it clear that Bell had no intention of saying anything more. But Ravage insisted, "I don't know what you think, but I don't want to be saved. Do you think I'm a damsel in distress waiting for her prince? Don't be stupid." Let me make this clear, Bell. I like who I am. Darkness is part of me. So don't treat me gently or like a normal girl, or I'll rip your head off if you do. Interesting way of putting it, Ravage. That's what you get for wanting to play the hero again. I'm fine with you despising me, mistreating me, assaulting me, and groping me while you whip me. Just stick to that, okay? Bell did not respond immediately, not simply because they didn't want to do it, but because they had nothing to say in the face of Ravage's masochism. I was genuinely speechless. I have it. That was precisely why he did not try or bother to look for a contradictory or lengthy answer. It was easier and less annoying to meet up with her. Okay, Ravage stopped hugging him and got out of bed. Let's go down to the lower levels for a while. I'll give you some training. The sheet slipped off, revealing her voluptuous body. Her breasts, firm as mountains and soft as pillows, were adorned with pink areolas around her nipples. The volume and width of her buttocks went perfectly in line with her toned legs. It was a sight of wet, gaunt skin that made you want to touch and taste it. Train me, you. Bell glanced past the beautiful scene of Ravage's naked body and asked hesitantly. He was confused and slightly surprised by Ravage's statement. Yes. Philvis isn't weak, he's just as strong as me or even a little stronger. In your current state, you're just going to get your ass kicked, and I'm not sending my hex toy to its death. Thank you for your concern. Bell's expression didn't change, but the sarcasm was noticeable in his voice. He was skeptical of Ravage's motives. She smiled with amusement and as she slowly dressed declared, "No thanks needed, you'll pay me for this and I think you already know what I'll ask for. Hex, that's what comes to mind, foo-foo correct, intense and wild." Bell let out a tired sigh and Ravage hissed mischievously. After a few minutes during which they both got fully dressed, they left for the lower floors. XXX. Floor 37, Coliseum. Ravage, you said you were going to train me, that's what I said. Bell's eyes scanned the distant center of territory called the Coliseum. A slight, almost imperceptible bead of sweat appeared on his expressionless face. I was at the north entrance just before crossing the bridge. And why are we here? He asked. Ravage, who was to her left, shrugged. She let out a small snort as she replied dismissively. Why, you ask? It's simple, you'll be fighting in the center of that place, day and night without rest all this week. The malicious smile on her luscious lips made Bell's eyes turn white. In a dry, sarcastic voice he muttered, "If what you want is to kill me, you might as well do it yourself. They're just low-level monsters, why are you so scared?" Bell sighed at the look Ravage gave him. She seemed disappointed in him and regarded him as a useless coward. He explained in a low tone, "That's not it. The problem is that they regenerate infinitely. Inevitably, my magical energy will run out over time." After saying that with an intellectual air about him, Bell shrugged. "I repeat, if you want to kill me, you may do it yourself. Although I would prefer it to be after I have my revenge." He was cold and indifferent. Her face perfectly conveyed that the only reason she was still alive and clinging to it was her revenge. Nothing mattered to him except bloodshed. If you stared into his beautiful, empty eyes, the young hero of the past was nowhere to be found. It was genuinely as Ravage wished. "You never cease to amaze me, you're adorable," she murmured to herself. Just as I expected, Bell was broken. However, she wouldn't let her broken toy go straight to the trash. She wanted to see the things it would do and the things it would change. Ravage was desperate under Enio's absolute control, so she eagerly awaited the way Bell would shatter all of that entity's plans. "I won't do it, I already told you, you belong to me and I take care of what's mine." Putting his thoughts aside, Ravage headed towards the ignorant Bell who was gazing indifferently at the Coliseum. With a cat-like grin he explained, "Whether you like it or not, I'll make you train there. If your magical energy eventually runs out, you just need to replenish it. You're saying I should eat the magic stones while killing and evading monsters. A bit far-fetched, don't you think?" Trying to get him to come in of his own volition, Ravage discovered that Bell's indisposition remained firm. He seemed uninterested in such a banal way of gaining strength. That simple belief only made clear the deep-seated bloodlust within him. As he had been told, Bell had already come to 2 floor bosses, and it was very likely that his next target would be the next floor boss, the Baller. Because of that, Ravage sighed and made an exception. "All right." The resigned tone of voice caught Bell's attention. "Yeah," he glanced at her out of the corner of his eye without turning his face. The way he looked at her in profile was somehow intimidating. With a touch of disdain, Ravage spoke. 1 week. He raised his right index finger and stared intently at Bell. "You'll fight there for a week, but there will be a 2-hour break each day. In short, you'll fight 22 hours a day. Does that sound good to you?" It seemed that the mere fact of giving in to Bell's whim irritated her too much, but the slightest of malicious smiles appeared on Ravage's lips. He had to wait a couple of seconds, but Bell's answer was still very vague. "Don't know." He murmured uncertainly. That only added to Ravage's irritation. "Don't be condescending, Bell." She gave him a sharp look showing that she would not accept another whim from this indifferently handsome brat. The fact that she was very hexy with her new personality did not give her the right to choose what to do and how to do things. Because of that, Ravage revealed his ace in the hole. "I already said it, the assault on Knossos will be in a week. This is the only way you won't die trying to get revenge, you idiot." Will you continue to ignore my suggestions, even though you know you'll lose your only chance at revenge? A resigned silence. Bell's gaze shifted from Ravage to the center of the Colosseum. With a very noticeable frown on his face, he muttered, "All right." Very irritated, Bell reluctantly walked towards the arena where he would fight while Ravage watched his back. "Push your limits here and now, Bell," Ravage encouraged. Her lips curved into an amused smile as she savored her victory. Hey. That's when he realized what is. XXX. The week went by faster than I expected. After a short time thinking about the strange feeling I experienced when observing Bell's back, I watched his impromptu training. He had definitely grown stronger during the days we were apart. His brute strength was destructive to the point that his blows tore through the air and generated blows at a distance. His speed, in which he particularly excelled, was blinding. The combination of his skill and agility was so perfect that the fluidity of his movements was like evaporating water. She could not be taken, nor could she be locked up. She was, in the fullest sense of the word, elusive. However, setting aside his raw strength, speed, dexterity, and strategic intellect, that was terrifying. It happened on the 7th day. Something I hadn't told Bell was that while he fought, dodged, and ate magic stones, I would attack him periodically. I would throw anything that would be useful: stones, spears, swords obtained from the dungeon, even monster corpses. All with the aim of sharpening their senses to the maximum. Again, there was something else I omitted from my explanation of the training. That was that during his 2 hours of rest, he would dedicate that time to sexually pleasing me. I didn't give him a second's rest. When he completed his 22 hours fighting in the Colosseum, I would grab him by force and drag him to a safe area that I discovered while exploring the place and force him to have sex with me. Rough and wild. For 2 hours, I didn't allow her hips to stop for a second. He had resisted, naturally. It seemed that the safe zone I found was a place where he kept a precious memory with a precious person. Despite that, I ignored his whims and let him take my body. He stopped showing discomfort on the 3rd day, as if resigned to dishonoring the beautiful memory of that place with the lascivious sound of our skin colliding and my moans of pleasure echoing. I must admit that was fun and exciting. The 2 hours each day in that safe zone were the most fun and wild. Being whipped and treated with utter contempt, that was something she couldn't help but enjoy. However, perhaps it was by pushing him too far to the edge that happened. A unique ability of the creature called Bell Cranel, assimilation. He burst I could rumble assimilate. Burst the essence of each monster. Rumble. The explosions and rumblings continued steadily. I was currently at a distance, observing the bloody massacre that Bell was carrying out. From his right palm, an all-consuming blue fire shot out, incinerating monsters the moment it swallowed them with its high temperatures. From his left palm, red smoke was expelled, creating a mist that acted as a smokescreen. However, that wasn't all. This same blood-red mist weakened the monsters that were swallowed by it. I recognized it instantly. Those were the characteristics of the Rex monster on the 27th floor, the Amphispina. Blue fire that burned everything, even water, and red mist that eliminated magic. Crack besides. Creak/creak, crack/creak. When he was cornered and countless monsters jumped on him, sharp blades made of bone emerged from his body and pierced the magic stones of the monster mountain that crushed him. That was without a doubt the power of the monster Rex of the 37th floor Udius. The week was ending, 10-9. Even now, as I watched him, he continued to massacre left and right. The devilish grin on his lips was chilling. It made me tremble even from this distance between us. Bell had gone mad. I pushed him to the limit. He shattered that limit, and he kept moving forward, driven by his bloodlust, his desire for revenge. Sanity and reason had become intertwined, resulting in genuine murderous madness. 876, it was like a machine. He would focus and eliminate his target. 543. The monsters were running away from him. In reality, he seemed like a monster. The worst of all, the most terrifying, the one that made you wake up sweating after a macabre nightmare. 2-1. It was a bloodthirsty, hungry beast whose hunger never ended. Heh. Was she sorry? Of course not. Did I feel fear towards his madness? No, quite the opposite. His madness excited me. What was I feeling at that moment? At this moment, he had stopped his killing spree and was slowly walking towards me as that murderous madness gradually disappeared from his face. What did I feel? I found out moments later. It seems I've created a monster. I was excited. I felt immense excitement for what would soon happen. He, the emissary of death incarnate, arrived right in front of me. Your turn. With an expressionless face and an indifferent voice, he took me in his arms. The firm grip of his fingers on my legs and abdomen made me tremble with excitement. Not even a hug or anything. It was true there were still 2 hours of hex in the safe zone left. Inevitably, even while trying to hide it, I smiled with pleasure. I was anxious. Eager to have Bell's hard member tearing me apart inside. Don't you want to? Have you gone mad? Of course I want it. Come on, satisfy me one more time, Bell. Understood. I nestled my cheek against his muscular, sweaty chest. The scent he was giving off just now was making me wet. Oh, I was delighted by the way I was able to manipulate it. It was genuinely mine, my precious creation. Hey. Again the same strange feeling, my cheeks burned slightly, this is. Did I blush IXXX? What's up, should we nerf Bell or what? XDXD. XXX. Next day surface assault group on Knossos. Dusk was beginning to illuminate the city from the northern mountains. The weather remained steady and a pleasant breeze made my hair dance. Attention. I was in the city's central square mixed in with the many adventurers gathered here for the invasion of the artificial dungeon Knossos. Silence settled over the crowd as Commander Findamne's voice echoed throughout the place. He stood atop the guild monument, gazing with a sharp, authoritative stare at the entire crowd listening to him. I just listened to him. The adventurers, armed and equipped to the teeth, watched the adventurer who would lead them in this battle to the death. Today, we will eliminate the evil that looms over the city. The speech began. The booming voice traveled everywhere. I know you are devastated, saddened, and furious about the deaths of your comrades in the water capital. I know you are tired of the darkness that clings to the light we so desperately crave. Waving his right arm, as if cutting through the air, he shouted with great fervor about the events of the recent tragedy in the dungeon. Numerous adventurers of all races had been massacred by an unidentified monster. The High Command had been worried ever since, and remained so to this day. Yes, everything had been like that since that day, that tragic day, the death of Bell Cranel. Since then, the city had seen no signs that the murky waters of darkness would subside. But you, the loud voice, did not wake up. Even after seeing the dejected and dull faces of the adventurers, Findamne continued his speech without hesitation. They're adventurers from Aurario. They want to steal your peace. I'm fed up with adventurers who, out of fear and a damned sense of inferiority, think victory is impossible. I could perfectly feel how the entire assault group reacted to Braver's tactless words. I, however, remained silent while I listened. Today we must change this damned defeatism that haunts us and humiliates us as the center of the world. He took his golden spear and struck it against his shoulder. His colleagues, executives of the Loki family, did the same behind his back. Staff, axe, cookeries, rapier, etc., etc. Today, you will face an army that considers itself invincible. And so it is because you have never encountered worthy adventurers. Adventurers of warrior blood like our ancestors, like those of us gathered here today. They all raised their weapons, maintaining solemn positions as their captain continued with his words. This city has been bled dry by wars since the Dark Age between evil, good, psychopaths, kind-hearted people, races, and classes. Today, you have a great opportunity to unite Aurario. I thought it was my imagination, but it turned out it wasn't. Many adventurers were moved to tears. Was this the power of words? Very accessible and at the same time deceitful. Don't worry about fighting a sinister organization of adventurers because we are adventurers too, and we are brave. The fact that he mentioned his alias so subtly made me laugh, barely managing to maintain my composure. I, who had been sent by order of the patron deity of my family, was genuinely surprised by the hypocrisy of this so-called hero. He made it seem like dying wasn't so bad when in reality it was. He was talking about bravery when he would simply use all these adventurers as cannon fodder for a greater purpose. That, combined with my bad mood that had been plaguing me lately, irritated me. If I were him, I would never do this. My thoughts wandered, and as the heroic figure of that young man came to mind, my lips formed a grimace. I shook my head slightly from left to right and continued listening to Findamne's sugar-coated lie. But above all, we are free. And the free know no fear, they recognize no rivals. This day in the city of Aurario, Evelys will respect the light of the city. Everything seemed to be about to end. The march towards death would begin very soon. Perhaps that's why, despite hating his words, she didn't want Findamne to stop babbling. They will look up at our emblems and be plunged into their blood. Long live Aurario, but long live a free Aurario. Contrary to my wishes, the speech ended. At that time. Cheers, long live Aurario, long live Aurario, long live Aurario, long live free Aurario. I felt like my ears were exploding and bleeding. War cries, cries of excitement, cries of fervor. The city was invaded by a discordant symphony, both high and low. It wasn't melodic, it was simply wild and frenetic. Just as he had thought, his switches had been turned on by the manipulator's words. The orchestra began, the massacre was approaching. Fear overwhelmed me. We marched towards the entrance of the artificial dungeon. I advanced from the rear guard troops. I didn't know what I would see, I didn't know what I would experience. ISV Al Andromeda did not know if I would return alive. XXX. XXX. I took the cup of coffee she offered me. The warmth that radiated from the inside to the outside of the ceramic enveloped my hands. Faced with that feeling, I smiled. I had the feeling that I hadn't smiled in a long time, but in reality I was always smiling. Every moment and in every situation when I was with her, I was smiling. Would you like some sugar? You know I'm not a fan of sweets. Are you trying to upset me? Maybe, sorry. She sat down next to me. The sofa was long and very comfortable, with enough space to separate us by a meter. However, she positioned herself as close to me as possible. Her side bumped against mine, and as she gave me a tender smile and apologized, I smiled back. Okay, but only if you give me a kiss. Only one. Then I don't accept him. She was charmingly sweet. As she pouted and began one of her usual tantrums, she took a sip from the cup of coffee she was holding in her hands. He started ignoring me, but he never left my side. He just kept sipping his coffee, which had lots of sugar cubes, while snuggling up to me. So, unable to resist such tenderness and beauty, I changed my request. Can there be several, Ryu? She looked at me immediately. Her cheeks showed a lovely pink tint and her beautiful sky-blue eyes held a captivating sparkle. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she murmured, "Fine, only because I can't refuse a request from you, Belle." She immediately placed her cup on the small table next to the sofa and rushed towards me. She displayed the excitement and shyness of a little girl receiving her Christmas present. "So are you ready to receive the best gift of your life? I can't wait." Using his arms, he wrapped them around my neck. Her lips drew near as she closed her eyelids. Her long eyelashes adorned the closed windows of her soul. Little by little, we are getting closer. I could feel his breath mingling with mine. XXX. I woke up at that moment. I hate it when this happens, having a dream and feeling like it was real even when you're already awake. You look just as beautiful, Ryu. He dreamed about her constantly, if not daily. The settings varied from dreams on the beach, morning conversations, intimate moments at night, and dreams under a starry sky. Always inevitably, he dreamed of her. Unlike my other memories, it was as if my soul refused to forget her. She reminded me of her, imprinted herself on me, corrected me. Nightly. It's as if my brain still lives in those moments, frozen until they come out without consent to wreak havoc with my feelings. I swear I felt the scent of your hair on my chest. I made fun of myself. Despite knowing that these feelings I still longed for towards Ryu affected me, I continued to hold on to them. The idea of discarding them was never considered an option. Simply put, from the bottom of my non-existent heart, I didn't want to forget her, not her. "Are you ready? It's time to go to war." A voice derailed my thoughts. Turning my gaze to the right, I noticed Ravis's slightly sleepy face. He had just woken up, and we were both lying in bed in the room where we were staying. It was true, yesterday we had come directly here after finishing 2 hours of Hex, and we continued it here until she was satisfied. "Yes, I'm ready," I responded quickly. She flashed a predatory smile and got out of bed. The sheet slipped off her body, leaving her exposed. The sight of her nakedness captivated me for a few seconds, admiring her monumental figure. "Heh, you little pervert." I'd been caught, so I looked away and stood up. I grabbed my clothes and got dressed at the same time as Ravis. Just as we were about to leave, standing to my right, she brought her lips close to my ear and whispered, "Let's continue what we started yesterday when we get back, okay?" The suggestive and honeyed tone acted as a trap. I didn't know what to answer him or how to answer him, with the truth or with lies, all right, and despite not knowing I was forced to choose, Ravis nodded with a slight smile on her lips as she walked beside me. We both left the room. Our destination was the much ticket about Knossos. And, as I traveled toward my revenge, that voice whispered again. Over and over again, ever since the day I encountered the skeletal monster on the 27th floor. From the depths of the abyss, something seemed to extend its hand to me. I slowly approached. That voice kept repeating, "If you let me out, I won't let you feel that way again." What should I answer? I expect to get an answer after I've completed my revenge. Chapter 10, Despair in Hell. To define oneself is to limit oneself. The weak man becomes strong when he has nothing, because only then can he feel the madness of despair. XXX. Look at reality. The world is full of things that aren't as we want them to be. The longer we live, the more we realize that reality is nothing more than sorrow, pain, and emptiness. Can you hear me? In this world where there is light, there must be shadows. As long as the idea of a victor exists, so too will the idea of a loser. Life is fleeting and its meaning is reduced to moments. Whether good or bad, life is made up of them. Likewise, life is fragile. Humans and all living beings are fragile. Even with a blessing, a person would die if a sword pierced them. It was so easy and simple to end a life. If you take a life, maybe nothing will happen. You might feel fear, ecstasy, panic, excitement, etc. But whether it's fear, ecstasy, panic, excitement, or anything else, you suffer from insomnia. Your mind won't let you sleep, and when it does, it attacks you with nightmares. Nightmares like the ones that happen at 3:00 a.m. where you beg someone to come and save you. Then there are the doubts, which are the worst. You hate them and you hate yourself for having them. They make you feel weak. Life is fleeting, but it had a certain weight. No one returns from pain and remains the same. No living being could escape this, which led me to question. Then why don't I feel anything? Am I not considered a living being? Am I really alive? What are you muttering about, Belle? Nothing important, Ravis. I remained silent as I walked alongside Ravis toward our destination, thinking all the while about the death I would spread once I arrived. From my perspective, death is beautiful, for others a tragedy. Dying is a beautiful rest that I await with peace. My revenge would be complete, then I would gladly wait for tragic death to take my hand. In the end, that was true. We are our own demon and we make this world our own hell. XXX. When I arrived, I realized this place was hell. The battle for victory had begun, and everywhere I could see motionless corpses like puppets whose strings had been cut. Their expressions varied the deeper I ventured into this artificial dungeon called Gnosis. Some reflected fear, others hatred, and others regret. "What will you do?" Ravage asked. I looked at her indifferently for a moment before turning my gaze back to one of the many corpses on the road. "I'll pursue my goal, and you?" "I will kill Arya." I didn't know who Arya was, but I didn't care. I vaguely answered her. "I see, good luck." I watched that particularly familiar corpse being swallowed by the shadows of the dimmed artificial labyrinth. A robust man with oriental features. In his arms he held a young woman with the same features who equally lacked vitality. It appears he died protecting that girl. "Same here," Ravage said, starting to walk down one of the corridors of the maze. "I'll see you again when all this is over." Yeah, as I listened to their footsteps steadily receding, I gazed at the strangely familiar faces of these people. Their cheeks showed signs of moisture, so perhaps they cried out of fear of death. How fortunate they were, freed from the torment of this cruel world. "It's time." I resumed walking, and soon I was plunged into the darkness of the artificial labyrinth. The path was littered with corpses, and the vast majority of them looked familiar. It was a strange feeling, which I ignored. XXX. The sounds of swords clashing echoed between the fortified walls of Gnosis. Cries of lamentation from both enemies and allies filled the place known as imprisoned hell, fury and fear. Suddenly, war cries were heard, followed by suicidal explosions, taking several people to the arms of death. The scene was a no-holds-barred war where death rejoiced in ecstasy. Die. Ayah, mother, I'll come back, mother. The people fighting against plant monsters, and other people covered in robes looked like the living dead, whose purpose was to kill or be killed. "Lilim, your father will return. I promise to finish the story for you, Lilim." Fleeting voices and terrified sighs at being face to face with death. A dying father longing to see his daughter, a frightened son searching for his mother's arms, young people seeking glory finding ruin and despair. The war without any chains snatched away future after future without the slightest remorse. "See you again, Arya." Within that whirlwind of negative emotions disturbing the sea of spilled blood of the people, two figures appeared from the shadows of completely opposite corridors. A beautiful young woman with golden eyes and hair, and a seductive adult woman with bright green eyes and blood-red hair. "This atmosphere, doesn't it please you? Fufu, seeing so much death excites me." In complete silence, Izu Wallenstein, with a deteriorated appearance, gripped her rapier tightly and pointed it at the creature in front of her. His eyes, famously indifferent in Aurario, held no emotion whatsoever. They were like the hands of a clock functioning by mere automatic mechanism. Sharp yet distant, they focused on their target. "That look is new. Wait, something's different." Ravage ignored the fact that she was being completely ignored and focused her attention on Izu's face. He looked withered, like he was crying without actually crying. Slowly, Ravage curved his lips into an amused smile and said, "This isn't the same noble heroine I fought before. You've changed. What happened?" For the first time, Izu reacted lightly. His walk to Ravage was calm, and as he looked at the corpses piled up around him, he responded in a lifeless tone of voice. "I lost someone. Oh, someone very important." Ravage thought he saw tears rolling down the face of the lifeless doll that the Sword Princess had become, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that on that emotionless face there was no such thing as tears. She never expected a response from Izu, much less one so depressing. So she smiled brazenly and pointed both swords at the girl who was dead inside. "Well, the truth is I don't give a damn. I know." The peaceful stroll turned into a desperate race. The lifeless doll ran over numerous corpses and collided in a clash of swords with Ravage. Sparks danced in the air, and a loud metallic echo spread across the battlefield. Louder than all the others, more intense and sharper. The thunderous sound drowned out every other and declared its supremacy of power over the rest. "Not bad, Arya." Ravage thrust forward, forcing Izu back. The edges of their swords sliced through the air, searching for Izu's limbs, and Ravage herself relentlessly charged forward with attack after attack. The steel blades caused air currents that lifted the lifeless bodies of those fallen in battle and sent them sailing through the air. His strength, equal to that of a level 7, was demonstrated in the brief span of 3 seconds. His skill level as well as his combat experience was unmatched. However, "You've grown strong, Arya." Izu managed to counteract that bestial power. Despite possessing no fighting spirit or life in her eyes, her body moved like a puppet being controlled by the strings of war. With empty eyes, she murmured, "Awaken, Tempest." A shield of cutting wind rose around his body, and receiving the force of those windy currents, he returned the attacks against Ravage. Ravage backed down. He knew from experience how annoying and powerful Izu's wind magic was. More importantly, he knew the moves she could make with it. His reptilian eyes followed the swift body of the lifeless young woman, who leaped high into the room and plummeted towards Ravage. With a simple indifference, Izu's body, which had become a windy arrow of powerful air currents, fell at an incredible speed. Lil Rafaga. Damn, Ravage crossed both swords in an attempt to stop the attack, but they shattered into 1,000 pieces at the slightest contact. There was a loud crash. The collision of the shield and the spear raised a great curtain of dust and debris, as well as intense tremors throughout the room. By the time the air currents cleared the dust, the image of Ravage and Izu came into view. "That hurt, Arya," Ravage said with an amused smile. Their swords were shattered, but Izu's rapier had been stopped by both of Ravage's hands. Blood of a deep red color spurted against the shattered floor, and Ravage's limbs began to heal instantly. At that moment, Izu spoke. For the first time, her eyes showed the sign of an emotion. I hate them all." His golden eyes radiated uncontrollable hatred and anger, reflecting Ravage's smiling face on the golden surface. "I'll kill you and all the monsters. I'll kill them all, I won't leave a single one." Her voice was imbued with contempt and resentment towards the beings called monsters, and a flame of vengeance was kindled within her. So close that one step could eliminate the distance between them, Izu declared. "I will erase their existence, you vile creatures who took him from me, not one will remain." His hatred grew, and it only grew second by second. His back burned, and he felt his body succumbing to the rage. "Anyway, Ravage. Kuju ha 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 ha." She laughed like a crazy woman. He covered his face with one hand, and the glint of his eyes visible between the fingers covering his face shone with a psychopathic euphoria. "Good," he exclaimed. "That's very good, Arya. Show me your justice, you lifeless doll." The battle resumed. The exchange of blows caused rumblings in the Great Hall of Knossos, and it all reached a point where the corpses, previously scattered everywhere, disappeared without a trace. Collisions of sheer force crushed everything around them. The battlefield, now a graveyard of wandering ghosts, was permeated by the faint scent of despair. Time passed, but the battle didn't cease for a single second. Relativity made its presence felt in the hell unleashed by both women, and at a certain moment. Izu fell to her knees. Her body trembled slightly, and as she tried to cover her mouth, her hand became covered in blood. "Ha ha." Ravage gasped, a slight, unexpected weariness creeping in. He looked disdainfully at the young warrior kneeling before he caught his breath and spoke. "It wasn't bad at all. You lose again, Arya." His words echoed in the head of the fallen Izu, and his consciousness was put into a trance from which he could not escape. Lose. Her eyes became distant. She thought things over and the reason for those things. For some time now, all she did was lose, whether in her personal life or in matters unrelated to her. He had already lost twice to Ravage, and this was the third time. Pathetically, he just kept losing. She had also lost important people. She remembered the nervous, pure smile of that rabbit-like boy. He remembered his training days on that wall, as well as the lap pillows he gave him under the setting sun. The memory of her hair, white as snow, being caressed by his fingers. Vaguely, his memories let him know that he longed for those times. How lucky, he thought. He envied those who were ignorant of reality, those who led normal lives and who took no risks because they knew nothing. In his crisis, he genuinely wished he were an ordinary person, ignorant of all reality. Perhaps then he wouldn't have gone through so much. Bell. He remembered her face, her eyes, her voice, and her cheerful personality that brought him some peace in his troubled heart. He remembered the wishes for strength in that promising young man, as well as that tragic day when he could never see him again. From the bottom of her heart, she longed to see that boy one more time. She thought that if she did, she would be able to continue through this ordeal of suffering. To be able to keep standing in this cruel world that kept taking away important things from her. Her memories brought back memories of her parents, as well as how short her childhood with them had been. From birth, and after a brief period of joy, Izu Wallenstein kept losing important things. At some point she couldn't recall, she even realized she had lost herself. She often wondered about the purpose of her existence. Had she been born only to suffer, or did the suffering begin when she was born? Was their existence really a good thing? Was there a meaning behind it? Izu Wallenstein wanted answers to all these questions. She refused to admit it, but deep down she was relieved to lose once again. Perhaps this way she would finally be free of so much suffering. Since when did she start doing things wrong? Perhaps she thought it would have been better not to shut herself off emotionally from everyone. Perhaps he thought it wouldn't have been so bad to have waited a little longer for his destined hero. Perhaps he thought if he had done things differently, everything would have gone in a different direction. Perhaps he thought, "I want to die." His life was made up of constant regrets. "I want to die." She was tired, she couldn't go on. The light that had once come and comforted her was gone, and it would never return from the jaws of death. His mind, as well as his soul and heart, collapsed into the abyss of despair called reality. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to stand up? You're boring." Ravage's voice reached his ears. Izu regained consciousness and noticed her knees were glued to the shattered ground. When had she fallen? She didn't know, but she understood that her body was at its limit. Even so. "Not yet, I give up. I had a duty." She was entrusted with a mission, one that only she could accomplish. It didn't matter if her wish was to die so she could rest in peace, none of that mattered. Her life wasn't something that belonged to her alone. Many lives depended on the outcome of this battle. She was a warrior, one who had to protect those ignorant of the reality she so envied. Her life, like everything else, wasn't her decision when to end it all. "I must win. Izu Wallenstein stood up. Her trembling body gathered strength, and wielding her silver rapier, she glared with unrestrained fury at the hybrid woman before her. Even if it cost me my life, he had to kill her. If he killed her, he would greatly help in this bloody war raging in the depths of the artificial labyrinth. Even if I lose myself. She talked more than usual, and her only regret was that the person listening to her wasn't that boy. Even if I must be consumed by my own revenge. His back burned. Anger, rage, fury. So many emotions acted as catalysts that freed his ability Avenger from the chains that held him back, kindness and sanity. He let himself be carried away by the purest and saddest hatred harbored in his heart. Ravage noticed the change in the atmosphere. The power emanating from Izu's body was so intense it was tangible. Seeing a dark aura surrounding her, similar to a polluted wind, made her realize that something had changed. The destructive power of this polluted wind was evident. The already damaged ground shattered under the pressure. Damn, what is this strange power? It's on a different level. By sheer instinct, Ravage understood the outcome of this. He was inevitably going to die. Can I do it? No, it's impossible. Suddenly, the roles were reversed. Izu charged with bestial attacks that destroyed everything around him, and the onslaught towards Ravage did not cease for a single second. He cut off its limbs and cut them off again after they regenerated. It became a game where the butcher, out of his mind, hacked away at that precious leg of lamb again and again, a leg that never seemed to end. She had become a killing machine controlled by nothing but hatred, and in her eyes, nothing beyond killing Ravage mattered. Ah, damn it. Ravage's mind began to wander through his memories, unfamiliar smiles from a forgotten past as well as a life he never lived. Like Izu, she had suffered at the hands of this cruel world. The only fair thing about life was that it was unfair to everyone. What are you doing, Bell? Did you manage to kill Filvis? Looks like I failed at my part, haha. Her eyes grew distant and the sparkle in them gradually faded. She recognized the feeling because she had experienced it before. He was dying. Footsteps approached her. After focusing her blurry vision, she saw Izu's silhouette. That lifeless doll stared at her with a cold, indifferent stare. Her lips moved, and from between them the words came out. Goodbye, monster, heh. Ravage scoffed brazenly, spitting blood on the spot and unable to regenerate the missing parts of his body. It was at that moment, something rolled from Ravage's body amidst the torn clothing. It fell to the mangled ground and struck Izu's right boot. The golden eyes trembled uncontrollably. How? He asked in a low voice. She bent down and picked up the object. Her hand was trembling, and before she knew it, her cheeks were wet with tears. How did you get this, Ravage? She screamed in despair, searching for an answer. Her mind collapsed and her imagination soared to the worst possible outcomes. How do you think? Ravage replied, forming a mocking smile. He's still alive. There was a clash of realities. For Izu, it was as if the world had come crashing down on her and it weighed heavily on her. For Ravage, it was an opportunity. Like a ray of light piercing through the dark clouds of a raging storm, his opportunity was there, he just had to seize it. He's alive, Bell Cranel is still alive, he reaffirmed and smiling maliciously declared, and he's mine. You're lying. A comical act of life was presented, the denial of reality. He's been with me from the beginning. We got tangled up in beds. Your lyings, your lyings. We share passions, we unleash our pent-up anger on each other. Be quiet. I made him mine, Arya. Bell Cranel is mine. Without realizing it, Izu Wallenstein dropped her rapier. A sharp metallic sound echoed through the room, and that same sound settled into the background of her thoughts. You're lying. She fell to her knees, and in her hands she held that object belonging to that boy. You're lying. Like rain, her tears soaked the object in her trembling hands. Her unstable mind raced with questions, each one causing her more pain than the last. Was Ravage telling the truth? Was Bell alive? Why didn't he go back to her? Why did she stay by the side of such a despicable being? Was he really alive? Where was he? Where was he going? How was he? Was he healthy? Was he out of danger? Was he alone? XXX. Let's play a game. Things can be classified as either comical or tragic. You're walking along and you drop your ice cream. Is that funny or tragic? You lose your job. Is it comical or tragic? When people close to you die, is it comical or tragic? An ice cream on the sidewalk is probably comical, just as losing a job is tragic or the death of a family member terribly tragic. Now between life and death, which was tragic and which was comic? Life was full of diverse emotions as well as moments. These were categorized and their existence gave meaning to life. One might say that life is comical, but someone else might say that life is tragic. That life wasn't good enough to be considered comical, and that death, on the other hand, was. Death is a rest. Death is a punishment for some, a gift for others, and a favor for many. That's why death was comical. Many thought that comedy was good, that it was fun. What's so funny about a comical death, really? Was comedy ever truly funny? Tragic comedy hiding its pain beneath a forced smile. Laughing at the bad to ignore the bad is more tragic than the tragedy itself. That's why in reality life and death were a tragic comedy. Do you want to talk about what is fair and unfair? The only fair thing in this life is that it's unfair to everyone. From Izu and Ravis's perspective, that was a fact. However, there were as many perspectives as there are stars in the sky. Sometimes you realized it. Life is neither fair nor unfair, it is simply life. The same applies to death. There is no distinction between the two, only an exponential similarity. Death requires life and life requires death. Therefore, life understands the crucial nature of death. Even though they were opposites, they held hands and understood that without each other, the reason for their existence was empty. Life had no meaning without death, and death had no meaning without life. Life and death understood the significance of their relationship, and they proudly declared that it was an agreed-upon dependence. That's why it was tragically comical that Izu Wallenstein discovered the truth. In that truth, he saw something he had refused to see. Bell why? The princess cried because of heartbreak. Only in the agony of saying goodbye are we able to understand the depth of our love. However, in this cruel world, even that farewell was denied him. It was comical and then tragic. Comedy existed until tragedy intervened. Everything seemed comical when something less comical occurred. We called that something tragic. And even that, in the face of something far less comical, became comical. XXX. An empty shell. Izu Wallenstein lost all sense of life as well as of death. Strength was drained from his body and the virtue of his spirit reached rock bottom. Time became relative, and in that relativity, Ravis's wounds healed completely. She stood victorious in front of the fallen and empty Izu, who did nothing but cry silently. A silent cry. Silence could write books for all eternity. Goodbye, Arya. Ravis looked at the pathetic appearance of his rival, who between silent sobs was clinging to the object held in his hands. She understood that the warrior within her, as well as her spirit and will, had died instantly. The only thing I had to say to someone so empty was a cruel goodbye. Death is the only adventure left for you, Princess of the Sword. Seconds later, his blade-like hand slammed down and decapitated the lifeless puppet. It rolled away, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Her body, lifeless on the shattered ground, continued to hold the object in her hands. Even after being called a princess, no hero came for her until the very end. The flask, similar to a test tube in which they put healing potions, was covered in blood. The blood of a princess lost in the cruelty of the world completely covered that small flask, but it did not stain the strands of white hair inside it. Fufu, it really is a good luck charm. Passing the severed head by and approaching the corpse of a puppet, Ravis snatched the jar from Izu's hands. This belongs to me. His amulet, one he had obtained after plucking a couple of locks of hair from a sleeping bell, took effect. Ravis let out a tired sigh and allowed her body to collapse to the ground. She was exhausted and needed to replenish her energy before continuing the battle. XXX. The world is dark, selfish, and cruel. If it finds even the faintest ray of sunshine, it destroys it. But it is unnecessary to classify things as good or bad. In the end, the deeper meaning was different. There is neither good nor evil, only power and people too weak to wield it. XXX. Elsewhere in Knossos, far removed from Izu's death, a relentless war was raging. The beings called demispirits, hybrid monsters born from a corrupted spirit who were considered the greatest danger in the dungeon. Therefore, for the Loki family and others of lower rank, it was a desperate madness to face 3 of these beings at the same time. Back off. He's reciting a spell, run, Francis. A hellish, wave-like blaze consumed a great number of adventurers, leaving nothing but ashes floating in the air until they spread across the burned and shattered ground. The cries of agony were consumed by the flames, and only phantom screams echoed in the heads of the survivors. It's hell. We're going to die. Oh haha, I should have told Alice that I love her. Adventurer after adventurer fell to their knees, consumed by the despair of imminent death. Their fighting spirits as well as their wills had been decimated by the absolute power of the demispirits. This is bad. Far away, commanding the lifeless troops of adventurers, Finn Damney assessed the disadvantageous situation. He looked at the shocked and hopeless faces of the adventurers under his command. They seemed like shells, a mere covering from which the soul had escaped. Those soldiers were breathing, but they were already dead. I have to do something, he concluded. He looked around, and the scene was repeated wherever his eyes looked. Gareth and the Amazon sisters were barely holding back one demi-spirit, just as Reveria and the squad of elves were restraining another. The lower-ranking members of the family were merely cannon fodder, buying them enough time. Is this really the right thing to do? The artificial hero has questioned his actions until now. This war, no, this massacre. The only thing that resulted from this invasion which they were losing was senseless death. No, this is for the good of humanity. These sacrifices are for a greater good, definitely. There was a slip in the thoughts of the man-made hero. The concept of sacrifice in its purest essence was a personal decision. Sacrifice for humanity or for any greater cause depended on the individual being sacrificed. If person X decided to give their life for the good of the world, that was a sacrifice. However, if a third party decided on the life of the sacrifice, that was not a sacrifice. It was considered murder. What have I done? A strained smile, tinged with guilt and despair, settled on DanMachi's lips. He realized that he was not a hero, but a murderer. He became aware of the countless lives taken on his orders. Why am I here? Deep in the back of his mind, a question arose, simple and meaningless, yet with an unrealistically brazen meaning. What? He asked. Everything was done by and for his race. He noticed that in him there was no sense of honor or anything close to pure and sincere heroism. In his pallid body resided the ambition to bring glory to his race once more. It wasn't for the common good, it was for personal gain. Withdrawal. DanMachi saw how rot he was inside. Knowing that thousands of lives had to be sacrificed in order to understand his mistake made him nauseous. Finn, what did you say? Retreat, Reveria. We must fall back. I can't watch this anymore. The facade, or well-maintained facade of an artificial hero, fell into 1,000 pieces, and beneath that fractured facade, the purest meaning of despair was revealed. Reveria, in an alarming state and covered in wounds, displayed a complicated grimace at the sight of his old friend. Understood. But he said nothing. He didn't think he was capable of doing it. Witnessing firsthand the massacre after massacre since the beginning of the invasion made him realize that this decision had been by far the worst Finn had ever made. Meaningless death. Reveria could not ignore that fact, and deep down he harbored resentment towards the captain of his family. Ready, before he could finish speaking and announce the retreat to the few remaining fighting forces, there was an explosion. No. To say that it had been an explosion just like that was incorrect. There was an explosive presence. That, it wasn't in a metaphorical sense, much less an exaggerated one. Literally, from one moment to the next, a presence made its entrance into the bloodbath. Amidst the rain of fire, lightning, meteorites, and ice caused by the demispirits, a silhouette rose. His body was covered by black blankets, and these billowed from the shock waves. Who is it? Finn narrowed his eyes and located the stranger. After a moment's thought, he revised his question to a more appropriate one. No, what is it? It was enough to see the dense atmosphere surrounding that person or that thing. The explosions, as well as the unrestrained screams, did not affect the explosive presence of that thing in the slightest. The storm of spiritual magic stopped briefly, and seconds later it was directed at a single person. The silhouette covered in black blankets was bathed in a magical atomic deluge capable of extinguishing any kind of life. Everyone, or the few who maintained enough sanity to remain standing, swallowed hard upon seeing the impact and feeling the rumblings throughout the place. XXX. I began my search after parting ways with Ravage in that room of the artificial dungeon. Numerous battles were being fought all around, but I simply ignored them despite hearing cries for help covered by despair. I just wanted to wake up. However, I wasn't allowed to do that. I had one last mission to complete, and then perhaps. Here I stopped my advance. I witnessed a relentless war on a scale unlike any other. There were screams and explosions, both tinged with the scent of death. What was happening? By the time I looked out, the scene, a senseless bloodbath, captured my attention. How much cruelty was portrayed in the image of people dying one after another? Did the meaning of life hold a weight worth fighting for? Who commanded these people to their certain death? Did they know this massacre would happen? Did they not care in the slightest? For someone like that, wouldn't it be better to kill him? I gazed at the landscape transformed into a graveyard of dreams and illusions whose agonizing changes led to despair. On this occasion, I decided to intervene. I slipped into the battle and rose above the waves of magic. There was a momentary confusion and I felt several eyes on me. Now what? Unexpectedly, the rain of spiritual magic stopped instantly, and as if they detected the greatest threat, those hideous human-like things launched their spells at me. It's useless. My body was engulfed by flames, crushed by meteorites, sliced by typhoons, and frozen by glacial temperatures. At least that should have happened. I told them it's useless. Red smoke enveloped my body, and whenever magic came into contact with it, it was dispelled. This was the secondary ability of the amphispina. I emerged unscathed from the magical storm. My body responded perfectly, and my senses ignored the hopeful stares of the spectators who had once been living dead. What are you looking at? I didn't come to save you. I was contradicting myself, but the truth is that's how I really felt. I didn't believe I was helping out of mere empathy or compassion, but rather out of a sense that had died in my past life. He only hated senseless death. If they're going to die, let it have meaning. Throwing a life into the abyss was as stupid as filling an empty vessel. They make me nauseous, I muttered. Don't die, don't blindly follow orders. Follow your ambition, do what you want to do. If you want to die, do it, but let it be your own choice. Are you truly worthy of being called human? Someone unworthy questioned it. While I was questioning it, I eliminated the demispirits and left after eating their magic stones. Part of the truth was that he went after these magic stones. He needed power to crush the enemy he was searching for. XXX. What was that? I don't know. He just wiped out those monsters like that. Is it a miracle? Ha 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 ooick. Am I alive? Hey, wake up, it's all over. Henry, stand up, please, mate. Don't leave me, Henry. What will I tell your mother? You hook, my legs, I can't feel my legs. Hey, have you seen my legs? Tell me, are you alive or are you just going through the motions? For the survivors, that question haunted their minds. Only when facing death's door could they truly grasp the value of life. Thoughts like, I don't want to die, save me. I want to live. It was all related to the survival instinct of every living being. They all came to the same conclusion. Life is precious and it's okay not to want to risk it. Maybe not everything is all right, but that's okay too. DanMachi understood what was going through the minds of his soldiers, and he understood the fact that this war was lost. The soldiers, those who followed orders without question, were no longer soldiers. They became people again, human beings who put their own desires above all others. An army like that was not an army. We lost. For him, an artificial hero in pursuit of his own good, how difficult was it to accept that reality? He could ignore reality, but he could not ignore the consequences of having ignored that reality. The consequence this time was death. XXX. It was him, it was definitely Bell. I walked or something like walking. My body was covered in wounds and they bled continuously. The battle was over, and after a long period of suffering, the silence of calm had finally settled. Could I put it that way? My perception of reality was altered and I was aware that my mind was in shock. It was no small matter, after all, I was the only survivor of the Hermes family. I looked around. My companions, members of my family, lay lifeless on the shattered, blood-covered floor. I was mesmerized by the sight. I couldn't properly process it. I couldn't even scream, cry, lament, or curse. Even at the lowest point, I was in shock. The previous scene returned to my mind, one where that silhouette covered in a jet-black cloak appeared and eliminated the demispirits. The snow-white hair beneath that cloak looked familiar to me. It was him. I could feel the burning gleam in her eyes despite her icy, emotionless exterior. I gasped from the pain. There were perforations in my stomach and some other organs had been pierced. I was dying, or at least that's what I hoped. However, I looked towards a specific spot. Further back in the room, I saw the Amazon sisters get up as if nothing had happened and go looking for someone down one of the hallways. Perhaps they were looking for the sword princess Izu Wallenstein. It didn't matter, my target was someone other than those two. Braver. Oh, Perseus, you're still alive, thank goodness. Thank goodness, when I arrived, I fell to my knees. I wasn't strong enough to stand up. Are you okay? Let me help you, but that didn't matter. My target approached, and when he reached out his manipulative hand toward me, I stabbed him. What? She showed a surprised face and trembling eyes that hadn't expected any of this. Looking at him like that, I smiled lightly. This is for my family, false hero of the masses. After that, I fell unconscious, not knowing if I was about to die or not. I was only satisfied that I had settled the score. Guys, we'll meet soon. I will finally be free from this cruel world. Chapter 11, I found you, smiles that couldn't be protected, GG. XXX, that's why loneliness is so terrible. It's like being dead while still alive, like having the worst of both worlds, to be forgotten and to be aware of it. In the end, I ended up falling into a void filled with my greatest fears and without any strength to escape, since I had lost everything that my heart longed for most. Honestly, sunk in a dark and silent abyss, my heart no longer longed for anything, it only demanded revenge. I found you. I smiled euphorically. XXX. The taste of blood spread in her mouth, and through the slight opening of her cracked lips a dark red line descended. Kuga. Finn, Garrett rushed to his aid and cradled his friend's limp body. The blood was draining from him quickly, the wound was deep. The brightness in her large blue eyes was slowly fading. Haha, damn, so this is where I'll die. Stop talking, this wound is nothing to you. While Gareth held the cold body of little Palom, Reveria looked down at the unconscious Isfi. She was covered in wounds and her death was certain if she was left there. I understand how you feel since your entire family is dead, but that simple but made Reveria feel disgusted with herself. No matter how hard she tried to defend Finn, the massacre that had occurred here was clearly her fault. Gareth put him to bed. When the dying Palom's body was laid on the cold concrete, Reveria applied the third level of her healing magic. Just as the dwarf had said, that wound wouldn't be enough to kill Finn. This fact only demonstrated Finn's desire for death. Don't be a coward, Reveria rebuked. Live, cling to life and pay for what you've done today, Finn. Don't seek the pleasant rest of death. The Palom lowered his gaze. His eyes showed the fear of the desperate abyss of the life that lay ahead. He himself understood that Reveria was telling the truth. Yes, I will pay for my sins. She received glances from both her colleagues, and after seeing Reveria tie Isfi with a rope and carry her over her shoulder after treating her, she asked, "Where are Tyzoni and Reveria?" "They should be with Rawl and Anakity," Gareth replied. The three executives turned towards the corner where the remaining troops, not to say the only survivors, were regrouping and healing. There were only 30 people there, but none of them were Tyoni or Tiona. Mrs. Tyoni and Tiona. They said they were going to look for Miss Wallenstein. After approaching and asking a badly wounded Rawl, that was the answer they received. Reveria looked toward the hallway indicated by Rawl's trembling finger, and her eyebrows furrowed in anticipation. I have a bad feeling. She fully trusted that Eyes could defend herself adequately, but she didn't know why she felt a suffocating unease. They'll be fine. First, let's organize the withdrawal. Everyone who can move, pay attention. We'll return to the surface, so we'll regroup with the other exploration groups. Knowing that no one would obey DanMachi's words, Reveria took command of the retreat and gave the order eloquently and calmly. She, like everyone else, was a wreck. Her mind was strained from using so much magic, and her body could barely stand due to battle wounds. Everyone, let's go. We'll meet up with Tiona, and Eyes along the way. Despite this, even wanting to give up and take a long sleep, Reveria led the retreat with an indomitable willpower. XXX. The dampness seeped through the walls, and the little wind trapped in the corridors of the artificial labyrinth turned icy. Tiona walked through the corridors decorated with corpses. Empty, lifeless eyes and traces of the cruelest despair. This gives me the creeps, Tiona murmured. He averted his gaze from the mangled masses of flesh that had once been people and fixed his eyes ahead. However, corpses were everywhere. It was impossible to get a clear view. That's war. It's no different from Telskura, it's true. They both walked down the corridor. Their footsteps echoed on the concrete, dampened with blood and tears. Where is Eyes? We've been looking for her for a long time. He must be around here. Let's go. Following her sister, Tiona glanced over her shoulder for a couple of seconds, her eyes focused on the darkness that engulfed the hallway. I have a bad feeling. It wasn't just her head going over the situation. The atmosphere was funereal. It was normal for a battlefield, but I felt as if the dead people were still there. Wandering through the blood-covered halls, they had become similar to banshees, seeking to quench their thirst for revenge or settle their sorrows and regrets. Another room. How big is this stupid maze? Pulled from her worries about Tiona looked ahead. They had passed the corridor completely and arrived at a large room. It stretched out lengthwise, and given the feeling of being a large concrete meadow, they could safely say it was as big as the Aurario Square. In the center of that large square, that sister. Her eyes trembled. Countless corpses formed mountains. Torn or severed limbs were piled in small bundles, dripping sticky blood. It was a battlefield turned into a graveyard of sorrows and lamentations. The sight, despite their considerable experience in similar situations, made them want to vomit. Oh, more trouble, a harsh voice resonated. From the slightly feminine tone, they knew it was a woman, but the cruelty and disinterest mixed together made them understand that she was not an ally. Tiona, yes, it's dangerous. They drew their weapons and took up battle positions. They couldn't locate the owner of the voice, but they knew she was nearby. With their backs to each other, they scanned the surroundings. His eyes witnessed darkness, dark red, bulging flesh, and other lifeless eyes. At that moment, when they could hear the accelerated beating of their own hearts, the wind whistled. Tiona, yeah. A great sword, even larger than normal great swords, cut through the wind and blocked a blood-red blade. Clank. A metallic echo resonated throughout the area as sparks danced in the darkness. The momentary illumination revealed the attacker's identity. It's the hybrid. What? Eyes was supposed to take care of her. Tiona followed up with a couple of slashes from her kukris. The sharp blades drew crescents in the air, forcing Revis back. Tap, tap, tap. The soles of a pair of boots announced the approach of an enemy shrouded in darkness. That was strange. Not being able to see properly despite their enhanced vision thanks to their levels gave them desperate discomfort. The Amazon twins. Tusk, I don't even get a moment's peace before there's more garbage bothering me. Revis's voice came from all sides. They couldn't tell if he was to their right or left, in front or behind. Smoke. It was then that Tiona understood the reason for the abnormal scene. I cut him, but his wound healed after being covered by a jet-black smoke brimming with magical particles. He was recovering from his injuries. Tiona stomped hard on the concrete beneath his feet. Cracks appeared, and alongside the shattered rubble, a wave of air swept away the black smoke. The scene became clearer. Not bad for trash, I guess. Revis was standing 5 meters away from them. Her eyes looked at them coldly and indifferently, no different than she would look at a couple of insects she could step on whenever she felt like it. Where is Eyes? Answer me, Tiona screamed. With bloodshot eyes, her scream exuded such bloodlust that it became tangible to the eye. Sister, what do you mean? Tiona clenched her teeth tightly as her sister's confused gaze fell upon her. Her chest throbbed with a strange pain, and deep within her mind a deduction began. Eyes was supposed to be fighting this thing. Sweat ran down his forehead and the pang in his chest intensified. If this thing is still alive, that means. He shook his head from side to side, getting rid of the pessimistic and depressing thoughts. Her heart was pounding like crazy, and despite wanting to scream while destroying everything, she kept her emotions under control. Revis's cold, soulless eyes sent a chill down her spine. Swallowing hard and controlling her ragged breathing, Tiona spoke to Tiona. Sister, we have to kill this thing. Huh, oh sure, count me in. And Urga, how envious she was. Her sister's innocence and naivete, something she never wanted, filled her with such jealousy. Thyone knew it. Eyes. She wanted to cry, to lament, and to scream. Her friend was dead even if she hadn't seen her corpse or received confirmation from the creature. She knew it. If Ravage was alive, then Eyes was dead. Now, let's go. The twins coordinated perfectly. Their chain attack unfolded like a snake coiling around a post. The edge of Urga and the metallic sounds of the cookeries echoed in Knossos. Ravage watched them advance towards her. In his eyes, the swift and well-coordinated twins were no different from a tortoise. When Urga sliced through the air in a downward attack, he retreated. The weapon's impact with the ground caused a loud explosion of sound and debris. Thyone's body emerged from the dust, and her scissor attack was dodged. Crescent-shaped attacks appeared everywhere, and Ravage stood between the gaps in those attacks. She calmly dodged despite being weakened. They are weak. They really were no better than insects. How long would this absurd one-sided hunt continue? She asked herself this many times while the Amazon twins gave their all to catch her. He retreated with each attack, but not out of necessity. The one-sided hunt was boring, and he was thinking about the best way to have some fun with this pair. Maybe that. A smile touched her lips. She wished this would end so she could spend more time alone with Bell, but she understood that nothing would end until the boy claimed Filvis's life. With that in mind, the best thing to do was to have fun while waiting. How disappointing can they be? Arya tried harder. He provoked them without hesitation. Be quiet. Thyone felt despair. Something unsettling weighed on her conscience, and the fact that her sister had learned of Eyes' death did her no good at all. If she lost her mind, they would both die. Thyone didn't want it. She never imagined a scenario where her younger sister died. For Thyone, an older sister who wanted her sister's happiness, it would be a dream come true for Tiona to have a happy life with a good man. Perhaps she could become an aunt, and the happiness that flooded her when she imagined a smiling Tiona playing with her children was immense. Sister, I'll attack her legs. That was a sign of what would attack her arms. Thyone understood, but a bad feeling grew within her. Wait, let's back up. Why? She didn't need to understand it too much less explain it. Thyone was sure they were dancing in the palm of Ravage's hand. They weren't fighting, they were just being hunted carelessly. Are you leaving? I can't let you, you know. Arya stayed until the end. Kayate. A metallic sound resonated. Ravage swung his sword from side to side as if he were playing with a simple fruit knife. His face showed an insatiable thirst for blood. Arya, Thyone's heart leaped. She glanced at her sister who had come down to Urga. Her eyes trembled as she seemed to be deep in thought. Stop. Thyone wanted to tell him that, but her lips wouldn't move. The words caught in her throat. Don't you call Eyes that? Then where is she? Stop, don't think. The truth was that Thyone was scared. Oh, are you an idiot? Ha ha. Ravage's footsteps couldn't have sounded more terrifying to Thyone. What was strange was that he wasn't advancing towards them, but rather retreating to a place far from the battle. Sister, she's escaping. Let's go after her. And no, Tiona, wait, let's regroup with the others. What are you saying? He'll escape by the time we get back. Stop it, I'm telling you, listen to your sister, please. Several scenarios unfolded as footsteps echoed off the walls. A disturbing sound as well as an overwhelming silence. Amazon, a chill ran through Thyone. Ravage's voice was no different from that of an executioner. The sadistic mocking emotion infused in his words penetrated deep into her bones. Do you want to know where Arya is? The question fell on both of them, but it was obvious who it was directed at. A little confused, Tiona nodded. A feeling of unease gnawed at him from within when he realized that Ravage wasn't actually escaping. Her brown eyes focused on Ravage and only Ravage. From his sinister smile to the sadistic glint in his eyes. The moment when he bent down, the moment when he picked something up and stood up, the moment when one of her hands held a golden hair stained with an intense red. The sound of something thick splashing against the floor. The sight of her precious friend's head being held by a monster in human skin. Eyes, he really never expected that the first time he saw her make an expression other than indifference it would be like this. Here, don't you want to hold it, he asked, but Ravage didn't wait for the answer. He threw his head at the twins and it, after landing, rolled down to his feet. He stopped right at the moment when her lifeless eyes were looking towards them. Eyes. This is, am I dreaming? Sister, is this a dream? A loud sound boomed, and that's when Thyone realized it was her heart. She knew it, but she couldn't bear the sight of her friend's severed head at her feet. Her hands trembled and she dropped the cookeries. She thought she would have the willpower to remain sane in any situation. To be honest, I was hoping I could do it. Eyes. Her knees gave way to her endless trembling, and as tears moistened her cheeks, the light in her eyes went out. When was the last time? She didn't remember truly living. It felt like a dream, and deep down she thought it was to be expected. She was a murderer, and she didn't selfishly desire a happy ending. She was willing to suffer hell if only her younger sister's karma would be bestowed upon her as well. But when was the last time? She couldn't remember. It was confusing. Her mind was blank, and her eyes focused on the desperate face of her no-dead friend. Seeing that expression, he asked her with genuine sincerity, when was the last time? She never imagined she would be so unhappy again. She didn't remember, but she didn't care. She looked at her friend's expression. She seemed to have died as she reached the peak of despair. Her eyes told a story they wished they hadn't read. What did he tell you? I'll kill you. He didn't remember, but even though he didn't, his anger overflowed. Explosions sounded in the distance. Debris flew everywhere and a furious scream mingled with a deranged laugh. I'll kill you. Thyone looked up. In the distance, a battle was unfolding between a smiling Ravage and an out-of-control Thyone. His eyes were bloodshot and the great double-bladed sword swung wildly. Anything that stood in his way was cut to pieces. Nothing came from her throat but a scream filled with anger and sorrow. The image, one where she wept and attacked, exuded sadness. Tiona, control yourself. Thyone took up his weapons and ran into battle. Then I had fun. A red sword drew a crescent moon in the air and a second later blood gushed out. Tiona, a deep cut. From shoulder to waist, a pinkished line oozed blood. Tiona fell to her knees, too weak to rise. She turned her eyes to Thyone, who was running towards her desperately. Sister. Her lips formed a small smile. Blood spurted from her throat and adorned her face. He felt like he was about to die. The games are over. From those words and that moment shared between sisters, everything turned a deep black. XXX. Suffering, suffering, and more suffering. That is the only reality of this life. Pain, agony, and uncertainty. Feelings that wander in the longing for a dawn that does not turn into early morning. My soul hangs on the strings of my flesh and hides in my ribs so that tears do not kill it with melancholy. Gods, tell me the truth. Was our creation merely an act of solitude, seeking only companionship in their harsh agony? And if we truly are his children, why were we born into this slaughter, into this struggle for scraps of joy? Sister, it hurts, sister. I loathed my existence as before my imposing being, the scene of my little sister being mutilated unfolded. Please. I screamed without a voice, I cried without tears, I cursed without hatred. My body felt languid and an emptiness filled me that was hard to explain. What was all this? I could barely crawl on the floor while begging for mercy. Not my sister, please kill me, but let my sister go free. Seeing his Machiavellian smile made me fall into an abyss. Darkness surrounded me, which was strange since the place was lit. I heard a rattling sound, and it was only when I came to my senses that I realized it was Tiona's bones breaking. Her scream reverberated in my ears and echoed in my shattered soul. I can't stand it, please, I beg you, leave my sister alone. A laugh tinged with ecstasy rang out. A whirring sound tore through Tiona's flesh, and I could only watch, powerless to do anything. I ordered my body to move, but it wouldn't. How strange, I could swear I did want to move. Get up, kill that woman, and rescue my little sister, Thyone. Her voice reached me. It was weak, but I could feel that mournful joy characteristic of hers. Tiona. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't do it, I'm crying and I can't stop. So please don't look at me with that weak smile, I love you. Stop it already. A sword sliced across her body in a crescent shape and Tiona's left arm was severed. She screamed, but she kept smiling at me as tears streamed down her face. A painful cry, a desperate look accompanied by a desolate cry alongside a laugh full of jubilation. My teeth ground together. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. I tried to stand up, but I was overcome with shock. Now I knew why I couldn't do anything. My legs were gone. All I could do was curse. Filled with rage, the only thing I could do was hurl curses at the demon that was torturing us. I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch. Oh, that's a good expression. The torture stopped and Tiona could finally breathe. Relieved, I looked at the smiling face of the monster in front of me. It's almost as cute as the one Arya made when she died, foo-foo foo-foo aha ha ha. I could tell just by looking at her. The woman in front of me, that monster in human skin, was a demon. His smile stretched from cheek to cheek like a bloody crescent moon. His euphoric laughter was like a desperate cry. His eyes shone with slaughter and overflowed with glee at such a bloody scene. Anyway, how long has it been? I hope my toy has finished its revenge. I'm getting bored. He stopped looking at me and walked towards Tiona. Hey, what are you doing? Come back here, you bucking bitch. Come back. My heart raced. Every step I took toward my sister made my chest ache with pain. A bad feeling filled me and tears flowed uncontrollably. They seemed to be warning about what would happen. I got bored, so I don't need them anymore. It reached my sister, who had a vacant stare as she bled out. Enough. I couldn't shout, much less curse or insult. My voice broke in a desperate plea. Don't do it, please, I beg you. Thyone. My sister broke into a beautiful smile. Because, despite knowing that he was about to die, why was he smiling at me like that? Stop, 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 stop. A sword rose high above. Its crimson gleam flashed past memories of my life. Memories where my little sister was present. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. It drew a crimson trail in a dive, and its tearing edge sliced Tiona's neck. Tiona, the sword didn't stop and traveled toward me. Without realizing it, everything was spinning around me. I could feel it before I died. He was smiling. It was a smile that expected nothing from this cruel world. Perhaps our heads were piled up next to Isa's. XXX. Shall we leave? Yes, we'll wait for you at the meeting point. Lefia, tell Bete we're leaving. Lefia held the communication crystal in the palm of her hand. Her eyes focused on Bete's back. So you were a bucking traitor, bitch. Even when the werewolf hurled insults at the young woman in front of them, Lefia couldn't utter a single word. Lefia, please confirm you heard me.
What?
Even when Reveria's voice sounded through the glass, Lefia didn't move. The reflection of Filvis, her best friend, appeared on the surface of her eyes. Lefia couldn't believe what was happening, even though she was experiencing it herself. A black cloak covered Filvis. Her appearance was very similar to those usually described in stories about witches. Her delicate face became gaunt and the usual light in her eyes was gone. Something similar to vines spread across his body. Filvison. As Bete's growls echoed, Lefia could tell it wasn't something she wasn't familiar with. Those vines were similar to the plant monsters they had faced so often. Lefia, what's going on? Answer me.
Leiva.
Lefia let out a desperate groan. Instead, Bete snorted with anger and contempt. I almost burst into tears listening to your story. In the end, you're just a traitor. You want a hug. Go ask that crazy bastard of a god for one. Filvis looked at him without any particular emotion. The werewolf's words didn't hurt him, nor did she expect everyone to pity her after hearing her tragic story. That wasn't the reason she told them what had happened. Why did they come? She sounded more desolate than annoyed. I'll have to kill them. Why did they come? Couldn't they have just gone somewhere else? I don't want to kill them, but I have to. I'll kill them all, every single one. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her eyes, once red, were now an unpleasant mossy green. It was the appearance he obtained when he merged with his clone. Lefia, this situation really saddens me, but I can't do anything for you this time. She looked at her elfo friend, the one who, besides Dionysus, was the only one to tell her she was beautiful, despite being corrupt and unpleasant. The elf who insisted that everything could be solved if she took his hand and stopped listening to Neo. Even after confessing to the hundreds of murders he committed, he didn't give up on her. I wish I had met you before I met Dionysus-sama. Filvison, please stop. Enough, Bete intervened, unable to continue listening to senseless nonsense. Beteson, he's an enemy, Lefia, he betrayed us, that's the reality, accept it. Filvis looked at Bete. He was right, all of this was nonsense that had to end. He had to kill them all and proceed with the plan to destroy Erario. That's right, the wolf is right, it's time to kill them. At that moment where tension permeated every particle of air, the echo of a pair of footsteps resonated. Besides Bete, Lefia, and Filvis, there were other adventurers. However, they were all paralyzed by the absurdity of the unfolding situation. Therefore, it was impossible for the footsteps to have belonged to them. Several pairs of eyes turned toward a dark hallway. The sound of footsteps emerged from the darkness, echoing in a melody of suspense and terror. A couple of red dots flashed, blending into the darkness. From that same darkness, a boy emerged, black clothing highlighting the white of her hair and the red of her eyes. His lips curled into a euphoric and Machiavellian smile. I found you. His voice, filled with bloodlust, reached everyone's ears. Everyone recognized him instantly and they were speechless. But at that moment, Bell was only looking at Filvis. Filvis, Chalia, I have come to kill you. The smile of a vengeful demon settled on his lips. He had heard Filvis's tragic story and he found it amusing. Chapter 12, What now? Loneliness and death must be faced sooner or later. Menma. XXX. Humans never stop to think about the consequences of their actions. They act rashly and selfishly. They disregard whether their actions will affect others. The only thing that predominates in their minds is their own self-interest, and that, beyond being abhorrent, is the truth of beings called human. Lamenting and wondering why misfortune after misfortune happens to them without taking into account that they themselves brought it upon themselves is also part of that nature. They walk on, oblivious to who they step on, or sometimes they know, but they keep walking with a smile. The ugliness of human beings is at the same time the truth. There are those who judge and those who are judged. Normally one would think that the one being judged is guilty, but for the most part they are wrong. The truth is that there are no innocents and there are no guilty ones either. There are no good people nor bad ones. Even if someone offers you help with a smile, keep in mind that they're up to something. Actions are always followed by reactions, and people who offer help expect a reaction that will benefit them. Men and women helping those in need, how wonderful. The truth is they do it because there are either witnesses or cameras. Ego and status get involved, and when that happens, human beings become even more human, in other words, abhorrent. The same applies to issues related to chastity. What's wrong with it? There's no impurity in a lack of chastity. People see someone who has lost their virginity and look down on them, believing themselves superior. They think they are the purest, when in reality they are just resentful, selfish people. Sometimes someone comes along, someone who accepts those who are not chaste or pure. They don't judge them, nor do they look down on them. However, that person is also trash. Those who accept dirty people logically must be aware of their own filth. Does this mean I'm still worthless for putting myself on a pedestal and judging everyone? Maybe. No, of course it is. So what is the meaning of the world? The world watched me drown and did nothing. I was born where monsters die, I will die where monsters are born. I killed many monsters. Each death increases the noise of the voices, and I love what they scream. So I always ask myself, why are we even allowed to exist? We contribute nothing. We are nothing more than a vicious and greedy disease, a disease that ends up consuming everything around it. That's what we humans are, that's what humans are. I stopped being one. So, is it okay to let them live?
Exact.
The echo of dripping water slowly spread across the room. It was large enough to resemble a central plaza, walls of hard rock and beneath it an extremely hard metal. Who are you? Philvis looked at the unexpected visitor. He was covered by a dark cloak and his face was hidden by a hood. Only his pale teeth were visible through the deranged smile on his lips. He also couldn't ignore the pair of red dots flashing in the darkness beneath the hood. Who am I? Her voice was cold. It was cold and heavy enough to send chills down everyone's spine. That's not important, nor is it something that matters. I have no interest in being remembered for a corpse. Bite and Lefia, along with all the other adventurers, took a step back. They were suffering from a familiarity effect from the resonant voice. Excluding Bite, who was of a higher level, Lefia and the others could not withstand the pressure emanating from this stranger. Moreover, his thirst for blood was so terrifying that it dried throats and produced a cold sweat on everyone's forehead. What the hell? Bite looked at her hands. They were trembling slightly. He understood from his instincts, which screamed for him to flee, that the person in front of them was dangerous. However, corpse you say, are you saying I'll die soon? Kukyukuhu. Philvis laughed with amusement. His lips, which were cracked and sucked in, twisted into a grim and amused smile. It was the logical thing to do. It had absorbed its other half and was now twice as strong as before. That is, a level 8. There was no adventurer more powerful than her, and her level surpassed that of the acclaimed strongest adventurer in the city, Warlord. That's why it was fun. With her hunched figure, like an old witch that often appears in stories, and green vines wrapping around her body, she looked coldly and with disgust at the man in front of her. Don't make me laugh, trash. A second later, a pair of vines emerged from the ground and attacked like spears with lightning speed, piercing the arrogant guy. Is that all? How disappointing. Philvis lost all interest when he saw his attack pierce the arrogant intruder from side to side. He didn't even bother to smile contemptuously. Her expression dimmed and she turned her attention back to her next victims.
No.
You're right, it's disappointing. A voice came from behind. It was the same dry, chilling voice from moments before. Even now, Philvis could sense the mockery woven into the echoes that resonated deep within his mind. He looked over his shoulder. What does this mean? There he was. The right corner of his lip lifted in a mocking smile, and the glint in his eyes, which were barely visible, flashed with amusement. He seemed to be filled with joy, and this joy seemed to increase more and more with each passing second. Displaying that joyful smile, she brought her hands to the edges of her hood and pulled it back, really disappointing. There was a vibration in the air, gasps of breathlessness, dry and surprised, white hair and red eyes. Her hair was a little longer, and her childlike face now gave a more adult impression, as did her voice. But Belson Lefia mentioned him in what was a sporadic whisper, one that exuded disbelief and surprise. It was impossible for anyone to mistake him or be wrong. He showed changes, but he was, without a doubt, Bell Cranel. Who? Bell asked. His eyes flicked toward Lefia, and when he didn't recognize her, he growled in annoyance. Who the hell are you? Stay out of my way, get lost. He gave the impression of not having noticed the stalks apart from Philvis, even though that wasn't the truth. Rather, his expression emphasized the obstacle they posed to his purpose, to kill Philvis Chalia. I don't understand it, but it's okay. His target, Philvis, spoke with disdain. If you don't die the first time, just kill yourself again. And once again, a pair of vines emerged from the ground and attacked like spears with lightning speed. Heh, only this time they were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Philvis's eyes snapped open. It wasn't from fear nor anything like panic. He was surprised that his attack had been shattered with the mere flap of a hand, like a couple of annoying mosquitoes that wouldn't let you read comfortably. So simple. Is that all you can do? Bell asked. His rotten green eyes narrowed with a slight sense of alertness. Philvis now recognized Bell as a threat, so Bell. Then he remembered, deep in his memories, the name Bell Cranel slowly emerged. Oh, he smiled maliciously. He remembered the man named Bell Cranel. Of course he remembered him. He remembered perfectly how he had pierced Hestia's heart with his dagger, as well as the consequences of it. He vividly remembered his master's joy when the shocking news of the Hestia Familia's downfall shook the foundations of Aurario. He also remembered the funeral procession honoring the hero candidate Bell Cranel. You've changed, he hissed cheekily. A haircut. The mockery was as clear as day. The air around Bell grew so thick it became almost palpable. It was as if his body were being burned. Trails of steam rose into the air. I feel relieved. I feared the possibility, however small, that your actions were being controlled. I feared that Ravage was wrong to describe you as a psychopath dependent on your stupid god. The air changed. No, the atmosphere. The environment became so heavy with Bell's overwhelming aura that breathing was difficult. Several low-level adventurers fell unconscious to the ground, creating rough sounds as they fell. I feared that my hatred would be appeased by the plight of a victim whose actions were being manipulated by a third party. He took one step forward and the ground cracked. It felt as if his leg weighed tons. I was truly afraid. Sometimes I couldn't sleep. I thought the 1,000 ways I'd thought of to kill you would be in vain. I even considered for a moment giving up on you. He took another step and the ground beneath his foot cracked. It had been an instant when her entire body released a tremendous pressure, of which only Philvis, Bite, and Lefia were aware. Lefia collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with fear. Her sky-blue eyes trembled at the sight of a terrifying person who looked like her prized rival. Philvis, on the other hand, felt danger. He took a step back when his instinct screamed at him to be alert, but I wanted to know, I wanted to see it for myself. I wanted to see if you were, as Ravage said, trash, or quite the opposite, a victim of trash. That's why I feel relieved. His smile spread like a demon's and his eyes shone with unrestrained jubilation. He stretched out both arms as if he were going to hug someone, and with the same demonic smile he shouted loudly, "Because I can kill you without any remorse, you damned bitch." The scream echoed throughout the room. It was so powerful that you'd think her throat was wrecked from straining it so much. So, all the bloodlust as well as the suffocating pressure disappeared. It was compressed to such an extent that it vanished, and then like a gigantic tsunami it swept away the entire place. Giga. Lefia covered her mouth with both hands to avoid vomiting, and Bite and Philvis twitched so much that they trembled momentarily while their bodies were bathed in cold sweat. With the sensation of the sky falling to pieces, Philvis finally backed away. Hey, it's not fun if you run, but it was too late. Bell's body vanished in the blink of an eye, and in less than a second he was already aiming his fist at Philvis's face. She reacted but couldn't dodge in time. Bell's fist slammed into Philvis's face, shattering it with ease. His body was sent flying through the air as trails of blood spurted everywhere. Bite and Lefia watched the scene in disbelief. Even when Philvis's body was embedded in one of the walls and a loud rumble sounded, they still couldn't believe it. His face was quite literally destroyed. Part of his jaw hung like a pendulum, revealing teeth and gums. One eye was destroyed and the other hung from a fleshy line like a clock. Red and pink flesh tones predominated across his face. Kukyuha juju. Ah ha ha ha, is that all, Philvis? Just one hit, you damn bitch. You can't do this to me, it'll stop being fun if you die so fast. Philvis strained her strength and climbed out of the hole in the wall where she had been thrown. She landed on the ground with a slight stumble and dizziness. She was disoriented and her wounds began to smoke a magic dust before healing completely. I see you're strong, just as Ravage reported. Was she the one who brought you here? It seems she betrayed us. Philvis's rotten green eyes gleamed intently. They took on a hostile air as he focused on the smiling Bell. Then, as the air around him compressed, he murmured, I will kill anyone who threatens the safety of Dionysus Asama. Come, fallen hero. Don't die at the first blow. They both shot towards each other with the force of a dragon and collided instantly. Powerful gusts of cutting air ripped through the walls and sent the unconscious adventurers flying. The air grew heavy with a suffocating feeling, and Philvis flinched at Bell's psychopathic grin. What is this? I can't stop this feeling of terror. My body refuses to fight. It was genuine intimidation. Hey, as he felt that kind of terror, Bell spoke to him. His voice traveled heavily as his eyes crinkled with hatred. Do you remember him? Do you remember his expression? Nah. Do you remember, Philvis? The hostile roar shook the foundations of the place. There was a rumble and then everything shook again with a deafening crash. It was just the beginning. Bell's movements became increasingly rapid. Suddenly, Philvis saw 10 afterimages. The sound of the air being pierced by overwhelming speed was punctuated by Machiavellian laughter as the attacks rained down on Philvis, who could only defend himself. What's going on? What's going on? It can't be that easy, can it? She was beside herself. He gave the impression of mocking, but if you looked closely, even with that smile, he looked so sad and angry. He was drowning in an ocean of endless hatred for the source of his misfortune. He genuinely hated the reason for all the losses on his thorny path. Philvis, you're right, this isn't all. That's when she acted. She wasn't a level 8 just for show. She was able to adapt to Bell's explosive speed, and in a few seconds she was able to counterattack. Countless vines emerged from the ground and attacked Bell. It was like an attack on the skies, rising majestically to pierce their target. It took off with force and the ground beneath its feet exploded into pieces. I will kill you. That way no one will be able to remember your family and they will truly be dead then. You say interesting things. Still mid-sentence, Bell was flung backward. He crashed into the reinforced wall and a thunderous sound echoed along with the falling debris and rising dust. Philvis had attacked with all her might. She was a level 8, so her speed was at an almost absurd level. If Bell had previously created 10 afterimages, Philvis was now creating twice as many. It was that kind of gap between power and speed. He lunged at Bell and his fist slammed into his abdomen. The crack of bones echoed as space was torn apart by Bell's body, which was sent flying through the air and crashed into one of the walls. It didn't stop there. The rattling of his back, enduring immense pain, intensified when Filvis once again lunged at him and landed another blow to his abdomen. The monstrous force was enough to make him break through the adamantite reinforced wall. Bell's body levitated for a few moments amidst the raised dust and shattered debris, then fell face down on the floor of the next room. He rolled several meters, so many that he felt dizzy. Each roll on the rough surface tore the cloak covering his body, and by the time he stopped rolling, he was completely torn to shreds. That hurt. She stood up with a half-smile gracing her lips. The parts of his body torn apart by the blows and by having passed through a wall of adamantine were already healing at a terrifying speed. A little blood dripped onto the ground, and then he looked ahead. He fixed both eyes on the hollow he had made with his own body. After that gap amidst the veil of residual smoke, Filvis emerged on a calm walk. Aren't you a little too strong? I mean, that makes it more fun, but it makes me want to know something. They could have gotten rid of me without hurting my family. By the gods, even the great otter can't stand up to you. Tell me, was it for fun? Were they bored? It's not something you should worry about. Faced with the cold response, Bell bared his teeth in a bestial grin. Yes, I suppose so. Then the smile faded, and instead her eyes shone with a terrifying thirst for blood. The cold and hostility emanating from it was fierce enough to kill a normal person from fright. Bell buried a fist in the ground and drew a crimson-red sword, and as he glanced at the edge of the blade, he spoke. However, the stupidest thing about all this is that you made the grave mistake of not killing me. Seriously, what an idiot your god is. The biggest idiot of all. Ha 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 ha. Even as he laughed like a madman, trying to resist the urge to collapse on his knees from laughter, Filvis kept his distance. It was clear that she was enraged that they insulted her god, who had been the only one who accepted her just as she was, with all her horror and how rotten she was. However, he couldn't let himself be carried away by his emotions. From the moment his instincts were fully alert at all times, he could not take the existence of the being called Bell Cranel lightly. That's why, and only for that reason, he kept quiet and listened to the ravings of a broken hero. Ah, seriously, it's funny, really funny. I could die laughing. Who would think that of all beings, one who belongs to the divine realm could be so stupid? Leaving me alive was his mistake. Did you know that, Filvis? If you must harm a man, you must do it in such a way that you will not fear his revenge. Bell smiled sweetly. It was a beautiful smile that would make anyone blush. However, the lovely smile clashed with the murderous glint in her eyes and the psychopathic expression on her face. Offering a view that could easily be a child's worst nightmare, he murmured softly. And it seems they didn't hurt me enough. She swayed from side to side as she took a few steps. She almost seemed to be reveling in a subtle and delicate dance. Yes, they didn't. He looked at the ceiling and thought. He had said he hadn't been hurt enough, and that was true. The fact that he had suffered in ways few could endure was the truth, and as terrifying as it sounded, it hadn't been enough to turn him into an empty shell. That made him wonder one thing. How much more terrible is the suffering I need to give up everything? He asked himself that every night. Was it right that she was able to endure the hell she went through? That said a lot about her strong will. Or was it wrong for having been able to endure it? That possibility terrified her some time ago. Losing his family had broken his heart, made him fall into the abyss and scream in helplessness at the cruelty of the world. And yet, it wasn't enough. Bell didn't know if that made him a good or bad person, being able to move on even after losing what he loved most. To even be capable of yearning for bloody revenge, and to be able to suppress any trace of humanity and make it disappear. What a dilemma. However, what does it matter? Thinking about it won't change anything, right? Not that he cared. Hey, bitch. He pointed at Filvis with the tip of his sword, sharpened his gaze, and declared calmly, I will not make the same mistake. I will do what you failed to do, and when I am finished, you will remember that you trained me and that I owe this victory to you. Something Bell understood was how to overcome the past. To overcome the past, you must first understand that the past is over. No matter how many times you revisit it, analyze it, or regret it, none of that can hurt you anymore. It's finished. There was no need to listen to that voice either. Kill yourself. Hey, kill yourself. Stop overthinking it and just do it. Kill me, now me, haha, just wait a little longer. After all, he had the inclination to force himself, almost in a demonic way, to become stronger than he was. He was within his rights. The broken people had no obligation to apologize to those they cut. After all, it was those people's fault for trying to pick up something broken. Aren't you being unnecessarily talkative? This is getting boring. Filvis spat indifferently at Bell. His face showed both boredom and contempt, which made him smile once more. That smile was indescribably terrifying. Yes, you're right. XXX. She was fed up and furious. That damned bastard kept insulting Dionysus-sama, and his uproarious laughter made my blood boil. I wanted to destroy it. The urge, the size of a giant, invaded me like a raging river searching for something to sweep away. From the depths of my dark heart, I longed to have his in my hands and crush it. Aren't you being unnecessarily talkative? This is getting boring. I controlled my anger with a calm and disinterested expression, trying to annoy him with my comment. However, yes, you're right. He smiled sweetly, a sweet thirst for blood that made you drool. It was the smile of a demon unable to contain the joy of finally having caught his prey. That's why I stayed alert. A bad feeling kept creeping over me. My skin tingled and a cold sweat ran down my back. I felt my insides begin to burn as if they were being consumed by fire. But at the same time, I was cold, very cold. I've never experienced anything like this before. No. Actually, yes, the feeling was familiar, only too distant to recall clearly. It was a long time ago, a very long time ago. It was before I became a monster. That day when a one-sided massacre unfolded and the dungeon's blue currents turned a dark yet brilliant red. It was quite confusing. I remembered how we were abandoned and how I breathed my last. My gaunt face covered in tears as well as the blood gushing from my body leaving me to my fate. I remember a darkness. My vision was blurry and my mind wandered between sanity and irrationality. He was clearly standing before the gates of hell. Poor thing, she's almost dead. Then I heard it. Before me, as my vision faded with each passing second, appeared a silhouette covered by a cloak of masks. I could feel the amusement trapped within the reflection of his gaze. The gaze belonging to the eyes visible within the darkness of the hood and protected by a strange mask. Hey. He extended a hand to me. For me who was about to die, it was like a miracle. Do you want to live? He granted me the grace of a second chance at the cost of my humanity. I who only had two options took her hand without hesitation. What do you know? I gave him my life. What the hell do you know, you damned ghost of the past? And I gave him my heart. Stop laughing, stop mocking, stop showing that stupid, twisted smile. That's why, despite knowing it and my instincts demanding caution, I exploded. You think you've won. You're already dead, so go back to hell, you bucking bastard. The chills vanished and any bad feeling faded away along with my reasoning. Just die again, trash. I took one step forward and the ground beneath my feet shattered into pieces. The air as well as everything around me was oppressed by the aura produced by my body. I raised both arms and from all directions emerged thousands of sickly green vines, coiling and slithering like poisonous snakes. Just die, die forever. They swirled around each other, causing the floor to shake and the ceiling to collapse. Die, 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 die. The pieces of concrete that fell from the ceiling hit the ground and made everything around them resonate. Disappear, die, disappear. They fell like a meteor shower. But despite everything, he kept smiling. He smiled, standing beneath the end of the world. He didn't react or get scared even when everything was covered by vines or when the rain of debris falling from all sides threatened to crush him. She just smiled. It was a smile that drove me crazy. XXX. The roar of thunder was heard. It wasn't thunder itself, but a frenzied and destructive explosion similar to thunder descending from the heavens. I'll kill you. Accompanying that roar was Filvis's fervent scream. His eyes displayed an overflowing madness and the rotten green glow gave him a sinister touch. His body, like a bolt of lightning, shot straight toward Bell. The ground shattered and countless shockwaves ripped through the surrounding air. It was the ultimate display of destructive power, the power of someone who had reached level 8. Bell Cranel, a former human now a hybrid, was powerless against that power. He was unable to react. Rather, he seemed not to have noticed that Filvis was attacking. Is this the power of level 8? He was punched in the face. The sensation of her skin being torn as well as her facial muscles made her tremble from the inside out. His teeth were shattered and for a moment one of his eyes was blinded by the dark red of the blood floating in the air. His body was sent flying through the air and he was going so fast and with such force that he broke through another wall of adamantine. All of Knossos trembled to its foundations. Turbulent clouds of dust rose and debris was flung up in an apocalyptic inverted rain. The same debris fell once it lost momentum and another meteor shower ensued. Lying face up on a mountain of rubble, Bell struggled to get air back into his lungs. His shattered face, very similar to that of a corpse that had been decomposing for several months, regenerated in a few seconds. He was short of breath and his eyes spun wildly, trying to clear his vision. It had been a blow, a simple blow, but it had the force of hundreds of tons, as if the world itself had slapped him with all its might. I know now he's definitely much stronger than Ravage. He smiled slightly, and from his lips curved in that sinister smile, a little fresh blood trickled out. Hey, what's wrong, you son of a bitch? I can't believe you're so weak. A calm rhythm of footsteps echoed in the large room. Sighting in that direction with some difficulty, Bell could see his target walking towards him. Good heavens, I guess scum is still scum no matter how much you help them. Is this the most you could develop? The blessing of my god, you filthy, impertinent wretch. Filvis extended both arms to the lower sides and from his black robe like that of a witch 2 sharp blades emerged. They were as long as legs and as sharp as the finest razor blades. I feel sorry for you. He looked with contempt at Bell's mangled body lying on the pile of rubble. He couldn't and didn't think he could imagine a more pitiful sight than that. Heh. However, the one who was once human could only laugh. He was happy, but at the same time he was overcome with the greatest sadness. All of this, the fight, the encounter, what he had been waiting for so long, everything and nothing but everything, it was nostalgic. Her memories blossomed on a plain caressed by the wandering wind, and on that plain several silhouettes rose. They smiled at him. One was a kind smile shrouded in the purity of the world. Another was impertinent, exuding a certain insolence and disdain for the adventurers. "How are you?" Staring up at the crumbling ceiling, Bell Cranel, someone unworthy of being human, remembered them. "I miss them." Was there a sadder or more intense human longing than wanting a second chance at something? She asked herself that question, and the only thing she saw as an answer in itself was a smile. Sometimes the brightest smile comes with a pair of sad eyes. "What are you babbling so much crap about? Stop raving, you bastard." His body was abruptly lifted, and after levitating for a few seconds in the air, he was slammed against the mountain of rubble. "Stop showing that disgusting smile." Everything blew to pieces, if pieces could even become pieces. Die, but despite being grabbed by one of his legs and being whipped all over, Bell continued to show a smile full of happiness as well as a look with sad eyes. He gazed as if in a dream at the small silhouette brimming with joy and with a silly, tender smile. He glanced like a flash at the impulsive Oriental girl who always supported him in his adventures, no matter how dangerous they were. He looked like a precious memory at the thumbs-up of his great friend. He gazed as if it were something he never wanted to stop looking at the face overflowing with happiness as well as sorrow of his last love. He looked back in his memories at the promise he had made to that woman. "Remember me, even if it's in a hidden corner. Don't let me go." How could I, Ryu? She was smiling and crying at the same time. It was for joy. It was due to sadness. It was because of a change of heart. Yes, it was a sad joy born from the regrets of someone unworthy of being human. That was fun. Then, the hand that was holding Bell's leg and whipping him against everything was torn off. XXX. On the other side of Knossos, what happened here? The retreat led by Reveria came across the hall where the bodies of Izu Wallenstein, Tiona, and Tioni Hurut were located. Everyone's eyes wandered over all the corpses scattered everywhere, or at least what were once part of a complete body. Silently, Reveria trembled. His eyes focused particularly on 3 heads standing side by side. The hair was very familiar, and the faces, despite showing terrible suffering and sorrow, were equally familiar. Yua. She wanted to maintain control of her body, but her hands moved unconsciously in a vain attempt to cover her mouth to avoid vomiting. I was in shock, and I couldn't stop staring at the trio of heads lying in a pool of dark blood. Eyes. She felt a burning sensation consuming the surface of her emerald green eyes. I was crying. Tears broke through and flowed down her contorted cheeks like a river under the fury of a storm. Trembling with confusion, fear, and anger, Reveria became a senseless bundle of nerves. More specifically, she refused to believe what her trembling eyes were seeing. Are they Mrs. Tioni and Tiona? Raul, who was behind him a moment ago, turned pale as he swallowed his own vomit. Beside him were Anakity and Alicia, who was carrying Asfi on her back, and the other members who had survived the hell called Knossos. And no. Anakity shook her head as she took a couple of steps back, unable to process the nightmarish scene. Her hands and legs were trembling. There was too much blood. Too many entrails decorating every corner of the place, as well as many expressions horrified by their last moments of life. Bodies piled up, some dismembered, others crushed. It was a scene very similar to what they portrayed about hell. Regarding Reveria, girls. He fell to his knees, her eyes and lips trembled while her cheeks twitched with the moisture of her tears. What happened? Why are eyes Tiona and Tioni? Why girls? He felt a sharp pain in his chest and he couldn't breathe properly. It was as if several poison daggers were piercing his lungs all at once. Behind her were about 100 survivors from different families, and like Rivera, they were stunned by their frozen bodies, not knowing what to do. It was traumatic for most. There were sounds of revulsion as people tried to stifle their vomiting, and the rough sounds of people collapsing. Others huddled together and protected their heads with their arms, pulling at their hair and shaking their heads as they murmured, "Stop, just stop, please." The trembling eyes of those people indicated anything but sanity, and instead at their most extreme despair. They wept uncontrollably and morality dug deeper into their terrified hearts. Reveria. The only one who was barely stable was Gareth, who had left the unconscious Finn on the ground. His eyes, like those of an elderly war veteran, took in Iza's head. That girl he looked at like a granddaughter, whom he had raised since she was a child. It was hard for him, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and encourage everyone to get out of the hell they were in. Get up. He said that in a loud voice, but when Reveria looked over her shoulder, she noticed that he was crying. Tears sank into his bushy beard and his eyes, serene as those of a lake deep in a forest, swelled pitifully. Get up. He said it again. Now her voice was broken, but she maintained that strong feeling of wanting to get out of this place alive. They had lost too much, and though their hearts were broken by the misfortune, they needed to get out of here alive. They had a duty to warn the surface about the hell that would soon rise. They had to do it. They had no right to die before that. Such was the emptiness of the purpose that kept them minimally sane now. Would it have been different? Reveria remembered a certain smiling young man as well as his untimely death. She wondered if anything, however small, had changed for the better compared to the current reality. I won't know, I suppose. Upon understanding this fact, with her heart broken into 1,000 pieces, Reveria stood up. Her whole body trembled, and between spasms she begged for rest. Her heart longed for peace, for her to lie down and sleep without a care in the world. I just wanted all of hell to end. Oh, are there still survivors? It was then. And no, stay away ye. It was then that the blood began to spill again onto the already blood-covered ground. Reveria turned violently towards the source of the terrified scream, as did Gareth. There they saw an adventurer cut in half. The lower half lay on the ground, gushing blood and scattering his intestines. The upper part, where her terrified face was held by a woman with red hair and reptilian green eyes. Reveria and Gareth recognized her. The hybrid. It was only a matter of a couple of seconds. He recalled that Ize's mission was to eliminate that woman, as well as the fate of the Amazon twins in their search for Ize herself. You. Reveria trembled. You, but not out of fear. I'm going to kill you. He trembled with anger. He screamed with hatred. Her shrill scream threatened to rupture her own vocal cords. The beautiful jade-green color of her eyes turned a crazed red, enriched by her eye veins about to burst. He raised his staff high, and before Revis could claim anyone else's life, he conjured a deluge of fire. Get burned. He unleashed Rhea Levitane, a Wideria annihilation attack magic capable of distinguishing between allies and enemies. Tusk. As the only enemy, all the firepower was directed at Revis. The rain of fire fell with a destructive force that shook the entire place, and she barely managed to avoid instant death. So this is the power of 9 hells. He jumped back several meters, putting enough distance between himself and the entire retreating team, who were no different from a group of puppets whose strings had been cut. The only ones capable of facing her were Reveria and...
Hey elf, I'll give you a hand, an enraged Gareth, thank you.
Let's just finish this quickly, I want to bury the girls. Both were badly injured after the tough battle with all of Evelis, the semi-spirits and other plant monsters. It was not a dignified image, much less an intimidating one. Damn, should I run away? However, Revis was in a bind, as she was also exhausted from the constant battle since her arrival in Knossos. At least that's how it looked. Unlike the others, whose wills were shattered, Reveria and Gareth did not waver now that they had Ize's killer and the twins in front of them. His eyes were no different from those of crazed beasts. They demanded only one thing, and that was blood, the blood of his enemy. I will make you suffer 9 hells. Reveria, despite being at her limit, exuded an absurd amount of concentrated magical power. He almost seemed to be converting his life energy into magical energy, all in order to massacre Revis. Let this old man satisfy his thirst for revenge. Gareth, on the other hand, gave the image of a volcano about to erupt. Nothing good would come from being consumed by magma waves. Heh. Revis, seeing them, smiled mockingly. Give me a bucking break, you scum. All he wanted was to finish everything so he could spend time with his favorite toy. Driven by that single desire, he set out to kill Reveria and Gareth, as well as the remaining 100 lifeless dolls. XXX. I find it hard to understand how human beings can live or want to live with purity, clarity, and happiness amidst all this mutual lie that is the world. You're quite resilient. I had trouble understanding it. How many times is that? 100. Your regenerative ability is incredible. I looked with amusement at Filvis's mangled body, writhing in agony from the searing pain of the blue flames consuming every pore of his skin until it turned to ash. The fun part was its regeneration. No matter how many times he killed her or how many parts he cut her body into, it would immediately begin to regenerate. The first 30 times it regenerated almost instantly, but as deaths increased, its capacity decreased. Yes, it was fun.
Hey Dionysus Sama. You seem to have stayed sane even after dying 100 times. Wow, amazing, amazing.
Sitting atop a pile of rubble, I curled my lips into a smile. The gratifying feeling of watching her crawl on the ground as I tried to extinguish the blue flames consuming her filled me with ecstasy. Yes, it's impossible to get bored. I wonder if you really thought you could beat me being so weak. He gave me a piercing look even though he was on the verge of his 101st death. He was writhing less and less, and the flames were slowly disappearing again. It wasn't because they were weak, it was because there was nothing else to incinerate. Ho. When Filvis literally turned to ashes, it began to slowly regenerate. This time the regeneration lasted 10 minutes. Awesome, however, I killed her again. Her body was pierced by several white bone spears that emerged from the ground and lifted her high into the air. They pierced his chest, legs, stomach, and head. I was able to fully verify what the body of an existence like Filvis's was made up of, besides being garbage. All beings, without exception, feared death. It wasn't something the beings themselves noticed. Most of the time they would boast of not fearing death when in reality it was their deepest nightmare. Humans were beings who didn't ask to be born, don't know how to live, and don't want to die. That's why the others can't be so different. I concluded based on the results of my experiments that even an existence like Philvis, whose purpose was empty and meaningless, feared death. Hey, are you okay? An emotional confession wasn't necessary, her eyes were enough for me. The pleading gleam in her eyes, the windows to her soul, screamed with terror and agony. It was a warm feeling that made my non-existent heart leap. Look at you, you look like a cockroach, crawling around like that. This was fine. It was justice, karma, or whatever you want to call it. It wasn't so bad as long as it was a cockroach, right? If you kill a cockroach, you're a hero, but if you kill a butterfly, you're bad. It was fine to use aesthetic criteria as a guide to morality in society. As long as they were cockroaches, it was fine to squash them. Yes, you're definitely a cockroach. The fun part, being able to choose who was or wasn't a cockroach. It's a little sad that it all ends so quickly. I really wanted to torture that stupid god of yours right in front of you, but considering they ascend with minimal mortal damage, well, it's a waste of time. The terror etched in Philvis's eyes rippled like the surface of a lake disturbed by a falling rock. The waves spread, and after the terror came unbridled rage. Don't you dare touch Dionysus-sama, you bastard. I'll kill you. I'll tear off all your limbs, you ill-born son of a bitch. It was definitely fun. I tore off her limbs just as she had said. The flesh of her arms stretched like ropes about to snap before they actually snapped. A thunderous and wet sound at the same time, followed by a trickle like a light rain after a drought. I separated her legs until they were horizontally aligned with her waist, and without stopping, I rotated them to the sides of her severed shoulders. Bones, flesh, and sinews cracked. The melodious, desperate, and agonizing cry entered my ears, which spurred me on. I continued tearing off its limbs for the next 20 minutes, tearing them off again even after they regenerated. Have you heard the phrase, death is flirting with me tonight, I don't know whether to run from it or go and embrace it? Hee hee. Her face was smashed against the shattered concrete, shedding tears and other disgusting fluids like drool or snot. These fluids mixed with the blood, becoming something even more disgusting. Looking at that image, I asked, do you want to run away or do you want a hug? I needed to make her beg for her death so that I could find some meaning in my existence. Trapped and unable to find the deep meaning of my life, I could only distract myself with the pleasure of tormenting her eternally. Reply. I stepped on his back, or what could be called his back. She was so badly injured that her black cloak was nothing but rags, and through the gaps in the torn fabric, the bones of her spine could be seen sticking out above the ripped skin. Soon you will be nothing, not even a memory, just an accident that will disappear from everyone's memories, a disgusting story that no one will remember. I don't speak of revenge or forgiveness. Oblivion is the only revenge and the only forgiveness. The only way I could be satisfied was by erasing the existence of the garbage lying at my feet. Completeness does not exist. No one can have it all, and living implies that everything has a cost and that every achievement involves a loss. Philvis managed to kill my family, but the loss of that achievement will be his existence. No one but me had the right to take it and crush it. Nobody, you. You are the real monster. I remained silent for a moment due to the unexpected comment, but then almost automatically I felt like smiling, a type of emotion that lately has been overflowing throughout my entire being. Yes, maybe I am. She couldn't suppress the wide grin no matter how hard she tried. It seemed to be a personality trait that only surfaced on special occasions, or maybe not. He wasn't even sure he was alive since he was living like a dead man. But I was sure of myself, sure of everything, sure of my life, and sure of the death that was going to come one day. Really, everything is left to a maybe. I was assailed by memories of a life that no longer belonged to me, but in which I had found the poorest and most steadfast of my joys. Then the futility of what I was doing in that place overwhelmed me, and I had only one urgent need, for them to finish as soon as possible so I could go back to sleep. But does that really matter now, my dear friend Philvis? And besides, a dead man only has weight when he has been seen by a dead man. 100 million corpses sown throughout history are nothing but smoke in the imagination. Okay, let's move on to death number That's strange, I can't remember which one I left off on. I could tell from Philvis's terrified look reflected in my face that my lips curved into the smile of a vile demon. It was just a feeling, but the hilarious sparkle in my eyes certainly made a big difference along with my smile. Well, whatever, let's start from scratch again, and so I resumed the count for the 100th time. XXX. While we exist, death is not present, and when death arrives, we no longer exist. People who don't want to suffer suffer a lot, and those who don't seek happiness are happy. In a sense, it was life's greatest irony. Finally, Bell glanced indifferently at Philvis's incomplete body. His regeneration had finally lost its power, and now he could no longer regenerate his 2 legs and arms. His face, pale as death's, was devoid of any expression. His eyes were not those of a living being, and not even the slightest movement of facial contractions occurred. She was physically and mentally broken due to the endless torture at Bell's hands.
Now I remember your alias is Banshee, isn't it? Yes, you look like one. He spoke with a dry, mocking tone. It wasn't enough interest, but it wasn't lacking either. It was precisely at the point where his only intention was to beg for mercy. Philvis, unable to react due to his broken mind, could only slowly and painfully etch the face of his executioner into his mind. So, tame, finally. Sorry, I didn't understand. Finally, he heard what he wanted to hear. Kill me. Bell's lips curved into a crescent smile. It was terrifying and chilling. Kill you? Why should I please? An indescribable sensation coursed through every part of his body, filling him with ecstasy. He felt his body burning from the inside out, the raw emotions trying to burst forth and scream with euphoria. Please kill me. Cuckoo. It was then, at the moment when dry, meaningless tears began to flow from Philvis's empty eyes, that Bell broke free. Cuckoo fufu, haha, how hilarious. He made an effort. He really tried to stifle his laughter by covering his mouth with both hands, but his stomach hurt. He had to let go, and as he did, his emotions ran wild. Yes, that's exactly how it should be, Philvis. You're asking for death, bitch. You're really funny, huh? Keep asking for it, keep doing it. Emotions surged with an uncontrollable frenzy, full of vigor and joy. It was like that for a while. He continued laughing like a madman. The laughter reached the cracked ceiling, filled the desolate room, and fell onto the shattered floor. Laughter filled all of Knossos. Like a wave of madness, it filled every orifice. Ha ha. Resting his hands on his knees, Bell exhaled slightly, trying to calm his emotions. He did that, and it was too easy. It took him a while. He couldn't understand why his happiness lasted so little time, even if it had been the greatest in history. What's with that crap? Soon, he noticed that his immeasurable joy had turned into irrational anger. What's with that bucking shit, Philvis? He crushed Philvis's head with his foot. It was so hard that the place shook for a few seconds. You want to die? What makes you think I'll give you a break? He continued to crush Philvis's head without stopping for a second. I will continue to torture you for eternity until there is nothing left of you. I will destroy your soul until there is nothing left to reincarnate. I will give you no rest. The inert body lying on the ground only twitched slightly each time it was stepped on, but that was all. It didn't react to the pain. It was so accustomed to the pain caused by the incessant torture that it was no longer capable of feeling anything. It was as if his entire body was anesthetized with tons and tons of anesthetic. Hurts. Even so, she never thought that feeling nothing would be so painful. It hurts a lot, Dionysus-sama. Bell stopped his foot, which was about to crush Philvis's head again, and looked at her for a moment. He looked at her with impassive eyes devoid of compassion. What were you tortured before? By your own god? It hurts a lot, Tusk. It's not fun if your reasoning is broken. He turned on his heels and walked a little way away from Philvis. Then he walked back and walked away again. He stood like that for a couple of minutes, thinking carefully. It's broken, so it's not much use to me now. Should I wait for it to heal? No, that would take too long. I can't wait 10 years only to break it again in a few days. Or maybe he could, but he didn't think it would be productive, nor did he want to be chained to the existence of someone as pathetic as Philvis. Then it's time to kill her, huh? I could share some of my energy to accelerate her regeneration once more and give her another death. But even he was already tired of killing her hundreds and hundreds of times. It was fun at first, but it was like they say, sooner or later the rain stops falling. Yeah, she stopped thinking and stood in front of Philvis. She gave a slight smile, and as if her face explained everything, she only said what was important. We say goodbye here. He raised his right arm. It was the simple act of raising an arm, something even a baby could do, yet to Philvis's lifeless eyes it resembled a guillotine. It fell slowly like the passing of seconds, one by one. It fell, descending safely toward her. It was then that Philvis could close his eyes to his impending death. At last he would be granted rest. Finally she would stop hearing the whispers of death, and finally she would be silent. A meaningless silence that gave a little meaning to a meaningless death. Stop, stop. But then a scream pierced the shattered room and reached Philvis's ears. It was much louder than the whispers of death. No. It was a familiar voice. Her vision was distorted by the effort of screaming at the top of her lungs, as well as the fear and other negative emotions of witnessing such a cruel scene. Stop, Bell Cranel. Philvis remembered the only person she ever considered a friend and regretted that fact. Don't come. Despite being mentally broken, she forced herself to think that, being unable to scream it out. She hadn't been able to think about anything for a while, but she managed to force herself to ask for it. She wanted that girl to stay away. Please don't come. Because if he came, he was definitely going to die. Lefia flee. That's how important Lefia Virides was to Philvis Chalia. Heh, and that importance was noticed by Bell Cranel, and he found it amusing. XXX. The smell of blood and rotting flesh filled my nostrils. It didn't matter that I was running at high speed. The wind didn't wash away the unpleasant smell of blood or the stench of the meat. Rather, they seemed to permeate the very air. All of Knossos was inundated with the stench. He must be around here somewhere, Betessen. You've been saying that for the past few days.
That damned bastard disappears after leaving chaos everywhere. I bit down hard. Bittessen was beside me, regulating his speed so as not to leave me behind. We had been like this for days, ever since the day Bell Cranel took Filvison to who knows where. On our search, we only found destroyed rooms, completely gutted. It was no exaggeration to say that a natural disaster swept everything away, or as if legendary monsters had had an encounter. But I clenched my teeth tighter. You want to see it too, don't you, Bittessen? He just stared straight ahead with a difficult expression. He seemed annoyed but anxious at the same time. He quickened his pace, leaving me a little behind. Yeah, looking at his back, I heard his voice. It was filled with regrets and self-loathing. I want to see that bastard. I didn't question it. After all, I wanted to see it too. I had to see it. I had to hug him. Because if everything Filvison confessed was true, then Belson needed a hug more than anyone else in this world. That's what I thought. I actually did it. Stop. But what I saw when we finally found it made me think twice. I saw Belson smiling like a demon, stepping on Filvison's head, who was missing all 4 limbs. Stop, stop, he was going to kill her. He was really going to kill her. Stop, Bell Cranel. I shouted his name, but upon closer inspection, I seriously wondered if he really was the boy named Bell Cranel. Because, he smiled in a way that sent chills down my spine and filled me with terrifying fear. It wasn't the kind smile that exuded gentleness. It was a violent and sadistic smile that shook anyone who saw it. XXX. As Bell smiled to himself and as Lefia cried out imploringly for him to stop, someone burst across the room at great speed. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Bell raised his arm and caught Bitez's full-power kick in the palm of his hand. There was an explosive sound as well as a wave of wind dispersing to the sides. Bell glanced indifferently at the werewolf who suddenly tried to attack him. In reality, he was as weak as a fly. He'd barely felt a tickle from the surprise blow. Looking at him directly, he asked, "You are Anhug?" It looked familiar, of course. He had blocked out most of the memories he considered unnecessary, so a simple "maybe I saw him once" was the most he could think. "What the hell are you saying, you damn rabbit?" Bitef forced his body back but was speechless when he couldn't. His foot was now in Bell's right hand and he couldn't break free. Rather, it was terrifying when he realized he was still in the air. "I'm asking you the same thing. I have no business with you, so don't bother me, pup." He was being lifted into the air by one hand and only by being held by his right foot. It was terrifying. Is it really him? She wanted to convince herself that it wasn't him, but the hair, as well as the eyes and his face, everything was identical to the generous and compassionate boy she remembered. "Are you trying to get in my way?" He looked at him with cold, merciless eyes. One glance told him that if he angered him, he would be dead in seconds. Depends. Even so, Bitef flashed a fierce smile. "Will you kill that idiot over there?" "Yeah, then I'll be in your way, you damned rabbit." He said that with a sly smile and by flipping him the bird. He was still being lifted into the air, but that didn't stop him from freely hurling insults at him. "I see." Bell let go of his foot and Bitef fell to the ground on his feet. He thought it was an opportunity, and trying to catch him off guard, Then he dies. He tried to do that, but was quickly grabbed by the neck. His body was lifted into the air and the kicks he threw seemed like a breeze to Bell. Gah! The grip was too tight and the pressure on his veins and throat made him spit out blood. Bell's hand appeared to be made of flesh and blood, but it gave the impression of being made of steel. It was no different from putting a collar on a dog to prevent it from escaping or biting its owner. "You bastard, silence, just die." Bitet tried to break free, squeezing both hands on Bell's right arm, but knew instantly that it would be useless. His heart began to pump blood more forcefully and his veins throbbed all over. His body began to feel hot, but at the same time he felt cold, a chilling, damp cold. "I can't breathe." Her face turned red, then a sickly pale blue. The veins in her eyes threatened to burst, and her lungs struggled to take in the smallest amount of blood, but it was in vain. He soon stopped kicking, for he could no longer feel his legs, nor did he have the strength to move them. The same was true of his arms, and his grip on Bell's arm loosened weakly. He stayed there, held up by the neck and without strength. With his last bit of strength, he let out a contemptible chuckle. "You've gotten strong, tomato." There was a cracking sound, and Bitez's body became light. Bitezsan, Lefia, a few meters away and unable to process what had happened in a matter of seconds, stared in astonishment as Bitez's body was roughly thrown onto the rubble. He wasn't moving. Bitezsan, she fell to her knees, unsure what to do or say. Her eyes could only focus on the lifeless body of the adventurer known as Vanargard. Tears silently welled up in her eyes, falling onto her cheeks and ending on her chin before dripping onto the ground. What happened? She told herself that maybe she was dreaming, because it was impossible for all of this to happen. Bell Cranel killing a person, anyone who even hinted at such a crime would be considered insane. Was Filvis Chalia actually a hybrid under the command of the god Dionysus and the main culprit in the death of Hestia, and consequently of all the members of the Familia? Impossible. She was his precious friend. Biteloga, that arrogant, abusive werewolf, dead. It was more likely that a god had died. The craziest dream of all. Lefia. Yes, it was a dream, runs, and sometimes dreams came true. XXX. I looked at Filvis crawling on the ground on top of the rubble. I didn't think he could since he had no arms or legs, but he did. He continued crawling using his chin until he reached the elf who was lying on her knees weeping pathetically. Lefia. Her voice was barely a whisper. You could even call it the sigh of a ghost, but the elf couldn't hear her. She was out of touch with reality, convincing herself she was dreaming a bad dream. Yes, reality hurts so much so that we disguise it as fleeting nightmares. It's quite unfortunate. But the truth is not what one wants it to be, it is what it is, and we must submit to its power or live a lie. I understood it after a while. Lefia, please run. I turned my attention back to the rather curious pair. I walked towards them, stopping just a couple of steps away. From my height, I looked at them. Filvis-san. Runs, the elf seemed to reconsider when she felt Filvis's body touching her legs, and with the utmost delicacy as well as fear, she placed her on her lap. The tears welling up in her eyes fell like a light drizzle onto Filvis's body, bathing her in her sadness. No, please. Her crying reached me as she huddled in a lonely corner. I didn't know what to think about it. I had no mixed feelings upon seeing his decayed appearance, much less did I feel any compassion. I also felt no hatred, disgust, or envy. I really didn't feel anything, I just watched. I watched the farewell that in the eyes of the ignorant and innocent would never come. Please don't go. But goodbyes are inevitable. They always arrive, and they arrive unexpectedly, taking everything away from you. The two cried, and at one point I was observed by the eyes of the elf. They were a beautiful sky blue color, one that was gradually becoming cloudy. The same cloudy sky released its rain. Why, Belson, do you know me? I didn't show surprise because I wasn't, but I was impressed by the number of people who knew me. I dismissed it very quickly and answered vaguely and without interest. Why not? Are you really Bell Cranel? It was a simple question, but it carried so much weight that it made me react. Her voice. I couldn't describe it, but it was imbued with so many emotions and feelings that it simply left me speechless for a moment. Was he suffering that much, just because someone didn't remember her? It was confusing for me. I kept a certain part of my memories, those necessary to keep my revenge in sight, but the rest was thrown in the trash as Ravage recommended. I had some fragments, but not others. Therefore, it was difficult for me to know what kind of person he was before he died. I don't know, I replied. It's not like I'm trying to be. Yes, that was true. I didn't need to fully remember my past. In fact, it was pointless. I've lost interest. I sighed and held my forehead with my hand. I closed my eyes and thought for a moment, then I made up my mind. I've seen her suffer enough, and it seems she's still suffering, knowing what's going to happen. I pointed them both out. I will be merciful, so say goodbye. What will you do, Belson? Filvis remained silent as if she knew what I meant. Meanwhile, the other elf looked confused. I didn't answer her question. I just remained silent and waited. But I wouldn't wait for long either. Lefia. As if he understood, Filvis made an effort to speak. Tears streamed down her bloodied face, and her expression showed more pain than any of the times I tortured her. Can you hug me? I'm scared. I don't want to die. There was no response, only silence. A suffocating silence that finally indicated an understanding of what was about to happen. The woman called Lefia looked at me. Her eyes trembled and tears flowed more intensely. Her gaze, like a cloudy sky, silently questioned me. I nodded and she trembled. She wept silently, unable to do anything more, not even a sound, not even a whimper. He lowered his gaze, observing Filvis. Filvis smiled weakly, her eyes pleading for a hug. Lefia could only do that, embrace her with trembling arms, touching. It was quite a peculiar sight. They both closed their eyes, and Lefia hugged so tightly that she could even kill Filvis before I did. She looked scared. Yes, that was normal. Everyone got scared when they were about to die. Nobody wanted to do it. Don't worry, they'll go together, but they'll arrive at separate destinations. I raised my arm forward, opened my hand, and declared, Filvis, you'll go to hell unlike your dear friend. Wait for me, rest assured I'll get there to keep you company. A bluish glow flashed in the palm of my hand. It was fire. I would kill them with fire. They would be burned to death. Wait for me, I'll continue torturing you then. And I turned them on. The flames consumed the two bodies that were offered to them. Zeiba. Lefia groaned in pain, while Filvis, unable to feel pain, stood silently with a regretful look as she was burned to ashes. Ah, it burns, it burns. It was natural for Lefia to scream in pain. Her screams echoed in my ears, growing louder and louder. But even so, screaming in terror, she did not stop hugging Filvis's body. He kept screaming, but he didn't stop hugging her, and he stopped screaming when the heat consumed his vocal cords. I stood still, facing the bonfire. I watched as their bodies burned, giving off the smell of burnt flesh. The meat was consumed and only the bones remained, but even those were reduced to ashes. Only dust remained of what were once two people. Phew. I sighed lightly. I started to feel something. I felt neither cold nor hot. I wasn't sad, much less happy. I felt that pressure in my chest, and now what? I felt empty again. Chapter 13, Goodbye. Damn memo, why didn't you tell me you had a Svigod illustrations on your Twitter? Send me all you have on Discord lol. XXX. Sitting there, I considered the idea of suicide, but I felt a strange affection for my body, for my life.
Because despite their scars and marks, they belong to me. I'm fine. XXX. I looked at the mountain of ashes that were once Filvis and Lefia, letting out a sigh and scattering them around the place. I turned around and walked on. I stepped over the werewolf's corpse looking for a way out of this place. There were 4 entrances located at each pole. I took the one on the right and was soon consumed by the shadows of the corridor. I thought as I walked, I wanted to be able to find a next goal. He had eliminated Filvis in a gratifying way, and the association called Evelys was about to collapse. All that remained was to find the remnants and eliminate them. Wait, please have mercy, I cut their throats. I wandered all over Knossos in search of survivors, having already granted death to them all. Some begged, others cursed, while still others resigned themselves. Mom. Mother. I also found adventurers, men and women dying, one step away from death. They were suffering. I couldn't say exactly how many days they had been clinging to life, but parts of their bodies were already rotting and infested with maggots. Sad and desperate eyes covered with tears, seeing a false background on the rocky and damp ceiling. They were beyond saving. Mother. Like a final sigh, they stopped moaning when I killed them to end their suffering. Everyone thinks that in their last moments of life they cry out and ask the gods, but when you are really dying you call for your mother, only your mother. Cuckoo, so that's it, huh? I encountered a god. She wore purple garments and her long hair was a pale purple. Her appearance perfectly matched the description Ravage had given me. Are you Thanatos? Yes, I am. The god smiled with joy, but that was all. Before he could say anything else, I pierced his chest with my fist. I could only see a line of golden blood trickle down her lips before she became a pillar of light. This was why he hated the gods. I couldn't torture them until I was exhausted. The slightest damage and they were promoted. Boring, too simple and boring. Is there no one else? I continued wandering throughout the artificial dungeon, searching for remnants, gods, or adventurers. But I didn't find anything similar besides a dragon. I killed it anyway, and then I kept looking. I went through all the rooms plagued by corpses piled in mountains that dripped blood, torn limbs, and crushed skulls. There were rooms flooded by reddish lakes, as if all the sorrows of the dead rested on the peaceful reddish surface. It sucks. How many days had I been here? I could tell from the stench. The bodies were beginning to decompose and become infested with maggots. Soon the flesh would be eaten away until only bones remained. It was the perfect tomb, the tomb of Knossos. Was he relieved? That sigh sounded like a feeling of relief. Finally, it's all over. I had completed my revenge. I killed Filvis, the murderer of my family, and eliminated everyone connected to Evelys. There was nothing and nobody left in this hell. That's when I found it. As I continued exploring, I came to a large room, or what could be called a room. There were many corpses piled up and decomposing. The smell of rust was intense, and every step I took sounded like a splash. It was blood spread throughout the place, similar to a lake in the middle of nowhere or in the center of hell. There, amidst the blood and surrounded by piles of corpses, was Ravage. Are you still alive? I approached her, then noticed she was breathing heavily. She seemed to have reached the limit of her magical energy. Her eyes opened. They seemed disturbed, almost lifeless, but little by little their pupils focused on my face. Then he flashed a sly grin. If you're here, does that mean Filvis is dead, along with all of Evelys? I see. Her lips, cracked and stained with blood, let out a soft giggle. She seemed to be indulging in her own imagination about the events. But look at me. You're a mess. It was no small matter. His torso was missing a piece, as if a great monster had bitten and torn it all off. Was that the result of an attack? Seeing that it wouldn't stop bleeding and wasn't starting to regenerate, it was definitely a fatal attack. Who did this to you? I find it hard to believe it was just one person. Silence. Before I even received a reply, I looked around once more. Of the corpses I found, only a few were recent, at most 2 days old. I also saw traces of magic. Its level of purity was so high that I could even feel it caressing my skin. Was it ice and fire magic? I found it hard to imagine a person capable of using such highly developed magical power. Don't worry about it, Ravage spoke. His voice was hoarse, almost dying. I could imagine nothing but his imminent demise. His breathing was gradually weakening. At this rate, he would die. I just took more than I could carry. Even so, she didn't seem disturbed. Her eyes met mine with absolute confidence and a strange feeling I couldn't quite put my finger on. I'll be more careful next time. Oh, I see. I managed to understand the reason for his tranquility. It was me. Would you like me to share some magic energy? Aren't you taking too long? Come on, I want you to give me some love when you get back. I was able to understand it to a certain extent. Even she wasn't prepared to die. Nobody was. There was always a thread of consciousness clinging to life, even if that life was full of misery. Ravage, do you remember him? What thing? I crouched down and approached. Her breathing became sharper as we drew closer. Her red hair was scattered and stuck to her forehead and cheeks with blood, that I would return the favor for saving me. Bastard. She smiled. It was a long smile that exuded a feeling of fierceness and amusement. It was a rather beautiful smile in its own way. Are you saying you'll save me just for that? I nodded and she shook her head with an amused snort. How cruel, I thought we had something special. Her hurt words didn't match her lively expression. She didn't seem offended by my words.
Even so, for some reason, it didn't seem like he was lying. Okay. Between heavy gasps, Ravis closed his eyes as he nodded. Just heal me already, I'm eager to feel you inside me. Huh? She didn't finish her sentence. No, she really couldn't. Blood suddenly gushed from her throat, choking her. Her eyes trembled. She seemed confused. Bell. He slowly lowered his gaze straight down to his chest where my hand pierced right through. I had stabbed him. I'll save you, Ravis. Her eyes turned back to me again. They were filled with confusion, demanding an explanation for the strange event. In this rotten world, death is the only salvation. Kekuh. Blood gushed from her mouth, trickling down from her cracked lips to her neck. Her eyes were still trembling, wanting to deny reality. You did well, Bell. I said goodbye to her with a smile. The world is coming to an end, Ravis. Now I will be merciful. I opened my fist, which was buried in his chest, and his body writhed in agony. Then, locating his magic stone, I gripped it tightly. You will die, you will forget all suffering, and you will wake up under the morning sun. And no. You will be free from this dreadful, cruel world. It was strange. I never thought I would see her cry. Tiny, crystalline tears welled up in the corners of her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. They rolled down with such sadness and fear. I don't want to please, I felt my eyes widen. Why? I couldn't quite understand Ravis's pleading expression. Was he so reluctant to die? Why? People are free when they die, they lose all attachment to everything. They cease to be slaves to life. So why does your face deny salvation? Ravis, Bell, please, I still want to be with you. It was then that he confessed. I never imagined I'd hear her say something like that. Do you want to continue with me? Yeah. Maybe she loved me, who knows? The truth is she had a miserably sincere look. I. He looked me in the eyes. I sensed fear in them, but little by little they calmed down, as if they understood something elementary the longer they looked into my eyes. I see, she smiled suddenly, still shedding tears. How ironic. You're walking away from me just when I'm falling in love with you. Quite strange. I didn't expect a confession either. The truth is I didn't care either. I was aware of how ugly and cruel that was, but I couldn't feel anything. No one came back from pain and remained the same. I had to survive in waters I'd never swum in before. Of course, I'm not the same, damn it. He cursed me, but he didn't stop smiling. Strangely, it was a beautiful image. He possessed the ephemeral sensation of life as well as the fantastic resignation in the face of death. I'm sorry. He didn't look like a bad person. I cannot grant your wishes, Ravis. Ravis wasn't a bad person, just someone who had bad luck. I was absolutely certain that he was brilliant. Yes, don't worry. She closed her eyes and sighed. Bell, is it okay if I ask you one last thing? Her eyes opened. They no longer exuded sadness nor fear. They became seductive, like the last look, similar to observing something in detail after knowing you'll never see it again, as if he were recording every part, every gesture, every reaction, everything. His eyes seemed to etch my face so that I would never forget it. Kiss me. Her lips moved delicately. They were no longer broken. Ravis had gathered the last of his magical energy to completely heal them. They were pink, with a soft, moist appearance and a touch of sweetness. I couldn't make sense of that, nor a clear meaning. All right, but it wasn't something irrational like leaving her alive. If that's what you want, I love you. I closed the distance. I brought my lips close to hers, close enough to feel our warm breaths mingling. It felt wet then warm. Her lips were soft and boasted a unique flavor, the taste of death. We lasted as long as we could. We were running out of air, but she refused to break the kiss so easily. She didn't exude lust as she usually did. It was a kiss, just one kiss. I watched her breathe with difficulty. She continued smiling, sweetly licking her lips. She didn't seem like herself. It was because he knew this was the last time. He genuinely enjoyed it. Now I know that the strongest drug a human being can have is another human being. But Ravis, we are not human beings. Hold me, my heart needs to hear yours. But Ravis, we have no heart. Why did you keep talking nonsense? Stop smiling, stop cursing, stop breathing. Just accept salvation. Escape from this world, curse. Then she cried again. It was true. Death brings all the answers, right, girls? That's when I realized. A magic stone was in my hand, and my hand was no longer inside Ravis's chest. She had taken it out the moment the kiss broke. Ravis, don't tell me that you. And? Cry, she smiled. She started crying again. I remember them. She smiled again. I remember my family. Does death bring the answers? I see. After a life full of unknowns, these were resolved with the arrival of death. So, Lion. Ravis named her. I will be with you soon. She called in a weak voice to the person who still clung to my memories. The only person I didn't dare nor could I forget. I looked at her, completely bewildered. Little by little I managed to connect the dots, and I held back a gasp of surprise. That's right. Were you from his family, Ravis? The sword tomb on the 18th floor deep in the forest. It was a place that haunted my mind. The place where my beloved rested. I looked at her with sad eyes. For the first time in a long time I was able to feel something other than hatred, sadness. I could only see her with sad eyes as she took her last breaths of life. Bell. Then he looked at me. When everything was about to end, he looked at me. We played with fire and I got burned. But can I tell you a secret? I liked burning. I remained silent, not answering him, but his eyes didn't judge me, they only gave me a gentle look. The last one. His body began to fade away, it was beginning to turn to ashes.
Goodbye, Bell, don't find the answers so soon. He breathed his last, accompanied by those words. The last thing to turn to ashes was her face, but I had the strange feeling that her smile remained intact. The only thing that belonged to her rested in my hand, and a second later I swallowed the magic stone. Goodbye, Ravage, I was left alone. Again, XXX. A few days passed. I didn't take into account the quantity, I was only aware of the fact that time did not stop at any point. Will you be there forever? I was in the deepest floors in the room of the boss monster Balor, sitting on top of his corpse slowly turning to ashes. I looked towards a corner of the place behind a large rock. There was something there. I didn't think it was anything physical, it felt more like a shadow. Lo. A murmur arose. He sounded old and senile, but he carried the weight of wisdom. Lo, I looked with interest. He had been hunting and consuming magic stones before going to the surface and eliminating the god called Dionysus, so he was bored. Find me, that's why the voice caught my attention. The top floor. The shadow fluttered in the darkness behind the rock. All the answers are on the top floor of the dungeon. To be honest, the possibility that I'd gone mad crossed my mind. I didn't consider it normal to be able to talk to shadows. Conquer the dungeon. It was even a little heavy. Get lost, I have to kill someone tomorrow. Even so, I shook my hand and said goodbye to the strange voice. I couldn't waste time on a possible delusion of mine, and even if it wasn't, no one in their right mind would pay attention to a ghostly voice sounding in the deepest levels of the dungeon, a place full of monsters. It was then. Lo, the voice stopped suggesting and began to command forcefully. The room shook briefly and I could hear the walls creaking open and giving life to new monsters. The scene looked threatening. Go down and learn the truth about the world, Bell Cranel. The voice mingled with the monster's growls as well as the drops of saliva dripping onto the rocky ground. I looked without giving it much importance. The monsters, they posed no threat, the voice. It really might not be my delusion, but it's not like it could hurt me in any way either. All right. The truth is that I was curious about the truth of the world. If that was true, then I could understand why there was so much cruelty and why everything was so dark and terrifying. And even if it was a hoax, he should only kill the owner of the voice city. I stood atop the mountain of ashes that had once been the Balor. Its magic stone had already been consumed. I went down the mountain and set off. I didn't know how many floors the dungeon had, but each time I went down one, the monsters became more frequent and powerful. From dragons to giants. From frozen landscapes to underwater worlds, mountains piercing clouds and caves filled with magma. I killed everything that stood in my way, and each time I consumed their stones, I could feel my power increasing. Then when I got to the 99th floor, something was in my path. I stopped abruptly, looking ahead with a bit of anticipation. My body began to feel a tingling sensation. I should have expected it. Why haven't I forgotten you? My memory fails me, but my body reacts belligerently when you're in front of me. Rival, a large black minotaur, amber eyes bright like fireflies in a vast darkness, a pair of blood-red horns. It's been a while, Asterius. I spoke forcefully, but my voice didn't sound loud. In fact, they were remarkably quiet. Is this what you meant by the place where the screams are silent? He nodded, accompanied by a powerful snort. I looked at the place. There was nothing, just a long plain with no apparent end. You don't say, are you the boss monster of this floor? I am now. I looked more closely. There was really nothing there, but I could glimpse a layer of ash scattered everywhere. Asterius had eliminated the boss monster of the 99th floor. He didn't want to believe it so easily because his body showed no signs of injury. It was hard to accept that something could eliminate the boss monster of floor 99, the boundary to the final floor of the dungeon, and emerge unscathed. I could tell because of my journey here. On the 67th floor, I fought a glacial chimera, on the 77th a kraken, and finally on the 87th a multi-headed dragon, which grew 2 more heads every time I cut one off. They were all powerful in their own way, so the boss monster on the second tallest floor should be absurdly stronger than all the previous ones combined. So, I pointed at him with my sword, a sword obtained after killing the many-headed dragon. Are you going to stand in my way, rival? I did not receive a verbal response. Asterius closed both eyes and with a powerful snort drew 2 double-edged axes, one in each arm. I see, it was an obstacle. Latest, let's go for the tiebreaker. My memories blossomed. Small fragments of memories appeared like flashes. My first victory as a hero as well as my first defeat as a hero. Both had been at the hands of this being called Asterius, from my rival, XXX. The place was silent. Not a breath, not a whisper of wind, nothing made a sound, similar to total nothingness or the absolute abyss. The only thing that produced a sound was their presence. Both advanced. The advance became a charge and the charge turned into a collision. The weapons clashed, sparks flew, and the whole place shook. It seemed like the end of the world. They were absolute forces. Each blow carried the power necessary to destroy a city or reduce a person to nothing, but they were unfazed. They withstood the attacks as well as their weapons and continued fighting. Asterius roared. It was more of a roar than a bellow. It sounded loud, but at the same time soundless. It was that kind of place. The screams were silent. The long plain was soon riddled with the explosive shockwaves of both colliding and comparing forces. It became a valley of craters. The blows were silent.
The bones creaking and breaking were also part of it. Bell screamed. He screamed so loudly his throat felt like it was going to break. At the same time as he screamed with all his might, he slashed with his sword. The black-bladed sword cut through the space. He drew a jet-black crescent moon and divided the earth in two. Even so, the place remained silent. Never get upset, Asterius roared as he raised his double-edged axes. Powerful and imposing, they hovered high above the ground and crashed down like meteorites. There was an explosion filled with silence. The spot that received the impact of the two axes sank. And soon, like a drop of water falling on the surface of a calm lake, ripples spread across the plain. As if the ground were exploding from within, the cratered plain was soon covered with scars similar to those of a path ravaged by drought. Time passed in silence. Maybe it was days, weeks, months, or years. It was simply only minutes or seconds. Both pushed their bodies to the limit and crossed those limits. The stalactites on the 99th floor trembled. A second later they fell like a meteor shower. Drowsy noise, droning noise. With such fierce rain, Bell Cranel and Asterius continued to fight. Beads of sweat rolled down their faces. Foreheads, cheeks, nape of the neck. Soon their bodies were covered in sweat. Even the sweat was silent. Someone swung a sword, cutting through everything in its path. Someone crossed two axes, blocking that which cut everything. A roar, a shout. The sound of the metal was rough, silent and rough. The sparks born from the clash of metals shone silently. Catchin, they lost track of time. The place was shaking. The tremors rattled not only their bodies but the foundations of the 99th floor, chaotic scene of a world coming to an end. In that scene and in that inevitable end, Bell Cranel swung his sword. He carried no strong convictions, much less brilliant ideals. His sword couldn't cut through any of that. The edge of his sword was imbued with resentment, sorrow, and lament. It cut with the anger of someone abandoned by the world. His attacks were like nails made to tear the world apart, to tear the skies apart, to tear the earth apart. They exuded resentment. Resentment towards those who considered him a threat and with that excuse hurt his loved ones. She cut with a lament. The regret of having been weak, of not being able to do anything but watch as what was most precious to him was taken away. The lament cuts made sorrows bleed. The sadness of not being able to share one last chat, the sadness of not sharing smiles, the sadness of not saying a proper goodbye. Bell Cranel was a being whose sword carried the burden of a lonely death. On the other hand, once, Asterius unleashed a barrage of bestial attacks. His brute strength pushed and pushed. The muscles in his arms contracted the more force he applied to his grip on his axes. He was filled with joy. When his twin axes were blocked or repelled, he used his horns. Horns as red as blood and as sharp as a sword. He stabbed with euphoria, the euphoria of an intense battle, a battle destined to end with only one winner. He charged with the unknown of doubt, the doubt that slowly gnawed at him, whether it would be him or his rival who would remain standing. He swung his axes, his running arm sliced through the air and the edge of his axe slashed through space. It carried such force, such power, that it caused havoc in its wake. It was an axe followed by destruction, a snort. The only thing that wasn't silent in the place where screams await silence were their smiles. For the first time in a long time, Bell felt alive, and for the first time in a long time, Asterius felt dead, closer to life and closer to death. There was nothing better than feeling alive or experiencing death as proof of your existence, a way to leave your mark on the world, however cruel it might be. They didn't raise their voices, they couldn't. Instead, they spoke through the clash of their weapons. The axe screamed so loud it threatened to deafen him. Sparks danced proudly, boasting of having been born and perished in such a majestic battle. The sword, sharp and piercing, silenced. It received the incessant cries of the axe and quelled them with a tempestuous cut. The sparks from the sword fluttered like tiny fairies in the forest. The forest was burning, but they kept fluttering. They were fire fairies. They stifled their laments because they knew the world showed little interest. They could only flutter among the flames deep in the forest until they turned to ashes. Crackle, crackle, the scene took on a life of its own. Soon, realizing that a sword and brute force alone wouldn't be enough, Bell Cranel summoned the flames. Blue fire capable of consuming everything, even sound. They rose up, wanting to pierce the heavens. The heat flooded the 99th floor, threatening to incinerate everything, even the silence itself. The flames burned everything, and Asterius stopped. Standing, he watched the flames, ghosts, the dead. The blue flames carried the deaths of so many people. Standing, he watched the flames. Suppressed screams, charred whimpers, the blue flames gave off the subtle scent of desperate cries and sobs. Standing, he observed. Grief, hatred, despair, regret, fear. The flames contained an endless array of human emotions, emotions that were consumed to ashes. Standing, no, Asterius moved forward. It advanced with a roar. Its advance turned into a charge, and its charge was accompanied by a silent roar. Do it, do it, do it. The axes cut through the flames. The flames permeated the edge of the axes. Foo, foo, axes covered in blue flames. Asterius swung them towards Bell, seeking to cut him. He desperately sought to end the battle, even though deep in his heart he wished it would never end, that it would be eternal, because he had never felt so alive and dead at the same time. His instinct screamed at him. It told him it was dangerous to continue and that it could all end with his death. That was precisely why he couldn't stop. He simply couldn't, and he didn't want to. His death could not be at the hands of anyone other than Bell Cranel, and Bell Cranel's death could not be at the hands of anyone other than Asterius. A battle to the death with lives at stake. His spirit shone. Unceasing and radiant, he felt his insides burning from within with the joy that consumed him. Once again, he swung his axes, before the flames consumed them. Before the steel, bathed in the blood of their enemies, melted like drops of a peaceful rain. He kept attacking. He never backed down. He unleashed attack after attack, each with enough force to destroy a small town. Was he really a monster? At that moment, he was more human than many humans, capable of feeling so many emotions. He wasn't called human because he looked human. He was called human because of his feelings. Yes, he was a monster, called a monster simply because he looked like one. He possessed nothing more than an insatiable thirst for blood. Asterius was a human being trapped in the guise of a monster, nothing more as sad as it sounded. He roared, as loud as he could, so loud that his throat burned and his vocal cords were about to burst. With both axes covered in fire, he cut and cleared a path toward Bell. He approached and then approached again. Then, as the edge of his weapons was about to reach his rival's neck, stakes made of bones emerged from the ground, as well as from Bell's own body, and pierced him mercilessly. The blood was spread. His sturdy body was pierced by white spears from all directions. He spat out blood. He felt hot. A taste of rust filled his mouth, but he didn't stop smiling. In a place where everyone and everything was silent, his bestial grin was the only sound. Bell looked at his rival. He looked at the body pierced by 1,000 white spears. He looked at the cuts, deep and superficial, that covered his skin. He looked at the unwavering smile imbued with joy. Just as he watched the axes being consumed by the blue flames, he watched them too. He watched them slip from Asterius's hands and fall to the ground with a thud. Bell Cranel looked, with eyes that radiated sadness. Let's go. I didn't want it to end. He was enjoying the fight. His spirit, which he thought was dead, burned brightly. Don't fall. Her thoughts were silent. They had no sound within her mind, only drawn words that expressed the desire of her soul if she had one. Keep fighting. Asterius's smile was relentless. It commanded respect and admiration. It was the smile of a warrior savoring his last battle. The smile of someone who lived as he wanted to live and chose how he was going to die. Please. That's why Bell's eyes exuded sadness. His body was also covered in wounds from the chaotic fight, deep and shallow cuts as well as cascades of blood flowing from them, but they were already beginning to heal. Their creature bodies regenerated no matter how many cuts they received or how many limbs were severed. Aster. From the beginning, the result was obvious. Rival. That's why his eyes were sad, because despite smiling euphorically while they exchanged blows, he knew it would soon be over. He knew that in the end, as always, only he would be left standing. It was his destiny to be alone. Thud, thud, thud. It was at that moment that Asterius moved. He didn't care that his weapons were melted in the flames. He had 2 fists. He gripped them tightly and shattered the spears that pierced him from side to side. With the Herculean strength of a floor boss, he hurled his fists at Bell. Bell dropped his sword, clenched both hands into fists, and launched a counterattack. When his fists clashed with Asterius's, he felt his knuckles shatter. Each impact created gusts of cutting air. Even so, it didn't take long to regenerate. The torn knuckles reformed and any broken bones rejoined as if they had never been damaged. It was normal, logical. While Asterius' wounds grew more severe with each passing second, Bell barely flinched. He wasn't worried about losing an arm, it would grow back soon enough. Even when he was punched in the face, he didn't react. Part of his jaw and cheek were torn off, but he didn't react. His eyes overflowed with sadness, filled with sorrow for the moment that would soon end. He feared he wouldn't be able to bring a happy ending to the wave of emotions that overwhelmed him. The barrage of blows continued. They would hit their abdomens, breaking bones and ligaments. Other times they would hit their legs, throwing them off balance. They were beating each other to a pulp equally. They both gave their best and received the best from each other. Each blow made the place shake violently. The place continued to shake. She was trembling silently, until the shaking stopped and only silence remained. A silence capable of bursting eardrums, only silence and one person standing, empty eyes and a dull expression. He looked silently to the rival who was dying in silence. Goodbye, Asterius. That's when the place stopped being silent. He made it clear that sound was only allowed for one existence, and until only one remained, the screams would be silent. It was the 99th floor effect. It was fun. Bell Cranel advanced without looking back after taking the magic stone from Asterius's chest. XXX. I went down to the next floor. It was difficult to find the entrance in the vast, devastated plain, but it was quite strange that when we found it, it was shaped like a door, like that of an abandoned basement. I went down a stone staircase attached to the wall. It wasn't normal. The entrance to the 100th floor was a seemingly bottomless pit. I could only see darkness, and the further down I went, the more I lost sight of the stairs in my path. I had to go down by feel for a while. Enough to reach the bottom, where there was a dimly lit room.
I walked slowly, looking around, steep walls as well as stalactites and stalagmites. It was in every sense a cavern deep inside. It wasn't large, much less wide. It had enough space to accommodate about 50 people. You've arrived. A voice called from behind, reaching the back of my neck. I felt a slight chill. There were no monsters, much less humans. The presence behind me exuded a certain dignity and danger. I turned around, and sitting opposite me was an old man wearing black ceremonial robes. They were similar to those worn in temples. When was it put there? No, how could I not have noticed his presence and the existence of a charred stone throne? What are you? I asked, but I already knew the answer. The man sitting opposite me exuded a divine presence. Who are you? Rephrased. The old man looked at me. Blood-red eyes, my name, long shoulder-length black hair, dark as the abyss. My name is Hades. He gave the impression of being an old man, but he didn't look it. He just had that feeling of a wise man who had lived a long life, king of the underworld. He was wearing a black robe, sovereign of the dead. Looking more closely, the robe appeared to be embroidered with black hair. That color contrasted with her pupils. I am the regent of this dungeon, sharp eyes, solemn expression. I am the one who was unjustly exiled by his brothers. His presence was not something I could ignore. I am he who, for being unjustly imprisoned, unleashed his anger in the form of monsters upon the surface. His voice was hoarse but strong enough to sound authoritarian. I looked him in the eyes and he looked back at me. I am the origin of the dungeon. I had encountered an interesting being. Chapter 14, He who purifies God. Every rose has its thorns. Show me yours and I'll show you the hands ready to bleed. Your mom, XXX. My view of the world turned gray. I saw things I hadn't seen before. He could discern how disgusting human beings were as well as the repugnance of the gods. No, I did think about it deeply and it really wasn't like that. The vast majority of people in the world were not worthy of being called human beings. Such a being was supposed to be kind, gentle, and joyful. In contrast, these things beneath the skin of human beings were detestable and repulsive. One could list all the unpleasant things they possessed and never finish. Like the stars in the sky, the disgust for those unworthy of being human was infinite. Hades, you say? I see. Should I kill you? You look like an antagonist, no matter how I look at it. Yes, I must kill you. I drew my sword, a black blade that measured almost 2 meters, dark as the abyss capable of swallowing the light. I was ready to go through the old man sitting on the stone throne, but he didn't flinch. He looked at me with those flat eyes devoid of any emotion and spoke. I would like to be heard. Yes, I wish the world were a better place. Don't cry, the things we want are different from the things we have. My words seemed to be enough, for I received silence from him. Even so, I didn't walk right through him. He was silent, but his silence seemed to tell me many things. Things I didn't understand. It could have been seconds, minutes, hours, maybe days. The truth is, we locked eyes for an indefinite amount of time. She didn't move her lips, but so many words reached my ears. You. I noticed my tone of voice was irritated. I was getting annoyed by this anomaly. What are you doing, old man? I could feel it. This old man was different. He was a god, but he didn't flaunt the shackles that suppressed his divinity. Can you use arcanum? It was an ominous presence surrounded by a suffocating aura, I guess. His voice, dry and hoarse, echoed through the room. Having confirmed it, I stepped back. It was the first time I had encountered a god free from restrictions. I was unaware of his power and its extent. I shouldn't rush into anything, but rather analyze the situation and find a way to kill him. Don't worry, Bell Cranel. He said that, but I remained on alert. His eyes seemed to see right through me, soul and all, if I still had anything like that left. Hades continued, I don't want your head. If I did, you wouldn't have gotten this far. I only have one request. My senses were heightened to their peak, my hand gripping my sword tightly. My eyes were fixed on the god, but at the same time they scanned in every direction. Will you listen to an old man's wish? I stopped feeling any pressure or even hostility which had never been present. It was as if I were surrounded by emptiness. I felt nothing, speaks. I felt chills. Feeling nothing was more chilling than feeling everything. I could clearly tell that this silence alone was intimidating because of Hades' presence. I want you to deliver a message, said God. Her lips moved slowly, subtly revealing her white teeth. To my brothers, to my race, I want you to act as an emissary. His eyes, always flat, showed a vague emotion. I knew that emotion. I want you to be the emissary of death and pay a visit to all those who did not oppose my imprisonment. My brothers, those who laughed, those who looked away, punish them all. I nodded. I see you're a revenge-crazed maniac. I could tell for sure thanks to the familiar emotion in his eyes. It was the same emotion I had before I killed Filvis and wiped out all of Evelis. But I'm sorry, I won't do it. It's a hassle and I really don't care about your revenge. If you want it so badly, do it yourself. I sheathed my sword. The chills had subsided as my body had grown accustomed to it. I wasted my time here. After letting out a sigh, I turned around and walked towards the stairs. You know that, right? The hoarse voice of the vengeful god came from behind, laden with resentment. The gods do not belong to the mortal plane, they are a virus. I stopped in my tracks. I felt my chest throbbing loudly, which was strange because I didn't have a heart. The world is chaos and they laugh at it. They see everything as a spectacle. God continued speaking, penetrating my thoughts. I couldn't advance any further, but neither did I retreat. You know it, Bell Cranel. The world became cruel because of the presence of the gods. All misfortune is caused by their existences not belonging to the earthly world. Someone dies, they laugh. Someone cries, they laugh. Someone suffers, they laugh. Someone grieves, they laugh. The gods laugh, Bell Cranel. They have never stopped laughing. They laugh at misfortunes, they rejoice in suffering, and they cry out in misfortune. I lost all sensation, and my mind fell into a vortex of different emotions. I wanted to move forward to leave this room, but my body refused to move. Because it was true, I thought about it many times. No, rather, I even wondered about it. What would have happened if the gods had never descended from the heavens? I waited for a response, and it didn't take long to arrive. Nothing would have been taken from you. My chest ached. It pierced me so deeply that a burning sensation threatened to incinerate me from within. I could understand that it was anger and rage. You say that, but in ancient times, when dungeon monsters threatened to wipe out humanity, the gods descended and gave the people of that time a chance. Have you forgotten who created the dungeon? This is my prison, and my fury manifested itself in the form of monsters. Nothing would have happened if they hadn't imprisoned me here while they laughed. It made sense, I couldn't deny it. My mind recreated the laughter of the gods as well as the suffering of humans. All suffering comes from the gods. As they laughed, they delighted in human suffering. Yes, he might be right, however. You're forgetting something, old man. I sighed and turned around, facing him again. While they are few, there are good gods. My goddess was part of that minority. I can understand why you're trying to use my contempt for the gods to your advantage, but I don't support it. I'm not your damn puppet, you old fart. I flipped her the bird while smiling. I couldn't see her, but I knew she radiated mockery and contempt. Hades looked at me silently, and I continued. Anyone who tries to use me will die, be they god, human, monster, or any other damned existence in this shitty world. Her eyes were flat, devoid of any emotion. Her earlier thirst for revenge had vanished as she watched me intently. Do you hold a grudge? I don't give a buck. Do you want revenge? I don't give a buck. Do you want to be free from this prison? I don't give a buck. I didn't have time for that. It's not like I had it reserved. What my eyes could see ahead of me was a dead end, and that dead end was with the death of Dionysus. There was nothing beyond that, only darkness. He had no plans, much less desires or longings. That's why I didn't have time. Time had me in the palm of its hand. I cried out that I didn't want to be a slave, but I was a slave to indecision. My existence had been reduced to that. I had reduced it to this cruel world. I have things to do, please don't bother me. I turned around again. I had no more reason to continue listening to the ravings of an old man. I wasn't even interested in the truth of the world anymore. I think you've misunderstood something, Bell Cranel. The old man continued talking, even after turning his back on him for the second time. It will be a give and take. I didn't stop walking. I had no interest in his words. Was there anything he could give me? There was no such thing, Ryu Lion, that's what I thought. My body froze. My ears were assaulted by a dull noise buzzing suspiciously all around. I felt my eyes shrink and grow repeatedly. That. I turned to look at him, you said. He kept looking at me with those flat eyes, sure that he had thrown the perfect bait. I will offer you the soul of Ryu Lion. Once you have finished eradicating the gods, all of them, I will ascend to the heavens and reincarnate her. An unpleasant tingling sensation ran through my entire body. I felt a disturbing burning sensation rising from deep within me, threatening to explode at any moment. You. Before I knew it, I was already looking at him with murderous eyes. Don't play with fire, God. A burning anger surged from my entire being. You'll get burned. My voice, my eyes, my hands, everything indicated and radiated anger. My tone was cold, dry, and harsh. My eyes narrowed, burning with bloodlust, and my hands formed trembling fists. Don't speak so lightly of my beloved, or you will regret it. I made a great effort not to draw my sword and kill him, not out of fear, nor out of pity or compassion. I just felt that this amorphous being shouldn't be killed. I had a feeling it played an important role. I'm serious, Bell Cranel. However, the god did not back down. Despite my reluctance to kill him, he persisted in bringing up Ryu. Grant my request, then I will give you the soul of your beloved as a reward. My body felt chills, my skin got goosebumps, and my hair stood on end. A feeling of unease washed over me at the mere mention of Ryu, my beloved. She never left my mind, clung to my memories, and invaded my dreams. You'll be with her again. My chest jumped, which was absurd. I no longer had a heart. You will be able to save her. My eyes trembled unsteadily. I couldn't control my feelings. This time, without a doubt, you will be able to protect her. I could feel it. My soul was tempted. There was no need to drag it out with so many excuses. The truth, pure and simple, was that he was willing to massacre all the gods just to be with Ryu again. He was selfish. You. It was disgusting. I could imagine Ryu making a face of disgust as he looked at me. Are you not lying? I became miserable. If you lie, I will kill you. But it didn't really matter. Go ahead, despise me. It's a fair price for Ryu's life. If I needed to become the most miserable being in all of existence, I would. Only. I'm not lying, okay, deal. I needed a ray of light in this vast darkness. I needed a little hope in this world plagued by misfortune and despair. I needed a shoulder to lean on when the misfortunes of this cruel world struck me. I'll kill them all. I needed Ryu, XXX. Surface, headquarters of the Loki Family, Twilight Mansion.
Loki walked with short steps down one of the many corridors. His slow gait was lazy, as if he didn't really want to do it. "Reveria, are you awake?" He knocked on Reveria's bedroom door, waiting for a response, but that didn't happen. Showing a complicated face, very different from the cheerful and playful one, Loki spoke again. I know none of this is easy, but you need to pull yourself together. Finn is still in a coma and Gareth died last night from his injuries. If you too." Her voice broke. He didn't look it, but Loki was about to burst into tears. She had a terrible time 2 months ago with the massacre her family suffered. It was an unbearable hell to suddenly receive so many notifications of deaths among her dependents. The breakdown was to such a degree that he almost lost his mind and nearly ascended to heaven from the mental pain. "Reveria, please." He rested his forehead on the wooden surface, letting out a muffled, sobbing voice. "I can't do it alone. I felt like everything was falling to pieces. Help me." The city was no longer what it used to be. The streets were deserted, the nights were dull and the days lonely. Many citizens left their homes in search of a better place outside these walls. Tales of dungeon adventures were no longer heard in the taverns. "Aurario was dead, I'm sorry." For the first time in many weeks, Loki received a response. Reveria's muffled, lifeless voice filtered through the cracks in the wooden door. I can't go on anymore, Loki." His tone was subdued with no hint of enthusiasm. "I'm sorry." He could only apologize, "I'm sorry." Her mind was unable to process Iza's death, whom she saw as a daughter. The expressions on Tyone and Tiona's corpses haunted her nightmares. "Very sorry." It was no longer Reveria Eljas Alf. It was just an empty shell. "I see," Loki smiled. It was a painful smile used to keep from crying. "Yeah." Her voice broke. "I don't think I can either." Her eyes, usually slanted, drooped sadly, pursed lips and tense cheeks. It was the expression of someone holding back tears. XXX. People seek solitude for 3 reasons: to heal wounds, to find oneself, or to take one's own life. "I want to die." Reveria sought solitude for the 3rd reason. He no longer found meaning in his existence. His entire being was fractured by the events in Knossos. She couldn't make anyone understand. She couldn't make anyone understand what was happening inside her. She couldn't even explain it to herself, because her heart is afraid of suffering again. The fear of suffering is worse than suffering itself. No heart ever truly suffered when pursuing its dreams, because every moment of the search is exhilarating. That's precisely why the fear of suffering leads to even greater suffering. You expected it, trying to adapt to the pain, but it was always unbearable. It always exceeded your expectations. "I want to die." Reveria no longer wanted to suffer. Death flirted with her every night, and she didn't know whether to run away from it or go and embrace it. "I don't want to suffer anymore." But that was fine. Suffering is the only certainty in a world full of illusions and deceptions. We needed suffering. A world without broken hearts is easy, and easy is boring. Wanna. It felt lukewarm. Suffering is the fuel that powers the engine of life, a force that never ceases until it consumes us completely. Wanna. I smile. His thoughts were lighter, and with each passing second he lost feeling in his body. He felt that little by little his being was becoming warmer. Eyes. His existence was fading away. The loneliest moment in someone's life is when they are watching their world fall apart and all they can do is stare. It was a dead end, where darkness and emptiness were his only companions. "I'm sorry." Their life was a cruel cosmic joke in which everyone was an actor condemned to play a meaningless role. "I couldn't." Lying on her bed, Reveria murmured with a smile, "Protect you." It was a lonely smile. Her body felt warmer. Soon it was cold, I feel. One morning, it was a sunny day. The sun shone with a warm glow, breezes blew, ruffling people's hair. Birds were singing. Flowers were being harvested. A beautiful morning, sorry. On the most beautiful day, with a beautiful smile, a beautiful person died. He breathed his last, and his last words were in search of forgiveness. Reveria Eljas Alf left the world with countless regrets, thinking about all the things she could have done better. With a beautiful smile, she met the most tragic end. Sadness killed his soul, and his death was lonely. No one was there to say goodbye to her. Loneliness and death must be faced sooner or later, and Reveria confronted both at the same time. XXX. The stairs seemed endless. They seemed to trace a downward path to hell. They were steep and damp, making footsteps echo loudly off the walls. "Hello, I suppose you're the god Uranus." Bell finished the descent at a slow pace, finding himself in the middle of a large hall resembling a prayer room. Her eyes focused on the old man sitting on a limestone throne atop a steep mountain-like altar. "Tusk, why does seeing you bother me so much? Do all old people like to pretend to be important sitting on a stone throne?" He made a couple of irritated comments, but Uranus didn't even react. His sky-blue eyes flickered in disbelief. It was unusual that he showed such a reaction. "Bell Cranel." "Oh, you know me." His voice came out like the sigh of someone who had seen a ghost, and the ghost in question smiled. "Looks like I was pretty famous, huh? I have a rough idea thanks to the sequels and fragmented memories, but I was awesome, right?"
Was? They had never met in person, so Bell felt no familiarity with them. Uranos felt the same way. He never saw him face to face, but he was more than aware of the top-ranked hero candidate of this era. It was impossible for anyone to be ignorant of the man who was once called Bell Cranel. How am I alive? I don't know, maybe the world wants to see me suffer a little more, right? Uranus's lips opened and closed, but no words came out. He was lost in thought for a few seconds, and then after thinking, he asked, "What is your goal, Jaya?" Bell sighed. "Right, I forgot." He looked directly at Uranus. Her red eyes analyzed every detail. "I came to kill you." He drew his sword. It was a black sword. No, the correct thing to say would be long and sharp. Its blackness gave the impression of consuming any glimmer of light. "I need you all to die." As he pointed the tip of that sword toward the god seated atop the throne, he declared, "That way I'll see Ryu again." Her voice echoed in the prayer room as her lips curved into a smile. Her expression indicated the complete lack of guilt she felt for her actions. "I see." Uranus closed his eyes, turning his gaze away from the scene. "You are no longer Bell Cranel." His voice, hoarse and old, reached Bell. He didn't seem offended by her denying his name, or rather, his identity. He just kept flashing that charming smile as he pointed his sword at Uranos. He didn't seem to intend to talk anymore. "Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" That was why Uranus turned his attention to her own. He had to explain the reason for his existence and why he was sitting on the stone throne. "My prayers bring calm to the dungeon." But Bell Cranel's expression did not change. He started walking, approaching the stairs and going up them. These were the stairs that led to the top where the stone throne was located. "If I die, the dungeon will be freed from its restrictions, and nothing will prevent it from unleashing its wrath against the surface." You can ignore reality, but you cannot ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. Despite his words, Bell did not stop. It was the opposite. His pace became faster and faster, and his smile expanded. She ceased to be pretty, and with the appearance of a demon, she murmured, "The gods are liars indeed." When he reached the top, right in front of Uranus, he bowed his head and looked him straight in the eyes. "Your prayers don't calm the dungeon, do they? Your prayers suppress the anger of the old man locked on the 100th floor, don't they?" There was total silence, but not infinite silence. After a short time, a tired sigh was heard. "I see, so you met him, correct? Is Hades still upset?" Bell made a sign indicating a more or less with his hands. Then, "Let's say yes, because he sent you a message." Without hesitation, Bell pierced Uranos's chest with his sword. The long black blade cut through skin, muscle, bone, and even the concrete of the throne. The blood flowed down the edge of the sword and dripped onto Uranus's lap. He said, "Your game is over, go home." The ancient god's sky-blue eyes slowly narrowed, and as his lips released lines of golden blood, his entire body was illuminated by a blinding light. The light increased, becoming a rising pillar of golden light piercing the skies. "I see." That day, the hunt for the gods began. XXX. The city fell into an eerie silence. It was absolute, rhythmless, and dry. It was a suspenseful silence. "Hey. Right now, that..." The people stared at the sky, at the golden pillar that pierced the clouds. They witnessed the ascent of a god. They swallowed hard. The backs of their necks turned cold, and a strange tingling sensation subtly caressed them. A premonition to all the citizens of Arario. Then, a voice. A voice that boasted a subdued but firm tone. Time stood still. Every movement, every action, nothing was altered because of the voice. "This is Bell Cranel speaking. A raw voice capable of sending shivers down your spine just by listening to it. This is a message not for you but for the gods. I have decided after much thought that your presence on Earth is unnecessary." Someone swallowed hard, or maybe it was everyone. From the streets, from the taverns, from the houses, and even from the slums. Everyone fell silent, everyone felt chills, and everyone listened as if time stood still. "I will kill all the gods." It seemed like a declaration of war, but at the same time it didn't look like one. The voice gave the impression of being unable to resist. Like an ultimatum, there was no room for argument. They're not needed. Everything bad in this world is their fault. Pain, death, suffering, everything. The gods have played enough, and it's time the game ended. Not only humans, elves, dwarves, beastmen, or palims, but also the gods. There were gods everywhere listening to the death sentence. Some were gambling, others were amused by the misfortunes or stupidities of their employees. Their existence belongs to the heavens, they are invaders of the earth. Others were drinking, some were having fun with women or men. They are poison, they corrode the world. There were those who only cultivated plants or developed medicines. "I will eliminate all poison that threatens the peace of the world." Everyone, absolutely everyone, froze in their tracks while listening. "I will kill them all. I will not stop until the last one rises, until none of them spread their poison in the world." When time returned to normal, hundreds of adventurers were mobilized. They rushed, shields and weapons in hand, to the announcement room located in the guild. But none of that mattered. "Become the stairs that lead me to see her again." Nobody could stand against Bell Cranel. You can try to defend them, but the result will be the same. Just observe, watch in silence, do nothing. Another pillar.
There was a second golden pillar piercing the sky because they can't do anything. Soon there were more than just two of them. There was a third and a fourth followed by a fifth. It was as if the ascent procession had been planned, accompanied by several gods. The sky over Arario was adorned with more than 20 pillars of golden light. That day the night was not dark. It was the most beautiful and chaotic sight in the history of humankind. XXX. It was a strange feeling. This is Bell Cranel speaking to all the citizens of Arario. The voice, cold and flat, was strangely familiar. I would recognize that voice without needing to hear her name. Everyone, get ready, I shouted at my subordinates, go to the guild. There was a pillar of a beautiful golden color. This pillar was in the center of the city, just above the location of the prayer chamber. The people around me stood motionless, mesmerized by the light. Their bodies trembled as did their eyes. What are you doing? Move it. My heart was restless. I felt a strange tingling running through every part of my skin, cold and unpleasant. I forced myself to move, heading towards the guild while the familiar voice continued its speech. Captain, look. But no matter how hard I tried to get there as quickly as possible, it was too late. Before I'd even gone halfway, another pillar appeared. Then another and another followed by another. More than 20 pillars pierced the skies. I fell to my knees, unable to process what was happening, because Bell. Just because, as my eyes trembled at the beautiful and chaotic scene of the gods ascending, I wondered, I swallowed. It had never hurt so much before. It was instead of my throat as if my own soul swallowed dry. Is it because of me? It had to be. I'm sorry. It was my fault that all this happened. If I hadn't stopped the god Hermes back then, surely none of this would have happened. Perhaps the rescue team would have arrived in time to rescue you. Perhaps you would have been saved. Maybe. I'm so sorry. My eyes filled with tears. I was left helpless, fallen on my knees with tears in my eyes, which could only observe the sky illuminated by numerous pillars. A raw regret struck me. My hands trembled, my legs and my lips too, from that day on. Damn. Everything started going downhill from that cursed day. Hey, protect your gods, don't let that bastard get to them, kill him. In the middle of the street the world went silent. All I could hear was chaos all around me. The desperate cries of adventurers trying to defend their gods even at the cost of their own lives, as well as the shocked cries of the gods before becoming pillars of golden light. It was madness. Everyone was running. They had gone mad and like ants they fled from the water, clumsy steps as if a global march were taking place. But it wasn't a march, it was a race for survival. Jiga. More pillars, the pillars like golden spears continued to pierce the skies. Run, stop that psychopath, the gods screamed in terror, running like mice. The world was falling apart and I couldn't do anything to stop it. My eyes focused on the distance, where a large number of adventurers were charging with swords, spears, and axes in hand against a single person. But they were all repelled. Those who surrendered after the first blow were ignored by the white-haired youth, but those who did not, those who fervently insisted on protecting their gods, were cut in two. Ganesha. I stared astonished at the back of my god. He faced Bell with a smile and Bell walked towards him. His face showed no emotion. Dia. I wanted to speak, but a lump formed in my throat. The words refused to come out. My legs wouldn't respond. My eyes trembled, taking in the scene before them. Please. Bell waved his sword. It was a long, jet-black sword, so dark it could absorb sunlight. The light was not reflected on its leaf. It seemed to be eliminated. Stop. My god looked back over his shoulder. No, he looked at me. The mask covering the upper part of his face was adorned with a fierce smile. Then, have a long life, Shakti. For the first time, he said something other than his name. Bye-bye. The black sword sliced him in two at the waist. The lower half fell limply to the ground, gushing blood, while the upper half levitated for a few seconds, sputtering a red drizzle before falling not far from the lower half. I could see blood coming out of both parts as well as intestines and more. It all happened in a second, or maybe less. The next, everything turned brilliant gold, and a great pillar pierced the sky. Hug. I felt nauseous. The urge to vomit despite not having had breakfast suddenly overwhelmed me. I could feel my skin turning pale as if the blood staining the place was mine. You. Someone spoke to me. Falling to my knees and with my gaze on the ground, I looked at a pair of boots right in front of me. Foolishly and slowly, I raised my gaze. My teary eyes met Bell's indifferent eyes. Why are you crying? I didn't understand it. My mind was blank and my thoughts were jumbled. Nothing was right now, least of all the question she had just asked. Why are you complaining? His eyes clearly showed he wasn't joking. Nor was he making fun of people. His questions were genuine. Why are they trying to protect those who are the cause of this twisted world? A screeching sound echoed. It was the black sword being sheathed. When I looked around, I noticed that we were the only ones here. There was nothing but the corpses of those who had persistently tried to defend their gods. There were also a few pillars that had not yet faded away. You can rest assured the world will change from today onwards. My eyes were trembling, my whole body was trembling. You no longer need to risk your life. I recorded his face, a flat face. I saw no life in him nor in his eyes, just do what that god said. They were the eyes of someone who was no longer alive, have a long life, and it was all my fault. Ello. My face crinkled, I felt the corners of my eyes well up again and tears began to fall. I'm so sorry, Bell. From the beginning, this was my fault. It was a sin that would haunt me until my death, one that wouldn't leave me alone, very sorry. That would torment me day and night, there's nothing to regret. Bell continued on his way, leaving me behind. These things happen. I didn't have the courage to follow him, XXX. I walked until I reached a tavern, leaving chaos in my wake. There were still pillars that hadn't completely vanished, as well as thousands of gods waiting to be purged, but I stopped in front of the tavern. You're here, aren't you? There were a couple of presences inside the place. One of them was clearly that of a god, so I went in without thinking twice. I expected many to hide like rats, but I didn't expect it from you. Haha, aren't you being a little cruel? I'm just waiting for an old friend. I looked at the god sitting on a stool in front of the bar. On the other side of the same bar was a large dwarf who looked at me with eyes filled with complicated feelings. Waiting for an old friend, you say? I bowed my head and the god next to his hat adorned with a feather gave me a nostalgic look. That's right, I've been waiting for you, Bell. Hermes smiled. There was joy in her smile, but her eyes still held a melancholic sadness. I hadn't seen many people smile with those eyes. Will you have a drink with me? I've wanted to share one with you for a while now. He turned his gaze forward again, resting his elbows on the old wooden bar. On the same bar sat 2 glass tumblers filled with a red liquid. Come on, it's a simple request. Don't you grant last wishes? All right. I walked slowly and sat down on the bench to Hermes's right. His smile widened when he saw me do so, as did the nostalgia in his eyes. He picked up the glass, looking at the surface of the red liquid it contained. I'm sorry, if I had tried a little harder, none of this would have happened. Everyone seems to be apologizing lately. Is it some kind of trend? Haha. He took a drink, a long one. It was long enough to finish in one sitting, so the dwarf on the other side of the bar, who was watching silently, refilled the glass with more wine. You look different, a change of look. It suits you honestly, thanks I guess. I also took a sip from my glass, but just a small one. I didn't intend to drink more than one serving. Tell me, Bell, why are you doing this? I looked at Hermes. He was still gazing at the red surface of the wine with nostalgic eyes. Sadness filled them. I sighed and took another small sip of my drink. Does it matter? It's not like I'm going to stop. I know I only have to look into your eyes to know. Her voice seemed to falter for a moment, but after forming fists with her hands, she continued. I want to understand it. Her voice became flat. Is the burden and suffering involved really worth it? What motivates you to want to travel this steep path? I remained silent, briefly surprised. This is a surprise. I expected him to question my actions. Are you worried about me and not about your race? I expected him to reject my will, labeling me a psychopath. Of everything I imagined, this isn't part of it. Are you really Hermes? But it wasn't like that. He didn't take my side, nor did he take it against me. Instead, he asked for a coherent reason. I looked at him, still surprised, and he just chuckled softly. Haha, again, you're being quite rude. He took another sip of his drink, a long one, so long that it needed to be refilled by the dwarf who was listening to us silently on the other side of the bar. Yes, you've changed a lot. He murmured, giving me a sidelong glance. You became this because you didn't want to cry anymore, right? My chest ached. I felt my pupils dilate as Hermes gave me that look. When humans cry until their tears dry, they dry up inside and become demons and monsters until the end of time. It was a compassionate look. That's the worst possible end for a human, Bell. His eyes took pity on me. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I remained silent. I wasn't offended by being called a demon or a monster. Perhaps I was. Nor was I offended by his gaze, a gaze that pitied me. I wasn't offended, but a strange feeling came over me. The answer to your question. I had to ignore that feeling if my desire was to keep my will intact. The reason I'm doing this, there was no need to explain it. I wasn't looking for anyone who would understand me. It's worth watching again. Only. To see Ryu one more time, I had that feeling. One that told me to downplay my worries and just let it go. What did you say? The reaction one he didn't expect was the sound of a bottle falling to the floor and shattering into pieces on the other side of the bar. I looked at the dwarf. His face was shocked, unlike the serious expression he had worn a moment ago. His eyes were trembling at an alarming rate. Ryu, did you say Ryu? Yes, do you know her? That. Not only the dwarf but Hermes as well. They both looked at me with expressions of surprise. Don't you remember me? Seeing his incredulous face, I could understand. I'm sorry, I apologized. I've gotten rid of most of my memories, so it's normal that I don't remember most of my past friendships. I apologize if this offends you. They kept staring at me with those eyes in the middle of a long, awkward silence. PFF. I looked at Hermes, ha 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 ha. She laughed out loud, hu hu ha ha. But how can I put it? Despite laughing, he didn't seem happy. If we can cry with happiness, why not laugh in sadness? Hermes gave me that impression of being the very embodiment of that quote. That's how I saw it. Her laughter stopped. He looked at the ceiling and let out a sigh, a long one. There was a short silence. So you reached the point of giving up on your memories, huh? I see, yes, so it's because of Ryu, huh? I looked at the bar, it was worn just like me. Then I looked at the dwarf behind the dilapidated bar. Is she? Yeah, her face wrinkled. It was the same wrinkled expression people make when they're holding back tears. Flushed cheeks, pursed lips, and red eyes. I see, even his voice was hoarse. Bell, I stopped looking at that pitiful sight to pay attention to Hermes. His eyes, those that reflected the blue of the sky, gazed at me. If Ryu is. He wasn't able to put it into words, but it was enough for me to understand. There's no way to reverse it. You should forget those feelings of attachment. Certainly, perhaps he had a point, but I refuse to accept it. I don't know why we have to stop loving someone just because they've died, especially if that person was 100 times better than those who are still alive. Only an educated mind can understand a different thought without necessarily accepting it. I may have been broken and consumed by despair, but I retained my reasoning. All my actions were carried out with my reasoning intact. My life came to a standstill when I lost my family. When I met Ryu, it started to move again, but it was paralyzed once more by his death. I can breathe, eat, drink, sleep. It's not something that's out of my hands, but I'm not living. I long to sleep soundly, to forget everything, to wake up and start a new life. I let out a sigh. He was talking too much. This drink was taking longer than necessary. But I woke up. I returned to reality after opening my eyes. However, I couldn't stop. It wasn't the life I had dreamed of. It was worse than a nightmare. Living without her is a nightmare. I watched as Hermes opened and closed his mouth. He seemed stunned, but soon his expression relaxed. I see, but you know what? He sighed, and with the look of someone who gives sermons, he spoke. Sometimes it's hard to let go of what made your soul explode. Even though you later understand that holding on doesn't make you possess, just as letting go doesn't make you lose. I tried to understand, and I did. He was doing his best to thwart my goal of reuniting with Ryu. Letting go is also an act of love because the one who lets go is free to live. He gave me a slight smile. He was like an uncle who cared a lot about his nephew. You're human, it's okay to make mistakes. That smile became a little annoying. I expressed the fact that I was doing things wrong, but I still forgave myself. I absolved myself of any guilt. I see, I sighed, it's getting late. I picked up the glass and drank the last of the wine. The clumsy sound after I dropped it on the bar echoed through the tavern. I looked at Hermes and he looked at me. We say goodbye here, Hermes, it seems so. It was good to see you one last time. She kept smiling. It was a smile I could never forget. Yes, I think the same. Nor could I prevent my words from slipping out without permission. Thank you for trying to save my friends. Her eyes opened in surprise but quickly relaxed. I see, so that's why you didn't erase me from your memories, huh? I guess. I stood up. Hermes did too. We both headed towards the tavern exit, leaving the dwarf behind the bar who was looking at us sadly. Belle, tell me, can I ask you a favor? We were standing right in front of the tavern on Adventurers Street. It was a street that was always lively, but now it was deserted. It was just the two of us. Aren't you asking for too many favors? Haha, actually it's not for me, I sighed. I really couldn't get used to his relaxed attitude. What is it? It was fine. Maybe I was being too lenient with him, but it was fine. It would be the last conversation we would have, so I agreed, please. At that moment, his voice took on a very serious tone. Take care of us, Fee. I tilted my head, almost letting out a confused huh. Before I could even say anything or refuse, Hermes finished. My family was wiped out in the assault on Knossos. Isfi is the only survivor and she is currently unconscious. Please take care of her, even if you ask me and even if I accept. What if she refuses? I remembered Isfi more or less. My memories were enough for me to understand that she was the captain of the Hermes family. If that happens, haha, that smile again. No, that won't happen. Why was she smiling like that? She'll be devastated, so as a man you'll have to comfort her. I couldn't understand it or I didn't want to understand it. Goodbye, Belle, yeah. Unable to explain that strange feeling towards her smile, I drew my sword. He extended his arm and I shook his hand in farewell. After that, I stabbed him. Goodbye, Hermes, right to the end. Even when my sword pierced him from side to side and even when his body was illuminated by a golden light, he never stopped showing that smile. It was a smile brighter than the pillar of golden light piercing the sky. I stood there waiting as long as necessary until the pillar completely vanished. It was my way of showing respect to my friend. XXX. I walked peacefully through the city streets. It was quiet. There was no one outside their homes whose windows were closed. It was at some point that people stopped resisting, hiding in their homes and leaving all the gods to their own devices. And no, please, stop, monster. One fell on his rear end, backing away on his weak, trembling legs while his eyes showed terror. One pushed another, taking advantage of the moment to flee in terror. But his body was pierced by a bone spear that emerged from the ground. This is a great show. There were others who simply watched the scene calmly, waiting for their turn. The pillars of golden light did not stop. When one disappeared, two others took its place in the sky. I sighed. This was getting tedious. I wasn't talking about my goal, but about the procedure. All that shouting didn't evoke any feelings of pity or empathy in me, but it was annoying. Stop, silence, just die quietly, don't make a sound, don't scream, don't cry, don't curse. Accept this outcome, it's inevitable, you'll regret this. A god spoke before his body lit up and formed another pillar of golden light. There were many like him, pleading for my repentance. I simply didn't stop and continued purging the invaders. He was purifying the earth by eliminating a deadly virus. He was purifying the gods, finally. It was then that I stopped and looked ahead. There stood a great fortress located in a corner of the city. Its walls were high and the gate exuded majesty. It looked like a castle or a sanctuary straight out of a storybook. Open up. I looked even higher into the spaces between the walls. I have come for the goddess within this place. There were more than 100 adventurers there. Some carried staffs, others bows and crossbows. I won't repeat it. I looked at them all with cold eyes, exuding a thirst for blood. Open up. But it had no effect. Instead, someone gave an order, fire, and a magical rain fell upon me. Chapter 15, a reunion that never happened. Just when we thought we had all the answers, suddenly all the questions changed. Bell Cranel, XXX, time stood still. Fire. He was standing in front of the headquarters of the famous Freya Familia and was currently being attacked with a magical rain. Fireballs, electric shocks, tempestuous gales, and pressurized water bullets. There were so many spells that anyone would go mad facing imminent death. But it was just magic. The magical attacks evaporated into thin air before they could even touch me. Did the magic fail? Shocked screams came from atop the walls. Their faces paled as they stared at me with terrified eyes. To them, I was no different from a demon searching for their goddess. Of course it would fail, I spoke. I was loud enough to be heard. Magic is useless against me, I said, surrounded by a red mist. Now open up. I wanted to make them aware of the difference in level, to make them understand that they were ants trying to climb a pillar of water. In the end, they would always end up drowning. However, if magic doesn't work, grab your weapons and attack. They didn't understand the message. They took up their weapons, charged by the goddess. The metallic sounds of swords being drawn gleamed in the bright sunlight. Sunset still hadn't arrived, but thanks to the reflections on the metal blades, it seemed that night truly wouldn't fall this time. Archers shoot. It was no longer a magical rain, but a rain of arrows. Several pairs of archers stretched their bows almost to their breaking point, firing towards me. Really. I drew my sword and cut through the rain of arrows. I didn't even feel the wood's resistance as it was sliced by the blade's edge. It was like slicing butter with a hot knife. Easy, smooth, and uninterrupted. Lancers, there was another shout. He hadn't even finished cutting all the arrows when several other pairs of adventurers grabbed metal spears and prepared to throw them. Fire. The commander, so to speak, lowered his. Immediately the lancers did the same, throwing those long metal bars. That in itself was strange. They weren't traditional spears which only had metal at the tip. They were made entirely of cast steel. They don't understand. But it made no difference. The steel bars, which appeared unbreakable, were cut quite easily by the edge of my sword. The metallic sound of spears split in half hitting the ground echoed throughout the place. When the echo ceased, there was an eerie silence. Did you understand? I looked up. There, in the gaps in the walls, the adventurers were staring at me with hostility, yet they were silent. In that sepulchral silence, I could distinguish the sound of swallowing saliva. It was perfectly normal to be scared. I understood that, which is why I was offering them the chance to surrender and clear the way for me. There was no need to die in vain. Why protect an existence that, despite seeing its dependents so frightened, still refused to leave its hiding place? Really. Don't be cowards, protect the goddess. I don't understand them. Even if they die, don't let it reach Freya-sama. They took up their weapons again, rigid faces expressing fear of what their eyes saw. Hundreds of pairs stared at me like I was a demon. Even their grips were shaky, making their weapons vibrate. That collective vibration from everyone formed a disturbing, almost nightmarish melody. It was no longer just the dry swallowing of saliva, but the trembling sound of their hearts. I could feel it, they were scared. However, they wouldn't move even with that fear flooding their souls. Their love for their goddess was greater than the fear they felt toward me. I must compliment that. I offered my sincere feelings. But without thinking, I extended my right arm towards the enormous door, opening my fist. I won't be nice just for that. A wave of blue fire, which exuded enough heat to incinerate a person in less than a second, shot out of the palm of my hand. It crashed into and destroyed the wooden gate. No, it would be more accurate to say that it blew it to pieces and then consumed it without leaving ashes. This was the most distinctive characteristic of blue fire. Once a single spark touched something, it would grow until it left nothing behind, and thus expand without apparent end. The blue flames weren't satisfied with the no-vanished gate, and few flames clung to the concrete sides. Not even the concrete structure could withstand the high temperatures, and soon, like a field of wheat being devoured by thousands of locusts, it was consumed. Fire, it's fire, don't let the flames touch you or you'll be burned to death. However, it was too late. Many adventurers, their faces contorted with terror, were consumed by the flames that engulfed them. Simply being near them was enough to kill an ordinary person. Tap, 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 I walked calmly along the burnt path. The landscape was hellish, to say the least. The great walls that protected the castle were collapsing amidst the flames, and adventurers were falling from those same walls, set ablaze by the blue fire. It was no longer a magical rain, nor a rain of arrows or spears. It was a rain of people burning to death. It wasn't a sight I wanted to see. I didn't resent it, much less was it painful. It just left a bad taste in my mouth to be aware that it was all unnecessary. They died for nothing. In the end, I will kill Freya no matter what. They know that, but they refuse to accept it. Humans are stupid without a doubt. I thought as I walked. I crossed the expansive garden, which was more of a long, flat expanse of green grass. The wind blew and caressed the greenery. Stop what you're doing, you bastard. In the middle of the green sea from above, 5 silhouettes appeared. A catman and 4 palums. The 5 of them looked at me with such hatred as if I were the murderer of their parents. One more step and we'll kill you. The leader, who cursed without thinking, was the catman. He threatened to kill me, yet I could feel the fear emanating from his entire being. I looked at him with boredom quite a lot. He carried a long spear made entirely of steel, very different from the others. It was a spear made of orichalcum, because no matter how much I ask, nobody gives me a clear answer. Why try to change something that cannot be changed? Why try to stop a landslide with a toothpick? Why try to stay dry in the fury of a downpour? I said, don't take another step, you damned bastard. The catman lunged forward, wielding his weapon. The orichalcum spear spun in his hands, creating a circle capable of cutting through anything. Because, I cut that spear. The sword traced a beautiful crescent-shaped cut, slicing through everything in its path. This time there was the brief, fleeting sound of steel cutting steel, but it made no difference. The spear was no longer a spear, because I grabbed the catman by the neck. I squeezed hard enough to keep him still. His hands instinctively moved toward mine, making a futile attempt to break free. Tell me, Yuck, I lifted him into the air. His legs began to swing, hitting every part of my body. It was a futile attempt as he was on the verge of death. Why do it? The sound of her neck cracking and breaking echoed in my ears. Her body stopped moving, and as she fell languidly, she became slightly heavier. Another death, all to protect a goddess whose fate is inevitable. Truly, how disgusting. Siblings. Yeah, next came the palums. All 4 leaped at me in a perfectly coordinated attack. They possessed commendable speed and coordination. But speed and coordination were useless against overwhelming power. I sheathed my sword. It wasn't necessary. A palum lunged forward with its hammer, trying to ram me, but his body resisted mine. His small body fell right in front of me, and I could only crush his head to give him the quickest death possible. Painless. Just a slight tremor before plunging into darkness. That darkness was death and death arrest. Valen. The remaining 3 screamed. Their throats vibrated loudly in what was a desperate cry for their brother's death. Don't worry. I stepped forward and cupped one of their faces in the palm of my hand. My body moved so fast it left afterimages, and none of them could react in time. I'll send you with him, everyone. I turned my body and exerted force with my right arm. The small body of the palum yielded to the force of my push, and without being able to utter a single sound, it was crushed against the immense green sea. The softness of the grass was no impediment to his head exploding into pieces. Burling, damn it. The 2 remaining ones lunged forward, tears streaming down their faces. Their faces contorted with hatred directed at me. Swing. A great sword sliced through the space in a downward cut, and a spear pierced my abdomen. Blood gushed out, running down the metal surface of the spear that was stabbing me. The greatsword moved again, and with a diagonal slash cut from my right shoulder to the left side of my waist. It was a crossroads, and I could see the smiles on both of their faces. Their eyes screamed with joy, this is the end for you. I stared at them blankly. I could almost feel a little sorry for them. Do you feel a little better? What are you taking about? Was his hatred satiated? Their faces paled, and when they saw that my wounds were beginning to emit a kind of gray smoke, they tried to move away. It's difficult, I know, but my wounds had already closed, and with that, their weapons were stuck in my body. Before I could even let them drop their weapons and walk away, I grabbed them by the neck. Watching people you love die sucks. I lifted them into the air, and they began to kick. However, their little legs couldn't reach me. Hurts, I squeezed their necks. You feel like you're dying, you feel like you stopped breathing, hearing, and tasting. Their faces turned red, but you're alive. Then they took on a dull blue hue. You can breathe. His struggle grew weaker and weaker. You can listen and taste, until they stopped moving. And that sucks. Being alive after losing a loved one is essentially being dead without actually being dead. When their breathing stopped, I released my grip and their bodies fell limp, like mere sacks of potatoes. It's better that they die. I gave them one last look, then continued on my way. Turning my back on the 5 warriors who had tried to stop me, I offered them some comfort. Sleep because life tends to fall apart when you're awake. XXX. The palace was collapsing, and the queen, whose eyes kept focusing on the figure of the invader, gave an order, let him in. The soft tone of her voice made Otter Hedden and Hogni's shoulders jump, not exactly because of the tone but because of the words she used. Otter stepped forward, his face stoic as usual. Freya-sama, we cannot do that. Is that a no to my order? Freya smiled. She wasn't scared, nor was she overcome by panic. It was true that she mourned the deaths of most of her dependents, but she showed no contempt for her fate. She watched Bell as he walked toward her. He was taller, his hair had grown longer. The color of his eyes had lost its sparkle, and his face was no longer childlike. Now he had the appearance of a man. It's definitely Bell. She kept the smile on her lips, which curved with delight. They puckered slightly in anticipation of saying his name. It is but its soul. The silver-gray eyes gazed beyond a mere physical body. Within it, there was certainly something. It was churning. It was a turbulent black that, if a normal person saw it, would make them vomit on the spot. It seemed as if all the horrors of the world were compressed into that turbulent, jet-black nebula. She's been through so much. Freya's pair of beautiful gems exuded sadness. They were drowning in the agony of the landscape they observed. I will heal you. Freya thought how wonderful it would be to be able to restore the shine to her fallen soul. While he was having such thoughts, a voice came from behind. Freya-sama, Otter called, and Freya looked at him for a brief moment. That's enough. They're not strong enough to make him sweat. Cruel words came from between her lips, which shone with a pastel pink color. Seeing that his 3 remaining employees lowered their gaze helplessly, he gave a sympathetic smile. Don't worry, I'll talk to him. I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think he'll kill me right away. Her voice sounded confident. She rolled her eyes to a corner of the large room and after a short silence murmured, I prepared a gift for him after all. Even so, despite trying to reassure them, it didn't work. The 3 of them, the last of their family, wore resolute expressions. We will defend her. We will arrest Bell Cranel. It was a surprise that Otter was so irrational. You didn't need to be a genius to understand that Bell was already on a higher level than any other living being on Earth. He could even fight the Black Dragon and emerge victorious. That was what Freya speculated. Do whatever you want. He gave them a warm smile as a way of saying goodbye. He made sure to look them straight in the eyes because he knew there wouldn't be a second chance. If they blocked Bell's path to Freya, death was certain. They bowed before turning their backs on her and walking to their deaths. Freya could only watch their backs with a smile. I wasn't happy, nor was I sad. By Odin, kids these days are really stubborn. Maybe he wasn't even smiling. She was left alone, and it wasn't long before the sounds of battle reached her ears. No, more than sounds, they were screams. The lips which formed a smile for no apparent reason were lightly bitten. He could only listen. XXX. The sky turned red. It was a dark red like the blood that ran through the lands of Folkvanger. Under that red-tinged sky and on the blood-soaked ground, Bell surveyed the situation. His eyes focused on the 3 remaining warriors who were blocking his path. I don't understand. He shook his head from side to side, wanting to deny the absurdity of the landscape. They have those expressions, so why? He looked at Otter, Hedin, and Hogni. Their faces showed serenity as well as a resigned conviction. They know they're going to die, right? That confuses me. Thud thud, his index finger tapped rhythmically against the hilt of his sheathed sword at his waist. He was deliberating what he should do. It's complicated. Originally, I wouldn't have thought about it. I would have simply moved forward, cutting through everything in my path. However, because of the purge of gods that he was carrying out, he had to preserve as many of the non-divine races as possible. If I simply kill them all, will what I'm doing have any meaning? Killing them is freeing them from this cruel world, but if I'm eliminating the virus that makes the world this way, isn't that simply mass murder? He thought about it deeply, but at that moment, while deliberating whether to let them live or not, he opened his eyes. What are you doing? Well, Otter was right in front of him, leading a closed fist attack. It was a fist that carried the strength of the tallest mountain, but that mountain was not able to tear the clouds in the sky in front of it. I didn't think you'd make a sneak attack, Otter. It was so slow. To Bell, it was as if he were frozen. It was a completely different view of the world. He showed no interest in anything other than his own interests. He was inhuman, but he was selfishly more human than anyone. I know. He stopped Otter's fist with the palm of his hand. There was no movement, not even recoil from the impact that shattered the grass with just the shockwaves. Otter tried to back away, but Bell's grip wouldn't let him. With a grimace of pain on his face, he stared up at the sky in front of him. I know what it's like to feel an emptiness in your heart that only someone you love can heal. His eyes, too. He looked at him without pity, without resentment, without kindness or any other feeling. It was just a simple glance. But sometimes we have no other option than to live without that person. The heavens were selfish, too. They boasted and mocked the floors, but more than anything they longed to be touched. That was Bell, who demanded that others let go of the meaning of their lives and yet clung to one that he himself had already lost. Why are you doing this, Bell Cranel? He glanced to the sides, and there were Hedin and Hogni lunging in a pincer attack. Bell sighed before pulling Otter into a spiral, repelling the 2 elves. The 3 flew in different directions, landing face down on the ground. All they could do was watch from a distance. There's no need to explain it. You won't understand, and I don't want you to either. Bell shrugged his shoulders, then slowly walked into the sanctuary. That simple movement sent the 3 executives into a desperate attack. A cursed sword was drawn. Lightning storms were summoned. A ferocious roar was heard, like that of a maddened beast. From 3 directions, with an absurd and overwhelming power, no adventurer could possibly resist or oppose it. Except Bell Cranel. They're starting to get annoying. The cursed sword was broken into 1,000 pieces, and the metal fragments, scattered like an inverted rain, pierced its wielder. Hogni stared with trembling eyes at the sight of his sword shattered to pieces, as well as the fragments embedded all over his body. Dark red blood gushed out, sliding and covering his entire body. In addition to that, he saw his executioner, a selfless being with eyes that saw beyond Hogni himself. There was no trace of humanity in his gaze. I said it, it's useless. Beside Hogni's body falling lifeless onto the shattered ground, the lightning storm disappeared into the fog as if it had never existed. Hedon froze. He found himself surrounded by a thick red fog like evaporated blood. Inside the fog, he could sense no magical power. He felt so small, so powerless. All his magic had been taken away, replaced by a touch of despair. Hedon Selland was unable to comprehend the situation before being pierced by hundreds of spears made of bone. Gah. He stared into the void, which was the sky. The fog was everywhere, covering everything but the sky. It was blue, unlike the blood-red fog and the liquid that oozed from her lips and wounds. Yes, it was a beautiful transparent blue color. Wasn't it getting dark? The transparent blue of her tears, tears that lamented the fact of not being able to protect their goddess. It was strange as well as sad. The dead are indeed privileged. With a swing of his arm, a black sword sliced through the air in a crescent shape. The black trail that followed gleamed beneath the red sunset. No otter, the beast roared. Its frenzied cry reached and disturbed everything. It was an uncontrolled power that made the ground tremble. Driven mad and out of his mind, he charged with force. It was no longer just a mountain that his fist represented. His entire body had become thousands upon thousands of mountains. However, goodbye warlord, none of them were able to reach the heavens. Otter felt a tremendous pressure in his chest, a pressure in which no physical organ seemed to be affected, but which was almost suffocating, unbearable. There in his chest, the edge of a sword pierced him. The madness vanished from his eyes, replaced by a weary gaze. Staring at the sky before him, Otter could only murmur with difficulty. There is no great pain, no great regrets, no great memories. Everything is forgotten, even great loves. She had no reason to say such a thing, and even if she did, she wouldn't have been able to understand it. She simply felt, seeing the distant eyes of the sky, that she had to. I pity you, Bell Cranel. The last thing he heard and saw was the sound of the sword being pulled from his chest. His body collapsed limply after that, staining the ground with his blood. Seriously, everyone thinks they're wise these days. Bell looked at the warrior's body. He wasn't moving, bleeding out rapidly and letting his life slip away. Am I the bad guy? As if I cared, you damn hypocrites. He flicked his sword in the air, wiping the blood that trickled down its black edge. Then he cast one last glance at the death-covered landscape and entered the sanctuary. There was no one left to close the doors of Folkvanger to him. XXX. Upon entering the room of the goddess Freya, the first thing I saw was a body lying in front of me, tied up and gagged. I stared at him for a few seconds, unable to comprehend. He was clearly a god, one who displayed a tired yet agitated gaze. I stared at him, observing every detail of his face. It was him, the god called Dionysus, the one who ordered the murder of my goddess. It's a gift. A glamorous and sensual voice came from the bed in the center. I turned around and met his eyes. They shone with a delicate, captivating silvery gray. Her curvaceous body traced curves where any being, divine or mortal, would be lost. Her hair cascaded like silver waterfalls down her shoulders and back. I suppose you are the goddess Freya. When her name was mentioned, she smiled. It's good to see you again, Belle. Her voice whispered with the sweetness of honey. Honestly, I didn't know what to say. The woman was looking at me with great desire, but I barely knew her name. Aren't you going to take it? It took me a while to get to it, you know. He stopped looking at me and I followed his gaze. What his eyes were looking at was the human-shaped figure lying on the ground, gagged and bound. There were no signs of torture. Her body was filthy, her hair disheveled, her skin pale, and she smelled like rotten eggs. Did you confine him in a pit for a month or something like that? Fufu, almost. It was a month and a half, actually, I see. I looked at Dionysus again. He appeared to have been fed the bare minimum to prevent him from ascending to the heavens from starvation, and the same with dehydration. It was something I hadn't thought about doing, so I was quite moved to see it this way. And the goddess Freya gave me a flirty look, patting the surface of the mattress where her body rested. With a smile on her lips, she asked, "Won't you give me a reward? I hunted it especially for you. Did you know he was alive?" No, he denied it immediately. He didn't even show any displeasure at having ignored her suggestion. I didn't know, nor did I see your soul ascend. I was simply on the side of the scale that tipped toward my hope of seeing you again. Again, he patted the surface of the mattress where he rested. I simply looked at her for a few seconds before starting to walk toward her. As I did so, I drew my sword and slashed Dionysus's neck. The god was unable to understand what had happened until he transformed into a pillar of golden light. The room was suddenly illuminated, but the goddess Freya continued to gaze at me with a smile. I thought you'd torture him a little, does that make sense? He'll rise as soon as I deliver a fatal blow. She nodded with a certainly, then leaned back on the bed. Showing off great skin in her outfit and with her hair scattered like silver roots, she glanced at me. I suppose I'll get my reward. I've been so lonely since you left, Belle.
although I don't remember ever living with you. Fufu. I raised the sword high, ready to drop it like a guillotine on his neck. However, Freya simply remained silent, staring at the black edge of the sword. She showed no anger, discontent, sadness, or anything else. She only wore a gentle smile on her lips as she gazed at me sweetly. Okay, he said. His voice traveled through the air to my ears. If you want to kill me, fine. I just want you to grant me one last wish. The sword in my hand didn't waver. I looked at it with boredom as a sigh escaped my lips. Lately, everyone's making wishes. It wasn't bad. In fact, he preferred it to annoying behavior like begging for his life or cursing himself to death. If it was just a wish, that was fine. Okay, what do you want? I asked, but from the way he was looking at me, I could almost guess. Her lips moved seductively. Make me yours. He lifted his body and his hands began to undress him. The clothing, which barely covered any of his skin, slipped off like water. Soon his naked body was displayed in front of me. A flat stomach, slender legs, and fleshy thighs whose skin shone with a milky white with pinkish tints in certain parts. The area of her breasts, large and firm, which rose powerfully to show off a pair of pink nipples. In short, he was a divine figure. I thought about it while I watched you massacre my children. Her voice murmured like a snake. It was a sound that ensnared you and tickled every part of your skin. Your soul is dark, as black as the abyss, as destructive as Ragnarok, and as lonely as the souls trapped in hell. I remember the former brilliance of that same soul. A beautiful, transparent white, captivating and overflowing with goodness. She was the embodiment of light who stole my heart the moment I saw her. I remained silent as Freya stretched out her arms to encircle my neck. She pressed her bare chest against mine, her lips brushing against my chin. His breath, warm and moist, caressed my face. But I was surprised that I still love you after seeing that dark and rotten soul you carry. It made me seriously wonder if I actually fell in love with you, not your soul. I think I love you now more than before. I can see that you are infinitely broken, and it's wonderful to see how dead souls strive to keep shining. He looked at me longingly, and I could only hide my bewilderment upon hearing the word soul. So I still have one. Was he still Bell Cranel then? I found myself wondering that many times. The idea of simply being someone other than the original owner of this body and memories haunted me constantly. Tell me, Belle. The seductive voice brought me back to reality. Will you take responsibility for making a goddess of love fall in love with you? Again, they were those eyes, the same as always. They saw in me the image of someone already buried in the harsh lands of the past. I didn't feel they were looking at me, but at that distant memory, it was a feeling I even felt when I reunited with Ryu. No, I answered after a few seconds, looking at Freya's frozen face. Perhaps she hadn't expected such a response. I have a goal, and you're no use to me alive, Freya. For the sake of my wish, you must leave this mortal plane. It went without saying that I didn't care about this woman. His caresses, his lips brushing against my skin, his warm, moist breath caressing my cheeks. None of it stirred any feelings in me. I let him do it, expecting the opposite. However, it turned out as I expected. I see. Freya loosened her grip on my neck, letting her body fall back onto the mattress. There, completely at her mercy and looking vulnerable, she murmured. If I'm going to die anyway, then grant my wish. Make me yours. I'm only asking for a couple of nights. You can do that. Should I accept or refuse? The answer was obvious. From his position where he gave me pleading looks and seductive gestures, I spoke. Wanting and being able are very different things. Her expression changed, and before she could say anything with her trembling lips, I cut her body. I don't want to get involved with you, goddess Freya, a diagonal line next to a bewildered groan. Divine blood spurted like a fountain, staining her naked body. It just disappears. Her eyes, a beautiful silver color, were enveloped in a golden light. Only her gaze could speak. Thank you for the gift. However, as I said goodbye to this goddess of beauty, I noticed the curve of her lips. It was a smile. All right, her voice, once seductive and suggestive, was now serious. I will wait until your soul ascends, then I will make you mine. The golden light intensified, enveloping her entire body. She was quicker to accept reality than I imagined, and she was absurdly attached to her obsessive feelings for me. You're crazy. Fufu, yes, you drive me crazy. His body was swallowed by the light, as was the entire room. The pillar that appeared pierced the ceiling and ascended into the heavens. I'll be waiting for you, my beloved Belle. Only a faint echo of her yearning voice remained. The light, as well as the pillar, lasted a couple of minutes. When it disappeared and everything returned to normal, I sighed. Finally. He had finished the most tedious part and had been lucky enough to find the Dionysus along the way. Only a few are needed in Aurario, then those scattered around the world, and then, finally. I walked out onto the balcony of the rooms. Looking through the windows, I observed the reddish sky. I'll see you again, Ryu, XXX. The next one was the goddess Hephaestus. Welf left a message. Is that so? Yes, he's waiting for you, I see. When I first arrived at headquarters, I was greeted by an army of blacksmiths armed to the teeth. They all pointed their magic swords at me without a hint of hesitation. It was unmistakably a fortress. Lower your weapons, however. Before I could draw my sword, Hephaestus himself opened the gates of the very fortress that protected him. The agitated, nervous, and terrified screams reached the sky. I will not let any of you die trying to protect me, she said that.
His uncovered eye gave me a look adorned by the smile on his lips. You prefer it that way too, don't you, Bell Cranel? I nodded. I prefer to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. I show my respect. Not everyone is capable of offering their life to prevent their dependents from dying. Is that right? It's right. That's how we got to the current situation. Several blacksmiths, almost or more than 100 in total, watched from a distance with sorrowful eyes. They had lowered their weapons as well as their gazes. All they could do was bid farewell to their goddess. Forward. Hephaestus's voice reached me and I slowly walked toward it. With each step I took, the blacksmiths' bodies trembled more violently. The most striking was the dark-skinned woman who wore an eye patch. Give him my regards. Sure, although he'll probably be upset when I tell him the reason for my promotion. I smiled. Yes, that's fine. I drew my sword. The red sunset was not intense enough to avoid being absorbed by the jet black of the sword's edge. Goodbye, goddess Hephaestus. She nodded as she slowly closed her eyes. At that moment, I pierced her heart with the sword in my hands. Before he could complain of the pain, I turned the blade, tearing through his heart. I gave him the quickest death I could without needing to smash his head. As the blood bubbled with a brilliant golden color, Hephaestus's entire body was bathed in a pillar-shaped light. The pillar of golden light pierced the sunset, leaving a magnificent view. Let's continue. I observed a minute of silence, then turned around and continued on my way, feeling and ignoring the looks of contempt and resentment on my back. That was fine. Many would hate me. Is it my turn? Yeah. He would be repudiated by all races, being branded as the being who carries the most despicable desire. It didn't matter. You look different, Bell. I know, Miyach-sama. They would hurl curses, they would scream at me until their throats broke. Wherever I went, I would only be met with hostile stares. I confirmed this as I wandered through the city in search of gods. I was able to glimpse my future. It was not a dignified life. It was a life filled with shame, regret, and lament. The truth is, without Ryu, I had no idea what it was like to live as a human being. That's why it was okay. I convinced myself that it was while I admired all the pillars piercing the skies. I seem to remember someone telling me, he who falls in love loses. I want to tell you that I always longed for someone to make me lose myself someday. I wanted to be able to fall so deeply in love with someone. In the end, I could have lost, but I ended up winning by losing her. Haha, it's funny how messed up life can be. He was sitting on the edge of a tall building. The street was empty with no one looking out of their windows. It was night and I was admiring the moon and its stars. The beautiful opaque blue background was illuminated by the many golden pillars. In a way, it didn't really feel like night. The sky was dark, but space was intensely illuminated. I'm finished here. The only evidence of the night was my breath turning into icy smoke. It was cold. How long will it take me to purge every god from the earth? Probably years. I felt like crying, but the tears never came. It was that kind of sadness, a sickening sadness, that one where you can't feel worse. I think all living beings go through it every so often, but for me it's very often, too often. Am I really doing the right thing? I knew the answer, I just couldn't accept it. What have I become? I also knew the answer. I was just a coward incapable of maintaining my sanity without erasing my memories. Unable to bear the burden of my destiny, an empty shell with no will to be filled. Angry at life, I sank into sadness. Fed up with sadness, I turned it into hatred that I reflect in everything around me. Was there a more pathetic existence? I felt afraid. It was difficult to explain since I felt nothing. It was as if I were present invisibly. It really didn't make sense. Was I really the idiot? Was I to blame for the things that happened to me? It was possible. Maybe I was a subnormal who was lucky enough to be alive. No, can I really call being alive luck? I was dying, nobody cared anymore, not even me. I didn't need to find the meaning of life, but the meaning of my life. The days simply passed all the same, today just like yesterday, tomorrow just like today. It was a routine I'd grown accustomed to, but one that was also driving me crazy. My breath was freezing, I suffered from insomnia, my mind wouldn't let me sleep, and when I did, it attacked me with nightmares. The kind where you beg someone to come and save you that wake you up screaming and in a cold sweat. Really. What is the meaning of my life? She was simply someone who couldn't live without another person. I couldn't imagine anything more empty than that. Such was my hypocrisy that I had no intention of letting her rest from this cruel world. Stop thinking stupid things, Bell. I stood up. It was time to leave the city and go in search of the remaining gods. All the answers would be given to me then. I just needed to endure until that day. Even if I felt afraid of Ryu's rejection after seeing everything I did just to see her again, I had to endure it, to see it one more time, to hug her once more. This time I will protect her no matter what. I needed it. Curse me for it, fine. I spent my life trying to save others, now I just want to save what little is left of me. I just simply needed her. I have a deep need to see her, to touch her, to hear her and feel her. But tonight, like every night, I had to imagine her until I fell asleep. I want to see her, but since I don't have her with me, I have to look for her in my memories and make do. I disgust myself. Of all the realities I've experienced in life, the fact that he's not with me is the one I find hardest to accept. Oh, really? Everyone needs someone, I disgust myself. Perhaps that was my only human quality. XXX. The sad thing about some memories is that they show us things we couldn't see while they were happening. And these revelations, belated like all learning, are wounds from moments that appear precisely when we most wish they would begin to heal. A lot of pain for such a young age, isn't it? Is 22 even? Isfi curled her lips into a lonely, contemptuous smile. She lay in bed, gazing at the starry evening through the window. The stars shone brightly, their beauty etched against the night sky. He had woken up after a long coma. What are you doing here? Soon, ceasing to smile and gaze at the dark night through the window, she looked to the other side, where the entrance to her room was. With lifeless eyes, he stared at Bell Cranel's figure. He wore tattered black clothes, brown boots, and a sword at his waist. I came to see you, he said. Isfi just sneered a mocking tone with pursed lips, turning her gaze back to the landscape on the other side of the window. Her hands formed fists that gripped part of the sheet. What the hell do you want from me, you bastard? His whole body was trembling. She thought about what had been said before. Some memories were sad, and if she had noticed Dionysus's suspicious movements back then, perhaps, just perhaps, everything would be different. I'm only fulfilling one request. Isfi did not return to see him, her eyes crinkled with conflicting emotions. A request. The stupid smile of a god wearing a hat came to his mind. A killer fulfilling his victim's wish. Haha, you're quite shameless, I am. Bell's dry, listless voice reached Isfi's ears like a slap in the face. It infuriated her even more to see such an indifferent attitude from the boy who was supposed to be purer than anyone. That. He glanced sideways at Bell and curiously asked, "What did that idiot say? Take care of Isfi." She bit her lips so hard they began to bleed. Feeling her cheeks twitch, Isfi threw off the sheets covering their bodies. What kind of nonsense is that? His body was protected by a one-piece white undershirt. Take care of me. He got out of bed and walked over to Bell with long strides. When he was in front of him, he threw a punch with all his might. Why would you take care of me? But rather than inflicting any pain or harm on him, she only hurt herself. Bell's body was as hard as the toughest steel. Isfi's knuckles turned red as they went numb with pain. GGH, do you know how many people died? My comrades, all of them. I am all alone. Stop, she wanted to tell herself. He was aware that he was shifting the blame onto someone who wasn't directly involved, onto someone who was also a victim. However, with his human nature, he could not find another way. You had to be here, you bastard. He threw another punch. He knew that he wasn't causing any harm to Bell and that he was only hurting himself. You should have led the others, Bell Cranel, but he didn't stop hitting him. She looked him in the eyes, and as she did, she only felt more anger. The flat surface of his eyes, which showed no reaction whatsoever, infuriated her. They were the eyes of someone with no purpose in life, an empty shell. Do you even remember me? Your eyes look like they're staring at a stranger. I'm sorry, I erased most of my memories. His blows stopped abruptly. He hadn't expected his question to hit the mark of a terrifying truth. You. He took a couple of steps back. Memories of the past flooded back to him when the unfortunate news of the collapse of the Hestia Familia was announced. Don't you remember her? He remembered a half-elf woman. Do you remember Ina Tool? No, Isfi's chest tightened. She felt a disgusting tingling sensation run through every part of her skin. Images of a smiling woman blossomed like roses in spring, and the thorns, like all roses, cut. She was found dead in her apartment. She still remembered it. It had been a few weeks after the tragic accident. Shakti Varma had discovered Ina Tool's lifeless body in the bathtub. Her body was submerged in a pool of blood and her wrists had deep cuts. She committed suicide. There was a note, one that was published in the city's newspapers. It made it abundantly clear that they couldn't bear the shock of losing someone as close and dear as Bell Cranel. And you. You? The tingling went away, as did the chest pain. Do you dare say you don't remember her? The woman who died for you, someone who gave up her life because she couldn't live without you. He threw more punches, so many that it wasn't just his knuckles that hurt anymore, but both his arms completely. They were so numb that he could barely move them. Bell just stood there motionless, doing nothing. He didn't block or defend against Isfi's blows, letting her vent her frustration. Say something, you bastard. That action only made her angrier. The place fell silent. Only Isfi's heavy breathing echoed in the room, rising above Bell's soft breathing. I erased most of my memories myself, however, there are some that I didn't. Bell touched his chest with the palm of his hand. It was as if he wanted to hear his heartbeat. I plunged into despair, and that same despair robbed me of important things. But while they were important, they hurt me. It was strangely relaxing when I lost those little memories which cut me more than any sword. For the first time since their encounter, Isfi saw a slight reaction in Bell's eyes. It was small, but she could glimpse a glimmer of light in them. Remembering hurt, and when I discovered that pain, that agonizing suffering could be eliminated, I was unable to resist. I just wanted to stop suffering. It was a light tinged with sadness, dim and opaque like the spotlight of a gray world. Is it wrong to want that? Only then was he able to accept it. Bell Cranel had become an empty shell, devoid of the substance that made him who he was. He wasn't a person, but he wasn't a monster either. I was standing on the line where I was nothing. Even monsters would cry at being nothing, I see. Isfi backed up to the edge of her bed, slamming her bottom down onto the mattress. Her body, without strength, sank into the softness of the bed. I've been irrational. I'm sorry I haven't been myself lately. All right. The place fell silent for a while. Isfi simply looked Bell up and down and Bell stared into space. After another period of silence, Isfi asked, "So how do you plan to take care of me?" Bell walked over to Isfi, not because she asked him to, but because he wanted to. He was tired of standing in front of the door, so he sat down on the mattress. "Don't know," he said in a voice devoid of emotion. Hermes said they'd be devastated and that he'd have to comfort you. Would a couple of pats on the back do you care? Isfi felt her face turn red. It wasn't hard to guess what kind of comfort Hermes was referring to, so rather than shame, it was annoyance. What did embarrass her was Bell's question. Did he not understand the meaning of Hermes' words? "I don't need to be comforted, idiot." She sighed as she spoke, but Bell didn't react negatively. Instead, he tilted his head and asked, "Aren't you devastated by the death of all your acquaintances?" "I am, but I don't need someone as broken as you to heal me. I'll heal on my own, I see." At that moment, Bell stood up. He adjusted the sword at his waist as he spoke softly. "Then I don't need to take care of you. I'll be going now. I have things to do." "By things, do you mean continuing to kill gods?" "Yeah." Given the quick response, Isfi thought for a moment. She looked closely at Bell, who was only giving her a blank stare. He is truly broken. Bell's eyes had seen things that no one should see. He was a senseless being. "Ha, even in death you give me work, stupid god." Isfi liked being alone, she liked being herself, she wasn't made for others. However, I must help him. Who would comfort whom? Isfi already knew the answer, so she stood up and spoke firmly. "Let me go with you." Bell looked at him. "Why should I? Didn't you promise to take care of me? You won't be able to if you walk away." Isfi didn't know why Bell was doing all this, and she wasn't going to ask. If there was one thing she was sure of, it was that accompanying him was better than living in this abandoned place. "Arario fell and I have no one here. They're all dead. So Bell, please let me accompany you." She didn't know what would happen or where they would end up. She just thought it wasn't right to let him go alone. Although Bell was broken, it was the same for Isfi, all right, and broken people understood each other. The magnitude didn't matter, nor the quantity. It wasn't about seeing who suffered more. They just had to accept each other's pain regardless of anything else. "You should rest." Bell looked Isfi up and down. "You just woke up from a coma. Your head must be a mess." "Yes. I still haven't quite processed a couple of things." "Then get some rest. Pack your bags tomorrow. We'll leave at noon." Having said those words, Bell turned his back on Isfi and left the room. He had no intention of sharing a room with any woman other than Ryu. Walking through the corridors, she climbed to the mansion's rooftop and gazed at the starry night. Counting stars became like a timer, indicating when she would see Ryu again. Just a little more. The next day, right at noon, Bell Cranel left Arario along with Isfi Al Andromeda. "Wait a little longer, Ryu." They both started a journey together, one where they would get to know each other better. XXX. The first place I attacked was the port near Arario, where they were mostly engaged in fishing. "You're really killing everyone." "Didn't I say that before?" "Yeah, unlike Arario, there weren't many adventurers who surpassed level 2. It was like stepping on ants that were piling up at my feet. As for the gods, there were a total of 27. I sent them to the heavens within a day, and the few adventurers who opposed me and tried to defend them at Isfi's request, I rendered unconscious." "Let's go." "Where to?" Isfi obediently followed behind me. She was carrying most of the luggage, which consisted of a tent and food rations as well as water. I stopped at a certain point on Marin's exit, looking at her for a second. "There's a place called Telskura. We'll go there. You don't seem to like it." "Why?" Isfi looked away, her eyes fixed on Marin's entrance as well as the pillars piercing the sky. The bright golden color accentuated the lines of her body. "Well, are you aware that this is the land of the Amazons?" "Relax, I'm not interested in those women." I didn't mean it like that, you idiot. "I mean there are a lot of them and they're strong." She let out an excited scream, blushing slightly. I looked at that with curiosity. Perhaps that was it, what many called shame. She must have been ashamed to talk about such things with a man. "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful." "Yeah." We began our journey from there in complete silence. Telskura wasn't close, not as close as Rakia. The normal thing would be to lay siege to that city full of gods, however. He had a reason to ignore it for the time being. They were numerous, but they were weak. In contrast, in the land of the Amazons, all were absurdly strong compared to other races. It didn't matter anyway, it's not like they could stop me. "Bell, let's camp here." We stopped at the foot of a mountain in a mountain range beside a small river. It was perfect for rinsing our bodies. Looking at Isfi, I indicated calmly. "Go, I'll set up camp and make a campfire." "All right." I received a couple of sidelong glances. Through their glasses, their eyes regarded me with suspicion. "Don't even think about spying you here." I laughed silently, although it looked more like a poorly acted gesture than laughter. Lately, at her request, he tried to laugh at her jokes. "I won't." "Quick, I'm next after you." Isfi walked silently towards the river. I just watched her back as she walked further and further away. In retrospect, I came to the conclusion that she was strange. Not only did she follow me around without question me, a complete stranger who had only gone to see her at someone else's request, but she also didn't judge my actions. I might not have had any attachment to the gods, but her composure as she watched me kill them was very flat. Too flat, I might say. I shouldn't be complaining about that, right? It's better than me constantly criticizing and complaining. I shook off my thoughts and stood up, walking to the foot of the mountain, venturing a little further beyond the withered trees. I closed my eyes and concentrated. The place was quiet, but if you paid attention, you could hear the small noises of branches being stepped on. It was tonight's dinner. There. I threw a knife-shaped bone, and a second later an animal's scream was heard. It was a rabbit. The bone knife pierced him sideways, killing him instantly. His red eyes blurred and his breathing slowed. "I'm sorry, little one." I grabbed it by its hind legs and returned to the makeshift camp. Isfi still hadn't returned, so I lit a fire, and while the wood burned, I skinned the rabbit. Separating their parts and piercing them with slightly rigid branches, I laid them on a stone support and left them in front of the flames, cooking slowly. Why am I doing this? I don't even need to eat. The energy I have now should last at least a couple of centuries. I wondered about it, but actually I knew the answer. I'm finished. The water isn't that cold, you should rinse off before nightfall. I glanced over my shoulder and there she was, a woman with sky blue hair and sapphire blue eyes. Her body was damp, so she slowly rubbed herself with a small towel. Her wet hair let small drops of water fall onto her skin. He wore a satisfied smile, perhaps because of the bath. Yeah. I got up from the log where I was resting, and after taking a towel from my backpack, I headed to the river. "Don't spy," I said, "and no, I won't, just get out." I walked towards the river with Isfi's embarrassed scream in the background. I tried to act as humanely as possible towards her, that's why I ate even when I didn't need to. I also let my hair grow because she said she'd cut it when it got long. That's why I didn't tell her that I had complete control over my body, and that, if I really wanted, I could keep it short forever. Is it because of the promise with Hermes, that bastard still giving me trouble even in death? Although he wasn't actually dead, it's as if he were. I don't know, maybe he was even watching us right now with a silly grin on his face. If I think about it, then Freya must be spying on me too. How annoying. When I arrived at the river, I undressed and submerged my body in its waters. Isfi was right, the water wasn't that cold. It was nice enough not to cause any discomfort. Is it okay to continue like this? While washing my body, I thought, perhaps I was being too lenient with her. I didn't mind acting like a normal person, but it wasn't doing me any good. Besides, wasn't it strange to make jokes with a poker face? Maybe it was uncomfortable for her. Why am I even trying not to make her uncomfortable? I immersed myself in the water, washing my body as well as my thoughts. I shouldn't have overthought it, I should just do what I have to do. "Oh, you're back, come on, the rabbit's ready." When I got back, Isfi offered me a well-cooked leg of lamb with a lovely smile on her lips. She didn't seem like the type of woman to smile, but she did. "Thank you." I sat down next to her, and as we ate in silence, it got dark. Night had fallen and the air felt colder. I'll go to sleep first. Suddenly, while we were in front of the campfire, Isfi stood up while rubbing her hands against her arms. I looked at him for a second before answering. All right. Despite agreeing, she didn't walk toward the sleeping tent. Instead, she looked at me for a couple of seconds with shy eyes. Where will you sleep? I'll be on watch tonight. You can rest easy." I told her that, but it wasn't enough to make her go to sleep. She just stood there watching me while she seemed to be thinking about something. Finally, with her cheeks slightly flushed, she told me in a soft tone of voice, almost a whisper, I don't mind if you want to sleep in the tent. I'm not cold enough to let you sleep outside." Her appearance was cute and sweet, so I faked a friendly smile and answered, "Don't worry, I'm fine, I see." After a short while, she sighed in resignation and went into the tent. It wasn't long before she heard her soft breathing as she fell asleep. "Is this what you meant by being devastated, Hermes?" I remembered Isfi's gaze, those shy eyes that exuded a strong need for comfort. Her eyes were a subtle invitation to spend the night with her. "I'm sorry, but I won't be able to do it." Perhaps they weren't inviting something as explicit as hex, however, they were certainly asking for intimacy on a small scale, whether it's sleeping in each other's arms, joining our lips, or something else. I can't do that with anyone other than Ryu. I kept watch all night since I didn't need to sleep. I stayed awake listening to the crackling of the flames, the cold night wind, and Isfi's soft, warm breathing. The next day we continued our journey. XXX. It took us 3 months to reach Telskura. I could have gotten there faster, but I had to match Isfi's speed. She didn't have as much stamina as I did after losing God's blessing. She needed to rest and eat like a normal person, so we had no choice but to take it easy. "Belle, your hair is long. After this, will you let me cut it?" "All right." I held my hair in one hand, and it was long enough to reach my neck. In the span of these 2 months, Isfi had already cut it 3 times. "I'm surprised you're not nervous." "Well, being there won't do any good, and even if I ask you not to, you'll ignore me." She shrugged, and I could only nod in agreement. "Wait here, it could be dangerous." "Yes, be careful." I looked at her for a few seconds before leaving. We were at the top of a canyon with a full view of the kingdom of Telskura. It was a place abundant with water. There were structures carved from stone as well as many Amazons. The reason I came to this place was simple. There was only one goddess, and being one, it would be more troublesome if I gave her enough time to escape. I could trace divine power, but only to a certain extent. So before rumors about me reached this realm, I had to eliminate her. I must finish this in less than 2 years. Having said that, I launched myself into a war against an entire army of Amazons. Unfortunately, none of them yielded or surrendered, even when I broke their bones. I had no choice but to kill them to reach their patron deity. That day, when night already reigned over the skies, a single pillar pierced the heavens. XXX. 2 months later, Rakia fell. I wandered the world with Asfi, who refused to leave my side. Sometimes we slept in godless villages, passing as mere travelers. Oh ho ho, what a cute couple they make. We're not a couple. Sometimes we would meet ladies who kindly offered us a room, indicating that a couple should sleep together. However, I always let Asfi take the bed while I slept on the floor. The days passed and turned into weeks, and those weeks into months. We wandered from place to place in search of gods. I've already given them all promotion. Before I knew it, 3 years had passed since we left Arario. Asfi had turned 25, and I, according to my age before I died, was 17. Bell. Yeah, can we stop by a place that sells women's clothing? Why? My breasts are too big, I can't wear my current underwear anymore. Say something. I attended to her needs and we bought her new clothes. Likewise, due to her insistence, I was obliged to buy a change of clothes for myself as well. Hey, your hair is already long. Yes, you can tell us tonight, really. Well, I guess I can do you a favor. We were in places where it was freezing cold, as well as places where the heat was unbearable. There were places covered in flowers, as well as places on the banks of a great, endless river. Belle, what do you want for dinner tonight? Some meat would be nice. I think the same. Then the elven forests. I understood that they did not receive the blessings of the gods, but we received information that a large majority were received as refugees. Inevitably, I stormed that kingdom. Hey, my glasses broke. Let's go buy some soon, although you look pretty without glasses too, you idiot. You won't achieve anything by flattering me, so stop. She said that, but she was red-faced. I never found the opportunity to tell her that I could hear her pleasuring herself at night while she murmured my name once a week. Okay, we'll buy one. Okay, I'll let you choose them, so pick some nice ones. Yes, yes. Finally, 4 years have passed since we left Arario, and despite the time, Isfi never asked why I was doing this. We arrived at a small town in the mountains. Arario was about a 4-month walk away maybe. I don't understand. If you knew there was a god here, why did you leave him until last? Well, this place is special, I guess. I walked alongside Isfi through the abandoned place. The houses were in disrepair and the crop furrows were overgrown with weeds. I carefully looked at every part of the place, walking towards a cabin far from the main town. Belle, there's someone there, I know. In the distance, rocking in a wooden chair in the hallway of the old cabin, was an old man. His lips held a cigar, his head was covered by a straw hat, and his electric blue eyes gazed at the skies. It's the last one. We headed towards that old man who was a god just like my grandfather. XXX. Hello, you've grown. Belle looked at the old man rocking in the old wooden chair. He couldn't describe how he felt because he stood silently before God, saying nothing. I kept my distance and watched from a couple of meters away, far enough to be safe, yet close enough to be able to hear the conversation. Rumors travel as fast as time. Have you become a god killer? It's a little different than I expected. The old man smiled affectionately, but Belle in turn trembled with rage. That surprised me. Of all the emotions he feigned to avoid making me uncomfortable, this was the first time I saw a genuine reaction from him. It wasn't hard to conclude that they were too close, and that the old man, who smiled affectionately, was someone important enough for Belle not to erase him from his memories. Should I ask you why you're doing this? Yes, I suspected as much. The old man stopped rocking his body in the old wooden chair and stood up, throwing the cigar into a small metal can beside him. Come in, let's talk for a bit. He walked into the cabin and Belle immediately followed him. I didn't know what to do, but Belle looked over his shoulder, saying with his eyes that if I wanted to, I could come in. I hesitated for a moment, but my intrigue convinced me to walk over. Inside, I took a seat next to Belle on a two-piece sofa. It was comfortable, but the atmosphere wasn't. Belle had an annoyed look on his face, and that made me strangely uncomfortable. I don't like. It didn't take me long to realize that my discomfort stemmed from my disgust at seeing Belle in that state. Good. The old man brought a couple of cups and poured tea, then sat down opposite us. It has been a long time, dear grandson. With my mouth agape, I stared at Belle. He didn't react at all, only showing annoyance in his eyes. He didn't say anything either. He just remained silent in front of the old man who claimed to be his grandfather. Is this the person who raised him? If I remember correctly, Belle's parents died when he was just a baby. So this old man. He was Belle's closest relative. I know you have a lot of questions. Go ahead, feel free to ask. No, I don't have any questions. Oh, the atmosphere was tense and the silence stretched on for a long time. The air was so heavy that I couldn't even take a sip of tea. Just then, when I thought this was going to last forever, the old man asked a question. Is it your heart that's making such a fuss? Yeah, heart, what's he talking about? I looked at Belle and his expression had changed. It was a look I saw every night when I said goodbye to him and went to sleep, one that hurt me a lot. You're in love with her, aren't you?
When the old man asked that question, even under the heavy atmosphere, I was able to move my body with complete freedom, although saying it like that was wrong since I froze, unable to move because of the question. Are you in love, Bell? I stared at him, incredulous, while my chest throbbed with pain. He remained silent, but he didn't seem to be unwilling to answer. I seemed to shiver at the old man's deep, sentient voice, which even sent shivers down my spine. Shivers that ran through every bone in my body. Then, yeah, Bell's answer made me stop breathing for a while. I couldn't say anything. Looking at him hurt me. He seemed to want to answer no to the old man's question, but as always, his heart had a closer relationship with his mouth. That hurt me more. Yes, I'm in love with her. It was a sincere answer. A small part of me imagined he was referring to me, but one look into his eyes was enough to tell me he wasn't. His eyes weren't looking at me, I see. The old man laughed for a while, and then he pierced more deeply with another question. So that's why you're doing this? Why do you love her so much? Enough, please, it hurts me. Don't ask me why I love her. I'd have to explain why I live. I don't want to hear it. I didn't come into this place to hear him proclaim his love for another woman. I was supposed to comfort him, but in reality I was just looking for a goal that would allow me to stay sane. I never expected to fall genuinely in love. Gahaha, that's a manly answer, so please stop now. Good, I should have asked. I should have asked him the reason for his actions. That way maybe it wouldn't have hurt so much. Maybe I wouldn't have fallen in love with someone broken who was struggling to stay alive. I can accept this. Okay, we've been here long enough, it's time to return to the heavens. Yeah, however, Bell, it's possible that in the end, white was actually black. You've made your decision, so as a good grandfather, I'll support you. I looked at both of them. Bell wore a serious face, but unusually relaxed. His eyes showed relief that he would finally achieve his goal. I couldn't bear to see him like that, and I looked down at my legs, on which I rested my hands in fists. How do you want it to be? Come on, I don't want you to kill your grandfather. I can get promoted on my own. I just listened to them in silence. You did well, Bell. The place suddenly lit up when the old man stood up. I inevitably looked up. Not just anyone could have endured what you went through. Well done, I'm proud of you. I hope your actions give you the results you want. Just remember, whatever the outcome, as a man you must accept it. Bell said nothing, and neither did I. We just silently watched the old man being consumed by a golden light. It was brighter than any other, but it didn't hurt my eyes. In a way, it was warm. Love each other a lot always. The old man smiled, and the smile was covered by the intense pillar of light. Only his voice remained like the background of a closed curtain. In the world, there is almost nothing more important than love. At that moment, precisely in her last words, I felt she was speaking to us. Explicitly and solely for us. We didn't know how much time passed. I only came to my senses when Bell let out a long sigh and left the cabin. Bell, I followed him. He took a seat in the wooden hallway watching the sunset. For the first time I saw him smile. Finally, the light of the setting sun bathed our bodies. In front of the cabin was a field of golden wheat being swayed by the evening breeze. Do you know what will happen now? I made a deal and I've kept my word. I remained silent as Bell explained everything in detail. He seemed to have noticed my strange behavior since he mentioned the woman he loves. Only. I see, I didn't expect it to be something so sad, Bell. Now I could understand the old man's words a little, and it seemed that Bell, despite not wanting to accept it, understood him too. We just have to wait. Alongside his words, far in the distance, a golden pillar ascended to the heavens. We could clearly see that the pillar's direction was Arario. Haha. Bell laughed. According to his story, that was supposed to be Hades, the ruler of the dungeon. Following his voluntary ascension after Bell eradicated all the gods, Ryu Lion would soon descend. Lion, despite feeling a little jealous, I really want to see you, but I knew it, Bell did too, except that I accepted it and he refused to believe it. Whatever the outcome, as a man, you must accept it. I repeated the old man's words in a murmur and Bell reacted. However, he didn't pay attention to me. He just watched the sunset, waiting for a figure to appear on the horizon and walk towards him. Except that never happened. The days passed and the days turned into a couple of weeks. The cabin had enough food rations for a year and there was a comfortable bed. However, despite my insistence that he should rest, he ignored me and continued sitting in the cabin's hallway, waiting for someone who was never going to come. Bell, please. She cried at night, frustrated at not being able to make him understand and hurt by seeing his expression every day. Her smile was still there, waiting anxiously, but her eyes gave off a sickly kind of despair. They denied reality, hoping for a miracle, one that never came. Then the day arrived. We were in the hallway of the cabin. It was silent and the sun was setting in the distance. Damn. Only his voice could be heard. I stood silently behind him, gazing sadly at his back. It was the back of someone who carried many burdens that were beginning to weigh heavily upon him. Damn. He hit the ground. It was so strong that for a second I feared the cabin would fall to pieces. The ground shook and the birds took flight in the distance, frightened. I could only remain silent. You damned old son of a bitch, this isn't what we agreed on. I could only watch him repeatedly pound the ground, causing a series of slight tremors. Each blow he delivered to vent his anger made me want to burst into tears. Give her back. Give Ryu back like you promised. We agreed you'd reincarnate her right where she was. He swore, punched the ground, and screamed loudly. All I could do was bite my lips as I watched a scene that tore my heart apart. I did all this so I could see her. Keep your promise, reward my sacrifice. I endured all this time hoping to be with her again, that's why. People work expecting rewards, but effort does not always translate into equivalent gains. There is no balance since life and death are inevitable. Some strive for success and end up in poverty while others are born rich without working. The world is random and cruel, but it also possesses a chaotic beauty. It was a beauty that Bell was unable to accept. I'm going to kill you, I'll go up to heaven and kill you, you damned old bastard. I swear, I swear. I couldn't bear it any longer and went inside the cabin. Curled up under the covers, I wept silently. I too was unable to accept the chaotic beauty of this cruel world. Night fell, and Bell continued cursing and destroying everything. He was in a state of despair that didn't fade with the passing days. A week later, where Bell was venting his anger and I was crying with helplessness, I saw him, his body curled up in a ball. He was leaning on his knees with his arms at his sides and his gaze lowered. Are you okay? I approached slowly. Bell looked defeated. His eyes had finally given up and accepted reality, asphyxiation. Yeah. I knelt down and wrapped my arms around him from behind, hugging him. I tried to give him my body heat because his was quite cold. As I hugged him and rested my chin on his shoulder, his voice reached me softly. Actually, I could always hear when you were pleasuring yourself. I know, I felt embarrassed, which made my face red. I did it on purpose, hoping that you would act someday. Is that so? Yes, but you're such a coward that you never made a move. I see, I'm sorry. My heart began to pound. I could guess what was going to happen, and instead of feeling sadness, I was overcome with a strong sense of anticipation. Would I be a jerk if I asked you to comfort me tonight? Yes, too much, I see. We were silent for a moment except for my heart. It was making a racket without stopping. I'm sorry, Lion. Stay free from this world. I will take care of Belle until the day I die. Belle, yeah, without saying a word, I stole her lips. I joined mine with hers in a passionate kiss. It was soft and warm, and it lasted as long as it needed to. Breathless, I murmured in his ear, tonight I'm going to indulge myself. Will you be a coward tonight too? No, is that so? I smiled, and then I stopped hugging him. I stood up and turned my back on him, walking towards the room inside the cabin. What are you waiting for? I looked at him over my shoulder, flashing a flirty smile. It's getting dark. Yeah, that long cold night, I gave myself body and soul to Bell, and he accepted me with subtlety and kindness. It's my first time, but you can be a little more aggressive if you want. Unleash your anger and devour me. Thank you, Isfi. Perhaps and only perhaps one did not so much yearn to be loved as to be understood. Bell understood me and I understood him. We were broken. We use our wounds to heal each other. Isfi tempting Bell. Credits to the good memo, smiling red. Epilogue, cruel world. Isfi's illustrations drive me crazy. They're just too perfect. Let's be honest, Hermes doesn't deserve her. XXX. Why miss the dead? It's not necessary. They're in a better place. Why don't you miss yourself? You're not even a shadow of what you once wanted to be. XXX. Light filtered through the half-open window and a soft, damp breeze stirred the curtains. The morning was cold. It was raining outside. It looked like the lilies were being ruined by the rain. M.H. Bell. Lying on a large bed, Isfi wore a contented expression in her sleep. She clung to Bell, who was beside her. Both their naked bodies lay beneath the sheets, untouched by the cold rain. Their bodies provided the warmth they needed to stay comfortable. Isfi's face, as usual, seemed illuminated by the moonlight. Her lips formed a happy smile as she rested one cheek on Bell's shoulder. Are you still not awake? Bell smiled. It had been so long since he had smiled unconsciously. He found it very adorable how Isfi slept peacefully with a tender expression after having spent the whole night with him. Hey, wake up. He poked Isfi's cheek with his index finger, but she only frowned in annoyance without opening her eyes. Enough, he murmured softly. Silly rabbit. Bell's eyes widened momentarily. It left him speechless for a few seconds, but then he let out a chuckle. Rabbit, huh? Giving a haughty smile, he slid one of his hands under the sheets to Isfi's ribs. And without hesitation, he tickled her. Haya. Isfi jumped with a start, letting out a cute, excited scream. She looked around, panic evident in her eyes. Only after a few seconds, when her vision cleared and she could see Bell, did she understand what had happened. That's no way to wake a lady, Bell. He quickly lunged at him, landing a couple of blows on his chest. However, after a second, he froze. What's happening? Bell was confused by Isfi's rigid expression as well as the way she let her body fall limply. Just as I was about to worry, Isfi murmured, my groin, it hurts. I can't feel my legs either. Bell's concern turned to guilt. She looked away, trying to ignore him, but Isfi wouldn't let her. She held onto him and made him look at her. Hey, you have to take responsibility. Take responsibility. I gave you my virginity. The least you can do is love me. What kind of logic is that? Bell wanted to ask but refrained. Just seeing Isfi's longing expression, he understood that he couldn't joke around here. I will, he said firmly. I will love you, Isfi. Isfi, on the other hand, hadn't expected such a direct answer.
Her face began to warm up and her cheeks turned a lovely shade of pink. Red-faced from head to toe, she smiled foolishly. I see, yes, that's what I expected. I was happy. She snuggled her body into Bell's and while enjoying his warmth, she murmured sweetly, I know you hate this world and I know how much it's taken from you, but I can promise you one thing, Bell. Oh, really? Despite the playful smile Bell gave her, Isfi maintained a serious expression. Her eyes exuded determination and honesty. Yes, I will make you grateful once again for having been born into this world. I will become the reason you never want to leave it, not to curse it, not to hate it. I will make you see the chaotic beauty of this cruel world. Her mind conjured up scenarios, a wedding, passionate nights, peaceful afternoons, and a family. Alone in this place, they would begin a life from scratch. They would live happily ever after. I promise, he murmured, his voice almost fading away. I'll do my best to make you happy. I know. They looked directly at each other and Isfi slowly brought her face closer. When she was close enough, she pressed her lips to Bell's in a kiss. It started gently, but she herself increased the intensity. The kiss that was initially sweet and tender turned into a passionate and lascivious one. Their tongues intertwined in a heated dance that demanded to have everything from each other, and as if forgetting the pain in her legs, Isfi mounted Bell astride her. Her naked body was exposed to Bell's eyes. She boasted hexy, sizzling curves that captivated anyone who looked at them. Lemons skipped. A week has passed since Isfi and I officially made our relationship official. During that time, she demanded to know everything about me and I couldn't refuse. During the week, we cleaned the cabin as well as doing some maintenance on worn areas. So your friends sacrificed themselves for you, I see. Yes, it wasn't luck. It was because of them. We talked about my story while we cleaned, and we weren't even halfway through when it already felt like a place worthy of being called home. A home for the two of us. Oh, so you were sleeping around with a woman while everyone on the surface mourned your death. Aren't you giving me a scary look? Please stop. We weren't even together yet. You have no reason to be jealous. After repairing the interior and decorating it to make it feel as homey as possible, we went outside. The wood was a bit old, but it looked good enough after a quick refinishing. Unexpectedly, Isfi was able to create all sorts of wood preservation mixtures. Then your lifespan is much longer than mine. Yeah, I see. It seems I'll make you suffer again despite promising otherwise. Don't worry. For now, I want to enjoy the present with you. Whatever happens next will work itself out. After improving the cabin's exterior appearance, we went to the small stable. It was full of cobwebs, but fortunately there were plenty of baskets overflowing with seeds. We looked at each other and smiled, knowing what we would do next. So it was you who came and killed those demi-spirits. That's right, they were quite weak. Hey, my family was massacred by those weaklings. Oh, sorry. We cleaned the stable, and after putting on our summer clothes, we took the wheat seeds and went to the small vegetable garden behind the cabin. It was overgrown with weeds, but thanks to our teamwork, we finished in 2 days. There was an argument, something like, I can do it in less than 10 minutes. No, I refuse. Why? What sense of accomplishment will you get if you make it look so easy? Besides, wouldn't it be nice if we did it together? It would be proof of our love. Similar to that, so I had to match my level with Isfi's, who had become a normal human. What was not normal was her stubbornness and how unexpectedly terrifying she could become when she got angry. Little by little, I grew fond of his sweet and impetuous nature. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. I couldn't hear your heartbeat when we were in bed, disappointed that he's not human. Ha, what are you saying? I love you, and whether you're human or not means little, I'll keep loving you. After clearing the weeds, we continued plowing the land. I must admit, Isfi looked very cute in denim shorts and a button-down farm shirt. The straw hat added a charming touch to her delicate appearance. So you met up with Lion again. I'm sorry, that must have been tough. It was. Well, now I can understand how wrong I was to try to bring her back. I was stupid. Haha, yes, I can't deny. Little by little, I rediscovered emotions I had forgotten over time. All thanks to Isfi, a woman I didn't think I deserved. Whoa, isn't that going too far? Killing a person thousands of times and in different ways. Do you think so? I think I was too gentle with her. That night I was severely sexually abused by her, who said she wanted to squeeze out any trace of malice inside me. In any case, no matter how I looked at it, it was nothing more than an excuse to make love to me. However, I was polite and didn't tell him, complying with his adorable demands. Hey, don't be lazy. Oh, sorry, I was just admiring how hexy you look in that farmer's outfit. Is that so? Hee hee. The sidelong glances accompanied by captivating blushes, her shy gestures, and the sweet voice with which she spoke. I became aware of Isfi's beauty as well as the loveliness of her soul. It was too bright, but not a brightness that hurt my eyes. It was warm, offering shelter to my body, weary from the cruel rain and icy blizzard of this world. What a bore, Isfi. What? It's the truth. Imagine trying to seduce you without showing any sadness for all her dead dependents, those who gave their lives to protect her. What is she if not a bore? I could never reason with her when she got angry. In fact, over the course of the week, I never managed to win an argument with her. They weren't really serious arguments. They were mostly adorable complaints like her jealousy about my sexual relationship with Ravage. Tell me between her and me who's better in bed. I won't answer that. Okay, so who's the better kisser? I won't answer that either. So who has the better body? Isfi, stop. Tell me. A gentleman has no memory, you wretched, faithless wretch. And speaking of memories, you'll have to recover all those memories you discarded. In his opinion, I had to bear the memory of all those who died at my hands as well as those who did not. I had to remember them and not dare to forget them. Bell, promise me one thing. What is it? The week ended with the two of us planting wheat seeds in the furrows of the already tilled land. Now we were sitting side by side watching the sunset while enjoying a hug. Don't forget me, keep me in your memories, don't let me go. This will be a loving curse from me, but one that will keep you alive. I can end my life whenever I want. Why not do it when your time is up and you leave me? Esfi let out a cute little giggle, watching the sunset through the lens of her glasses. Silly, her voice, soft and sweet, was dedicated only to me. I love you, but my forgiveness doesn't mean that those who suffered at your hands will forgive you. You must live with it, paying for your sins. Don't worry, I'll help you with them until the day I die. However, when I can no longer do so, you'll have to do it on your own. I don't know why, but I began to notice the discomfort that arose in me when Esfi mentioned her lifespan. She was 26 years old at the time, and on average, she had about 60 more years to live. There was a long way to go, and she couldn't cope with the discomfort of issues that would happen far in the future. Perhaps he just didn't want to accept that he would inevitably lose her. Belle, I told you, didn't I? I'll be your reason for living. She gave me the most beautiful smile. But I will also be your punishment, my love. She rested her head on my shoulder, that beautiful smile never fading. It sounded cruel, but in reality, it was a sacrifice. It made me happy to know that she would take on the role of executioner. She was willing to give up her freedom just to be held in my arms. She was willing to give up heaven in order to accompany me in my hell. Okay, but if it was her, that was fine. Isn't that too good a punishment for someone like me? Foo-foo, maybe. Her lips drew near to mine, and our bodies fell back onto the soft earth with Esfi on top of me. Perhaps the cruelest and most merciless punishment is love. Yeah. His hands caressed my face, and his eyes admired every part of me, observing me with longing. He looked at me with more love than anyone else. I couldn't resist her gaze. I always wanted someone to stay even after seeing how unpleasant I could be. Aren't you tired? Today was a busy day. I'm tired, I murmured. I can't think of anything, and I just want to put my face in your lap, feel your hand in my hair, and stay like this for all eternity. Heh, I guess I can do that for you. In return, I want something for myself too. And what could that something be? I don't know, maybe something long, thick, and hard. I think I can give it to you. We flirted openly, sharing mischievous smiles as she lowered her lips to mine, however. Just before I could kiss her, I heard a roar in the distance. Maybe 50 kilometers away. What's wrong, my love? Esfi, wait a moment. I stood up with her on top of me. As she clung to me with her arms and legs, I walked to the top of the hill and looked into the distance. I sharpened my gaze, and far away, I caught sight of the movement of a large black stain. It can't be possible. But it was. Belle, what's wrong? Asphyxiation. Yeah, go inside the house. Esfi gave me a confused look, but seeing the seriousness on my face, she loosened her grip and got off me. She stood beside me. Okay, but tell me what's going on. I didn't want to say it, but my frown made her insist. Slowly, I described the situation to her. A stampede of monsters is approaching. What? It seems that without Hades and Uranus, the chains that bound them have been broken. It has been almost 3 weeks since Hades ascended, and more than 4 years since Uranus ascended. That means. I nodded. Aurario was destroyed. I didn't dare look at her. I knew without even turning around that she was pale and terrified. This is my fault. I could only lower my gaze, clenching my hands tightly. I'll fix it. You go back home and wait for me. I'll be back as soon as I can. Wait. Esfi lunged to grab my wrist, making me stop. Her eyes began to water as she looked at me with a sense of need. Don't go. Even I could tell what she was thinking. I wasn't afraid of being alone. I was afraid something would happen to me. I gave him a smile. Don't worry, there is no being stronger than me. I cannot allow the surface to be infested with monsters. I must eliminate them. It is my responsibility. I slowly released her grip on my wrist and stroked her hair. I'll be back soon, so take care of the house in the meantime. I'll bring you a present, okay? Esfi lowered her gaze, sobbing softly. Tears fell directly onto the ground and her body trembled. Okay, her voice was broken but still beautiful. I'll be waiting, so don't you dare take too long. I won't, my love, I'll be back soon. Be careful. I stopped stroking her hair and took her chin in my hand, making her look up. Her face was red from crying and her eyes looked away, ashamed of how she looked, but I wasn't embarrassed. She looked very beautiful, and trying to convey that fact, I gave her a quick kiss. I'll make it up to you when I get back. Even if you don't want to, I'll make you. After hearing that joke, I turned my back on her and walked down the hill. All the way down, I could feel her eyes on my back, but I didn't have the courage to turn around and look at her. Nothing guaranteed that I would lose the desire to go and stay to enjoy our lives in isolation. A sigh escaped my lips. I looked into the distance, and after taking a breath, I ran at top speed. The nearly 50 kilometers felt like a couple of meters, and upon making contact, I destroyed all the monsters. One and all, I didn't let any of them get away. XXX. About a week passed before I finished exterminating the monsters that had escaped to the surface. My performance was nothing like when I had to keep up with Isfi. I didn't rest, I didn't eat, from dawn till dusk and from dawn till dusk. It was a week of relentless hunting. Fortunately, there were no casualties. I passed through Marin, Rakia, and other towns near the monster invasion area, and because they fled deep into the mountains, locked themselves in underground warehouses or set sail, the deaths remained at 0. However, this is not what I wanted. Aurario did not have the same luck. I was standing in front of the north entrance. The gigantic gates were smashed to pieces, and just by taking one step inside, I was able to see dozens of corpses. I stared, completely stunned. This is my fault. They weren't just adult corpses, there were children. A woman was burned to ashes, her body was charred, but in her arms was a baby. He was dead. I could see the mother's desperation to keep her son alive for just a few more seconds. Even in death, she continued to shield her son from the flames with her own body, an elderly couple. They weren't burned like the woman, but their bodies were gnawed all over. They were barely recognizable. What was peculiar was the fact that, at a considerable distance, there was a girl of approximately 10 years old. She was also dead, but the boxes around her made it clear that they had desperately tried to hide her, as well as the old people acting as bait to lure the monsters away from their beloved granddaughter. Please, no more. I fell to my knees. Standing before me was a man. He was missing half his body, and his eyes stared skeptically up at the sky. Her hands were outstretched at her sides, holding a blood-stained white handkerchief in one and a gold necklace in the other. The necklace had a pendant, and the pendant contained a small photograph of a man and a woman. The woman had a white scarf tied in her hair like a headband. I'm sorry. I shed tears over the cemetery of people. Very sorry, I never thought I'd feel anything like this again. I was overcome with guilt and regret. I'm truly sorry. Death settled over these people's city because of my selfishness. Thanks to my undeserved desires, they had all died. This outpouring of regret and guilt was thanks to Isfi, who was slowly healing my wounds. Now he understood his curse. I'm so sorry, I never wanted this, I didn't mean for this. I stood up, my soul shattered. Every step I took, I encountered hundreds of corpses telling stories. There was a man, eaten from his legs to his hips, who was desperately trying to protect his vegetable stand. I thought so, but after seeing the dead children inside the stand, I realized he wasn't really trying to protect his business. There must be someone else. I clung to that idea and searched everywhere for survivors. Only in reality, every place I explored broke me even more. The Adventurers Guild, due to its extreme proximity to the dungeon entrance, seemed like hell. Walls painted with blood and floors decorated with the half-dead corpses of all the receptionists. It was a bloody feast. Someone please, there was an orphanage. At its doors, which had been smashed, lay the corpse of a woman. I walked past her only to find countless decomposing children's bodies. My head throbbed with agonizing pain. 3 children whose bodies were embraced by each other and barely whole made their mark on my memory. Their faces were unrecognizable, but the beautiful golden hair stained with blood made a powerful impression on my mind. Like a flower, the smile of a little beastman blossomed from my memories. Fine. His name came out on its own, recovered from my lost memories. Rue and Rai were by his side. They were the children I once played with. The children who once rejected me, but who were the first to encourage me shortly after. They were part of my precious memories as a human being. I fell to my knees in front of them, not knowing what to say. How awful must it have been to go through something like this? I looked around, and there were only children who had once played while smiling in this place. I'm so sorry, they must have been terrified. They suffered so much, crying out and pleading for help. The woman at the entrance was surely trying to protect them. I'm so sorry, kids. I will not forget them, not a single one. I stood up and continued on my way looking for survivors. But the hours passed and I found nothing. There was nothing but corpses and ruins. That's what I thought, Bell. I heard the sound of footsteps faintly approaching. I had detected them long ago, but I convinced myself they were hallucinations caused by the guilt that consumed me. I couldn't trust my hearing so lightly because I didn't know if the whispers were curses or pleas for help. Is that you, Bell? I didn't believe it until he appeared before my eyes, showing his injured body. It was Shakti. Are you alive? I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing, not at first. Only a couple of seconds later did I realize that she was really alive, standing right in front of me. One of his eyes was closed, dripping blood. Bell. Her face contorted into one that looked as if it were about to burst into tears. With pursed lips and a trembling body, she took a step toward me. Yua, but her body had already reached its limit. She collapsed forward exhausted, and I quickly caught her in my arms. Hold on, I panicked. I possessed no healing abilities other than my regeneration, and I hadn't brought any potions with me. The only thing I could think of was going to a hospital that miraculously had some potions. Come on, I'll take you somewhere safe. When I tried to stand up, I was slapped. It possessed no strength, but it hurt more than any sword's edge. It was a slap laced with the resentment of a human. They don't touch me. I looked at Shakti dying and about to lose consciousness. So many children. Elderly people and women's. Men protecting their families. My chest throbbed with pain. I never considered the possibility that a look could hurt more than the impalement of a poisoned spear. They were all massacred because of you. Shakti screamed, spitting blood and coughing violently. I wanted to help her, but she pushed my arms away with her own. Me too. She started to cry. I couldn't protect them. Tears streamed down her cheeks, spilling over with sadness and regret. I couldn't do anything without the fauna of the gods. I couldn't do anything, Bell. It was the poignant image of a person falling into despair, someone who no longer saw any meaning in their life. Imagine seeing everyone screaming for help and being able to do nothing but watch. I hate you. After that, Shakti closed her eyes. XXX. It took me 3 months to clean the dungeon and seal it. It no longer produced monsters, but I didn't want to take any risks. I made sure to bury each and every one of the corpses in a rario, making graves wherever there was space. Then I went back to Asfi. Unlike when I first started hunting monsters, I walked instead of running at breakneck speed. Because I didn't take any breaks, I reached my home in just 3 days. Welcome home, and Asfi greeted me with a beautiful smile. She was wearing a denim top, and her cheeks had a little dirt on them, making it clear that she was taking care of the garden we planted together. I'm back. I smiled and approached her, wanting to take her in my arms and plant a kiss on her. Bell, however, why are you carrying a woman in your arms? Isfi's eyes, which were brimming with emotion and about to burst into tears of joy, lost their sparkle when she saw Shakti, who was unconscious, in my arms. Ah, that. Is this what you meant by bringing me a gift? From my point of view, it seems like a gift for you. What do you expect me to accept another woman into our relationship? I feel like killing you right now. Stop your dangerous and terrifying thoughts right there. It's not what you think. Oh really? He crossed his arms, puffing out his chest and looking at me with disgust. Then you should start by explaining it. Do it for your life and my peace of mind. You have 10 seconds. A deep fear gripped me as I was watched by those terrifying eyes. I realized, as I explained the situation as quickly as possible, that Isfi was a bit possessive. That's it. I couldn't just leave her to die there, could I? Yes, that's not right. Let's take her to the guest room. We'll talk when she wakes up. Clear. I was a little disappointed when Isfi turned around and walked towards our home without even giving me a welcome kiss or hug. With the look of a scolded dog, I obediently followed her with Shakti in my arms. Hey, wait. It was only then that I realized, since when do we have a guest room? XXX. I couldn't believe it, but there really was a new room in the cabin. I foolishly looked at Isfi, and she, with a lovely, proud smile, explained. You were gone for more than 3 months. You had to find something to kill time with, right? Well, yes, but isn't it too much? It must have been hard to redesign the interior as well as process the wood. It was, but I was motivated by the goal of this new room. Seeing her so proud made me smile, and I gently asked, and what is the objective? Only then did she give me a happy look along with a radiant smile. Isn't it obvious? It'll be when we have our first child. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I told you, didn't I want us to have children. Her response, when I hadn't expected, left me speechless. I was captivated to learn that she was thinking so far ahead about us. I watched her blush and shyly look away, explaining her reasons. Life really begins when you become a parent, right? That's why I don't know. I want to know what it feels like to be a mother. Don't you think our children will be very cute? She played with her hair, which had grown to her shoulders. It resembled a beautiful waterfall. Hey, what are you doing? Don't ignore me. I ignored her and went into the guest room, leaving Shakti on the bed inside. It was a woven bed stuffed with straw and cotton, so it was comfortable for someone to rest on. Bell, I'm talking to you. I'm going to get Madha. Just as I left Shakti, I left the room and took Isfi in my arms like a princess. What are you doing? Don't think this will make me happy. Don't worry. I smiled at her embarrassed and annoyed expression. She looks so cute. I'll give you a son tonight. Come on, our room is waiting. Bell, wait a minute. I need to freshen up. I was in the garden recently. That doesn't matter. I'm sweaty down there. Let me rinse off. I must smell bad. I said it doesn't matter. And no, take your hands off me, you pervert who gets turned on by his sweaty wife. Tea, that feels so good. Wait, no, let me wash up. Don't pull your pants down. Hey, wait, isn't it a little bigger than last time? I didn't let her get away all day, and although she resisted at first, we did it until nightfall. XXX. We had our first child a year later. He was a newborn who inherited his mother Isfi's eyes. He's a child. The sight of Isfi smiling as she held him in her arms filled me with peace and happiness. Honey, look, she looks just like you. Really. All I can see is that she inherited your eyes. They're beautiful. Fufu, I told you so, didn't I? Our children will definitely be cute.
Ah, I can't wait to have the next one. She gave me a flirty look, almost pretending that she had thought it but hadn't said it. I couldn't lie and say it didn't worry me, but I hid it perfectly so as not to upset Svi. The last thing I wanted was for that beautiful smile to disappear from her lips. We spent some time in bed, thinking about what name to give our son as well as the routine we would follow from now on. Fine, his name will be Ethan, it's decided, it's nice. Contradicting him wasn't a good idea, so I agreed. Besides, the name was pretty good. Regarding our schedules, do you think Shakti would agree to take care of him when we want to have some time alone? We'll have to ask him. Shakti said yes instantly, flashing a smile as she held Ethan in her arms. Months passed after that, long enough for Svi to be relieved of her pregnancy and for Ethan to be able to walk and play outside the cabin, showing off the white hair he inherited from me. Belle, I'm going to the stream to rinse my body, can you watch it in the meantime? Clear. My relationship with Shakti improved significantly, and it wasn't long after that I received an apology for what happened in Aurario. However, I rejected that apology, claiming that I deserved what happened back then. Then a certain day came. Belle, my love, Mom said. She called me Mom. Yes, I could hear it. He looks like I won the bet. Come on, this time I want a girl. I didn't want to admit it, but I harbored a little resentment towards my firstborn son, whose words caused us to have Rose just a year after having him. The cabin became more lively and our days were filled with peace and happiness. I loved watching Svi chat animatedly with Shakti while the children crawled all over the place. I didn't deserve it, but I enjoyed this gift every second. Quiet days followed one after another, filled with spending time with Svi and watching our children grow. Shakti was a great help and my appreciation for her grew every day. This continued until one day when Ethan was 2 and Rose was 1, Shakti asked to speak with Svi and me. At first, I thought she was finally going to say goodbye to us, but I was wrong. The children were asleep and we took our seats in the dining room. At that moment, he dropped the bombshell. I've realized that I also want a child. The first thing I felt was Svi's gaze, then Shakti's. You didn't need to be a genius to understand the message between the lines. I remained silent, understanding from Svi's expression that I shouldn't say anything. Instead, she took control of the discussion. I hope this is a bad joke, Shakti. It isn't. Oh, I started sweating cold. What caused this very dense atmosphere? Shakti, are you aware of what you're implying? Basically, you want to sleep with my husband. Yeah, I had to hold Svi's hand, afraid that he would have a fit of rage and attack Shakti. The atmosphere was awkward and explosive. I didn't speak, I just watched Svi while feeling Shakti's occasional glances on me. I understand that this is shameless of me when you all took care of me for these years, but I can't keep hiding my feelings. Despite everything, I'm still a woman. Listening to them almost every night has pushed me to my limit, and I also want to know what it feels like to be a mother. Is that wrong? It was embarrassing for both of us to know that we were being listened to at night, but Svi, blushing, did not back down. I refuse, I will not share Belle. I think Belle should also have an opinion on this. They both looked at me. Svi gave me a steely stare, saying that if I said something stupid, my head would explode. Shakti, on the other hand, looked at me with imploring eyes. Why are you doing this to me? I sighed, looking down at the table. I really didn't need to go through this, but I had to stick to my own rules. Shakti, I'm sorry, but I can't. I'm from Svi, and if she doesn't allow it, nothing will happen between us. An awkward silence fell after my words. I didn't dare look up, simply staring at the surface of the table and waiting for Shakti or Svi to say something. Maybe she would cry, or maybe she would just go silently to her room. Don't know. Well, he passed the test. You were right, Svi. I admit defeat. This implies that if I had acted when you weren't there, I would have been rejected. HMPH, that's what I'd expect from Belle. Hey, what's happening? Honey, come on, you have work to do. Yes, please be kind. What the hell are you talking about? I was confused. Why did they suddenly stand up and take my hand, pointing to the room I shared with Svi? No, what was it about those soft smiles on her lips? It's not that big of a deal, Svi said with a relaxed expression. Shakti has been asking for my consent for a while now, and I like that she didn't act without telling me and try to seduce you. But what does that have to do with what's happening now? Well, I'm not so cruel as to deny her the right to be a mother. I told her she could go out and find any man, but she refused and insisted on coming with you. Goodness, it's really annoying. If it's annoying, just refuse. I wanted to tell her that, but Shakti's expectant gaze upon me put a noose around my neck. Anyway, you must give him a child tonight. Of course I'll be there. Shakti, come on. Yes, I'm ready. Wait, you two, this is cheating. No, this is abuse. Stop right now. However, despite my complaints, I was dragged into the room by both women and everything became confusing. Shakti, don't get naked. Svi, are you seriously not going to do anything? Honey, be quiet. This is harder for me than it is for you. That's absurd. Belle, don't you want to do it with me? Everything happened quite quickly. Oh, so that's what it looks like when you put it in me. This, yeah, it's annoying. Hey, Shakti, it's my turn, huh? But we've barely started. At least let him come inside me once. I make the rules here. I didn't even have a say in any of this. I was just suddenly doing it at the same time with two beautiful women. Both of them showing their nakedness squeezed every last drop out of my body that night, and a week later, I didn't get pregnant.
Shakti said that with a sad expression and a svi. Okay, we'll try again tonight. The situation repeated itself a couple more times, and before we knew it, Shakti became pregnant with my son. Unexpectedly, I took her as my second wife. Good morning, my love. Good morning, Belle. Good morning to both of you girls. I had 4 children with Asfi and 5 with Shakti. XXX. We lived in peace for a long time, a time when the town ceased to be inhabited only by us, when many people settled there shortly after the fall of Arario and the extinction of the monsters. Shakti decided to stop having children when she finally had a daughter named Artie in honor of her deceased sister. Asfi, on the other hand, said that 4 was enough. They were Ethan, Rose, Marilyn, and Natalia. We dedicated ourselves to raising our children, watching them grow up over time. It was all laughter and funny stories. The children grew up. It was a rebellious age, but under their mother's strict supervision, nothing was truly bad. They often ran to me for help, but faced with Asfi and Shakti's anger, there was little I could do. I still remembered his words from back then. Father, Ethan ran towards me with all his brothers behind him. He was the oldest of them all, so he always carried the leadership flag on their adventures. What's wrong, Ethan? Our mothers went crazy. Along with his impassioned declaration, his brothers and sisters behind him nodded through their tears. Ethan's personality was quite carefree and dramatic, in addition to being a Don Juan with the girls in town. Go crazy, what do you mean? They say they're going to castrate me for falling in love with the twins from the neighboring village and already having 2 girlfriends on the side. Father, help, you have 2 wives too, you understand, right? A man's heart should be capable of loving all women equally. I was only 13 and I was already like that, and I certainly couldn't say anything to her because of my good example of having 2 wives. I wasn't in a position to talk about that subject, although I was forced. That wasn't so important. What was important here was the incredible loyalty of his brothers and sisters in supporting this senseless strike that didn't involve them. I looked at Rose, the second oldest. Is that true, Ross? Yes, father. Rose boasted beautiful, long sky-blue hair that reached down to her legs, and the small white strand covering part of her forehead highlighted the rubbered color of her eyes. She was a beauty pursued by most of the men in the town and neighboring villages, but her dogma of I am not interested in love was unbreakable, breaking many hearts. Ha, good, I'll talk to your mothers. Children, go and play then. You haven't found the treasure in the mountain, have you? By treasure you mean, that's right, my sword. It's hidden somewhere in the mountain. I will find her. No, me. Losers, I'll find her. Ethan ran first, followed by Rose and Artie. Then, after giving me a warm hug, the others also set off behind their siblings. The moment I lost sight of them while smiling, I felt 2 overwhelmingly heavy presences behind me. Dear, you 2, let's go to the room. Wait. Run and be free, children. Your father will sacrifice himself for you. I'm sorry, Belle. I'll go first. Everything was fine until the day Shakti fell ill. It was an illness that sapped her strength and she was never able to get out of bed again. Our children were already adults. Ethan, the eldest, had left home at 23 in search of adventure. He said he would visit us whenever he could. The others followed suit soon after, going their separate ways and starting families. Asfi and Shakti were happy about that. Father, mothers, I'm back. When Shakti fell ill, he was the first to arrive, even though Shakti wasn't his biological mother. His face and voice were different, but he was undeniably my son. I'm at home. It's been a long time, guys. Hey, I'm here. The others arrived the next day. Shakti's children in particular wore saddened expressions, but they forced themselves to smile at their mother. Mom, look. Artie, Shakti's youngest daughter, held up a baby in front of her mother. She's my daughter. I named her after you. Isn't she beautiful? Don't ask about my husband. He's an idiot. That morning, Shakti cried a lot, happy for her children who had made their own lives. Me, I could only appreciate the cruelty of time. Mother, I'm getting married soon. Please, I want you to be there. Theo, Shakti's eldest son, knelt down and took one of her hands on the verge of tears. Now that I think about it, I'm about to confess to the girl I like. She's an elf with blonde hair. Cyan, Shakti's second oldest, exclaimed his taste in front of everyone, making us laugh out loud. I followed in my father's footsteps and won over 2 sisters. I'll bring them next time, they're good girls. Ryuzan, Shakti's third eldest son, jumped up with tears in his eyes. Even though he said something completely unnecessary about me, everyone laughed. Me too. Finally, there was Azel, Shakti's 4th eldest son. He looked at his brothers as well as at me and Asfi. I don't have a partners. The atmosphere grew somber as several words of encouragement were uttered for Azel. His white hair and azure blue eyes swayed sadly. But I've become the supreme commander of the forces on the border. Then he dropped that bombshell with great force. Everyone fell silent, their mouths agape. It was true, Azel possessed a swordsmanship worthy of a master swordsman. It was no wonder he rose so high. Children. After everyone had shared what had become of their lives, Shakti finally spoke. Her whisper-like voice threatened to fade at any moment. I am proud of all of you. The tears they had all been holding back burst forth instantly at those few words. The recognition of their mother broke them. I can leave with the certainty that you will all have a good and long life. A few weeks later, Shakti died from her illness. We mourned her death for quite some time and her memory remained etched in my heart. Bell, when my turn comes, please get on with your life, fall in love again, and don't you dare forget us. And as if the world were reminding me that I was still being punished for my actions, a year later Svi lost consciousness. Mother, Mom please, something in his head was growing non-stop and unable to bear it, he fell into an indefinite coma. None of the doctors in the world were able to cure his disease, not even with the magic of the elves. When one of the doctors explained that even while in a coma she was able to hear, our children did everything they could to wake her up. Father is flirting with all the women in town. Natalia, being the youngest of them all, falsely accused me. Mother, wake up and hit him. Mother, I have claimed the throne of Andromeda in your honor. Rose, a world-renowned beauty, announced her accomplishments. Please, you must live and cherish my reign. Mother, Ethan explained through tears. I have a harem, please wake up and scold me. Mom, a boy confessed his love for me. Marilyn pleaded, her eyes swollen from crying. Please wake up and tell me what to do. They asked for advice, told funny stories, and recounted how things were going in their lives. However, Isfi never woke up. The technology of that era wasn't good enough to keep her alive for long in that state. Just a few months later, he lost his life. After all, human beings are not like fireworks, which end their short lives with a big and beautiful explosion before the eyes of thousands of people. Since then, time has passed. My children had children, and my children's children had their own. I had to disappear from their lives so they wouldn't find out about my true identity. After leaving them a letter which specified how much I loved them, I wandered the world. Perhaps they believed I would seek a place to die alone, and they respected that wish. Nevertheless, I watched over them. From afar and in isolation, I cared for them all and their descendants. I never stopped watching over them even as millennia passed. My bloodline was diluted among so many generations, but they were still my family. Also, during those thousands of years, I formed more families. I fell in love again and I lost everything again. The pain did not lessen. Times changed and I acted as a guardian who appeared before the disasters that threatened humanity. Inevitably, the day came when the black dragon awoke and terrified the world, but an unknown being appeared, defeated it, and disappeared into the dust. I continued like this for a long time, changing my appearance and age. I traveled to different places, now called cities, states, or countries. Civilization had evolved in an enormous and impressive way. It was in these places that I lived eternally, going from relationship to relationship. Every time one of my wives died, I moved to another place. Immortality did not let me rest in peace, and Isfi's loving curse never stopped haunting me. He was alone. Although I fell in love and started families, in the end I was always left alone. Everyone ended up abandoning me in this world. Yes, I was saying, maybe it's just me, but I think it really does hurt forever. The times it doesn't hurt are because you forget, and forgetting was a luxury I couldn't afford. It was from then on that restlessness began to overwhelm me. Nothing brought me satisfaction. I struggled in vain without rest. She had masks attached in successive layers, 10, even 20. She was no longer able to distinguish between them, to know which one was the mask of sadness, which one was the mask of joy. It was like that until I found an obscure solution to my dilemmas, writing. This is where I found envy. How lucky you are, reader. You can go back through the pages and look at them again. Say goodbye to them for me. XXX. This book. Loneliness doesn't bother me because I've always had this terrible desire to be alone. I feel lonely when I'm at a party or in a stadium full of people cheering something. I will quote Ibsen, the strongest men are the loneliest. This book is amazing. I'm crying, damn it. I had heard of people consuming small amounts of poison to develop some resistance, but love was a poison I couldn't get used to. It never stopped hurting, I never got used to it. Hey. Every meeting, every goodbye, excuse me, you dropped this. Every smile, every tear. Oh, thank you very much. You're welcome, Bell Cranel. Oh, you have the same name as the protagonist of this book. Look, the first conversation as well as the last, my mother really likes that book, so she named me after it. She even made my father change his last name, haha, it's a bit embarrassing. It's not shameful. The exchange of glances, the dedicated smiles, the soft and delicate touch of their hands. My name is Lunwar Faust. Nice to meet you, Cranelson. It's a lovely name, Lunwarson. Thank you, Hey, would it be too forward of me to ask for your phone number? It was a process that repeated itself endlessly, and each time it hurt more than the last. I lived chained to the curse of love. Not at all, I was just about to ask you. Really? Very seriously. So is it okay if we go to the movies one of these days? If it's with you, I'd love to. Tomorrow will be exactly the same as today. I know I will never find happiness in this life, I know that for sure. But I'd better go to sleep believing that happiness will come tomorrow. Tomorrow it surely will. End.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.